As the new year approached, the sky turned a crimson red, and the populace transformed into beasts. The world was beset by calamity. Was it the devil's game, an alien invasion, or divine retribution? Chen Chu, who had survived for 3 years, met his demise, only to unexpectedly be reborn a week before the mass beast transformation. To remedy the regrets that lingered in his heart, he embarked on a bloody and tumultuous journey. Chapter 1. I have returned. With a pained cry, Chen Chu jolted awake. He found himself still in the security room of the Grade 1 museum in Yinhua City. Chen Chu, did you enjoy some fun with your girlfriend yesterday? How could you possibly sleep on duty? Chuckled Old Zhang, who shared the security room with him. Old Zhang, you're still alive. Chen Chu exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Pa, I'm only 50 with no health issues. Do you wish for my demise? Clenching his fists, Chen Chu gazed at the familiar surroundings. Could it be that he had truly been reborn? Indeed, Chen Chu had faced death. Before he opened his eyes, he had been a mighty alligator tortoise, having survived for 3 years. However, while traversing towards a relic, he was deceived and coerced into leading the way, only to be crushed beneath a colossal foot that descended from the sky. Old Zhang, what's today's date? Have you been dulled by your girlfriend? It's February 4th. February 4th. That meant there was only a week left until the new year. Was this a second chance bestowed by the heavens? Chen Chu quickly retrieved his phone and dialed his younger sister, who was still in high school back in their hometown. Upon hearing her sweet voice, especially when she called out brother, tears of excitement nearly spilled from his eyes. No, I can't return home right now. Remember, on New Year's, do not eat any meat. Start gathering supplies and find a safe place to hide. Wait for me to come find you. His only concern was his 15-year-old sister, who had been his sole companion since their parents had passed away. During that fateful time, the city was engulfed in madness. The safest course was to have her hide and wait for him. He would never forget that New Year's Eve, when the sky turned a blood-red hue amidst the fireworks and firecrackers, as if heralding the apocalypse. Some said it was the devil's game. Others claimed it was an alien invasion, while some believed it to be divine punishment. On that day, everyone transformed into the last animal they consumed. That if you had eaten beef, you would become a cow. If it was donkey meat, you would turn into a donkey. If your palate was adventurous and you feasted on roasted rat, congratulations, you had descended to the lowest tier of the food chain. When New Year's Eve concluded, a voice echoed in everyone's minds, and all understood they would become animals. Everyone had a window of preparation. This period could last 1 day, 2 days, or even 3 days. It entirely depended on how much hunger one could endure until they consumed a certain animal. Thus, people began frantically hunting powerful creatures. The law was utterly powerless. In that moment, the world collapsed. Only those with strength could survive. Chaos reigned, and as Chen Chu transformed into an alligator tortoise, he desperately sought his sister. Yet despite 3 years of survival, he never found her. Now that the heavens had granted him a second chance, he must seize it. Chen Chu pondered, his gaze already penetrating the glass of the security room, fixated on the museum. Before he opened his eyes, he had transformed into a defensively robust alligator tortoise, and on New Year's Day, he had barged into the museum, smashing a fossil of an alligator. Tortoise and devouring that time. The museum had no other fossils left to utilize. With the opportunity to start anew, he could no longer consume that alligator tortoise fossil. While it granted formidable defense, ultimately, he had still been reduced to mere pulp beneath the enormous foot of an unknown creature. Moreover, he was privy to all that would transpire in the next 3 years. Once transformed into an animal, one could evolve or fuse. This meant that if you simultaneously consumed a pig and a chicken, there was a possibility of becoming a flying pig. Of course, the odds were exceedingly slim. If one merely consumed a single type of animal, unless it was a powerful creature, they would ultimately remain ordinary, weak against the otherworldly beings. The future was a landscape of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Survival was no longer an option. In the frigid northern lands, the Thunderlord Vorlabel slaughtered cities for a chance at evolution. In the southern volcanic islands, the flame Phoenix Anivia scorched 3,000 miles for an opportunity to evolve. If one did not possess strength, how could they survive? Chen Chu, what's wrong? Get your spirits up. The captain is coming. Old Zhang reminded him. As if on instinct, Chen Chu stood up. You look utterly relaxed. Were you napping on the job again? You can't even handle being a security guard properly. You're worse than a pig. If you don't want to work, get out, bellowed the portly security captain, Fan Datong. Chen Chu clenched his fists, anger boiling within him. You'll regret it. In just a week, you'll truly become a pig. Fan Datong had always had a bone to pick with Chen Chu, seizing any chance to berate him. The reason for his ire? Chen Chu had a girlfriend, slender and graceful at 1.7 meters, while Fan Datong, in his 30s, with a pig-like physique, had faced rejection 36 times in blind dates. Fan Datong strode into the security room, and Old Zhang immediately offered his seat. Captain, sit here. And you? Hurry up and give me a glass of water. You have no sense of awareness. As foolish as a pig. How did you ever find a girlfriend? Better not mention it. Just the thought made Chen Chu seethe. That wasn't he lured to the relic by his beautiful girlfriend's charms? Although, by then, she had already transformed into a rabbit. The one who deceived her was his girlfriend, and it was one of the powerful factions that subsequently coerced him. Fan Datong frowned. What's with you? I asked you to give me a glass of water, and you're clenching your fists? Chen Chu smiled and proceeded to pour a glass of hot water. Captain, please enjoy. Fan Datong smirked. Now that's more like it. Ah, before he could finish his sentence, Chen Chu splashed the entire glass of hot water on his face, eliciting a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. What a delightful reprieve. You little brat. Are you seeking death? Old Zhang was flustered. Hey Chen Chu, what are you doing? Die. I shall never die again. It is you who will perish. Damn it. Do you believe I won't have you thrown out immediately? No need. I quit. Chen Chu pulled out the 200 yuan from his pocket and threw it onto Fan Datong's face as he stormed out of the security room. Gazing at the museum's entrance, the treasure of the museum, the Tyrannosaurus Rex fossil, appeared vividly in his mind. Since he had been reborn, it was time to grow stronger. A Tyrannosaurus Rex fossil was not enough. He desired all the fossils within the museum. To those who had coerced and deceived him, you shall not have a good ending. In the future, amidst the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, he would become the strongest existence. Only then could he find his sister and protect that which he cherished most. Chapter 2. Just as I desire. Chen Chu returned to his rented apartment, his mind already racing with plans. His younger sister was quite obedient, and he presumed she had complied with his wishes. The pressing concern now was how to acquire the fossils housed in the museum. He was acutely aware of the monumental events that would unfold over the next 3 years. He understood that even if he were to seize the fossils from the museum, it would not make him the strongest. The rulers emerging from the Shenanjia region, the white snow monster king of the Himalayas. However, it was already February 4th, and time was of the essence. With the onset of the spring festival travel rush, reaching those locations would consume at least half of his time. The remaining half would be left to chance. Although he knew that formidable beasts had emerged from those places, their exact whereabouts remained an enigma. Having been granted a second chance at life, he could not squander this precious opportunity on mere luck. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was the final transformation of the museum's director in Yunhua City, reigning over the surrounding districts for 6 months. If he could establish himself as the strongest, he would leverage that advantage to seize the opportunity for evolution. Disasters were imminent, with significant upheavals occurring almost monthly on a global scale. Such upheavals could manifest as volcanic eruptions, glacier collapses, or tsunamis. Each occurrence would unleash tremendous energy, perhaps even revealing places entirely unknown to humanity. Some scholars and experts contended that mankind had never truly comprehended this planet. On the surface, it appeared circular, yet it concealed folded spaces within. These calamities served to unveil these folded spaces. Once opened, what flowed forth was termed energy or spiritual essence. In these realms, one could find elements that could catalyze the evolution of ferocious beasts, perhaps a stone imbued with spiritual energy or a peculiar little flower. With closed eyes, Chen Chu meticulously recalled all potential sites where future upheavals might occur. If he did not contemplate these matters now, he would have little time to ponder later. Unbeknownst to him, the door to his rented room creaked open. A stunning woman donned in a cream-colored fitted trench coat entered, her face a perfect oval framed by cascading waves of fiery red hair. This was Chen Chu's girlfriend, Lu Mingran. Hey, aren't you supposed to be at work today? Why are you back? The captain from the Fat Pig team had some business with me. I splashed a cup of water in his face and quit. Lu Mingran's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you joking? This year during the new year, you could have earned triple wages guarding the museum. Huh, to hell with triple wages. A disaster is looming. What does that matter? Seeing him silent, Lu Mingran pressed on. What do you mean? The new year is just around the corner, and I was hoping to stay here and send more money home. Chen Chu scoffed. Sending money home? What does that have to do with me? We aren't even married. Lu Mingran was genuinely taken aback. Typically, Chen Chu was utterly compliant with her wishes. What was going on today? Had he taken leave of his senses? You. What do you mean? Why don't you hurry and make dinner? Ah, you want me to cook? If you don't do it, who will? Chen Chu retorted, his anger flaring. Before his rebirth, he had truly doted on Lu Mingran, believing he had found love after familial affection. However, it had only brought him profound anguish. He could not forget the feeling of Lu Mingran transformed into a rabbit, willingly being toyed with by a brown bear. He could not forget how she had deceived him into becoming cannon fodder, leading to his demise. With a resounding thud, he slammed his fist on the table. In the future, Lu Mingran would betray anyone to survive. She had lured him into a trap, but she was not the mastermind. The true culprit was one of the future great powers, the Beast Hall. Due to Chen Chu's remarkable defensive abilities, he had been forcibly conscripted, sent to various ruins as expendable fodder. Have you lost your mind? Lu Mingran exclaimed, throwing her bag down. Are you on drugs? Chen Chu stood up, fixing her with a fierce glare that instilled a flicker of fear within her. Could it be that she had been caught in a secret rendezvous with a superior? Yes. I'm on drugs. Not killing you is my final act of mercy. Chen Chu's rage was palpable as he tore at her clothing. Lu Mingran initially resisted, but soon succumbed to a thrilling sensation she had never experienced before. Chen Chu was like a beast. 40 minutes later, as he rose from the bed, he declared, "I'll order takeout." Now you care about me? Not making me cook anymore. You were far too violent just now. Chen Chu chuckled. Violence? In the future, it will entail more than mere violence. Besides, if I wish to engage in such pleasurable activities again, it may prove difficult. As a day passed, Chen Chu began to diligently document the locations of potential upheavals at his desk, committing them to memory to avoid forgetting. The next day, he commenced planning how to acquire the fossils. Unexpectedly, an urgent call from old Zhang interrupted him. "Chen Chu, the captain said if you pay the medical expenses, you can return to work." "Medical expenses? Didn't I give him 200 yuan? Oh dear, Chen Chu, 200 yuan is hardly sufficient. This is your chance to secure your job. Just think how difficult it is to find work now. With the year-end approaching, many want to return home for the holidays. And there's a shortage of manpower. You should come back." Chen Chu scoffed. Wasn't he just a solitary figure with only his girlfriend in Yanhua City? Every year, he remained at the museum while others with connections returned home for the new year. For him, staying at the museum meant a far greater opportunity. The first-class museum in Yanhua City housed countless precious artifacts and animal fossils. It was heavily guarded, with numerous security measures in place to deter criminals from exploiting the holiday when the museum would be unattended. Such occurrences had precedent. In the afternoon, Chen Chu visited the museum's security department. Fan Datong, with ointment smeared on his face, greeted him. "Chen Chu, the new year is fast approaching. I'm magnanimous and hold this against you. If you pay a few thousand yuan for medical expenses, we can consider this matter settled." "Several thousand yuan? Huh? You think you can demand that much?" "You do as you see fit," Chen Chu replied, pouring himself a glass of water. Seeing this, Fan Datong instinctively tensed, book in hand, ready to defend himself. "Ugh." Chen Chu took a sip. "Captain Fan, no need to be so tense. I won't splash you again." Fan Datong's neck bulged with anger. "Don't squander your chances, or you'll end up crying under the covers. If I don't cherish it, then so be it. Besides, my absence won't be missed among the security team." "Damn it." Fan Datong cursed inwardly. "We truly miss you." With only a week until the new year, those returning home were doing so, and those capable were taking leave. The few remaining were those with little to no connections, including Chen Chu. They would have enough personnel to maintain security at the museum during the holiday. This kid must have realized this, which was why he was so audacious. "Then Chen Chu tossed 1,000 yuan onto the table. "Take it or leave it. Don't think I care about this security job. Fine. You'll be on night shifts from now on." Chen Chu grinned, "Just as I desire." Chapter 3, The Plan. Working night shifts was indeed less than ideal, especially during the new year when he could not enjoy festivities with friends. However, for Chen Chu, it represented an unparalleled opportunity. That night, clad in his security uniform, armed with a baton and flashlight, he entered the museum. Artifacts were of no interest to him. What he sought were animal fossils. Having served as a security guard in the museum for 3 years, he had never held much fascination for these relics. After all, he was not an archaeology major. Now, however, he approached with a mindset of learning, eager to understand these animal fossils thoroughly. Upon entering the museum, he was greeted by the piece de resistance, the Tyrannosaurus Rex fossil. Standing at a towering height of 5 meters and stretching over 10 meters in length, the Tyrannosaurus Rex fossil elicits an awestruck reaction from every first-time visitor to the museum. Chen Chu's mind conjures an image of the curator embodying the fierce and commanding presence of the dinosaur. This time, it is destined to be his. Beside the T-Rex, a plaque details its era, characteristics, and more. Chen Chu meticulously examines it, absorbing every word. The Tyrannosaurus Rex, known scientifically as Tyrannosaurus Rex, thrived during the late Cretaceous period, specifically the Maastrichtian stage, approximately 68 to 65 million years ago. It stands as one of the last non-avian dinosaur species before the Cretaceous-Paleogene extinction event, marking it as a primeval giant. A surge of exhilaration courses through Chen Chu's veins. The future will witness the emergence of various animal species. At first, there will be the common breeds, such as chickens, ducks, pigs, and dogs. Following them will be mutated species, showcasing hybrid traits from multiple animals, like flying pigs. Subsequently, there will be special breeds, remarkable organisms that exhibit ancestral traits. For instance, a genetically advanced tiger may revert to become a saber-toothed cat. Should it successfully revert, it would belong to the realm of primeval species. Primeval species, the epitome of power. In their early stages, they are invincible. If one can seize the opportunity for evolution, they can continue to grow in strength. Thereafter, there exist hybrid species, shrouded in mystery. Ultimately, there are the even more formidable mythical species. Such mythical beings are rare and elusive. Chen Chu, after surviving for 3 years, has yet to hear of any mythical species sightings. As he reaches out to touch the robust bones of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, he muses, "You shall soon become a part of me." The woolly rhinoceros is too weak, discarded. The 3-toed horse fossil, herbivorous, does not pique his interest. Rejected. The true alligator turtle. Chen Chu halts before the fossil of the true alligator turtle, as it evokes memories of his past life, when he had consumed a fragment of its fossilized bone, transforming into a colossal alligator turtle, dating back approximately 15 million years. It too qualifies as a primeval species. However, aside from its formidable defense and strong bite force, it possesses little else of merit, merely serving as a meat shield. Nevertheless, Chen Chu records it in his notebook, for he seeks not just the Tyrannosaurus Rex, but the even more enigmatic hybrid species that follow. As he wanders through the fossil zone, he notices many overlooked specimens. Finally, on a display stand, he spots a fossil no larger than a thumbnail. The plaque reads, "Tardigrade fossil." Even tardigrades have fossils. These minuscule creatures, measuring only 1 millimeters at their largest, can only be seen under a microscope. He wonders whether the museum's tardigrade fossil is genuine or merely a random stone to fill the space. Regardless, it remains invisible to the naked eye. An ordinary museum goers would see only a pebble-sized rock. After some contemplation, he decides to note it in his notebook. After all, it has existed since the Cambrian period. Approximately 500 million years ago, its survival to this day undoubtedly holds significance. By the end of the night, Chen Chu has meticulously catalogued over a dozen fossils of interest in his notebook. Upon returning to his rented room after work, he finds Lu Minggran absent. He immediately goes online to gather more detailed information. Ultimately, he narrows down the list of animal fossils to 5: the Tyrannosaurus Rex, the true alligator turtle, and the tardigrade. The other 2 are unidentified remnants from the fossil zone, fragments so ancient that even experts cannot discern their origins. Chen Chu finds this intriguing, thus he retains them. The fusion of species holds potential probabilities. The weaker will inevitably be overshadowed by the genes of the stronger. In any case, he reassures himself, he could still become a primeval species. The days draw closer. Chen Chu has secretly stashed the necessary tools beneath the chair in the security room and at the bottom of the cabinet. February 11th. Tonight marks the eve of the Lunar New Year. Lu Minggran has the day off, having purchased an array of ingredients for their New Year's Eve feast. Chen Chu, I've bought a lot of things for tonight's dinner, including my favorite braised rabbit heads, she exclaims. Chen Chu rises from his bed, chuckling at the irony. You bought what you love most, yet you didn't ask me what I cherish. Braised rabbit heads? You deserve to end up as a rabbit yourself. He retorts dismissively, I won't eat. I have to work. Come on, eat first. And then you can spend time with me, she suggests playfully. Chen Chu merely scoffs, stepping out the door. Henceforth, they tend to their own affairs. The wind howls outside. And on the streets, a few children can still be seen stealthily setting off firecrackers. The time is nigh. Climbing onto his electric scooter, he makes his way to the museum. Chapter 4. A bowl of chaotic stew. All along the route, the streets are adorned with red couplets, lanterns, and auspicious symbols. The towering buildings project vibrant digital fireworks on their screens, immersing the city in a festive atmosphere. Yet, Chen Chu understands that this merriment will not endure for long. Upon reaching the museum, there are 5 personnel on night duty, including Chen Chu. To ensure the safety of his plan, he has prepared coffee for them. After brewing it in the security room, he crushes the concealed sleeping pills and stirs them into the coffee. The other 4, engrossed in watching the Spring Festival Gala while enjoying their own snacks in the monitoring room, are oblivious to his machinations. Here, a long night awaits. Please enjoy this coffee. Wow, Chen Chu, you're being generous. One remarks. Damn it, while everyone else is celebrating, we're stuck here. Another laments. This is just how the world works. Drink it while it's hot. One by one, the 4 drink the coffee and soon succumb to slumber, disabling all surveillance and alarm systems. Chen Chu retrieves his tools and enters the museum. Buzzing. An electric saw roars to life as it approaches the leg bone of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Fossil dust swirls around him. The thigh is on the brink of severance. The colossal Rex fossil teeters perilously, its 2 massive legs serving as crucial supports. Once severed, it is bound to collapse. As the electric saw whirs, Chen Chu swiftly rolls away. Crash. The support points obliterated, the Rex fossil crashes to the ground, shattering into countless fragments. With the saw, he slices off a piece of the true alligator turtle and gathers the tardigrade fossil along with 2 other unidentified specimens into a large metal basin. Grabbing a hammer, he pulverizes the fossils into a fine powder, adds water, and ignites the mixture. Time ticks by, and the basin begins to bubble ominously. At that moment, a Passat pulls up outside the museum. Fan Datong steps out, clutching a pork chop. What is going on? It's pitch black in here. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he mutters, Hey, Chen Chu, if I catch you slacking off, forget about your salary. Fan Datong deliberately seeks out Chen Chu. Entering the security room, he finds it empty, then heads to the monitoring room, only to discover all the equipment turned off and the 4 guards fast asleep. Unresponsive to his calls, a sense of unease washes over him. Discarding the pork chop, he grabs a baton and flashlight, rushing into the museum. Upon entering, the beam of his flashlight sweeps across the scene, nearly causing him to collapse in shock. The prized Tyrannosaurus Rex fossil of the Yunhua City Museum has collapsed. shattered to pieces. Chen Chu sits on the floor, using an alcohol stove to cook something. What the hell, you bastard? What have you done? Fan Datong exclaims, incredulous. Cooking something, never seen it before? Chen Chu retorts nonchalantly. You've destroyed something so precious. You're finished. With that, Fan Datong pulls out his phone. As a minor leader, he possessed an alarm system on his mobile device. Naturally, Chen Chu could not allow him to succeed. Grabbing the hammer at hand, he hurled it directly at Fan Datong. With a resounding thud, it struck Fan Datong's arm, causing his phone to clatter to the ground. Do you dare lay a hand on me again? You should consider yourself fortunate that I did not aim for your head. He bellowed, his patience having worn thin. I have tolerated you for far too long. Today, you shall witness my true prowess. Fan Datong charged forward, wielding a police baton. In response, Chen Chu revved the chainsaw, its ominous buzz halting Fan Datong in his tracks. This fellow was serious. After all, with the museum's prized artifact destroyed, it was only fitting for him to fight as if his life depended on it. Why are you hesitating? Fan Datong flung the baton towards Chen Chu's head and fled without a backward glance. Chen Chu raised the chainsaw to block the projectile. Checking the time, he realized it was not yet the moment to pursue him. To his astonishment, Fan Datong had shown up that evening. It appeared that his rebirth had disrupted the sequence of events. Cursed be the slow-cooking alcohol stove. Glancing at the clock, it was already 11:57 at night. The nationwide beast transformation was about to commence. Breathless, Fan Datong dashed back to his vehicle, cursing the misfortune of leaving his phone at the museum. Frustrated, he slammed his hands against the steering wheel. It seemed he had no choice but to drive and report the incident. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. The nationwide beast transformation has begun. After today, everyone will metamorphose into the last animal they consumed. Fan Datong scanned his surroundings cautiously, questioning who was speaking. He was not alone. Over 7 billion people across the globe heard the same proclamation. In various public squares, throngs of people had gathered, holding sparklers and gazing at the countdown to the new year on the large screens. They paid no heed to the ominous message. In a nearby hotel, diners enjoying the New Year's Eve feast wondered if they were hallucinating due to excessive drinking. Who cares? Let us keep drinking. In the museum, Chen Chu stood at the entrance, a bowl of fossil stew in hand. After this bowl of chaotic concoction, I shall never walk the earth as a human again. He tossed the lighter onto the ground. Boom. The flames spread rapidly, engulfing the museum and all its fossils. Chapter 5. The nationwide beast transformation. The Tyrannosaurus Rex emerges. Chen Chu poured gasoline over the fossils, eagerly awaiting the moment to ignite them. In this realm, only one ruler could emerge. Fan Datong had already started his vehicle, only to witness the dark sky turning a sinister crimson. What on earth is happening? In the square, the New Year countdown had begun. A young man looked up at the sky, astonishment etched on his face. Look at the sky. Red had become the dominant hue, casting a bloody glow across the earth. Thunder roared, and lightning flashed. An omen from the heavens. Goodness, even the lightning is red. Could it be connected to that voice? Are we truly going to transform into animals? How can this be? The new year is upon us. Let's join the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year. A woman screamed as her beloved transformed into a chicken. The air filled with shrieks of horror. In the vast square, people began to morph into various animals. On the road, a driver's hands transformed into hooves. Crash, crash. Accidents occurred in rapid succession, with the sounds of collisions, explosions, and screams echoing throughout the city. Meanwhile, countless families at home enjoyed the Spring Festival Gala, only to witness a bizarre scene unfold on their screens. The glamorous actors, under the gaze of millions, transformed into chickens, ducks, and fish. Dad, Mom has turned into a donkey. It's terrifying. Moo. A cow appeared in the bedroom. Fan Datong suppressed his rising panic as he shifted gears. Wait. My hands. Why have they become hooves? A glance in the rearview mirror revealed a pig's face staring back. No, this can't be. Crack. A streak of red lightning illuminated the sky above the museum. Chen Chu hurled the bowl to the ground, shattering it. His skin flushed crimson, releasing wisps of white smoke. Chen Chu grimaced in agony as his body expanded. His clothes shredded to pieces, giving rise to a colossal creature standing 4 meters tall and 10 meters long. With a deafening roar, the dark golden pupils reflected the blood moon above. Chen Chu had successfully transformed into a Tyrannosaurus Rex. In his mind, a panel appeared. After individuals transformed into animals, each would receive such a panel. Type, fusion species. Name, Tyrannosaurus Rex. Level, juvenile. Strength, for tons. Speed, 20 kilometers h. Lifespan, 10 years. Evolution points, 01000. Talent, supreme bite force 8 tons. Unknown, 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 unknown. Chen Chu took a few thunderous steps, gazing into the glass at his formidable new form. His towering stature and fearsome visage were accentuated by the chilling sight of 60 razor-sharp teeth. This was far more impressive than the crocodile-turtle hybrid of his past life. Most importantly, he had finally achieved his wish to become a fusion species. The distinction between fusion species and mutated species lies primarily in their appearance. Mutated species exhibit obvious differences from other animals, whereas fusion species do not reveal such traits until later evolution, remaining controllable. The only downside was the lifespan. The Tyrannosaurus Rex typically lived for about 25 years, and it seemed that the fossil he had consumed had already lived for over a decade, leaving him with a mere 10 years. In his previous life as a crocodile turtle, he had enjoyed a lifespan of 300 years. Regarding his talent, this was the enigma of fusion species. Until the evolution threshold was reached, all remaining talents remained unknown. The only known aspect was his supreme bite force. What did an 8-ton bite force signify? A single chomp equated to the weight of 8 cars. How could ordinary animals withstand such power? Sister, wait for me. I shall come to find you. Meanwhile, chaos reigned across the world. Vehicles collided, trains derailed, and planes crashed. As the nationwide beast transformation commenced, half the population had already transformed into animals. In Yanhua City, some had begun to recover from their shock. The world was about to change drastically. Everyone would become an animal, and one must strive to become the strongest among them. Those fortunate enough to remain human turned their gazes towards zoos, museums, and similar locales. Becoming a lion or tiger was far preferable to morphing into a chicken, duck, fish, or dog. Survivors closest to the museum quickly gathered useful tools. A Buick screeched to a halt outside the museum. Fan Datong, now a pig, burst out of the car. Director, save me. The person approaching was none other than the director of the Yanhua City Museum, the former transformer into a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Are you Fan Datong? Yes, director. That Chen Chu has destroyed all the fossils. The director, upon witnessing the growing inferno within the museum, retrieved an old hunting rifle from the vehicle's trunk. The Tyrannosaurus Rex fossil is mine. Chapter 6, Gaining Evolution Points. The man and the pig entered the museum, only to be confronted by the enormous Tyrannosaurus Rex. Fan Datong was so frightened, he nearly lost control of his bowels. The director's jaw dropped in astonishment. It seemed his suspicions had been correct. Each person could transform into the last animal they had consumed, effectively merging with the DNA of that creature. The Tyrannosaurus Rex fossil is indeed viable. How dare you use my T-Rex fossil? Chen Chu looked down upon him, exuding an air of superiority. In his previous life, he embodied the ferocity of a Tyrannosaurus. But now, he had been overtaken by his own self. It was too late. All the fossils had already succumbed to the inferno. Why would you do this? Get away. A roar erupted, brimming with authority, and under the weight of his bloodline, Fan Datong crumpled to the ground. The curator swiftly drew his weapon, aiming directly at Chen Chu. Bang! Flames erupted as the bullet struck his massive form, merely grazing his skin. Chen Chu turned, his tail sweeping gently, and with a resounding thud, the curator was sent flying several meters away. He chuckled. I haven't even exerted myself, and you've already fallen? The curator's body tumbled on the ground, his bones rattling as if they were about to shatter. Indeed, the Tyrannosaurus was formidable. Striding forward with colossal steps, he dashed out. In his memory, a throng of frenzied people and animals would soon swarm the museum. Don't leave. The Tyrannosaurus is mine. It's mine. The curator scrambled to his feet, repeatedly chambering rounds in his gun and firing at Chen Chu. Chen Chu, running in an S-shaped pattern, effortlessly evaded the bullets. His current speed was only 20 kilometers per hour. The curator, witnessing the museum ablaze, abandoned the pursuit and jumped into his vehicle to chase after Chen Chu. Fan Datong, unwilling to resign himself to becoming mere prey, dove into the curator's car, seeking to capitalize on the situation. Not far down the road, beams of light began to converge. Damn it, a dinosaur. It seems the museum's fossils are indeed functional. Look over there, that's the direction of the museum. It's engulfed in flames. If we take down that dinosaur and consume it, we could transform into dinosaurs ourselves. In such a moment, the people became frenzied, even pursuing Chen Chu in their vehicles. Chen Chu merely sneered internally, grateful for his prior preparations to assume the form of a Tyrannosaurus. Otherwise, this rabid mob would have resorted to desperate measures to seize him. Bang! A person leaned out of a car, wielding a nail gun, repeatedly pulling the trigger. At this level, it was akin to merely scratching Chen Chu. The disparity between his running speed and that of the cars was stark. He halted abruptly and twisted his body, sweeping his tail towards the closest pursuing vehicle. Bang! The sedan crumpled like paper, rolling on the ground, its hood billowing white smoke. Kill him! A black Land Rover charged toward Chen Chu. He raised a foot and stomped down onto the hood. Thud! The vehicle flipped over, landing in a mangled heap, its occupants left in utter disarray. Beep! A bus appeared from behind Chen Chu. The city bus was the largest vehicle around. With its speed reaching 80 kilometers, its impact was formidable. Chen Chu was truly incensed. Initially, he only wished to transform into a Tyrannosaurus and depart to search for his sister. Yet, these individuals sought to end his life. In his past life, he had lived passively for 3 years. Now, he merely wished to grow stronger in pursuit of his sister, yet they were fixated on him. Thud, thud, thud. His powerful legs surged forward as he charged towards the bus. Thud. Chen Chu's head collided with the bus. The metal bus crumpled as if made of paper, debris scattering everywhere. With his jaws agape, he sank his sharp teeth into the bus, tearing into it with ferocity. With a few bites, the bus was in ruins. His innate talent, boasting a jaw strength of 8 tons, could easily crush iron frames. Witnessing this scene, the drivers dared not advance. Such a dominant creature could not be easily subdued, especially without potent weaponry on their side. Chen Chu leapt, his 6-ton frame crashing down onto the mangled bus, compressing it almost into a disc. He turned, his cold gaze sweeping across the crowd. "I will devour you." One vehicle revved its engine and turned to flee. They surrendered, unwilling to waste precious time here. Soon, the second and third vehicles followed suit. The curator, realizing this could not continue, thought to himself, in all of Yunhua City, this Tyrannosaurus was the most powerful creature. His gaze swept across the ground, now slick with oil, spilling from the bus's tank after Chen Chu's destruction. Fan Datong, do you wish to defy fate? Indeed, with the nation on the brink of beastly transformation, perhaps consuming a powerful creature would replace the existing animal DNA within him. Therefore, I need you to hinder him now. Understood. Fan Datong sprinted forward, his pig-like hooves pounding the ground until he stood before Chen Chu. Chen Chu did not even glance at him. Big shot, don't leave, I beg you to take me with you. I told you long ago, you're merely a pig. Yes, I am a pig. I will remain a loyal pig to you in the future. The curator lowered his car window, brandishing his hunting rifle at a nearby vehicle that had not yet distanced itself. Once the driver rolled down their window to look, the curator gestured toward the slick ground. Gasoline. Exactly. If we unite to encircle him, we can feast on roasted Tyrannosaurus. The driver exited their car and opened their fuel tank, shouting to the surrounding vehicles. Surround him. If we eat him, we can transform into powerful dinosaurs. A Tyrannosaurus. Upon seeing the fuel tank opened and following the direction of the curator's finger to Chen Chu's location, others quickly grasped the meaning. In an instant, a dozen vehicles roared to life, forming a surrounding circle. Chen Chu's eyes narrowed. This group was not willing to relent. Useless fools, get lost. No, Chen Chu. For the sake of our shared past, I promise to lick your toes. Virum. The first vehicle with an open fuel tank charged forward. The curator grinned widely, raising his gun to shoot. One shot struck the fuel tank, producing a tremendous explosion that sent a powerful shockwave. Chen Chu felt a wave of heat wash over him. Boom. The explosion ignited the gasoline on the ground. Unbeknownst to them, they had become mere pawns in the curator's game. Flames erupted, and Chen Chu leaped from the bus. Chen Chu, take me with you. Still attempting to delay him? Die. With a single step, Fan Datong was reduced to a mere puddle of meat. The evolution points on the interface in Chen Chu's mind began to change. 11,000. It turned out that killing an animal yielded 1 point of evolution. Chapter 7. A single bite. In his previous life, Chen Chu had not made this discovery. In his past incarnation as a crocodile turtle, he had merely survived, and his evolution points barely budged. Now, he realized that aside from cataclysmic events, he could also gain evolution points through slaughter. However, killing humans was prohibited. Only animals would suffice. Boom. Another vehicle with an open fuel tank exploded under the curator's aim. The blasted automobile soared into the air, hurtling towards Chen Chu. He sidestepped, swinging his tail like a baseball bat, sending the vehicle crashing toward the curator. Though nearing 50, the curator remained nimble, rolling twice to evade the impact. The other vehicles had formed a tight circle, and during the sudden turn, a significant amount of gasoline had spilled from their tanks. The curator fired his gun, igniting a chain reaction of explosions. A towering ring of fire enveloped Chen Chu. Foolish mortals. Any ordinary person trapped in this inferno would surely succumb to suffocation from the smoke, ultimately reduced to charred remains. Yet, Chen Chu had transformed into a towering Tyrannosaurus, standing 4 meters tall and 10 meters long. With his colossal strides, he charged through the flames. A man, caught unawares, perished instantly beneath the colossal foot. Murder, alas, does not yield evolutionary value. Yet, these individuals had provoked Chen Chu to such a degree that sparing them was out of the question. This fire cannot harm that dinosaur, exclaimed one. The curator's expression darkened. Not far from their location stood a gas station. He had now resolved to draw the beast there, hoping for a cataclysmic explosion. You expect us to be mere cannon fodder? Not a chance. Another voice protested, weary of the wrecked vehicles and unwilling to continue. The curator raised his hand and fired a shot, obliterating half of the man's face. He fell lifeless to the ground. Let me tell you, the world is in chaos, and soon it will devolve into a brutal survival of the fittest. If you do not fight for your existence, prepare to become fodder for the predators. With a fearsome roar, Chen Chu had already dispatched the remaining adversaries on one side and leapt forth with great strides. The curator beheld a massive shadow emerging amidst the flames. Thud! The 6-ton behemoth crashed down, causing the curator to feel as though he had experienced a minor earthquake. At such close proximity, even swallowing was beyond the curator's capabilities. Chen Chu's breath brushed against his face like a tempest. With a gaping maw, he revealed 60 razor-sharp, glacial teeth. Let me inform you, consuming animals that were once human will not induce transformation. How do you know that? Crack. Chen Chu, uninterested in discourse, swiftly clamped his jaws around the curator, severing him in two. The lower half quivered incessantly, expelling both urine and feces. With a huff, he spat out the upper half of the body. It's futile. My innate gift is unmatched biting power. My methods are limited to biting, sweeping with my tail, or crushing with my formidable bulk. The Tyrannosaurus Rex is the apex predator, its only shortcoming being its diminutive forelimbs, measuring merely 1 meter. Though powerful, they are rather ineffectual. Devour him. The closest individual to the curator quivered in terror. They finally grasped the reality. While humans could indeed be terrifying in their madness, what did that signify in the face of a rampaging dinosaur? Run. Chen Chu lowered his head and clamped his jaws around the curator's vehicle, violently shaking his head. Bam! One person was crushed into a pulp beneath the car. The others scrambled and crawled, desperate to flee, wishing they could transform into rabbits to escape more swiftly. Chen Chu, in his inaugural round as a Tyrannosaurus Rex, emerged victorious. He roared at the blood moon hanging in the sky. The sound reverberated with such intensity that it sent shivers through the animals that had once been human. It was a primal suppression stemming from their very bloodline. Chaos reigned still. Amidst this turmoil, Chen Chu began to run, heading north. In a small county up ahead, his most cherished person awaited him. Sister, you must hold on. Brother is coming soon. A night of relentless running resulted in the demise of several unwary creatures, raising Chen Chu's evolutionary value to 71,000. As dawn broke, the blood moon and red clouds faded away, and Chen Chu felt fatigue settle in. He sought refuge in a small grove. According to the trajectory of his previous life, suppression would emerge within a week. At that juncture, numerous survivors and formidable weaponry would appear. Currently, he was but a juvenile flesh and blood being. While he might withstand a few bullets, a handful of grenades would surely spell his end. His defenses were far from the formidable armament he had once possessed in his previous life. Thus, he opted to traverse the wooded paths under the cover of night. 2 days passed, and Chen Chu arrived at Tianhai City, less than 100 kilometers from his birthplace, Changfeng County. Just one more day of perseverance, and he would find his sister. Hunger gnawed at him. A Tyrannosaurus Rex requires a significant amount of sustenance, gaining several kilograms daily. Under the moonlight, he spotted a supermarket in Tianhai City. It had been 3 days since the onset of the mass transformation into beasts, and more individuals had succumbed to their animalistic forms. Survival of the fittest had become the fundamental principle. The streets, shrouded in night, were strewn with wrecked and burning vehicles, littered debris everywhere. There were no humans in sight, only animals. Chen Chu approached the supermarket, hopeful for sustenance within. Crunch, crunch. He trampled over the damaged vehicles, flattening those that obstructed his path. At last, he reached the entrance of the supermarket. Suddenly, the lights outside flickered to life. Is someone here? A mop handle, with a fruit knife tied to one end, was hurled from a second-floor window, narrowly missing him and embedding itself in the ground. Chen Chu looked up, yet saw no ghostly figure. I merely seek something to eat. I will leave once I am satisfied. If you wish to obstruct me, I assure you I will not hesitate to kill. What bravado! Go ahead and try. A deep, resonant voice echoed from within the supermarket. 2 monkeys opened the door, followed by a massive black water buffalo, striding forth with its 4 hooves. Upon spotting Chen Chu, astonishment flickered in its eyes. A dinosaur. No wonder it boasted such audacity, standing at a height of 1.8 meters and stretching over 2 meters in length. The water buffalo was indeed a large beast, yet in the presence of Chen Chu, it appeared as a mere child. A water buffalo dares to challenge me? Behind the buffalo, more animals emerged. Windows above swung open, revealing monkeys armed with various items. We have numbers, and thus require significant food supplies. I'm afraid we have nothing to spare. Chen Chu bared his chilling teeth. Then I shall consume you. Chapter 8. The Mutant Flying Dog. Chen Chu was not jesting. He needed to satiate his hunger to gather the strength necessary for the search for his sister. In this world of predation, he would undoubtedly devour the water buffalo, even if it had once been human. The buffalo stood undeterred, pawing the ground, lowering its head to present its formidable horns toward Chen Chu. The animals behind it surged forward, a multitude of chickens and ducks, transforming the supermarket into a vast livestock pen. Hold on, old bull. A monkey clad in a t-shirt leapt from the second floor, landing on the buffalo's back. This monkey wore clothing? Was it an attempt to preserve a semblance of its former humanity? Friend, you see how many of us there are. Our daily food expenditures are substantial. That concerns me not. Fine, we can offer you a small portion of food, but we ask that you leave immediately. To eat is to eat until full. Chen Chu took a step forward. The ground shook with a thud, instilling a sense of immense pressure among the weaker animals behind him. The monkey scratched its head in distress. We have already made concessions. You too were once human. In this chaotic world, food is scarce. We wish for peace. Roaring. Chen Chu interjected, there is no time for your prattling. I must find my sister at once. With each passing second, her peril grows. He prepared to charge directly into the fray. Just then, several monkeys scampered towards him, chattering excitedly, accompanied by a few dogs. We're back. Prepare yourself. The predator approaches. The buffalo and the t-shirt-wearing monkey displayed signs of palpable tension. Ready yourselves for battle. As they approached and beheld Chen Chu's colossal form, they halted in fear. Chen Chu noticed that the monkeys carried bags, presumably pilfered from the supermarket, one containing exposed potato chips, while the dogs bore their own bags, likely filled with food. It appears that this group of animals has formed a cohesive unit, with certain members designated to venture out daily in search of sustenance. Today, coincidentally, I encountered their return. The monkey clad in a t-shirt immediately conceived a notion. My friend, if you assist us, you shall feast to your heart's content. Chen Chu instantly comprehended that he was being recruited as a muscle. He had no time for such frivolities. You scoundrels, how dare you pilfer from our territory? A dog adorned with white dove wings soared directly towards them, followed closely by numerous other animals. Ah, how delightful to encounter a mutant species here. Yet, they are merely ordinary mutations, a blend of doves and dogs. Suddenly, a monkey found itself crushed beneath Chen Chu's foot, only for him to tear open its bag with a swift bite, devouring its contents. Then he moved on to the second monkey's backpack, and then the third. The flying dog, witnessing this, descended and folded its wings. What, another dinosaur? A brown figure emerged, standing an imposing 2 meters tall, a brown bear. What of dinosaurs? It must still be in its juvenile stage. Chen Chu had already devoured the stolen food with gluttonous abandon. The brown bear rubbed its paws together, pondering. Having consumed our provisions, shouldn't you consider joining us? Why should I? I assure you, you will dine splendidly every day. The brown bear gazed hungrily at the flock of chickens and ducks trailing behind a water buffalo. Chen Chu, having nearly finished his meal, simply turned and walked away. I wouldn't mind sampling some bear paws. The surrounding animals bared their teeth, incensed that the food stolen from their territory had found its way into Chen Chu's mouth, and he intended to leave unscathed. Humph, if you refuse to join us, we shall subdue you. Charge. 7 or 8 hunting dogs lunged forward, targeting Chen Chu's legs. Arg. With a decisive stomp, Chen Chu crushed one hunting dog into a mere pancake. With a flick of his tail, 2 more hunting dogs were sent sprawling like sacks. Assist him, commanded the monkey in the t-shirt. The troop of monkeys above began hurling objects like rain upon their foes. The flying dog took to the skies, seizing a monkey by the arm and dragging it into the air, releasing it to plummet to its demise. The water buffalo bellowed, raising its horns to charge at the brown bear. The brown bear scoffed coldly, slowly lifting one paw. As the water buffalo approached, the bear's paw came crashing down. Thud! The impact rendered the water buffalo lifeless, its brain matter oozing from its orifices. The monkey in the t-shirt was taken aback. They had faced off against the brown bear before, yet it had never demonstrated such power. How could a single blow bring down the water buffalo? Ha ha! The brown bear roared with laughter. You pitiful, juvenile specimens. Today, you shall experience the terror of an adult. After crushing a hunting dog beneath his tail, Chen Chu turned to face the bear. This creature had evidently reached adulthood, with no sign of a great calamity in the world. The only explanation was that it had accumulated 1,000 evolution points through its slaughter. Meanwhile, his own evolution points stood at a mere 141,000. How astonishing. In just a few days, an adult had emerged. It was precisely such rampant slayers that led to widespread suppression, causing the yet-to-be-formed animals to perish under gunfire. The brown bear swelled with pride. Great dinosaur, join us. There is no need to struggle over these omnivores and herbivores. Together, we shall dominate this land. Chen Chu, without hesitation, swallowed the deceased hunting dog whole. I am satiated. How dare you show me such disrespect? I shall subdue you. The brown bear charged forth, raising its powerful paws to strike at Chen Chu. In response, Chen Chu pivoted and swung his tail. Bang! The collision was thunderous. The bear had managed to block his tail. Such strength was 4 tons. After thwarting Chen Chu's might, the brown bear's confidence surged. Even if you are a dinosaur, you are still a juvenile. My paws possess 6 tons of power. Arg! Chen Chu pivoted and opened his massive jaws to bite. The brown bear crouched low and then leaped, executing a move reminiscent of an uppercut, striking Chen Chu's formidable jaw. The monkey in the t-shirt began to fret. The predator's leader was once a renowned martial artist before transforming into a brown bear. Now, having reached adulthood, it seemed the great dinosaur was in peril. Chen Chu felt the force of the punch tilt his head upward slightly, his dark golden eyes suddenly brimming with murderous intent. The brown bear chuckled. Did that awaken you? Are you ready to submit? An adult? You are merely an ordinary adult. Today, I shall demonstrate the disparity between species. Chapter 9, Slaying the Adult. With powerful legs, the brown bear propelled itself towards Chen Chu's massive head, jaws agape. The bear was sent tumbling backward. Thud! The ground was gouged from the impact. Boss, go for it. If you subdue this dinosaur, this city will be ours. The brown bear's allies began to cheer. The monkey in the t-shirt dared not make any bold moves. One was an ancient species, the other an adult. Their strongest warrior, the great water buffalo, had just been dispatched by a single paw. The brown bear rose. Have you ever seen King Kong? Do you know how the dinosaurs fared against it? I shall pry open your jaws and snap your jawbone. Ha ha. Chen Chu, truly exasperated, lunged forward, jaws wide. As a top predator, he far surpassed the brown bear in speed. The bear attempted to recreate the scene. Its powerful paws gripped Chen Chu's jaws. Roar! It bellowed, applying all its strength. Chen Chu's eyes sparkled with derision. You wish to replicate King Kong battling dinosaurs? Alas, you are but a brown bear. Crack. Blood spattered as the bear howled in agony. Its paws had been bitten off. Chen Chu savored the taste, relishing the delicacy of the once-cherished bear paw. How is this possible? I am an adult. My paw's strength is 6 tons. You are merely a juvenile. I am a juvenile Tyrannosaurus Rex. My bite force is 8 tons. The brown bear finally grasped the true meaning of interspecies disparity. The creature before him was a dinosaur, an ancient species. Even in its juvenile stage, it was not something an ordinary species like himself could contend with. Lacking 2 paws, the bear stumbled to its feet, awkwardly attempting to flee. Hold them off. Chen Chu crouched, then leaped with explosive force. Whoosh. His 6-ton frame soared before crashing down. One claw pinned the brown bear to the ground, causing it to release its bowels in fear. Spare me. Spare me. I warned you. Provoke me, and the consequences shall be dire. One claw slowly pierced the brown bear's body. A swift slash left it bloodied and torn. Today, I shall feast on bear gall. The bear screamed in terror as its gallbladder was consumed, and its life force rapidly waned. The animals following the brown bear fled in terror. The monkey in the t-shirt erupted in cheers. Friend, from now on, you shall be our protector, and we shall scour for food to offer you daily. With a resounding stomp, Chen Chu crushed the bear's remains. No time. After slaying the brown bear, his evolution points surged to 141,000. This was indeed astonishing. Killing an ordinary animal yields a mere 1 evolution point, yet slaying a mature creature grants an astonishing 100 points. This is akin to the experience gained from defeating various monsters in a game, where each adversary bestows differing rewards. My hunger has been satiated, and it is time to embark on my journey. A monkey clad in a t-shirt approached, flanked by 2 others carrying backpacks. Friend, this is food, it indicated. I am already full. With a determined stride, I began to sprint at a velocity of 20 kilometers per hour. To my surprise, the monkey ultimately offered the food to me, clearly unwilling to give up and harboring intentions of its own. Soon, the first wave of human suppression would commence, targeting the animals that have claimed urban territories. Before evolution, facing the onslaught of high-caliber weaponry meant certain death. After yet another night of relentless pursuit, I was fatigued. Maintaining peak running speed was unsustainable. At this moment, I was less than 40 kilometers from my hometown, Changfeng County. Dawn had broken, and I nestled within a grove, only to behold a convoy on the main road. Behind it trailed several tanks. A wave of dread washed over me. The first human suppression was en route. Damn it. Why must I encounter them now? I concealed myself, hoping the convoy would soon depart. However, after a few minutes of travel, they inexplicably halted. Sir, why have we stopped? One soldier inquired. We shall rest here for 5 minutes to replenish our strength, commanded an officer adorned with insignia, lighting a cigarette. A soldier brought forth a can of vegetables. Why must we become animals? If one wishes to be human, one can only eat vegetables. Indeed, another replied. The absence of meat is quite disheartening. By the way, sir, what is the reason for the halt? We received intel regarding a highly threatening dinosaur in the vicinity. A dinosaur? Who could possibly consume dinosaur meat? The officer chuckled. Most likely a fossil. Reports of ancient creatures have emerged from several regions. Just yesterday, a pterosaur in the southeastern district destroyed a fighter jet. This is indeed a calamity for humanity. Eat quickly. We shall commence the search shortly. Once transformed into animals, evolution becomes possible. We must eliminate such formidable ancient beasts before they evolve. I remained hidden in the woods for 5 minutes. When the time elapsed, a fully armed squad began their search. Staying here was no longer an option. It seemed I must take a detour. Rising, I sprinted in the opposite direction. The rustling of the foliage betrayed my presence. The massive form of the creature made silence impossible. The soldiers quickly discovered me. By God, there is indeed a dinosaur. Eliminate it. The sound of gunfire erupted, splintering wood and sending debris flying. I dashed away at full speed. A tank rotated its cannon, and a flash ignited. Boom. A shell exploded mere inches from me. Damn it. I cursed inwardly, weaving in an S pattern as I continued my flight. Sir, the dinosaur has escaped. The terrain ahead is impassable for tanks. Understood. I will report back, then proceed to Changfeng County to rendezvous with another unit. Having evaded the immediate threat, I sought refuge in a secure location to recuperate. The toll of prolonged running had drained my energy. I resumed my journey at night. By 3 a.m, I finally reached Changfeng County. Being a small county rather than a sprawling metropolis, the devastation was not widespread. However, to my astonishment, the very squad that had pursued me earlier was also present, now bolstered by even more personnel. How infuriating. In my previous life, failing to locate my sister had been a profound regret. I never anticipated that one of the strongholds for the first wave of suppression would be this quaint county. Chapter 10, Chen Chu is captured. The first wave of suppression radiated outward from the capital and several first-tier cities, forming concentric circles. Changfeng County lies on the periphery of one such circle. Residual forces from various locales have regrouped and reorganized, concentrating their firepower for a united assault. What vexes me most is that those who have not transformed into animals are hastening toward the cities designated for protection. I cannot help but wonder if my sister still awaits my return. I had spent over half an hour circling to the rear of Changfeng County. Standing atop a hill, I could see the glow of flames below and hear the echoes of explosions. The feral beasts wreaking havoc in this small county had been ruthlessly exterminated. Report, sir. All resisting animals have been eliminated. We are to transport a portion via transport vehicles to the central city. Sir, many individuals have gone into hiding. Deploy the police dogs to flush them out. The highest-ranking officer lit a cigarette, his head throbbing with concern. Just past midnight. The latest statistics emerged. Over 4 billion individuals had transformed into animals globally. Moreover, the numbers continued to escalate rapidly. At this juncture, humanity was indeed in short supply. Their objective was not merely to eradicate malevolent beasts, but also to gather humans. In the face of such upheaval, a formidable military presence was requisite for suppression. The captured individuals would be conscripted into the armed forces to defend their homeland. Police dogs scoured the county, uncovering those concealed in basements, cabinets, and even wells. Don't pull me. Let me go. A delicate girl protested as a soldier dragged her forward. She stood before the highest-ranking officer. What is the situation? Report, sir. This woman appears to be different. Upon inspection, the officer noted her attire was clean and did not resemble that of someone who had endured chaos on New Year's Eve. Furthermore, within her hiding place, we discovered an abundance of supplies, neatly arranged, diverse, and devoid of any meat. It was as if she had been prepared in advance. This was significant news for the officer. Prepared in advance. It is essential to note that the transformation of humanity into beasts transpired during the New Year's transition. No one would have taken precautions on such a festive occasion. Could it be that this woman had foreseen the impending calamity? Take her away. Let me go? I cannot leave here. Minutes later, the information had been gathered. Chen Chu, a local of Changfeng County, is a senior student at the county high school. She excels academically and has a fondness for duck legs. The officer waved his hand dismissively. A fondness for duck legs. On New Year's, the supplies prepared in the basement were exclusively vegetarian. How intriguing. What about family? Both parents are deceased, and she has an older brother, Chen Chu, who serves as a security guard at the city's first-tier museum. Yanhua City? Quite chaotic there. Take this woman to the central city for further interrogation. In the rear mountains, I kept my eyes closed, contemplating my next move, when I heard a rustling sound. Upon opening my eyes, I noticed a faint light from a mobile phone. I quickly dismissed the possibility of it being the suppression forces. Instantly rising, I dashed past. Brother, are you certain we should hide in this rear mountain? What if they come searching here? Be quiet. I know of a cave where we can. Before he could finish, a vast shadow loomed before us. A phone light flickered from the ground to illuminate my face. Oh my God, a dinosaur. Help, silence, or I shall devour you. I interjected. The two were momentarily taken aback, realizing that I was capable of speech. That indicated a transformation from human to beast. When did Changfeng County become home to such an imposing ancient creature? Faced with such a colossal being, they chose to comply. Who are you, and why are you here? I am Wang Jun, and this is my cousin, Wang Sheng. The military has appeared in the county, seeking to transport people in batches. Why aren't you leaving? In this chaotic era, we are conscripted to join the military and confront ferocious beasts. Reluctant to comply, we fled. So, it is indeed this way. Are you so certain? I overheard several high-ranking individuals conversing. They intend to eliminate all wicked creatures. Where will they be sent? To the nearest central city, Beihai. Chen Chu lowered his head, exerting immense pressure upon the two. His claws brushed directly against Wang Jun's head. You, go and inquire about someone for me. Wang Jun trembled all over, brother dinosaur. I barely escaped. With a swift motion, Wang Sheng was lifted into the air by the claws, his face paling with fright. Otherwise, I shall devour him. Brother, you must save me. Brother dinosaur, who do you mean? A girl named Chen Chu, in the basement of the 5th building on Dongxing Street. All right. As long as you spare my brother, I shall go at once. Wang Jun discarded his bag and promptly descended the mountain. Tears welled in Wang Sheng's eyes. Brother, you must save me. Silence. Chen Chu unceremoniously dropped him to the ground. This was the only option left. Now, all that remained was to wait. As dawn broke, a squad of suppression troops appeared at the mountain's base. As one of the strongholds, it was imperative to eliminate any surrounding threats. Wang Sheng felt a surge of anxiety. Brother dinosaur, let us hide for now. We are not far from that place. It all depends on whether your cousin is willing to save you. At the foot of the mountain, a motorcycle sped wildly. The suppression troops shouted warnings upon sighting it. Hey, stop. You are not allowed to enter the mountains. Wang Jun, undeterred, charged into the hills. Capture him. Wang Jun abandoned the bike and sprinted up the mountain with all his might. The police dogs, typically fierce, now cowered and whimpered, refusing to advance another step. What is happening? The police dogs won't move. There must be something amiss in the mountains. These dogs are rigorously trained. They would confront a tiger without hesitation. Yet, they are already terrified before even entering the mountain. This indicates that something far more dangerous than a tiger lurks within. Stay put and await my report. Thud, thud, thud. Chen Chu took large strides, encountering Wang Jun and swiftly seizing his clothing to propel him uphill. The wind rushed past as they raced forward, Wang Jun's heart nearly leaping from his chest. Let go. Drop him. Have you found her? Brother Dinosaur, no? The basement was empty, devoid of anything. Impossible. Even if there were no people, were there no supplies? None. Chen Chu bared his teeth, a murderous intent radiating from him. Did you not go? Wang Jun, paralyzed by fear, sank to the ground and pulled from his pocket a Pikachu doll merely a foot tall. I found this. Chapter 11. A Brother's Urgent Quest. Upon seeing the doll, Chen Chu's pupils constricted. This Pikachu was a cherished gift he had bought for his sister with his first paycheck, treasured as a gem by her. Though she was absent, the doll remained, indicating that she had been taken. Where do you think they are taking her? To the nearest central city, Beihai. No, that is absolutely out of the question. Beihai is one of the locations where the first great calamity occurred. Within a month, a colossal tsunami will inundate the entire city. A howl erupted from Chen Chu, releasing his pent-up frustration tinged with a hint of rage. Down below, the police dogs cowered with their tails tucked, trembling in fear. Report to the commander. It seems that the mountain harbors the dinosaur we encountered. Remain on standby. I will assemble the troops for a hunt. In Changfeng County, a rough formation was hastily established, with 3 teams armed with heavy firepower commencing their ascent. On the mountain, Wang Jun and Wang Sheng trembled, their legs quaking in fear at the roar of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, nearly breaking their spirits. Brother Dinosaur, can we leave? Answer me one last question. From which direction did they depart? They went north. There's a road leading directly to Beihai. Chen Chu bolted down the mountain. Sister, you must not be taken to Beihai. His heavy form echoed with each pounding step, shaking the very earth beneath him. At the base of the mountain, the 3 teams had gathered. Engage. Fire. The machine guns unleashed fiery tongues, reminiscent of the final fireworks of the new year, cold yet beautiful. Chen Chu bit down on a massive tree with a diameter of 50 centimeters, snapping it in half with ease. He swung his head, sending the trunk crashing towards the throngs below. Move aside. The formation of the 3 teams was instantly disrupted. Rocket launch. One soldier knelt, firing a shoulder-mounted rocket launcher. A plume of smoke erupted as the rocket sped toward Chen Chu, barely grazing his skin as he tilted his head aside. With a roar of fury, Chen Chu charged, snapping the trees in his path. A towering tree, standing over 10 meters tall, toppled down, forcing the enemy to scramble for cover. Seizing the moment, he plunged into their midst, his tail sweeping 5 individuals off their feet, blood spilling forth as they fell lifelessly. My goodness, how formidable. Many, upon witnessing Chen Chu's true size, lost their will to resist even with weapons in hand. He unleashed a rampage, crashing through all in his path, sending them sprawling. Weighing 6 tons, coupled with his momentum, any unfortunate soul struck would face a certain death. A tank rolled forward, its cannon trained on him. Another tank? I'll flip your lid. Quick fire. The target has vanished. What? Chen Chu leapt, evading the tank's line of sight. With a thud, he reappeared on the right side of the tank. To the right, quickly, turn. With a snap, he tore the turret from the tank. The occupants inside, heads tilted back, beheld Chen Chu with the turret still clamped in his jaws. He stomped down, sending shockwaves through the vehicle, rendering its occupants unconscious. To the north, Chen Chu bolted, the ground trembling beneath his colossal form, drawing gasps of awe from all who beheld the creature believed extinct for millions of years. The 3 teams were defeated. What are you all dawdling for? Kill him. Vehicles brimming with heavy machine guns revved to life. The highest commander boarded one, armed with a grenade launcher. They had barely begun their pursuit before they were on his tail again. Chen Chu felt a surge of urgency. At this rate, he would not only fail to find his sister, but also jeopardize his own safety. Evolution must occur swiftly. As he passed a 3-story building, Chen Chu slammed into it. Thud, thud. The structure collapsed with a resounding crash, obstructing the path of his pursuers. Cursed. The highest commander rose from his vehicle, peering through the swirling dust, his gaze locking with Chen Chu's massive head. The commander's human eyes met Chen Chu's dark golden irises. I shall not let you escape. Without hesitation, Chen Chu continued his pursuit northward. With no more suppression troops in pursuit, nothing could hinder his progress. However, as he advanced, he halted abruptly. Before him lay a highway leading directly to Beihai. The remnants of humanity's suppression plan had encircled key cities within the regions, designating them as central cities, and expanding outward to enforce control. As one of the central cities, Beihai has had its highways cleared. However, my own speed reaches a mere 20 kilometers per hour. How could I possibly catch up to the vehicles racing along the expressway? The quest to find my sister has become increasingly arduous. Looking up at the sky, I spot 2 armed helicopters approaching in the distance, undoubtedly coming for me. My transformation into a dinosaur has marked me as a significant threat. For now, I must make my escape. I dash onto the highway, crossing it directly. And ahead lies a dense forest. Report. Target has entered the western woods. Return. That place is not for us to venture. Watching the helicopters turn back, I finally breathe a sigh of relief. My desperate attempt to save my sister has left me with numerous bullet holes. The struggle has drained my energy considerably. I venture deeper into the woods, hoping to find something to eat. Suddenly, rustling sounds arise from the grass ahead. I rush over and catch sight of a wild boar. Startled by my presence, the boar stares at me and lets out a grunt before bolting away on its four hooves. As a Tyrannosaurus, I am the apex predator. I charge after it, and, with a swift swipe, pin the boar to the ground without granting it a chance to escape. I devour it completely. Just then, 2 more wild boars come rushing in, speaking human language. Brother, are you still not done? Our elder brother is still negotiating. We need to cheer him on. Oh my, a dead pig. Damn, that's my brother. One boar, reduced to nothing but a head, is surrounded by shattered bones and blood. Who the hell killed my brother? It must have been their doing. Let's go tell our elder brother. Peeking from behind a large tree, I feel a wave of nausea as I realize I have consumed a creature that was once human. I suppose one must grow accustomed to such things. But why are there so many animals here? Never mind. I must first regain my strength and focus on rescuing my sister. Closing my eyes for a brief rest, I notice that the interface in my mind has changed. Evolution points. 1, 151,000. Chapter 12. Dare to disturb my rest. Deep within the forest, a wild boar measuring over 2 meters long, with 2 30-centimeter tusks protruding from its mouth and a tuft of alluring bristles atop its head, is negotiating with a northeast tiger of similar size. You foul tiger, we must appoint a leader at this juncture. Clearly, that is me. As the boar speaks, its entourage of animals echoes its sentiment. The northeast tiger grins. You are but a pig. Do you not know that the tiger is the king of beasts? You would do well to heed my command. Nonsense. Do you see how many are behind me? Far more than your lot. Behind the boar, there are a dozen or more wild boars, along with other animals, numbering over 100. The northeast tiger emits a fearsome roar, filled with intimidation. Behind it stand 4 other tigers and several other creatures. Do not dare to roar at me. I can do so as well. Humanity has begun to suppress us, with many falling beneath their guns. If a wise and formidable leader does not emerge, we shall all perish. It seems I must contest with you. The tension escalates as both sides prepare for a standoff. The atmosphere becomes palpably heavy. Suddenly, 2 wild boars dash in. Elder brother. Second brother has been eaten. The boar leader gasps, what? Eaten? Indeed, only a head remains. The boar leader begins to dig its hooves into the ground. You foul tiger. It must have been your doing. Playing tricks on me. We still need to play tricks on you. Brothers, charge. At the leader's command, they rush forward, tusks ready. The northeast tiger raises its forepaw and swipes forward, sending its followers into a frenzy. This resembles a gang conflict. After satisfying my hunger, I am resting and replenishing my energy when I hear the distant howls of beasts. So many animals congregate in this forest. No wonder the 2 armed helicopters retreated. These must be the animals that escaped from Chongfeng County, now gathered here. An opportunity for evolution approaches. Moo. A yellow cow collapses nearby, letting out a pained cry. A smaller northeast tiger has tackled it, sinking its teeth into its throat. Blood flows like a stream. The northeast tiger, exhilarated, exclaims, I have triumphed. I have slain a cow. My evolution points are increasing. In its excitement, it scans the area and spots something dark. A pair of enormous golden eyes are fixed upon it. The northeast tiger immediately bristles. What in the world? I open my massive jaws. Whoosh. The northeast tiger bolts away. Realizing my speed is formidable. Having transformed into a beast, I now possess the instincts of one, including heightened vigilance. Numerous animals are engaged in battle, and many corpses litter the ground. The northeast tiger has killed a wild boar, roaring, I shall not reign over you. I will annihilate you all to reach my growth stage. Dream on. We are not so easily trifled with. The boar leader's tusks pierce the chest of a northeast tiger, ending its life instantaneously. Father, the northeast tiger just charged in. What happened? After I hunted a yellow cow, I discovered that there are more animals in the woods. Of course, many animals have escaped from Chongfeng County. We are merely the 2 largest factions among them. There are still many unaligned creatures, not just any animals. I saw eyes as large as fists. Terrifying. The boar leader listens intently and asks, my second son, are you sure it wasn't you? The king of beasts. Playing tricks on you? That must be related to that creature. How about we cease hostilities for now? Cease? But you attacked first. My son-in-law was slain beneath your tusks. Today, it shall be a fight to the finish. The northeast tiger leader is not willing to settle this easily. As a family of tigers, we stand at the apex of the food chain since the onset of our transformation. This has all been made possible by the tiger whip wine brought by my son-in-law during the new year. Now that he is dead, ending this will not be so simple. Damn it. Then I shall fight to the end. The conflict widens. Many animals are fleeing, and some have pursued me. Bah. I am just a sheep. This is absurd. A sheep glances back at a northeast tiger chasing it. Suddenly, with a thud, it collides against me. The goat's neck nearly snaps upon impact, realizing it is akin to colliding with a wall. Yet it continues to move. That is me breathing. Today, I shall feast on lamb. The northeast tiger lunges forward. The goat ducks, and the northeast tiger lands atop me, its sharp claws piercing my outer skin. Although the wound is minor, it is quite bothersome. Lamb is mine. Tiger meat is mine. The sound booms like thunder. Both the northeast tiger and the goat freeze. Rustle. I rise, causing the surrounding leaves to rustle. The heads of the northeast tiger and goat slowly lift, gazing at me. When I turn my head, larger than both of theirs combined, the goat collapses in fear. A dinosaur. The northeast tiger feels an overwhelming dread. How can this be? This is the 21st century, not the Jurassic. Thud. In an instant, the northeast tiger is reduced to a pile of mush beneath my claw. The goat, stiff as a board, plays dead. Roar. A roar erupted, reverberating through the entire forest. The alpha northeast tiger and the wild boar leader ceased their fierce dispute. What was that sound? How terrifying. The alpha northeast tiger felt a tremor of anxiety when had such a fearsome creature emerged in this forest. His own tiger roar seemed but a mere whimper in comparison. Thud, thud. The ground trembled and the trees swayed. Chen Chu strode into view, his presence imposing. A dinosaur. The alpha northeast tiger noticed the bloodstained tiger fur beneath Chen Chu's feet. The second son-in-law. Was that the tiger I just trampled to death? Roar. You dare to slay my second son-in-law. At this moment, the alpha's rage eclipsed his fear. Both his first and second sons-in-law had perished. The wild boar leader interjected. Has my second been devoured by you? The boar, which I consumed. Oh dear. The wild boar leader, enraged, paced in circles. It was you who instigated this conflict. The alpha northeast tiger bared his fangs. Kill him. Chapter 13. Ancient predators versus modern predators. The wild boar leader instantly found agreement. His family had been slaughtered. Vengeance was imperative. Moreover, Chen Chu was exceedingly alluring. Who could fathom the evolution points he might yield after slaying a Tyrannosaurus Rex? Roar. The alpha northeast tiger let out a deafening roar and charged ahead. The wild boar leader dug his hooves into the ground, lunging at Chen Chu's hind legs with his tusks. It appears you are delivering evolution points to me. Faced with attacks from both front and back, Chen Chu executed an unexpected maneuver. He sat down abruptly. A shadow loomed over the wild boar leader, followed by an immense pressure bearing down upon him. With a resounding pop, over 6 tons of weight crushed him, causing his innards to burst forth. What? The alpha northeast tiger missed his pounce, landing a short distance away from Chen Chu. Chen Chu exerted his legs, leaning forward, and opened his massive jaws to bite at the alpha northeast tiger. The alpha rolled aside, narrowly avoiding the fatal bite. Charge. The surrounding animals converged from all directions, including 2 more northeast tigers. At this moment, Chen Chu's tail transformed into a colossal weapon, sweeping through, accompanied by the sound of bones shattering. One after another, the animals were sent flying, and his evolution points began to rise steadily. Howl! One northeast tiger leaped onto Chen Chu's back, gnashing its teeth furiously. Chen Chu thrashed wildly, attempting to dislodge the creature. The alpha northeast tiger saw an opportunity. Climb onto his back. His little claws can't reach us. A weakness had been discovered. Indeed, the Tyrannosaurus Rex could not guard its own back. Howl! Chen Chu stomped forward, crushing several pigs and dogs beneath his feet, then charged towards a tree. The northeast tiger on his back deftly leapt off. Crack! The tree splintered and fell to the ground. The 3 northeast tigers formed a triangular formation, encircling Chen Chu. The ordinary animals around them dared not approach. At this moment, it was an encounter between the ancient apex predators and the modern apex predators. Now, the 3 tigers surged forward, having deciphered Chen Chu's tactics. Sweep, bite, charge. Dodge the sweeping tail, evade the jaws, and then it was their turn to unleash their might. If this continued, they could wear him down. Chen Chu focused his gaze on the alpha northeast tiger. If he could eliminate him, the triangular formation would crumble. However, the alpha was no fool. Having experienced the animal transformation for several days, he had assessed his own condition. As Chen Chu pursued him, he took flight. The disparity between the two was now evident. Chen Chu's running speed was merely 20 kilometers per hour, while the alpha northeast tiger sprinted at 60 kilometers per hour. The difference in speed was significant. Chen Chu found himself in a dire struggle. The northeast tiger was too agile, and there were 3 of them, all related. Their coordination impeccable. Minutes passed, and Chen Chu decided to halt his pursuit, taking refuge beside a tree. The alpha northeast tiger, sensing victory, felt elated. He had entered a state of fatigue. One northeast tiger charged in, evading the sweeping tail, and leaped onto Chen Chu's back once more. Thud! The tail struck a nearby tree. No more. Chen Chu bellowed. It's too late. The alpha northeast tiger lunged for Chen Chu, aiming for his throat. A glimmer of mockery shone in Chen Chu's eyes. Have you fools' intelligence diminished with your transformation into animals? Thud! Howl! The tree, previously struck by the tail, splintered and crashed down upon Chen Chu, landing directly on the northeast tiger on his back. Chen Chu's earlier roar had been a ruse, cleverly masking the sound of the tree breaking. The alpha northeast tiger realized he had been deceived, but it was too late. He had indeed lunged at Chen Chu's neck. Yet Chen Chu's claws seized his hind legs. Who said my little claws were useless? With a mighty pull, the alpha's body was torn asunder, his steaming entrails spilling forth. The northeast tiger on his back remained trapped beneath the fallen tree, its spine fractured. With a swift motion, Chen Chu cast it aside. Try to bite me. One stomp crushed the tiger's head. The last northeast tiger, the smallest of the three, was now paralyzed with fear. Chen Chu turned his icy gaze upon it. With a frantic cry, it bolted. Alas, its speed was insufficient to escape. Chen Chu's interface displayed changes. His evolution points had soared to 2, 0, 11, 0, 0, 0. Astonishingly, he had just slain over 80 animals. It mattered not. This world was one of survival of the fittest. Now, he could rest, free from disturbances. The smallest northeast tiger had run 100 meters before halting, panting heavily. How terrifying. The modern apex predator and the ancient apex predator were indeed not in the same league. While he muttered to himself in disbelief, faint rustling sounds surrounded him. The northeast tiger shivered suddenly, spinning around, only to be engulfed in darkness, unable to see anything. The forest returned to tranquility, permeated only by a faint metallic scent of blood. Exhausted from the journey and the battle, Chen Chu laid down to rest. At that moment, a massive shadow stealthily approached. Moving slowly, wary of detection, the thick body began to coil around Chen Chu's neck. As it wrapped around once, it suddenly met resistance. An ambush? I have awaited you for quite some time. Such an ancient species. I wonder how many evolution points you might provide me. I too have awaited you for long. It turned out to be a colossal snake. I am a green anaconda. This is a 12-meter-long green anaconda, one of the largest serpents. After the northeast tiger fled, an eerie silence enveloped the area. The armed helicopters pursuing him had retreated, likely deterred by the formidable presence of something they did not wish to confront. Chen Chu had witnessed a group of tigers and wild boars. He concluded that they were indeed formidable adversaries. Thus, after the battle, he feigned sleep, not expecting that this creature would be lured out. The green anaconda quickened its pace, coiling tighter around Chen Chu's neck. Chen Chu raised his claws defensively before striking down with ferocity. His sharp talons pierced through the skin of the python, embedding themselves into its flesh. Oh, so you were prepared, he exclaimed. You despicable predator. How could I not put on a show for you? Despicable? Allow me to demonstrate the terror of a fully matured being. Chapter 14. A tale that strikes true. Fully matured. Chen Chu had long anticipated this moment. Thus it was no surprise. The python's body tightened its grip instantaneously after coiling around him. Chen Chu's claws were firmly squeezed, rendering him immobile. Those tigers from earlier, claiming to be apex predators? Huh. Before me, they were merely fodder for my grasp. You too shall become my source of evolutionary value. With a hissing sound, the massive serpent constricted further. The python's lethal maneuver was its overwhelming strangling power, which became even more formidable upon maturity. Even coiling around a vehicle could turn it into a twisted wreck. Such exhilarating strength. The serpent's head lunged directly towards Chen Chu. He opened his mouth to bite. But since the python was wrapped around his neck, as he lunged forward, the python retracted, evading his grasp entirely. Futile. You will simply be ensnared tighter until your breath falters and you succumb to asphyxiation. You shall perish. Chen Chu dashed forward, crashing into a tree. The initial impact struck the python's body. Bang. Crack. The tree splintered, yet the python remained unfazed. The second and third trees met the same fate. It was only after breaking through 6 trees that the python loosened its grip slightly. However, the immense pressure on his neck made breathing increasingly arduous. This python was relentless in its pursuit of victory. Chen Chu collapsed to the ground, curling up, and raised his claws. A sharp talon extended, piercing the gap between the python's body and his neck. The python had not anticipated that the Tyrannosaurus's claws could reach its neck. No, just hold on a little longer. I can still strangle him. As one claw penetrated, the other followed suit. The hardness of the Tyrannosaurus's claws could effortlessly pierce through a car door. With a sickening puncture, the python's flesh broke, blood seeping out along the talon. Still not releasing? Then I'll slice you in two. With a swift motion, the python withdrew from Chen Chu's neck, coiling around his legs instead. Chen Chu sprang to his feet and stomped down violently. Thud, thud, thud. The surrounding leaves trembled with the force of his assault. The python was taken aback by the tenacity of this Tyrannosaurus. If it were any ordinary creature, it would have been crushed under the weight of its own constriction. Yet now, it found itself at a disadvantage. With a twist of its body, it evaded Chen Chu's stomping. The serpent's jaws opened wide to deliver a devastating bite to Chen Chu's thigh. Fool! The python's fangs tore through flesh. Crack! The python's head spun, dazed. It had evaded the stomping, but it could not escape the tail that Chen Chu had been poised to unleash. Its mouth could barely close. How could this happen? The moment you chose to bite me, you sealed your fate, for you have lost your composure. Why don't you evade? You possess no venom. Why should I fear? Brain matter oozed from the python's nostrils, its vision blurring. The force of Chen Chu's tail was 4 tons. How could such a small serpent withstand such a blow? Thud. The python collapsed. Chen Chu pinpointed its vulnerable spot, and, with a swift strike, sank his teeth into its gallbladder. What does maturity matter? You have overlooked the disparity between species. The interface displayed a change. Evolutionary value, 3,011,000. At this rate, if I eliminate 7 more mature beings, evolution will be within reach. However, with the current short duration of the beastification phenomenon, mature beings are not easily encountered. I have been fortunate to encounter 2, both of which I have slain. The bear's paw and the serpent's gallbladder have become my sustenance. Resting on the ground, he waited until nightfall. Roaring flames flickered at the forest's edge, accompanied by the cries of numerous beasts. Chen Chu sprang to his feet. The surviving humans had begun to take action. They were driving the animals out of the city. Buzzing echoed in the sky as red dots flashed, dozens of helicopters. Beneath the helicopters dangled massive columns. This was humanity's common practice. Once the animals were driven from the city, they would cordon off the area with electric fences and landmines. Chen Chu realized he could no longer linger here. It was time to head to Beihai City. At the toll booth of Beihai City, 8 armored vehicles and 2 tanks stood guard, their occupants fully armed. Military trucks rolled out from the toll booth, bringing with them the people extracted from Changfeng County. Among them was a graceful girl in a high school uniform, her hair tied back in a ponytail, being escorted by 2 individuals. However, her treatment was distinctly different. She was shackled. It was none other than Chen Chu's sister, Chen Nuo. At that moment, a figure with stars on his shoulder approached. Is this the individual mentioned in the report? Yes, sir. Take her to headquarters. Yes. Why? I don't want to go. Chen Nuo cried out in terror. Fear not. Little one, just divulge what you know when the time comes. Under the cover of night, Chen Chu sprinted. As he drew closer to Beihai City, the number of animals dwindled. It appeared that the plan to eliminate 7 mature beings was a rare opportunity. Beihai City, as one of the central cities, expanded outward, and the surrounding creatures had already been driven away. This indicated a formidable military presence. A reckless assault would lead only to annihilation. 2 days later, a television broadcast commenced. The live feed showcased the suppression forces clearing out the malevolent creatures. The surviving humans, witnessing this, saw a glimmer of hope. The central city's plans were revealed during the broadcast. In an instant, countless individuals began seeking ways to reach the nearest central city, for it was deemed the safest haven. In a flurry of urgency, the highways leading to various central cities were cleared significantly, allowing people to traverse the routes. This, however, posed a challenge for Chen Chu. Originally, the highways were only frequented by the suppression forces. Now, the influx of vehicles demanded utmost caution. What a bunch of fools. Do they truly believe the central city is safe? When the first calamity strikes, few among them will survive. At this moment, Chen Chu found himself beneath a bridge on the highway. Below, a river flowed, and the highway had been constructed above it. He chose this location with the intent to cause disruption. With the central city plans exposed, the number of people heading there would only increase. Therefore, he needed to sabotage the critical routes leading to Beihai City. Chapter 15, The Driving Siberian Tiger. Without further ado, any delay would result in a congestion of vehicles on the highway to Beihai City. Beneath the bridge stood 6 pillars, each exceeding a meter in diameter. Supporting the roadway above, Chen Chu stood below and suddenly turned. With a resounding thud, his tail struck against one of the pillars. The outer cement cracked, revealing the steel reinforcements within. The load-bearing capacity of a single column is tens of tons, rendering the force from its tail ineffective. Chen Chu opened his mouth wide, employing tremendous biting strength to commence gnawing. The sound of crunching echoed as vast amounts of concrete were consumed. His formidable teeth gradually severed the rebar within. Within mere minutes, a third of the column had been gnawed away. Chen Chu then retreated slightly, sprinting a few paces before launching himself against the structure. Thud, thud, thud. With a resounding crack, a column shattered. Vehicles above continued to traverse the road, spending no more than 5 seconds in the vicinity, merely sensing a slight tremor as they passed. Chen Chu proceeded to demolish additional columns. At that moment, a white delivery truck swayed precariously down the road, its movement reminiscent of a drunken driver. Bam, bam. As it sped past, it collided with 2 cars. The driver of a Mercedes G-Class pressed the accelerator to catch up and positioned himself in front. The white delivery truck was compelled to halt, its horn blaring frantically. The 4 burly men clad in black emerged from the G-Class, retrieving tools from the trunk. Get down here. One shouted, stop honking. The driver of the damaged red Mazda parked to the side and lowered his window. What kind of driving is that? You smashed my mirror. The delivery truck continued its relentless honking, with no one emerging from within. The 4 imposing figures advanced, as traffic congestion ensued, necessitating a swift resolution. Bam bam. One of the men wielded a baseball bat, striking the front of the delivery truck twice. Get out. Stop honking. Do you have any idea how much my brother's G-Class costs? The horn blared incessantly in response. Frustrated, the vehicles trapped behind began to voice their impatience. What is going on up there? Don't block the road. We're in a hurry to get to the city center. Suddenly, a tremor resonated beneath them. As they were directly above Chen Chu, the man smashed the delivery truck's windshield. Let us see if you come out now. With immense force, the glass shattered into a web of cracks, disintegrating into countless tiny fragments. The man, peering into the cabin, was left utterly dumbfounded. A massive tiger head was glaring back at him, baring its teeth. Oh my god, a tiger. They're animals, not humans. The red Mazda, previously struck, hit the gas and sped away. Kill them. My wife was bitten to death by a man who turned into a tiger. Yes, kill them. Once they become animals, they lose their humanity. The scene descended into chaos. One individual retrieved a training pistol from the vehicle. Roar. The tiger bellowed. I still consider myself a human. You'd best not provoke me. I'm heading to the city center to surrender. The city center belongs to us humans. You are no longer human. Enough chatter. Kill them. The man with the gun fired shots. The civet cat curled up in the passenger seat chuckled. I told you, we're no longer human. How could we be accepted? Thud. Another tremor reverberated below, and those above felt a sudden dip. Cracks began to form on the road surface. The four men only steadied themselves by holding onto a vehicle, determined to kill the tiger before heading to the city center, thinking it would earn them some merit. The tiger leaped from the window, landing on top of the truck. The onlookers were wide-eyed. This was a colossal Siberian tiger, not counting its tail. It measured nearly 4 meters in length. I don't want conflict, but you're forcing my hand. Brothers, come forth. With a mighty roar, the rear door of the truck burst open from an immense force. A rhinoceros charged through, followed by a robust, long-haired, battle-hardened wild yak. A leopard lounged atop the wild yak, rhythmically thumping its tail. The crowd was paralyzed with fear. What use were a training pistol and a few clubs against such formidable creatures? The leopard yawned. I told you, letting him drive was a bad idea. What now? The Siberian tiger's whip-like tail lashed against the truck. If you value your lives, clear out. Below, 6 columns had already been destroyed by Chen Chu. Without support, the structure would collapse with the slightest additional force. Chen Chu remained indifferent to the unfolding events above, solely focused on demolishing the bridge. He sprinted toward the slope, preparing to ascend the bridge. The group of Siberian tigers confronted those harboring animosity towards animals, the atmosphere tense. Suddenly, a woman's piercing scream erupted from behind. Thud, thud. Chen Chu had ascended the bridge. The 4 men, illuminated by the moonlight, turned pale, their clubs clattering to the ground. Get in the car, hurry. The intimidation from the Siberian tiger was palpable. Had it not been for the crowd's raucousness, they would have fled long ago. Don't leave. Aren't you going to kill them? I have live ammunition. The leopard stood on the wild yak, crouched in a battle stance. Heavens, how could there be a dinosaur? The Siberian tiger heard the thunderous footsteps behind and turned from the truck's cabin, only to confront Chen Chu head-on. Standing atop the truck, their heights were nearly equal. Their gazes locking. Chen Chu's eyes reflected disdain. He took large strides, passing by the delivery truck. The Siberian tiger was astonished. Aren't you going to attack? Aren't you going to kill me? Could it be that this dinosaur is also here to surrender? Chen Chu reached the center of the bridge, looking down to see the cracks forming below. This is it. He lifted his foot and brought it down with force. Thud. The bridge body sank again, bending into a curved shape from afar. The Siberian tiger roared, what are you doing? Destroying the bridge. Chapter 16, Team Assault. Stop him. The Siberian tiger roared. Below, the river flowed. If the bridge collapsed, access to Nanhai City would be severed. Are we really going to battle a dinosaur? The rhinoceros queried. Fear not. Our strength is formidable. The Siberian tiger leapt from the truck towards Chen Chu. In response, Chen Chu executed a powerful tail swipe. The tail struck the Siberian tiger. Yet he did not falter. Instead, the tiger clutched Chen Chu's tail with his claws. Weighing around 3 tons, the Siberian tiger brought Chen Chu crashing to the ground. You are also an animal. Why impede me? True, I am an animal, but I am an animal here to surrender. With my brethren, humans will not need you. The Siberian tiger roared, listen up, everyone. Humans can be classified into good and bad, and so can animals. Moreover, we were once human, with humanity still lingering in our hearts. Throughout our journey, we have committed no wrong. We merely wish to go to the city center and fight alongside humans to defend our home. Many were moved, some even beginning to accept him gradually. Chen Chu laughed heartily. What is so amusing? Have you truly lost your humanity? Chen Chu retorted, I laugh because you are exceedingly naive. His body began to spin, generating momentum with his tail. The Siberian tiger refused to release its grip, and thus was spun around with great force. With a sharp sound, its claws left several deep gashes on Chen Chu's tail. With a mighty thrust, he swung his tail down, hurling the Siberian tiger forcefully to the ground. The bridge trembled under the impact, unable to withstand the weight. Cracks began to form, spreading rapidly. Run. The bridge is collapsing. Move aside. Don't block my way. Chaos erupted. Chen Chu managed to extricate his tail from the tiger's claws. It's going down. He lifted his legs and began to stomp wildly. With a thunderous noise, the bending bridge finally succumbed to its own strain and collapsed. Chen Chu was the first to plummet with the disintegrating structure, followed by the vehicles above and the Siberian tiger. A massive splash erupted in the river below. This stretch of water was not deep, as Chen Chu had already assessed. He dashed to the riverbank, seeking a safe direction to continue his journey. Don't go. The Siberian tiger appeared at the riverbank, its piercing eyes fixed on Chen Chu. Not dead yet. With a swift motion, its sharp claws emerged, resembling blades of steel. Roar. A leopard leapt down from above, landing beside the Siberian tiger. Moo. A wild yak and a rhinoceros also charged forward. A civet cat perched atop the wild yak. We brothers have fought our way out of the city. Countless animals have perished at my claws. With the emergence of the central city, we finally had a target. But you have destroyed it. How ridiculous. Chen Chu lunged forward. If you seek death, then contribute to my evolution. The civet cat quickly leaped off the wild yak. Then the wild yak and rhinoceros flanked Chen Chu, rushing at him from both sides. The Siberian tiger roared and raised its claws, preparing to confront Chen Chu head-on. Their weight differed by nearly double. Their lengths were also nearly twice as much. Yet it dared to approach in such a manner. The leopard chose to sprint towards the wild yak. Its speed like a bolt of yellow lightning. Chen Chu altered his tactics. No longer charging the Siberian tiger, but instead slowing down and raising his head to bite at it. The tiger rolled away. But by then the rhinoceros and wild yak had already crashed into his legs. A surge of pain coursed through him. Chen Chu anticipated such a strategy. The rhinoceros and wild yak aimed directly at his legs. The Siberian tiger stood before him, but now it understood. It was merely a decoy. The leopard awaited the moment to act after the impact. Thud. Chen Chu fell to the ground. The leopard leaped onto Chen Chu's belly, its claws slashing, leaving bloody gashes. The rhinoceros charged forward, thrusting its horn into Chen Chu's exposed abdomen. The force of the rhinoceros could easily puncture a hole. With a roar, Chen Chu's massive toes intercepted the rhinoceros, delivering a swift kick. The 2-ton beast rolled several meters away, springing back to his feet. Chen Chu denied the leopard any further opportunity to inflict damage. Just as he lifted his head to rise, the Siberian tiger seized the chance to pounce, landing atop Chen Chu's enormous head. Under our plan, no matter how powerful the animal, it shall perish. The Siberian tiger's hind legs pressed against Chen Chu's neck as its front paws swiped at his eyes. The eyes are a fragile target, even for dinosaurs. Chen Chu thrashed his head wildly, causing the Siberian tiger to lose its balance. The leopard descended, using the wild yak's body to leap onto Chen Chu's back. The wild yak and rhinoceros continued their assault on his legs. Chen Chu found himself besieged on all sides. The opponents coordinated with remarkable precision. With a roar, Chen Chu plunged into the river. The Siberian tiger and leopard followed suit, tumbling into the water. The rhinoceros grunted. It seems he has no choice but to jump into the river. Splash. The Siberian tiger's head broke the surface of the water. Tigers can swim, after all. This plan had accounted for the surrounding environment. But where was the leopard? Wait, the leopard can swim too. Why isn't he at resurfaced? What about the T-Rex? Could it be submerged? Blub blub. Suddenly, the river was stained crimson with blood. A massive head emerged from the depths, the surrounding water cascading down like a waterfall. In its jaws was the lifeless body of the leopard. Spitting it out, Chen Chu gained a point of evolution. The rhinoceros and wild yak were incredulous. The T-Rex had slain the leopard in the water. Should they assist? Of course. Chen Chu's tail swung through the river, creating a small wave that crashed toward the Siberian tiger. The tiger's mood soured as it hadn't expected the T-Rex to be capable of swimming. Nowhere to run. Waves surged toward the opponent. Roar. The Siberian tiger cried out in pain, its body retreating in the water. Chen Chu had seized its tail. The T-Rex not only swam, but also fought in the water. Did the modern animals realize this? Chapter 17, Interrogation. Modern humans have never encountered ancient creatures. The Siberian tiger was bewildered, struggling to swim to shore. While it could swim, it was not adept at it. Chen Chu closed in, delivering a fierce bite that sent a spray of water flying. The Siberian tiger was caught in his jaws, sinking beneath the surface. Gulp, gulp. Countless bubbles erupted from underwater. The Siberian tiger had swallowed a significant amount of water. The rhinoceros entered the water, determined not to let another creature perish. Roar. Chen Chu lifted his head, now grasping the Siberian tiger's lifeless body. Another point of evolution was added. This massive Siberian tiger was merely a juvenile. The rhinoceros swam towards him. In Chen Chu's eyes, it was merely a gift of evolution. Turning, he struck the rhinoceros on the head with his tail. A resounding thud echoed. The rhinoceros's horn cracked under the force. Its skull split open, brain matter and blood mingling with the river. Another point of evolution gained. It's over, flee for your lives. The gap between species was not easily bridged. The civet cat leaped onto the wild yak's back. Chen Chu was unwilling to relent. He pursued as they reached the shore. At that moment, lights flickered overhead. A spotlight illuminated the area, locking onto Chen Chu. After the bridge's destruction, someone had undoubtedly contacted the central city for assistance. 3 armed helicopters flew in. Found it. A T-Rex. Level 1 threat. Eliminate. Gun barrels beneath the helicopters began to spew fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. Countless bullets rained down, exploding around Chen Chu. Damn it. These people are relentless. He pivoted and leaped into the river. The bullets struck the water, sending up countless sparks. Diving. What to do? Boom. The rockets mounted on the armed helicopters were mercilessly launched into the river. After the echoes of explosions subsided, the surface of the river gradually calmed. Under the illumination of searchlights, traces of crimson could still be discerned. Retreat. Return to headquarters, and immediately summon the engineering corps to restore this place. Those obstructed from reaching Beihai City shouted towards the helicopters. Please, take us with you. What are we to do? The helicopters turned back. The highway was beset by unprecedented congestion. Downstream, Chen Chu dragged his weary body to the riverbank and collapsed onto the ground. Numerous wounds marred his body, with a significant expanse of charred flesh on his back. The juvenile form, after all, could not withstand the might of powerful firearms. Following the universal beastification, this juvenile stage became the most arduous phase. After resting and regaining some strength, Chen Chu made his way toward the nearby forest to seek refuge. He rested there for 3 days. The initial wave of suppression by the surviving humans was still ongoing. Animals within the central city had been shot, driven away, and captured. The forests, woods, and mountains undoubtedly became popular refuges for the animals. Many had fled to the downstream woods. The weaker creatures, without question, became Chen Chu's sustenance. His evolution value had risen to 301,000, yet he was still far from evolving into adulthood. Chen Chu continued his slow journey, unpursued at this moment. The surviving human society was in utter turmoil. Following the universal beastification and the proposal of the central city's expansion and suppression plan, a polarization had emerged. One faction, composed of the Animal Protection Association and those who had lost their humanity, advocated for peaceful coexistence between animals and humans, opposing the ruthless shooting, driving away, and capturing of animals. The leadership was greatly troubled. The world was in chaos. If unity was not achieved now, the divergence in ideology could very well lead to annihilation. In Beihai City, the International Trade Building had become the headquarters for the suppression forces. In an interrogation room, Chen Nuo, clad in a school uniform, sat in a chair, her eyes devoid of life. The two interrogators looked at her with helpless expressions. 2 days had passed, and not a single word had been extracted. Suddenly, the door swung open, and an officer entered, prompting the two to stand. You may leave, I'll question her. The officer sat opposite Chen Nuo. Are you hungry? Chen Nuo did not respond. You must have seen me before. She glanced at him and nodded. You're the one who had them bring me here. I am Liang Jinhua, the second in command of the suppression forces stationed in Beihai City. Sir, may I return to Changfeng County? Liang Jinhua looked at Chen Nuo with confusion. Little girl, I am quite curious. Beihai City is one of the central cities, very secure. There are no frenzied animals, no riots. Changfeng County is merely a distant outpost. Why would you wish to return? I must wait for my brother. Your brother, Chen Chu, the security guard at the Level 1 museum in Yanhua City. You are aware? I know your situation. I am fully informed. Therefore, I need to understand why you purchased supplies in advance and hid in the basement. You insisted on a vegetarian diet, even forsaking your favorite meat. It is the new year. Chen Nuo's eyes flickered. I had no money to buy meat. Liang Jinhua held a document in his hand. In your basement, there are over 100 pounds of fresh vegetables, 10 boxes of canned fruit. Can you honestly claim you had no money for meat? With a swift motion, he slammed his palm on the table, causing Chen Nuo to flinch. Chen Nuo, did you already know something? Now, all of humanity faces a grave crisis, yet you would prioritize your secrets over the well-being of the masses? The first suppression operation has already achieved partial success. 1/3 of the area is under control, turning peril into safety. We have paid a bloody price. Do you still wish to conceal the truth? Chen Nuo's eyes filled with panic. Liang Jinhua's authority was overwhelming. Had she not bitten her lip tightly, she might have spoken. Her brother had told her over the phone a year prior to hide well and wait for him, to ask no questions and say nothing. After all this, you still refuse to speak? Because of you, there may be more casualties. Are you not afraid of those wronged souls? Under Liang Jinhua's relentless questioning and the immense mental strain, Chen Nuo finally crumbled. Her head drooped forward, and she fainted. Chapter 18, A Surrounded City. Chen Chu was currently nursing his wounds while cautiously navigating his path. He had no inkling that his newly adult sister was being interrogated under such oppressive circumstances. A week passed. Now, entering Beihai City was no longer a simple endeavor. The entire city was encircled by steel barriers. Every 100 meters, a tower crane was erected. This was the swiftest and most efficient method. Tower cranes served as lookout posts and firing points simultaneously. Young, strong men were being drafted for entry into Beihai City. Those stationed atop the cranes could see veterans training them. Women were assigned simpler tasks. Each individual contributed their part to the reconstruction of human society, except for Chen Nuo. In the interrogation room, Chen Nuo appeared exceptionally haggard, as if she had not rested properly for days. Liang Jinhua, at this moment, could not help but admire the girl's stubbornness. Following their last interrogation, she had remained silent for an entire week. Today, he was well prepared. Liang Jinhua placed a substantial stack of documents on the table and ordered the removal of Chen Nuo's handcuffs. These documents contained the list of missing and deceased individuals from Yanhua City. The photographs depicted the devastation within the city. Chen Nuo's anxiety surged as she glanced over the images before focusing on the list. Among the densely packed names of the missing, her brother's name was absent. Aren't you going to look at the death list? Chen Chu reached for the death list, but hesitated, retracting her hand. After a week of silence, she finally spoke. I want to look. I had the technical team check as well. There's no record of Chen Chu's name among those who escaped from Yunhua City to other central cities. So, Chen Chu bit her lip and shook her head. No, my brother is not dead. He absolutely cannot be dead. Liang Jinyue furrowed his brow and picked up the death list, flipping to the third page and pointing to a name on the fourth line. Do you see? Chen Chu. No, that is not my brother. Liang Jinyue slammed his hand on the table. Wake up. Your brother is dead. Impossible. I am still alive. How could he die? He is coming to find me. Did your brother tell you to seek refuge in advance? Chen Chu suddenly realized she had revealed too much and fell silent once more. Liang Jinyue pushed the death list toward her. Stay here for a moment. I will return to speak with you. As he exited the interrogation room, he lit a cigarette. Sir, that document. Destroy it once she finishes reading. For those lists were fabricated. In this chaotic world, with countless beastified individuals, how could every single one be accounted for? Many had perished and become sustenance for others. How could one verify the deceased? Liang Jinyue's actions were merely to test Chen Chu. This time, he could ascertain that her advance to safety was inextricably linked to Chen Chu. In the southern district of Beihai City, Chen Chu gazed from a distance at the towering steel net, 10 meters high, crackling with high voltage. Nearby, several tower cranes loomed, their armament a mystery. The probability of survival upon charging in is exceedingly low. Chen Chu sprinted to the hillside. A thunderous roar reverberated through the mountains and forests. Those unwilling to be driven away, emerge at once. Beihai City, situated to the north by the sea and bordered to the south by mountains, is a city blessed with exceptional feng shui. Nestled among the mountains lies an ideal refuge for wildlife. With a population exceeding 10 million, over 5 million have transformed into animals. Among these creatures, 30% have concealed themselves within the surrounding mountainous regions. Chen Chu had lingered there for 4 days, each day haunted by the anguished cries of animals. The brutal skirmishes never ceased. Many of the mountain's inhabitants were aware of Chen Chu's presence. Yet his immense size deterred any from provoking him. After all, Chen Chu's speed of 20 kilometers per hour was rather sluggish. Today, he had audaciously used his roar as a summons. A yellow dog, wagging its tail, approached a black dog that was napping on a rock. Boss, are we going? The black dog scoffed. What is he? Just a dinosaur, it seems, still in its juvenile form. Ignoring him? Indeed. Better to ponder whom we should hunt tomorrow to help our brethren evolve. Chen Chu's roar went unanswered. They were all so disrespectful. Must I personally invite each one? Striding forward, he first arrived at the territory of the hound gang. Woof, woof. The dozen or so guard dogs, upon spotting Chen Chu's approach, tucked their tails and barked nervously. If you don't wish to be eaten, silence yourselves. Being mere dogs, they complied with the threat and fell silent. A 3-meter-long hunting dog appeared, baring its fangs. Tyrannosaurus, we have kept our distance from each other. Bring your leader forth. I have matters to discuss. As soon as he finished speaking, a well-proportioned hunting dog, standing 50 centimeters tall, emerged. This was the leader of the hound gang, a slender canine. You seek me out. You aren't planning to usurp my position, are you? Behind him trailed a pack of dogs, including dozens of large Tibetan mastiffs. Why should I replace you? I seek collaboration. Collaboration? The slender dog perked up, intrigued. You wish to help us deal with the strongest bears around here, don't you? Chen Chu shook his head. Not that kind of collaboration. It's about entering Beihai City. Upon hearing this, the dogs erupted into chaos. Entering Beihai City? What a ridiculous notion. The turrets are already constructed. Are we simply walking into death? The slender dog gawked. Have you lost your mind? Are you impervious to blades and bullets? Are you content to be driven into these mountains, where it's either kill or be killed, to fill your belly through conflict every day? Certainly not. I too wish to savor fruits and enjoy the alcohol in supermarkets. But that is a central city, rife with weaponry. Surviving here is already a stroke of luck. Yes, daily conflicts abound, but through hunting, we can still acquire evolution points. Our hound gang has already had 3 brethren evolve. Chen Chu stomped his foot, exuding an overwhelming presence. 3 evolved? Do you not think that acquiring evolution points through hunting is far too slow? The slender dog narrowed its eyes. Do you possess a better method? Of course. If you have such a splendid plan, would you not share it with us? You yourself are still in your juvenile form, correct? Can we discuss this privately? Several Tibetan mastiffs advanced, glaring at Chen Chu. The slender dog turned and gestured, this way. Chapter 19. If we must kill, let it be the evolved forms. The slender dog and Chen Chu retreated to a secluded area. After a moment, the slender dog inquired, speak. In about 10 days, Beihai will experience a tsunami. The slender dog fell silent. A tsunami? Are you a prophet? Furthermore, if a tsunami were imminent, we should flee this place immediately. How does this relate to your so-called better method of evolution? The tsunami will bring opportunities for evolution. The slender dog grew somewhat irate. To him, this seemed like utter nonsense. Enough. We should return to our business. With a swift motion of his tail, Chen Chu blocked the retreating slender dog. You wish to move me? Just you and your pack of dogs? If I were to unleash a massacre, could you stop me? Even if you were evolved. It would still be quite simple for me to eliminate you. I understand. However, as long as I live, I will unite with the other animal factions in the mountains to eradicate you. Chen Chu lowered his massive head, looming over him, his dark golden eyes fixed intently. Now tell me, will it be you who dies, or shall I? An aura of terror enveloped the air. At that moment, the slender dog's instinct was to tuck his tail. Yet, as the leader of the hound gang, such an action would be too humiliating. With so many animals in the mountains, acquiring evolution through slaughter was surely simpler. However, after the tsunami, evolution would be even more straightforward. Why should he exhaust himself with killing? This reasoning began to sway the slender dog. The mass transformation into beasts, achieving the form of a Tyrannosaurus, would place them in a state of innate invincibility. Yet, he hesitated to pursue evolution through slaughter. Very well, I shall trust you this once. Chen Chu smiled. Excellent. A pleasant collaboration. The objective was achieved. In time, this pack of dogs would serve as a diversion to assist him in infiltrating Beihai City. The hound gang, comprising over 200 dogs, were now allies. To seize the opportunity for evolution, they would need to overcome the myriad obstacles established by humanity and enter Beihai City. If they waited until after the tsunami, with so many animals in the mountains, these dogs might not be able to seize the chance for evolution from them. Moreover, there were humans to contend with. Thus, the first step of the plan was to plunge Beihai City into chaos. Dozens of dogs began digging beneath the iron giant net. For Chen Chu to enter Beihai City, they needed to excavate a hole at least 2 meters wide and 3.5 meters deep to squeeze through. The digging operation was not proceeding smoothly. Each day, armed patrol vehicles circled the perimeter of the iron net, and high above, cameras monitored the area. The excavation plan proceeded slowly, under the cover of night. After an entire night, they had managed to create only a few small holes. The slender dog scoffed. We could fit through, but you are far too large. With a mighty roar, a tree suddenly snapped and crashed to the ground. A hunting dog rushed over. Boss, those ruffians from the zoo are here. The slender dog grinned. We weren't seeking them, yet they have come to us. Foolish dogs, come out. I'm famished. A black bear, frothing at the mouth, had just knocked down that tree. Behind it trailed a pack of carnivorous animals. The zoo? These individuals were the staff from Beihai City Zoo. After their transformation, they had devoured the animals from the zoo, becoming formidable beasts themselves. In these mountains, they were quite powerful. Many of our brethren have already fallen victim to them, the slender dog remarked, glancing at Chen Chu. Chen Chu was well aware of the slender dog's intentions. Do you have any evolved forms? Indeed. Then that's splendid. I have no interest in the small fry. Evolved forms are the key to acquiring evolution points. The slender dog rallied his canine brethren. Big black bear, it seems you are truly starved. You know this is my territory, yet you dare to come here. Ha ha. To me, you are mere sustenance. Today, I wish to savor the taste of the slender dog. The Tibetan Mastiff is mine. A cheetah perched on a branch declared. Charge. Let us kill the dogs. The slender dog remained still, allowing them to charge forward. Thud, thud, thud. Suddenly, a tremendous stomping sound echoed from behind. The formidable black bear at the forefront abruptly halted its advance. However, the black bear trailing behind, presumably driven by a ravenous hunger, continued undeterred. Suddenly, a colossal figure emerged from behind the trees, raising its massive foot high. With a thunderous thud, the charging black bear met its demise beneath Chen Chu's foot. The large black bear stood there, bewildered. A dinosaur. Indeed, the apex predator among dinosaurs, the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Its evolution value had skyrocketed to 311,000. It appeared that the black bear crushed beneath its weight was not a fully evolved creature. Are you a fully evolved one? The large black bear questioned, rising to its hind legs, though it barely reached 3 meters in height, rendering it incomparable to Chen Chu. Yes, I recall my first kill of a fully evolved creature was a brown bear, Chen Chu mused. The black bear, instead of expressing anger, displayed a fervent mania in its eyes. It lunged forward, wrapping its forelimbs around Chen Chu's left leg in a bear hug. Roar. Chen Chu intended to test its strength, only to be astonished by its immense power, which sent him tumbling. Tyrannosaurus Rex, you aren't so formidable, the large black bear declared, then lunged to bite at Chen Chu's thigh. With a swift kick, Chen Chu sent it rolling twice on the ground. The large black bear, claws digging into the earth, let out a roar and charged once more. Having endured a kick, it could now gauge that their strengths were relatively equal. Chen Chu pivoted and unleashed a tail swipe. But the large black bear deftly caught Chen Chu's tail with its paws. Fool! Chen Chu exclaimed, then flicked his tail upwards. The bear, reluctant to release its grip, found itself airborne. As it twisted in midair, its paws descended. I shall shatter your spine. Chen Chu, tilting his head back, opened his gaping maw. The large black bear felt a chill run down its spine, realizing too late that the true terror of the Tyrannosaurus Rex lay in its formidable bite force. With a snap, Chen Chu's jaws closed around the bear, severing it in two. The upper half was already in Chen Chu's mouth, while the lower half plummeted to the ground, its entrails spilling out. With that, Chen Chu gained 100 evolution points. The other animals in the zoo gang, having witnessed Chen Chu's brutal methods, were now subdued. The cheetah, in particular, crawled on the ground beneath Chen Chu's feet. This is how it should be. Tyrannosaurus Rex. If you wish to become the sovereign here, I shall be your fiercest ally, the cheetah proclaimed. With a mere twitch of a toe, Chen Chu carved a deep trench into the earth. My allies are no less formidable than you, he replied. The cheetah, observing at such close range, felt its fur stand on end. From now on, you shall all heed the commands of the little dog. Dig beneath the iron net. Upon hearing this, the animals looked on in confusion. Why? Do you wish for us to re-enter Beihai City? They had only just escaped the horrors of Beihai City, where the suppression forces employed ruthless tactics. Countless beings had perished beneath the hail of bullets, and the black smoke rising from the city was a grim reminder of those burnt after their transformation into animals. Due to the mass slaughter of weaker creatures, the stronger carnivores found their food supplies dwindling, prompting them to form factions and engage in internecine strife in the mountains. Are you afraid? The suppression forces wield guns, cannons, and bombs. We are no match for them unless we attain full evolution or greater strength. Fear not, follow me. I shall ensure your satisfaction. The human advantage is but temporary. Reluctantly, the animals agreed to Chen Chu's command. Thus, more creatures began to dig beneath the iron net. The little dog conferred with Chen Chu. Still unaware of your name? Does it truly matter? The little dog chuckled. It is indeed not of great significance. The black bear you dispatched was merely one fully evolved creature. There are lions and tigers yet to reveal themselves. Having captured so many, they will undoubtedly seek revenge. More fully evolved ones. Chen Chu pondered. With over 10 million inhabitants in Beihai City, half had transformed into animals. They had all undergone beastification. Their evolution points were no longer a secret. It had been nearly half a month, yet no groups of fully evolved creatures had emerged. The little dog's reasoning resonated with Chen Chu. In his quest to find his sister, he had neglected the concept of evolution. Those transformed into lions and tigers only needed to slay 1,000 weaker creatures to ascend to the next stage. In a world now populated by billions of animals, the requirement of a mere 1,000 kills to evolve was trivial. Very well. From this moment forth, I shall claim dominion over this place. Are you serious? The more animals there are, the greater our chances of breaking into Beihai City. Chen Chu's choice to ally with a pack of dogs proved astute. Utilizing their keen sense of smell, they led Chen Chu to uncover the hidden fully evolved creatures within the mountains. In just 2 days, the leaders of 4 small factions had become sustenance for Chen Chu, and his evolution points surged to 7,321,000. The remaining animals hastily concealed themselves. On the mountain's fringes, the surviving powerful fully evolved creatures congregated with their followers. This Tyrannosaurus Rex is intolerable. It exclusively hunts fully evolved beings. I propose we join forces. I hear it intends to make a significant move against Beihai City. Nonsense. To re-enter Beihai City is akin to courting death. I refuse. There must still be fully evolved creatures yet to arrive. Here they come. A lion-tiger hybrid and a silverback gorilla descended from above. Hey, what are you two implying? Are we to unite against that Tyrannosaurus Rex? The lion-tiger hybrid's eyes glinted with coldness. Join forces with you rabble against the Tyrannosaurus Rex? A 2-meter-long pangolin, now fully evolved, scoffed. Rabble? Are you suggesting we surrender together? The silverback gorilla grinned widely, appearing somewhat comical. Surrender? Quite the contrary. We aim to slay him. And we need only the 2 of us to do so. The pangolin sensed an undercurrent of deceit. You too. The silverback gorilla abruptly smashed a tree, its powerful arms swinging the trunk down upon the pangolin. Instinctively, the pangolin retracted its head. With a crack, the thick tree trunk shattered upon impact, leaving fissures in its hardened armor. The silverback gorilla leaped forward, raining down blows upon the pangolin, which had no means to retaliate. A fully evolved bison, eyes aflame, exclaimed, "You seek to kill us." The lion-tiger hybrid lunged at it, proclaiming, "You are correct." The bison went down, and the lion-tiger hybrid clamped its jaws around its neck. With a sickening crunch, blood sprayed forth. "You 2 scoundrels. You aim to kill us for evolution points." The silverback gorilla raised its bloodied fists. The pangolin had been brutally beaten to death. The law of the jungle is one you ought to comprehend. Kill. On the 4th day, a hunting dog sniffed the ground, guiding Chen Chu in the pursuit of fully evolved animals. The scent of blood is overpowering. The scent was overwhelmingly potent, to the extent that even Chen Chu could detect it. Upon reaching the fringes of the mountains, he was taken aback by the scene that unfolded before him. A mountain of corpses lay scattered, the ground stained with congealed blood. It was a veritable battlefield. It appeared that the exceedingly resilient growth stage pangolins had met their demise. Along with the wild buffaloes, the hunting dogs instinctively tucked their tails between their legs. Chen Chu bared his terrifying teeth, a grin spreading across his face. How intriguing. It seemed a few ruthless individuals had remained behind. What does the dinosaur leader intend? To oppose me, one must grow stronger. Thus, the slaughter of these growth stage creatures. Having eliminated so many, it was highly likely they had evolved to the mid-growth stage. The dinosaur leader must hasten his pace. Chen Chu retraced his steps along an alternate route, only to encounter a remarkably similar scene. From larger carnivorous beasts to herbivores, and ultimately a mountain of carcasses of pheasants and ducks, not a single living creature was in sight. Such a quest for evolutionary value was indeed monstrous. This was nothing short of indiscriminate slaughter. This is bad. We must return. A sense of foreboding washed over Chen Chu. If even the hunting dogs could not track them, the opposing force must possess a means of evasion. With the surrounding fauna wiped out, the only place where animals congregated in abundance was the Ha Go gang camp. If they unleashed a massacre there while he was away, the losses would be incalculable. Chapter 21. Spreading the word. Chen Chu raced back to the Ha Go gang territory. The slender dog was directing several burrowing creatures. Why are you back? Have you cleared the mountains? Upon seeing Chen Chu's return, the slender dog chuckled. With no threats remaining, he was now the most formidable creature in these mountains. Nothing happened. What transpired? Chen Chu found it hard to believe. After the slaughter of so many animals, they could still maintain their composure. He then recounted the scenes he had witnessed with the hunting dogs. The slender dog remarked, "It seems they aim to reach the midgrowth stage." Midgrowth stage? The slender dog glanced at Chen Chu. Of course, you wouldn't know, being still in the juvenile stage. The juvenile phase is the most challenging hurdle for animals. However, once you surpass it and reach the growth stage, you'll discover that it further divides into early, mid, and late stages. Understanding dawned upon him. As they conversed, a bloody black Tibetan mastiff rushed over, its ears half bitten off. The slender dog's anger surged. Who did this? A horde of gorillas. The ones burrowing in the north have all been wiped out. Chen Chu was astonished. Slender dog, how far did you expand the burrowing area? About 300 meters. That's far too extensive. Suddenly, a sharpened tree trunk flew through the air and pierced the injured mastiff. After a yelp, it fell silent. In an instant, Chen Chu discerned the direction from which the tree trunk had come and took off in pursuit. The slender dog sprinted like the wind. Furious at the death of his companion, Chen Chu noted that the slender dog, who had never previously unleashed his full strength, was now running at an astonishing speed. His maximum velocity was 20 kilometers per hour, while this creature was at least twice as fast. Nowhere to run. The slender dog had spotted a silverback gorilla, clutching a dog in its grasp. The gorilla's muscular left arm swung, smashing down trees in its path to hinder the slender dog's pursuit. Stop chasing. Chen Chu shouted from behind. The slender dog, reluctantly halting, questioned, why? They seek evolution and will undoubtedly return to find us. Therefore, we must not scatter too much. Let us lie in wait and catch them off guard. The slender dog bared his sharp teeth. Indeed, I shall not let them escape. In a mountain hollow, the silverback gorilla hurled the dog onto the ground, nearly killing it. The lion-tiger beast, resting with closed eyes, opened them and asked, why did you leave a survivor? It's merely a trifle of evolutionary value, inconsequential. So that is my sustenance. Ah, please, don't eat me. I'm just a lowly working dog, devoid of strength and lacking in flavor. The silverback gorilla stepped on him, nearly suffocating him. Tell me, why are you all digging under the iron giant net? It was the T-Rex who instructed us to do so. We must incite chaos in Beihai City. Huh, preposterous. You think leading a pack of dogs can plunge Beihai City into chaos? Moreover, tonight our plan is to spread the word of an impending tsunami. The lion-tiger beast rose. A tsunami? I know not the particulars. It was the T-Rex and the slender dog who conspired together. The lion-tiger beast grinned. Ah, this is becoming rather interesting. As night fell, the distant lights of Beihai City flickered, the searchlights and crane lights illuminating the darkness. Dozens of tunnels had been excavated, allowing all animals except Chen Chu to burrow inside. Now, you shall secretly infiltrate and spread the news of the impending tsunami. Let chaos reign in Beihai City. 20 animals burrowed into the tunnels, passing through the immense iron net into Beihai City. Chen Chu observed the entire city from afar. Only by inciting chaos could there be a chance to rescue his sister. Otherwise, if the tsunami truly struck, her survival would remain uncertain. The following day, the atmosphere in the central conference room of the suppression forces was tense. This is absolute defense. How could those transformed creatures infiltrate our ranks? They even left graffiti. The second in command, Liang Jinyue, seethed with anger. Animals are not frightening. What is terrifying is when animals possess intellect. The infiltrators had shouted in every corner, warning of an impending tsunami, urging everyone to flee. Some nimble creatures even found spray paint, leaving messages on the walls of Beihai City. Tsunami imminent. Save yourselves. One officer merely chuckled. Old Liang, no need to be so furious. These beasts, after being expelled, are simply venting their frustrations with such foolishness. Indeed, there is no need for such ire. The refugees are still in training. Let us enhance patrols starting tonight. Liang Jinyue glared at the officers. I may not think this way, but what of others? They are the ones who sought refuge in the central city after the Great Panic. Now, when they suddenly hear of a tsunami, what will they think? I have already contacted the International Tsunami Warning Center. Beihai is perfectly fine, no need for concern. Haha. Before the beastification, all humans were normal. Liang Jinyue stood, fixing his gaze upon the officers. But what if the tsunami truly occurs? One of the other second-in-command officers slammed the table. Liang Jinyue, The reasons for beastification remain unclear. Do not conflate this with the tsunami. We have absolute confidence in detecting earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions. In this world, what we cannot afford is absolute confidence. The meeting split into two factions, leading to a heated argument. The chief officer at the head of the table rubbed his temples and shouted, "Enough of this bickering." His authority still held sway. Old Liang is right. We must take precautions. From today onward, increase patrols and contact the warning center to closely monitor the situation in Beihai. Should anything arise, we need to be ready with an evacuation plan. Understood. I'll prepare immediately. The meeting adjourned, leaving Liang Jinhua and the chief officer alone in the conference room. Old Liang, has that girl not yet spoken? Liang Jinhua nodded. The young girl is quite stubborn. However, it is already subtly apparent that this matter is related to his brother. Thus, I shall commence my inquiry from his brother. I shall set off immediately. In the mountains, the hound gang, along with the animals who have joined their ranks, congregated, determined to thwart any chance of being hunted. Chen Chu stood atop a hill, gazing into the distance towards Beihai City. The patrol vehicles had noticeably increased in number. It seems that surveillance has been intensified. I wonder if the tunnels we dug will be discovered. The plan to plunge Beihai City into chaos is ready to be executed. Chapter 22. The uprising commences. After a week of silence, the suppression forces of Beihai City, having bolstered their patrols, noticed a significant calm in the mountains. During these past couple of days, the animals of the Hound Gang had successfully excavated several tunnels through which Chen Chu could pass. Amidst the mountainous accumulation of animal carcasses, a lion-tiger hybrid feasted on decaying flesh, while a silverback gorilla gnawed on a cow leg teeming with maggots. It had been 7 days. Surely that dog and the dinosaur were conspiring together. Let them continue their plotting. In the end, the ultimate beneficiaries will undoubtedly be us. Must we wait longer? The silverback gorilla has lost his patience. He does not wish to subsist solely on rotten meat. As night fell, hundreds of dogs emerged from the tunnels, infiltrating Beihai City. Woof woof. A tsunami is approaching. Run for your lives. Survival is paramount. Do not linger here. Bang, bang. 2 gunshots rang out from atop a crane, and 2 dogs fell lifeless. Indeed, they have infiltrated. All fire points engage. Numerous searchlights illuminated the animals that had crept in below. The sounds of sniper rifles and heavy machine guns echoed relentlessly. The small dogs whimpered. They could not withstand this onslaught. Chen Chu's tail thumped against the ground. You lot, charge. These animals had been forcibly subdued. Should they hesitate, they would face Chen Chu's wrath. They surged into Beihai City, perhaps still harboring a glimmer of hope for survival. A cheetah let out a howl and plunged in, followed by an influx of animals. White rhinos, hyenas, foxes, various species were now present. After traversing the colossal steel net, they scattered, howling in disarray. Those who had arrived in Beihai City were unsettled by the commotion. Just days ago, warnings of an impending tsunami had emerged, and today, such a multitude of animals had streamed in. It is said that animals are acutely sensitive to natural disasters. Could the tsunami truly be imminent? What shall we do? We have only just managed to arrive in Beihai City. If we were to head to the next central city, it lies over 500 kilometers away. Do not incite panic. The commander of the suppression forces emerged to dispel the rumors. There would be no tsunami. Each individual harbored their own thoughts. Several commanders in the monitoring center furrowed their brows as they observed animals flashing across the screens. Currently, at least 2,000 animals had surged in. Is this your security measure? Liang Jinhua's expression was ashen. Fear not. Even if they have entered, what of it? Under our firepower, they shall only meet their demise. Bullets rained down, flames flickered. One by one, the animals fell. The small dogs, hearing their dying whimpers, felt a pang of compassion. The cannon fodder, holding back the firepower, had begun to fulfill their purpose. Chen Chu approached an entrance to the tunnel. It was time for him to take the stage. Crane number 28 has eliminated 17 animals. Heh, number 28, you are impressive. I have only taken down 7. Can you even compare? That one is a genuine sniper. Enough chit-chat. There are still many animals below. Accelerate the extermination. Otherwise, the ground troops will clear them out shortly. Boom. A colossal sound erupted. The towering crane no. 28 began to tilt. I have a situation. Number 28 is shouting into the radio. Good heavens. There is a dinosaur beneath you. The personnel atop, crane number 27, peering through the sniper rifle scope, discerned the unfolding scenario beneath crane number 28. Chen Chu burst forth from the tunnel, colliding with crane number 28. The tremendous impact caused the crane to topple. Crash. The several dozen meters tall crane crashed down, demolishing nearby buildings. Dust and debris filled the air, inciting further panic among the citizens. Following the beastification of the populace, no animal had yet gone into a frenzy. Number 28 has ceased responding. Eliminate that dinosaur. Chen Chu zigzagged as he ran. Once again, a deafening crash resounded as crane number 27 fell. Then came crane number 26 and number 25. Chen Chu pressed forward, unstoppable. In scarcely a moment, he had obliterated 6 crane fire points. Liang Jinhua slammed his fist on the table upon witnessing the colossal figure. It's that Tyrannosaurus again. It has traveled all the way from Changfeng County to Beihai City. Kill it. Tanks and armored vehicles mobilized en masse. Chen Chu stood beneath a high-rise, roaring. The tsunami is about to erupt. Those who wish to survive, flee now. His voice resonated, overpowering the cacophony of gunfire. From afar, he spotted the armored convoy setting out, and he commenced his demolition of the skyscraper. Utilizing his tail, teeth, and claws, he rendered the walls of a building into ruins. Finally, he charged forward, toppling a 5-story edifice. In the mountains, the lion-tiger hybrid and the silverback gorilla were equally astounded. They had not anticipated such a ruckus. Now we need not feast on rotten meat. Let our hunting operations commence. The animals left behind outside the steel net remained unaware that danger had already arrived. The small dog sprinted to the summit of a hill, observing the continuous eruption of artillery in Beihai City, hoping that Chen Chu would not perish so easily. Suddenly, a roar erupted from below. He rushed downwards. The lion-tiger hybrid and silverback gorilla were in a frenzy, wreaking havoc. The scum of the zoo. The 5-meter-tall silverback gorilla grasped a Tibetan mastiff in one hand, exclaiming with glee, "It is we." "What now?" Then, turning to the mastiff, "You consider yourself a mature specimen?" With a squelch, the mastiff had no chance to retaliate, and was instantly crushed by the silverback gorilla. The lion-tiger hybrid was equally ferocious. Its 5-meter frame crushed all canines in its path. With its formidable speed, no animal could survive its lethal jaws. Quick! Into the tunnels. The remaining animals began to frantically surge towards the underground passages. Crane number 47 has detected an animal infiltration point. Report the location. Immediately arrange firepower to respond. The silverback gorilla bit off a dog's head, glaring at the small dog in fury. "Curse you. Return my evolution points." The two beasts engaged in a frenzied battle, rapidly increasing their evolution points. At this moment, the small dog issued a command. A multitude of animals plunged into the pit to acquire evolution points. The silverback gorilla and lion-tiger hybrid would also have to dive in. Boom. Explosions erupted beside the steel net, as one tunnel was obliterated and blood and entrails splattered everywhere. Humans had discovered them. The lion-tiger hybrid grew cautious. "So what if they have found us?" The silverback gorilla scoffed. "Kill this small dog and retreat." "Humph. Even if I perish under the gunfire, I shall not contribute my evolution points to you." The small dog turned and fled, locating a tunnel to burrow into. Chapter 23. The Flying Lion-Tiger Hybrid. Report. A significant number of animals have been detected entering. After Chen Chu toppled yet another building, he observed the heavy firepower station before the steel net. What is happening? Today was merely to incite chaos. Tomorrow is the day for our final operation. Why are they flooding in now? The tsunami is not set to occur until tomorrow. A beam from a searchlight illuminated Chen Chu's back. An armed helicopter hovered above, marking him as the target. Open fire. The 23mm cannon began its assault on Chen Chu. With such overwhelming firepower, Chen Chu had no choice but to flee. He dashed directly into a towering building, concealing himself within its confines. The glass facade shattered under the relentless bombardment of artillery fire. Beyond the massive net, a silverback gorilla delivered a powerful kick to a large hunting dog, sending it crashing into the electrified net, where it was instantly roasted. What to do now? They are all inside. The chimera took a few steps forward and mused. Do you not find such bloodshed exhilarating? Inside the net, the small dog rallied the other animals, urging them to hold on. Just endure until tomorrow. Oh, to endure until tomorrow? How intriguing. The chimera caught wind of the small dog's rallying cries. The silverback gorilla, clutching a branch in its mouth, was fully aware that a tsunami would strike tomorrow, yet it still chose to enter. This indicated that within Beihai City lay something they desperately desired. Let us go. It's our turn to take the stage. With a flourish, the chimera unfurled a pair of wings, spanning 6 meters beneath its ribs. As it flapped twice, a powerful gust of wind surged around. The 5-meter-tall silverback gorilla grasped the chimera by its legs and soared into the sky, clearing the 10-meter-high net. The small dog stared in astonishment. The chimera had wings. It was a mutant. Haha. Humans, your grandfather has returned. The silverback gorilla landed with a thud, its massive feet crashing down onto an armored vehicle, causing its wheels to explode and the vehicle to crumple. Report. Another gorilla has appeared. Fire. A tank swiftly turned its turret. The silverback gorilla charged forward, seizing the tank with both hands. Lifting the hatch, it plunged a hand inside, crushing the occupants into a pulpy mass. Haha. Humans, taste your grandfather's wrath. Let us see you expel me again. Thud, thud, thud. Fingers pulled the trigger in the cockpit, unleashing a chaotic barrage of shells. Cranes were destroyed, buildings crumbled, and armored convoys were assaulted. In the monitoring room, Commander Liang Jinyue and other officials were horrified by the terrifying spectacle. Good heavens! What is the origin of this gorilla? Although it was merely a light tank, its weight still reached 10 tons. It was likely that this gorilla was in its growth phase. Liang Jinyue's expression darkened. Aerial forces. Assemble. Bombard. Suddenly, 10 armed helicopters ascended into the sky, locking onto the silverback gorilla, which posed an even greater threat than Chen Chu. Illuminated by searchlights, the gorilla, still clutching the tank, fired at one of the helicopters. Boom. Almost simultaneously, the tank fired, and the helicopter launched an anti-tank missile. Damn it. The silverback gorilla discarded the tank and rolled forward. Boom. The ground erupted in a massive crater. Shrapnel flew, grazing its skin. Fortuitously, having reached mid-growth, its defenses were formidable. Otherwise, it would have been doomed. More anti-tank missiles were launched. The silverback gorilla charged toward the armored convoy, using their missiles to wreak havoc. It missed its target, but its own armored vehicles were obliterated. In the monitoring room, Liang Jinhua slammed his fist onto the table. Damn it. Animals have acquired human intelligence and have reached growth phases. It will not be easy to eliminate them. Wait, how did such a large gorilla even get in here? One officer suddenly voiced his concern. If a Tyrannosaurus could enter, naturally the gorilla could as well. Liang Jinhua's expression turned to one of alarm. No, I just reviewed the footage. This gorilla descended from the sky. None of the surveillance around Beihai City monitored the air. Thus, we only witnessed the silverback gorilla's descent. Upon hearing Liang Jinhua's words, the others felt an even deeper sense of dread. Could there be airborne beasts? Liang Jinhua immediately issued orders to retreat. But it was already too late. The chimera flapped its enormous wings and collided with an armed helicopter from the side. The fuselage crumpled as if made of paper, splitting into two. The helicopter spiraled down, engulfed in black smoke, crashing to the ground. The weapons on board detonated upon impact, causing chaos among the ground forces. Hundreds were toppled, resulting in significant casualties. Report. An airborne lion has appeared. Humph. I am the flying chimera. It roared. Does a mere aircraft dare to challenge me? The chimera soared through the sky, an unstoppable force. One after another, armed helicopters were smashed and plummeted to the earth in explosions. The small dog ran wildly, panting. The power of the explosions was immense. Even a small shard could inflict grievous wounds. Beihai City descended into chaos. Residents were thrown into a panic. The tsunami must be real. We cannot stay here. We must flee. Wait for me. Let me grab a few cans of vegetables. A large number of residents sensed the impending danger and began gathering their belongings to prepare for departure from Beihai City. The city, which had only just stabilized, was now spiraling out of control. High-ranking officials convened an emergency meeting. Liang Jinhua sat grimly in the conference room. What time is it to be holding meetings? Quickly. Have the artillery take down that beast in the sky. Do not waste firepower here. Beihai City is out of control, and the populace is in turmoil. Liang Jinhua nearly overturned the table. What did you say? How can you, the highest commander of Beihai City, utter such nonsense? A city of this magnitude, brought to ruin by a pack of animals? Sit down. Along the way, how many animals have we shot and driven off? Are we afraid of a few growth phase creatures? The armed helicopters have been entirely destroyed. We still have ground forces, tanks, and artillery. If we redeploy and concentrate our firepower on the growth phase animals, we will surely eliminate them. Enough. I am the highest commander here. You will listen to me. If you wish to leave, then go. I will lead the troops to eliminate them. The high-ranking official was furious with Liang Jinhua, extending a hand as an aide presented him with a stack of documents. Holding the documents, he thrust them toward Liang Jinhua. You better take a good look at this. Chapter 24, Evacuation Plan. Liang Jinhua was stunned upon seeing the photographs in the documents. They depicted another central city, now reduced to ruins. Just stabilized for 3 days. It had been overrun by a horde of animals. Leading the charge were several growth phase beasts. This central city had been utterly breached. The high-ranking official took a deep breath. You should let everyone see the documents. After all had perused the materials, mixed emotions filled the room. The high-ranking official began. The phenomenon of universal beastification has persisted for a month. Numerous animals have emerged, including some we have never encountered before. These creatures are either immensely strong by nature or possess astounding speed and defense. Conventional weaponry can no longer suppress them. But we still have our most powerful weapons at our disposal. You are correct. However, deploying those formidable weapons would also cause significant harm to humanity. Some animals can withstand the radiation from explosions, but humans cannot. So we are to simply relinquish the city we have painstakingly subdued. First, let me make one thing clear. This is not my decision. It is a directive from above. These animals can evolve, becoming extraordinarily powerful. The International Biological Research Institute must conduct further studies. In the meantime, we need to conserve our strength. Although we could eliminate the beasts invading Beihai City, it would come at a great cost. Liang Jinhua clenched his fist tightly. Chaos had erupted among those who had fled to Beihai City. If the beasts went on a rampage, evading our suppression forces and attacking these civilians, the losses would indeed be immeasurable. Thus, we urgently require a retreat plan. Outside, the suppression troops had already received the order to withdraw. The silverback gorilla had yet to satiate its thirst for destruction, wielding a cannon and unleashing havoc. Both humans and animals fell victim to its rampage. With each blast, at least 7 or 8 animals were obliterated, simultaneously boosting the gorilla's evolution value. Haha, this is exhilarating. With the advent of firearms, evolution has become a mere trifle. Young canines, come to me. The lion-tiger beast circled above, deftly dodging the incoming shells. Suddenly, it dove down with ferocious intent. The sleek canines, following Chen Chu's scent, found him amidst a towering building. What is happening? Why have you all come in? The plan has changed. 2 growth stage beasts in the mountains are rampaging against us. Those 2 mongrels. The sleek canine felt a twinge of unease. One was a mutated lion-tiger beast, and the other, the silverback gorilla. I see the suppression troops outside are retreating. Instruct all animals to seek refuge. Your ability to withstand those 2 growth stage beasts will determine our fate. The sleek canine darted out in haste. A substantial number of suppression personnel had already retreated to the area surrounding the headquarters. A new plan had been conceived, leaving the first suppression unit to provide cover while leading the remaining populace to the northern docks to board ships and evacuate. The lion-tiger beast perched atop a tower crane, the sniper station there having been decapitated. The sound of gunfire had diminished, only erupting sporadically. The silverback gorilla, using all 4 limbs, climbed directly to the tower crane where the lion-tiger beast awaited. What is going on? Are humans planning to retreat? A bunch of cowards. Nevertheless, they left behind a plethora of weapons. If we utilize these to bombard the animal horde, the evolution values will soar. The lion-tiger beast shot him a disdainful glance. Do you think all animals can wield weapons like you? Most rely on claws and hooves. Few can utilize human weaponry like the silverback gorilla. Haha, primates truly are superior. So agile and dexterous. The silverback gorilla basked in its own pride. The lion-tiger beast gazed downward, noticing the members of the hound gang had also taken cover, and the Tyrannosaurus had vanished. We must conserve our strength. A voice blared from the headquarters loudspeakers. All civilians, assemble immediately at the northern docks. Is the suppression force evacuating us? To the docks? What nonsense. Won't there be a tsunami? If a tsunami were imminent, would the suppression troops direct us to the docks? It's likely a ruse. Wait. The animals have gone mad. The tsunami may indeed be real. I'd better find a vehicle to escape. Those who believed in the impending tsunami hastily sought transportation, while others complied with the suppression force's orders to head to the northern docks. Gathering the multitude would take considerable time. In the headquarters conference room, Liang Jinyue stood, declaring, I will lead the first unit to provide cover. You should evacuate with us. The senior officer insisted. Liang Jinyue drew his sidearm from his waist. I am not one to falter in the face of danger. After reconfiguring their firepower, the first unit was under Liang Jinyue's command. His aim was not merely to cover the evacuation of civilians. If he could eliminate those growth stage beasts, there would be no need to withdraw. For hours had elapsed, and it was now past 2 in the morning. A hunting dog returned, panting. Brother Dinosaur, the city is deserted. Everyone should have evacuated. In what direction? North. What fools. I warned them about the tsunami, yet they still head north. Boom. A shell struck the building, exploding within. Dozens of animals were thrown by the shockwave. Liang Jinyue raised his sidearm high. For humanity. Kill them. Slay these beasts. Rat-tat-tat. The heavy machine guns roared to life, unleashing a torrent of fire. After 4 hours of silence, chaos erupted. The lion-tiger beast atop the crane suddenly opened its eyes wide. A counterattack? Let me show them what we're made of. The silverback gorilla grasped the crane and began to shake it violently. At last, under its immense strength, the crane could no longer withstand the pressure and toppled. The silverback gorilla leaped, seizing the lion-tiger beast's legs, soaring through the air. Get out of the way. The crane is falling. Shoot them down, snipers. Yes. A line of snipers in the rear, armed exclusively with Barrett heavy rifles and armor-piercing rounds, were prepared to engage. Even a tank could be pierced through. Bang, bang, bang. The lion-tiger beast, carrying the silverback gorilla, soared over to a skyscraper. Damn it. Too many obstacles. Snipers, artillery units, focus on those 2 growth stage beasts. Level the buildings. I refuse to believe those animals want to emerge. The overwhelming firepower reduced the skyscrapers to rubble, countless animals perishing in the ensuing chaos. Roar. Chen Chu bellowed, crashing through a wall and emerging. Liang Jinyue's eyes lit up with fervor as he beheld the menacing jaws of the Tyrannosaurus. Chapter 25. The tsunami approaches. Open fire. The fierce barrage immediately rained down upon Chen Chu. At that moment, he executed an extraordinarily peculiar maneuver, sprinting at 20 kilometers per hour before suddenly collapsing and sliding forward like a human. This allowed him to temporarily evade the gunfire aimed 3 meters high. His massive tail swept across the ground, sending his colossal body spinning and gliding toward the suppression forces. Boom. The foremost suppression unit, both personnel and vehicles, were sent sprawling as if struck by a colossal bowling ball. Liang Jinyue, seated in a rear vehicle, felt an overwhelming sense of danger. Now, he was merely 5 meters away from Chen Chu. Retreat. The vehicle revved and reversed. Chen Chu swiftly rose, swinging his enormous tail in a devastating rampage. Just then, an international alert center detected anomalies. 5 locations worldwide were marked by concentric red circles expanding outward. Impossible. Beihai is truly about to experience a tsunami. The highest red alert level. How could this happen? Beihai has always been under our surveillance. Contact Beihai City immediately. At Beihai City Airport, the commanders of the suppression forces had arrived, preparing to board planes for evacuation. The senior officer's phone rang. Upon answering, his face turned ashen. How much time is left? A few minutes. Clatter. The phone fell from his grasp. A tsunami? How could it strike so swiftly? A few minutes. A significant portion of those evacuating from Beihai City had followed orders to the northern docks, accompanied by numerous suppression personnel. With the tsunami approaching, they were effectively walking into a death trap. Boom. The entire Beihai City trembled. The helicopter's instrument panel flickered alarmingly. Commander, there's a situation. We must leave immediately. The senior officer slumped in his seat. Let us leave. Fly quickly and signal the alarm. Escape as many as possible. Chen Chu dashed to the side, narrowly dodging another round of fire. What was that tremor? Was the tsunami about to commence? Several helicopters ascended, sirens blaring. Liang Jinyue had just taken position before a vehicle-mounted heavy machine gun. Hearing the alarm, his pupils constricted. It was truly happening. Bang, bang, bang. In the rear, the heavy sniper continued to shoot at the occasionally emerging lion-tiger beast. Liang Jinyue waved his hand, commanding everyone to board the vehicle. We must leave at once. Why? A tsunami is truly imminent. Reluctant to continue the fight, he urged everyone to get in. Chen Chu could not permit them to depart so easily. He charged out, biting down on a damaged tank and flinging it aside. Boom. Crash. The wrecked tank collided directly with an armored vehicle. Shredded metal sliced across Liang Jinyue's left cheek, his flesh tearing and blood flowing freely. You shall not leave. Liang Jinyue gripped the heavy machine gun tightly, declaring, You have followed me all the way from Changfeng County. I have yet to eliminate this grave threat. Today let us settle this once and for all. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets flew in a dense barrage. Chen Chu turned, swinging his tail, which erupted with numerous blood holes upon impact. Boom. A damaged armored vehicle was sent flying by his tail, crashing violently against the vehicle where Liang Jinyue was trapped. The collision deformed the vehicle, leaving Liang Jinyue ensnared within. Commander, you must leave. Do not concern yourselves with me. That is an order. With the tsunami approaching, the potential for casualties was unimaginable. The suppression forces represented humanity's final line of defense. If losses could be mitigated, they must be. Even if it meant sacrificing just one person. As the others fled in their vehicles, Chen Chu chose not to pursue. His sole focus remained on Liang Jinyue, the officer adorned with stars on his shoulders. Moreover, he had just mentioned arriving in Beihai City from Changfeng County, indicating he was the one who had taken his sister away. Boom, boom. The earth trembled violently. Chen Chu approached Liang Jinyue, lowering his gaze to meet his. Do you know of a girl captured from Changfeng County? Liang Jinyue felt the warm breath emanating from Chen Chu's nostrils, akin to a gentle breeze. Are you referring to Chen Nua? You do know. Chen Chu's claw rested heavily on Liang Jinyue's shoulder, demanding, Where is she? The tsunami approached faster than anticipated. Liang Jinyue's heart quaked as he questioned, Why do you seek her? None of your concern. Now tell me where she is. His claw pierced Liang Jinyue's shoulder, creating a gaping wound. Ah! Liang Jinyue's face flushed crimson. You are Chen Chu, the security guard from the Manhwa City Museum. Chen Chu, where is Chen Nua? With a swift motion, a second claw plunged into Liang Jinyue's body. Blood erupted from his mouth, his eyes turning crimson. Looking up, he caught sight of glimmering lights in the sky, likely from the aircraft. She has been taken away again. Chen Chu was torn between joy and fury. Being taken away meant she might escape the tsunami, thus increasing her chances of survival. Yet, he pondered when he might find her again. Where could she be taken? With great effort, Liang Jinyue lifted his hand and placed it over Chen Chu's claw. Chen Chu, even after transforming into an animal, you still possess such familial affection. You must retain your humanity. Your sister sought refuge ahead. Didn't you tell her to? The future remained uncertain, yet he hoped Chen Chu could assist humanity. What does humanity matter to me? I only want my sister. Where will she be taken? Suddenly, a shadow darted forth. It was the slender dog. Blood sprayed from Liang Jinyue's neck as his head was brutally crushed by the slender dog. Chen Chu raged. What have you done? The slender dog bared its teeth, retorting, You promised me that Beihai City would offer opportunities for evolution. I risked everything to come here amidst the tsunami, only to realize you were merely using us to locate your sister. You foolish dog. Chen Chu roared, kicking the armored vehicle, sending it tumbling. The slender dog nimbly evaded. I've lost so many lives in the Hound Gang because of you. You are the most foolish dog imaginable. At the docks, those preparing to evacuate by boat were left in stunned silence. The suppression forces wore expressions of despair as a colossal wave, towering over 20 meters, surged toward them. Why did we not heed the warnings of those creatures? We have sealed our own fates. Boom. The monstrous wave crashed in, engulfing everyone at the dock. The fierce impact obliterated everything upon it. The tsunami had arrived. Chapter 26. The evolutionary beings, the essence of the sea. Boom. Boom. The towering structures crumbled like paper before the 20-meter-high tsunami, instantly reduced to rubble. Countless civilians and suppression forces were swept away. The animals that had invaded Beihai City began to scatter in a desperate attempt to escape the impending deluge. Chen Chu felt the fierce sea breeze. The slender dog gazed at the distant wave, contemplating the enormity of the tsunami. Who could possibly survive? We are all destined to be your burial companions. Chen Chu bellowed. I did not deceive you. The tsunami indeed presents an opportunity for evolution. I admit I used you to create chaos to save my sister. But you killed the only one who knew her whereabouts. The slender dog turned to flee. Chen Chu could not allow him to escape. What did alliances matter? He had always regarded them merely as tools. In his heart, only his sister held significance. Yet now, his only lead lay shattered by the slender dog. In a fit of rage, he pursued, determined to end the slender dog's life. The lion-tiger beast soared through the air alongside a silverback gorilla, both astonished by the immense wave. I have resided in Beihai City for decades and have never witnessed such a colossal tsunami. Indeed, it threatens to obliterate everything. I cannot fathom why that Tyrannosaurus would venture into Beihai City. It is akin to courting death. Fly higher, lest the waves bring you down. After one colossal wave, a second followed closely behind. Beihai City was submerged beneath the rising waters in mere minutes. The fleeing animals were also caught in the torrent, including Chen Chu. No matter how swift his running, he could not outrun the tsunami's onslaught. No matter how grand his stature, it was insignificant before the tsunami. Gurgle. Darkness enveloped him. Simultaneously, the remnants of humanity across the globe descended into panic. For it was not only Beihai City that faced a tsunami, for other locations experienced catastrophic disasters. I understand now. I comprehend why the heavens have transformed us into animals. It is because of the great calamity, granting us a chance to survive. In the face of a tsunami, if I become a fish, can I not survive? In the face of an earthquake, if I become a bird, can I not evade it? I cannot remain human. I must transform into an animal. I desire to become one capable of flight, diving, and possessing formidable predatory skills. In the wake of the first great calamity, the mentalities of many survivors underwent a profound transformation. A television station broadcasted an interview with several professors. One biology professor addressed the camera, stating, "In truth, humans are the least deserving species to survive, lacking the protective fur to withstand the cold, devoid of the ability to endure heat. The only thing we do is continuously destroy this world. Thus, the world has begun to punish humanity." With that, he consumed a prepared piece of meat live on air, transforming into a polar bear before the astonished audience. Beihai City gradually returned to a state of calm. The waters receded slowly, revealing a surface littered with floating corpses, both human and animal alike. With a gasp, Chen Chu emerged, his head breaking the surface of the water. He now stood atop a destroyed skyscraper, more than 10 meters above the original ground level. Given the current circumstances, it would require some time for the water to fully recede. Where had that foolish dog gone? That wretched creature. I will find you and ensure your demise. Chen Chu stood still, awaiting the receding tide. The sky began to brighten, and the sun ascended from the eastern horizon. After a brief respite, Chen Chu opened his eyes and observed the numerous animals congregated on the dilapidated buildings around him, all survivors of the tsunami. The seawater still stood over 3 meters high. It was time to commence his journey. Without hesitation, Chen Chu leaped from the building, creating a tremendous splash. He waded through the water, slowly making his way toward the northern coastline. On a nearby building, 300 meters away, a lion hybrid beast and a silverback gorilla watched Chen Chu intently. Look, that dinosaur is heading north. Let's follow at a distance. As Chen Chu traversed the water, the resistance was immense, causing his movements to be exceedingly slow. As he approached the northern shore, he tread carefully with each step, mindful of what lay beneath. With a faint crack, a sound emanated from beneath his feet. Chen Chu promptly submerged his head into the water. Upon lifting his foot, he found that he had merely crushed a large shell. Just as disappointment began to settle in, he spotted a blue object nearby, shimmering like crystal. A surge of excitement coursed through him. Sea blue essence. He hurried over and swallowed it whole. His evolution value instantly soared from 732 to 832. One piece of sea blue essence was equivalent to the evolutionary value gained from hunting a juvenile creature. After the worldwide transformation into beasts, cataclysmic events occurred monthly across the globe. However, following each disaster, peculiar evolutionary substances would emerge. This sea blue essence was a gift from the tsunami. Before long, Chen Chu found a second piece, causing his evolution value to rise again to 932. Just one more, and he could evolve into a juvenile form. The silverback gorilla grinned, observing the dinosaur searching for something in the water. Indeed, Chen Chu appeared to be in excellent condition. Let's go take a look. Suddenly, the water exploded a kilometer away. The agile dog stood atop a deceased shark, excitement evident on its canine face. This was the opportunity for evolution. The lion hybrid beast and silverback gorilla, hovering above, witnessed the scene unfold. Let's inquire with that dog. With a whoosh, they soared down towards the agile canine. The dog sensed the shadow above and looked up, only to see the imposing figure of the 5-meter-tall silverback gorilla descending from the sky with a resounding splash. You filthy mutt. Our paths cross again. And you seem to be in good spirits. Found anything interesting? Guess, the dog retorted, diving back into the water. Trying to escape? The silverback gorilla seized the shark's tail and swung it forcefully into the water. With a loud splash, the shark's body struck the surface, sending water flying in all directions, revealing an irregularly shaped piece of sea blue essence. The agile dog leaped out of the water, opening its mouth to swallow the essence. The lion hybrid beast, quick-eyed, descended. What did you just consume? The dog didn't respond, diving back into the water to search for more. The opportunity for evolution must be seized. Who knows how much sea blue essence a tsunami might bring? With each powerful blow, the silverback gorilla struck again. But no more sea blue essence emerged. The lion hybrid beast took flight, pursuing the agile dog. Comparatively, the dog was easier to intimidate. Chapter 27, Juvenile Form, Crocodile Armored Tyrannosaurus. The agile dog, frantically pursued by the two beasts, felt a rush of urgency. Do they think I'm easy prey? Huh. You truly underestimate me. The dog swam furiously, then shouted to the surviving animals atop the crumbling buildings. There's a blue crystal in the water. Consuming it grants immense evolution value. Is that true? Some animals, upon hearing, express skepticism. It must be real. Just look at the dinosaur. It appears to be searching. Why don't we give it a try? As long as we avoid those ferocious beasts. With that, the creatures leaped into the water, creating a scene reminiscent of dumplings being dropped into broth. Chen Chu glanced back, thinking, what foolish dogs. Each unique evolutionary substance brought forth by cataclysmic events was limited. Ignoring them, he continued his search for sea blue essence. The lion hybrid beast swooped down beside the silverback gorilla. You check below and see if it's authentic. The silverback gorilla bent down in the water, feeling around. 3 minutes later, he indeed found a piece the size of a ping-pong ball. Is this it? Perhaps. The lion hybrid beast urged him to consume it. The silverback gorilla opened his mouth and swallowed it, his eyes widening in surprise. Goodness. Such a tiny thing grants 100 evolution points. Huh. It seems that the dinosaur came to Beihai City for this. The silverback gorilla frowned, observing the animals diving into the water for sea blue essence. Such a valuable item must not be squandered on these inept creatures. You're agile, you search for it. I'll handle the others. The two immediately divided their tasks. The lion hybrid beast soared into the air and then dove onto the back of a rhinoceros. Boss, I too emerged from a zoo. Have mercy. Too late. With a crunch, the lion hybrid beast bit through the rhinoceros's spine and charged toward the other animals. The agile dog consumed another piece of sea blue essence, baring its teeth. You scoundrels. You think you can monopolize the evolutionary treasures. The lion hybrid beast rampaged, turning the surrounding waters crimson, resembling a pool of blood. Flapping its wings, it fixed its gaze on the agile dog. Now it's your turn. Don't think I'm afraid of you. The agile dog howled, its size unexpectedly increasing. In an instant, its half-meter frame transformed into a towering 2 meters. Coupled with its tail, it now exceeded 4 meters in length. Such a stature nearly rivaled that of the lion hybrid beast. Interesting juvenile form you have there. With a howl, the agile dog lunged at the lion hybrid beast, dragging it into the water. Hee, I've already gathered 3 pieces. The silverback gorilla beamed like a child. In its massive palms rested 3 pieces of sea blue essence. With a thud, Chen Chu approached, his enormous strides echoing. The silverback gorilla clutched the 3 pieces of sea blue essence. What now? You disrupted my plans, killed the juvenile in the mountains, and stole my evolution points. And now you dare to seize the sea blue essence. You shall meet your demise. Had they not slain the juvenile in the mountains, Chen Chu would have already evolved. Entering Beihai City, he needed cannon fodder, but could not eliminate those dogs. This gorilla must die. Must die? Huh. What are you, a juvenile dinosaur? With a crunch, Chen Chu swallowed one of the pieces of sea blue essence he had found. This was the 3rd piece he had discovered. His evolution value surged from 932 to 1032, surpassing the threshold required for juvenile evolution. His form underwent a remarkable transformation. Standing 4 meters tall, he rapidly ascended, his bones cracking as they adjusted. The silverback gorilla, sensing imminent dread, scrambled to distance itself from Chen Chu. With a roar, Chen Chu unleashed a commanding cry, unprecedented in its dominance. From the depths of the water emerged a Tyrannosaurus Rex, 6 meters tall, 12 meters long, and weighing 8 tons. The attributes panel underwent a complete metamorphosis. Type, hybrid species. Name, Crocodile Armored Tyrannosaurus. Level, early juvenile. Strength, 8 tons. Speed, 30 kilometers h. Lifespan, 100 years. Defense, 15 tons. Evolution value, 3, 212,000. Talent 1, Supreme Bite Force, 14 tons. Talent 2, Derivative. The transformation was monumental. The enigma of the fusion species is finally revealed after enduring the trials of a harsh youth. In the beginning, Chen Chu consumed 5 types of fossils to achieve beastification. The silverback gorilla bared its sharp fangs in a menacing grin. Do you think that just because you have reached your mature form, I should be afraid of you? I am already in the mid-stage of maturity. With a thunderous roar, it swung its right fist, which had long been clenched, towards Chen Chu, standing resolute. Chen Chu's interface displayed a defensive capability. This was precisely the manifestation of the true characteristics of the fusion species, exemplifying the traits of the true crocodile turtle. Slightly turning his head, he allowed the silverback gorilla's fist to strike his head. At the moment the fist made contact, the gorilla was astonished to see plates resembling rock-like bone armor sprout from Chen Chu's head. A resounding thud echoed in the air. The silverback gorilla felt a tremendous recoil. Staggering back 2 steps, disbelief etched on its face. How could this be possible? Chen Chu grinned ominously, a chilling smile that spoke of his power. The traits of the fusion species, unlike those of the mutated species, are controllable. The bone armor that grew on his head gradually dissipated, returning to its original state. Your punch lacked any significant force. With his legs bent, he suddenly unleashed a powerful charge towards the silverback gorilla. The beast retreated, evading Chen Chu's onslaught, clutching 3 sea blue essences in its left hand. However, having already reached the mid-stage of maturity, even consuming the 3 essences would not elevate it to the late stage of maturity. Brother, the silverback gorilla roared. The lion-tiger beast, lifting its head, was still pressed beneath a small hound. Then, the 3 sea blue essences were hurled towards the lion-tiger beast. It soared into the sky, opening its massive jaws to swallow the essences whole. The small hound, battered and bruised, rose from the water and shrank in size. You all can fight it out. I shall not partake. With that, it dove into the water and swiftly departed. What a formidable Tyrannosaurus. The lion-tiger beast soared to the side of the silverback gorilla. A 2-on-1 situation, eh? The lion-tiger beast chuckled. We are both powerful creatures. Why not join forces to conquer this world? Join forces? Indeed. We shall split the spoils equally among the 3 of us. What do you say? We will aid each other in swiftly reaching the mid-stage of maturity. Chen Chu laughed heartily. Split equally? All these sea blue essences are mine. Let us take him down. The silverback gorilla plunged its hands into the water and suddenly heaved upwards, grasping a 10-meter-long crane as a weapon. Chen Chu's head, back, and tail were all enveloped in a layer of rock-like bone armor. Fusion species, armored Tyrannosaurus. With a whoosh, the crane was brought crashing down. Chen Chu charged forward, entirely unfazed. I possess a defensive power of 15 tons. Crack. The crane struck Chen Chu's back, splintering into pieces, yet it inflicted no harm upon him. Chapter 28. Braving 2 Early-Stage Mature Beasts. The silverback gorilla's face twitched. This fellow possesses an astonishing defense. Roar. Chen Chu pressed on, fearless and unmatched. After reaching the early stage of maturity, his size, strength, and defense experienced tremendous enhancement. He had become a mobile fortress. The silverback gorilla extended both hands, using its palms to brace against Chen Chu's head. The lion-tiger beast spread its wings and dove towards Chen Chu's back, its claws unsheathed and raking across him. Sizzle, sizzle. Sparks nearly flew from the contact, but only a few white marks were left upon the bone armor on Chen Chu's back. It opened its mouth wide, biting down fiercely. Crunch. A fang shattered. How could this be? With a mutated lion-tiger beast, how great could your biting force be? The lion-tiger beast, incensed, declared, I am a mid-stage mature, flying lion-tiger beast. My biting force is 10 tons. Chen Chu chuckled, apologetically. I can withstand 15 tons of force. Watch this. The silverback gorilla lifted one of its massive furry legs and kicked at Chen Chu's neck. The lion-tiger beast flapped its wings, darting towards Chen Chu's right side in unison. Together, they managed to topple Chen Chu. A 5-meter-long tail rose up, swinging violently at the lion-tiger beast. Whoosh. The lion-tiger beast dodged swiftly. The power contained in that tail was immense. It could not afford to be struck even once. Brother, this dinosaur appears to be a mutated form as well. Its defense is formidable. I will restrain it while you seize the opportunity. The lion-tiger beast nodded. With a splash, Chen Chu rose from the water, his dark golden pupils brimming with lethal intent. The silverback gorilla cracked its knuckles. Today you shall witness my wrestling prowess. Wrestling? A true beast would know nothing of wrestling, unless this silverback gorilla had learned wrestling before its beastification. The gorilla smashed its fists against its chest before charging at Chen Chu. Chen Chu opened his mouth, aiming to bite at the gorilla's shoulder. The silverback gorilla blocked Chen Chu's chin with one hand and, as it turned, wrapped its other arm around Chen Chu's neck. Die! With a surge of strength, the 8-ton Chen Chu was forcefully thrown down in a suplex. Thud! The massive body crashed down, sending water splashing around, creating a deep crater in the ground. Humph. Just because you beastified into a dinosaur does not mean you are invincible. Allow me to demonstrate the might of primates. The silverback gorilla bared its sharp fangs, unleashing a flurry of punches at Chen Chu. The airborne lion-tiger beast had its eyes fixed on Chen Chu's abdomen, while his back and head were armored. His abdomen remained unprotected. Haha, this time, you shall not escape death. With a powerful flap, it dove down, targeting the vulnerable area below Chen Chu's abdomen. Cunning. Chen Chu kicked out both legs, sending a torrent of water splashing. The The lion-tiger beast instantly twisted in midair, but Chen Chu's left claw still grazed one of its wings. Flish! The sharp claws left a long gash on its wing. Ah, that hurts. I will make you pay for this. The lion-tiger beast swiped at Chen Chu's precious area. Whack! A 5-meter-long tail lashed out from the water, striking the lion-tiger beast squarely on the back of its head. The lion-tiger beast was taken aback. It never expected a Tyrannosaurus tail could swing back like a dog ass. Its defenses were no match for Chen Chu's abnormal strength. With 8 tons of force, the impact turned its brain into mush. It collapsed onto Chen Chu's abdomen, blood and brain matter oozing from its mouth and nostrils. Brother! The silverback gorilla could hardly believe that the lion-tiger beast had been taken down in a single blow. I will tear you apart. What followed was reminiscent of a scene from the movie King Kong. The gorilla's muscular arms grasped Chen Chu's mouth, attempting to break it. Chen Chu twisted his neck furiously, denying it the opportunity. The gorilla's innate talent lay in its immense arm strength, boasting a staggering 15 tons. Yet, its maximum biting force only reached 14 tons. Once the mouth was pried open, death was the only outcome. Struggling fiercely, the corpse of the lion-tiger beast slid from Chen Chu's abdomen into the water. Smack! A claw crushed the lion-tiger beast, obliterating it. The silverback gorilla, hands gripping Chen Chu's neck, now planned to twist it until it snapped. You are truly the strongest animal I have ever encountered. Roar! Chen Chu rose to his full height, lifting his neck high. The silverback gorilla found its feet leaving the ground. Haha, your strength is no match for mine. The gorilla exerted its arms, flipping over to land on Chen Chu's back, wrapping its arms around his neck and beginning to constrict. Chen Chu found himself struggling for breath. This was the first time he had faced 2 mid-stage adult creatures simultaneously. His gaze swept across the boundless North Sea as he took a step forward, charging toward the water. The silverback gorilla was momentarily bewildered, questioning his intentions. Was he seeking mutual destruction? After all, he was a hybrid, and the traits of the true alligator turtle had begun to manifest within him. His aquatic abilities were undoubtedly enhanced. Within the span of mere moments, Chen Chu, alongside the silverback gorilla, plunged into the depths of the North Sea. Both were engulfed by the water. The silverback gorilla inhaled deeply, intending to strangle him underwater. Yet, Chen Chu was no easy opponent. Despite his modestly sized foreclaws, measuring just over a meter, they incessantly raked against the gorilla's arms, leaving behind a trail of bloody gashes. With a loud pop, the gorilla winced in pain as bubbles surged to the surface from his mouth. Chen Chu had severed a tendon in his arm. The strength in the gorilla's left arm drained rapidly. He could not continue like this, or he would surely drown. Releasing his grip, he forcefully stomped on Chen Chu's back with both feet, attempting to propel himself out of the North Sea. But Chen Chu was not about to let him escape. With a swift turn, he opened his jaws wide and clamped down on the gorilla's left foot. Bubbles erupted from the gorilla's mouth once more. Indeed, his swimming skills had improved. With a crunch, the full force of his bite shattered the gorilla's left foot, severing it entirely. Chen Chu's eyes were colder than the sea itself as he surged upward, biting off the gorilla's right foot as well. He then began his slow ascent toward the shore. Watching as the silverback gorilla struggled to swim forward, its blood turning the surrounding waters crimson. Finally, the gorilla managed to crawl onto the shore, but its vitality had diminished by 70%. Chen Chu emerged from the water, methodically closing in on him. At that moment, the gorilla felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Please, don't kill me. I swear allegiance to you, he pleaded. What can you do with no feet? Shall I proceed to bite off your arms as well? Chapter 29, The Formidable Gift of Derivation. Gazing at Chen Chu's sharp, icy fangs, the silverback gorilla was paralyzed with fear, losing control in his animalistic state for the first time. Despite his newfound strength and primate advantages, he regretted not killing Chen Chu in the mountains. Chen Chu lunged forward, jaws wide, and the gorilla instinctively raised his right arm to defend himself. The sharp teeth pierced through flesh and muscle. With a fierce yank, Chen Chu tore the arm free, blood spraying like a torrential rain. The gorilla's anguished screams echoed as he lost 3 limbs in total. The ensuing battle left Chen Chu feeling ravenous. He bit into the gorilla's arm, chewing it into pieces. To his surprise, his body began to transform. His strength, once measured at 8 tons, had surged to 10 tons. A warm current flowed from his abdomen to his foreclaws, which had initially contained just 2 fingers, but now sprouted a third. A 3-fingered Tyrannosaurus Rex. Chen Chu was astonished. How could this happen? Merely consuming an arm of the silverback gorilla had enhanced his strength and granted him an extra digit. Could this be the second gift of derivation that emerged upon reaching the early growth stage? The hybrid species was indeed mysterious. He pondered which of the 5 fossilized animals this newfound ability belonged to. Derivation allowed for evolution upon acquiring new traits. As it appeared, it had manifested as a boon for him. The Tyrannosaurus Rex, a top predator from the late Cretaceous period, was known for its formidable might. Yet it was hampered by its significantly regressed forelimbs. Now, with the gift of derivation, he could potentially wield his claws in battle. Perhaps he could even utilize tools like primates do. The silverback gorilla watched in horror as Chen Chu sprouted a third finger. What on earth are you? A hybrid Tyrannosaurus Rex, Chen Chu declared. Hybrid? The gorilla had never heard of such a thing. Indeed, prior to the first cataclysm, animals were categorized into common species, mutated species, and special species. It was only with the emergence of the powerful hybrid creatures that a new classification was formed. With the silverback gorilla now defenseless, Chen Chu seized the opportunity, biting off the other arm and chewing it into oblivion. His strength soared once more, from 10 tons to 12 tons. Although his foreclaws did not sprout a fourth finger, they grew longer and sturdier. Now, his claws measured an impressive length of 1.7 meters. The gift of derivation is truly splendid. It perfectly complements my abilities. The silverback gorilla succumbed to death after losing too much blood from the loss of its second arm. Chen Chu's evolution value surged to 43,212,000. In his excitement, he had neglected to notice his evolution points. He was astounded to discover that eliminating a mid-stage adult creature had granted him 200 evolution points, having killed both the lion-tiger beast and the silverback gorilla. His evolution value increased by a total of 400. Upon witnessing the demise of these two ferocious beasts, the surrounding animals dared not venture near Chen Chu. The vast expanse of coastline had become his dominion. Chen Chu located the corpse of the lion-tiger beast. It possessed a pair of feathered wings. Would consuming them grant him wings as well? He eagerly tore into the wings, but to his dismay, no changes manifested. What could this mean? Did he not deserve wings? The remainder of the lion-tiger beast was utterly useless. In terms of strength, it could not match Chen Chu, nor could it rival his defenses or bite force. Presently, finding an opponent with comparable bite strength was nearly impossible. Chen Chu began to scour the coastline at a leisurely pace. This stretch of shore had been claimed by him, and all the sea blue essence within it belonged to him. Meanwhile, the little dog had gathered dozens of animals, all survivors of the tsunami. Boss dog, did you truly provoke that Tyrannosaurus Rex? In any case, you can either follow me or him. The Tyrannosaurus Rex is not an easy companion. We shall continue to follow you. Good. This tsunami has revealed something that can grant us instant evolution points. Let us keep our distance from the Tyrannosaurus Rex and gather it. We will distribute it later. We will heed your command. The little dog led the group of animals to a location 5 kilometers away from Chen Chu to begin collecting the sea blue essence. Wow. What a massive ship. The little dog exclaimed, astonished. It was a luxurious cruise liner, over 300 meters long, washed ashore by the tsunami. The vessel was covered in seaweed and shells, appearing somewhat dilapidated. What does it matter? Finding something is the priority. The tide had receded further, but the animals had never encountered sea blue essence before. At that moment, a terrier dog spotted a crab the size of a human head, which was scuttling sideways while clutching a piece of sea blue essence in its claws. Master dog, is this what you meant? The slender dog exclaimed, recognizing it immediately. Quickly, seize it. The country dog leaped forward, pinning the crab down with a paw. Haha, Master dog, look. There's a large lobster here, and it even has some crystal with it. I killed it. I have one too, a big fish. The slender dog grinned excitedly, and the enthusiasm was contagious. In no time, they had amassed 5 pieces of azure essence. This indeed represented 500 evolution points. At this rate, they might evolve to the next stage today, mid-growth phase. After crushing one large crab, the country dog fixated on another crab clutching azure essence and darted around the cruise ship. Heh, even with 8 legs, can you outrun me? With its paw raised, it was about to strike. Suddenly, with a loud slap, a 10-meter-long tentacle burst forth from a window of the cruise ship. The country dog was instantly flattened into a pulp. The tentacle then retracted with the crab in tow. The other animals were left in shock, while the slender dog bristled with fur, sensing an immense threat. This threat was greater than that posed by Chen Chu. How dare you snatch my azure essence? Seeking death. A booming voice echoed from within the cruise ship. Not good. Run. The slender dog was the first to turn and flee. With a series of thuds, 4 tentacles sprang out, each 10 meters long and covered in numerous suckers. Several animals were immediately struck down. Chapter 30, King versus King. Don't kill us, please. The animals ensnared by the tentacles begged desperately. Suddenly, an octopus squeezed out from the luxurious cruise ship. Its 8 tentacles, each 10 meters long and lined with countless suckers, were terrifying. With its round head, glistening skin, and a prominent mouth, it appeared quite comical. You land-dwelling creatures wish to take my azure essence. How audacious. We can help you find it. Yes, our sense of smell is acute. The seawater has receded, and we are swifter than those stinky fish and rotten shrimp. The slender dog reappeared. The giant octopus considered this for a moment. All right, then help me find it. If anyone dares to hoard it for themselves, I'll crush them. With a resounding slap, a tentacle struck the ground, creating a deep trench. Countless crabs and small turtles emerged from the cruise ship, joined by the recruited land animals, all becoming the giant octopus's subordinates in the quest for azure essence. Chen Chu walked back and forth along the shore, swallowing any azure essence he found. Within an hour, his evolution points surged to 93,212,000. Growth phases were divided into early, mid, and late stages. Thus, the 12,000 evolution points could be distributed into 3 segments. Below 4,000 points was the early stage, between 4,000 and 8,000 was the mid stage, and anything above 8,000 was considered late stage. To evolve from the early to mid stage, he still needed over 3,000 evolution points. A crab clutching azure essence? Perhaps that crab is a transformed human. Upon seeing it, Chen Chu claimed it for himself. With a snap, his evolution points instantly increased by 101. So many crabs. Could they have been washed ashore by the tsunami? As a group of crabs noticed Chen Chu, their bulging eyes retreated in fear. Are you transformed humans? It seemed they were driven by instinctual terror. These crabs were not human transformations, but why were they collecting azure essence? Could it be they were responding to the commands of a more powerful creature? With a swift stomp, Chen Chu crushed a pile of crabs, gaining evolution points. As he continued eastward, he encountered sluggish lobsters and leisurely moving sea turtles. With a series of crunches, they too fell prey to him, contributing to his rapidly rising evolution points. Now at 155,012,000. Octopus Chief. The slender dog panted as it rushed over. Are you slacking off? Believe me, I'll crush you. The slender dog lowered its head and tucked its tail, informing the octopus, a Tyrannosaurus has trampled many turtles and crabs. And it has taken the azure essence meant for you. With a furious flourish, the octopus's tentacles flailed. What? It was evidently enraged. Once a worker aboard the luxurious cruise ship, the octopus had grown immensely after consuming a giant octopus. After leaping into the sea, it evaded the brutal slaughter aboard the ship and began preying on fish and shrimp, experiencing a rapid increase in evolution points. The fish and shrimp were plentiful, allowing it to seamlessly transition from juvenile to growth phase. After boarding the luxurious cruise ship, it eliminated all transformed animals, taking refuge there until a tsunami swept the ship to North Sea City. After a brief daze, it awoke to find a piece of azure essence nearby, its alluring blue glow possessing a peculiar attraction. Upon consuming it, its evolution points surged by 100. It then utilized its innate talent to command lower intelligence animals to assist in its search. This was a divine opportunity bestowed upon it. Having arrived in North Sea City from the ocean, it was destined to dominate here. Where's that dinosaur? I can lure it here. The slender dog sprinted towards Chen Chu's location. Having killed someone who knew the whereabouts of his sister, Chen Chu would surely not spare it. Now, with a giant octopus in the fray, it calculated that the ensuing conflict would leave it as the ultimate beneficiary. The slender dog internally commended its cleverness. Chen Chu spotted the black slender dog. You foolish mutt, dare you appear before me? Ah, the Tyrannosaurus. The slender dog turned and fled. It had intended to provoke Chen Chu, knowing he would pursue. Chen Chu's speed surged to 30 kilometers per hour. Yet he still could not catch up to the slender dog. He pondered that if he could devour the slender dog, his derived talents would surely enhance his speed. Upon reaching the luxurious cruise ship, the slender dog halted. Chen Chu also came to a stop, for many animals had gathered there, both land and sea creatures. An ominous premonition filled his heart. Why have you stopped running? The slender dog grinned. Shouldn't it be you who flees? What? Do you intend to use this rabble to wear me down? Suddenly, a tentacle shot up from the ground, ensnaring Chen Chu's left leg. What the? With a violent tug, he was thrown to the ground. A large plume of black ink erupted from the octopus's mouth, condensing into a shroud of darkness that enveloped the surroundings, obscuring Chen Chu's vision. He opened his mouth to bite at the tentacle that bound him, only to find it had already retreated. With a crack, 2 tentacles lashed against Chen Chu's back like whips, inflicting excruciating pain. Rising to his feet, Chen Chu glared into the suffocating black mist. His crocodile armor had begun to bulge, resembling jagged rocks. An octopus? Its strength was formidable. Even with 15 tons of defense, he felt immense pain. Humph, little dinosaur. Here. I am the sovereign. Everything belongs to me. Dare to steal, and you shall perish. With a swoosh, 2 tentacles emerged from behind Chen Chu. He pivoted, slamming his tail against one of the tentacles, only for it to become ensnared by another. I'll crush you. He bit down on the other tentacle with ferocity. Ouch. With a jaw strength of 14 tons, can it not sever even a single tentacle of yours? The colossal octopus, having lost one of its appendages, was consumed by a surge of pain and fury. Little did it know, I possess 8 tentacles. Today, I shall ensnare you. With a gulp, Chen Chu swallowed half of the severed tentacle. Under the influence of his evolved ability, a new attribute appeared on his status panel. Flexibility. 5. 8 tentacles? Then I shall sever them all. The giant octopus emerged from the depths, all its tentacles launching an assault on Chen Chu with a cacophony of slaps. Chen Chu, fortified by his rock-like crocodilian armor, withstood the onslaught. The octopus was taken aback. How could this be possible? Typically, any creature would have been reduced to a pulp under such relentless strikes. Yet, this Tyrannosaurus Rex stood firm. Chapter 31. The Battle of Wits with the Mature Stage. The octopus's eyes glinted with cold malice. Behold my ultimate skill. 8-limb strangulation. 7 intact tentacles, along with the one that had been partially severed, lunged toward Chen Chu, intent on ensnaring him. Chen Chu accelerated to his maximum speed, still uncertain whether this cephalopod was in the mid or late stages of its growth. Naturally, its ultimate skill would be its most formidable. Thud, thud, thud. The ground was marked by a series of massive footprints. Chen Chu darted out from the encirclement of the 8 tentacles. Where do you think you're going? Chen Chu turned, realizing that with an increase of 5 points in flexibility, he could now rotate his head a full 120 degrees. You may be formidable in the ocean, but on land, you cannot catch me. The octopus, seething with indignation, sluggishly writhed its body. Its true power could only be realized in the depths of the sea. Chen Chu was now over 20 meters away, beyond its striking range, as the octopus's tentacle reach was limited to 10 meters. Meanwhile, the small canine, witnessing this, felt a pang of discomfort. He had hoped for a fierce clash between Chen Chu and the giant octopus, but to his surprise, Chen Chu was retreating. Foolish dog, where do you think you're going? The small canine swiftly circled around to the octopus's rear. You are but a dim-witted dinosaur. I remain here with the boss. What can you do? The octopus inched forward, extending a tentacle in a curled manner. Come at me if you dare. Huh, you can't catch me. The octopus, unable to keep pace, angrily thrashed its tentacles against the ground. At that moment, a stalemate ensued. The octopus continued to command the surrounding creatures to gather the essence of the azure sea, while Chen Chu maintained a distance of 20 meters, eyeing it warily. The octopus sluggishly pursued Chen Chu into the city of Beihai. The once vibrant metropolis had become a desolate ruin after the devastation of a tsunami, littered with bloated corpses. Above, a flock of crows circled, accompanied by numerous carrion-eating birds. Chen Chu rested against a leaning skyscraper. After a day of relentless back and forth, his stamina was severely depleted. Suddenly, a sound echoed from above. Where do you think you're escaping to? Damn it, they can find me here. It was undoubtedly that foolish dog, using its keen sense of smell to track him down. A massive tentacle ensnared the building, causing the stairs to crack under immense pressure. With a thunderous roar, the skyscraper began to topple toward Chen Chu. His crocodilian armor flared, forcing a path through the debris. Nowhere to run. The 2 nearby tower cranes were seized by the octopus's tentacles and hurled toward Chen Chu. He skidded to a halt. Thud, thud, 2 cranes plunged into the ground, obstructing his escape route. Do you think this can hinder me? With a crack, a tentacle coiled around another building and swung it toward him. The unstable structure could hardly withstand the octopus's might, toppling as it swung through the air. Debris cascaded down, burying half of the octopus's body beneath the rubble. Those who accompany that foolish dog are equally dim-witted. Chen Chu turned to face the chaos. Suddenly, 2 tentacles erupted from the debris, ensnaring his legs. I shall crush you. Whoosh. 2 more tentacles appeared, wrapping around his neck. Ha! I have reached the mature stage. Once ensnared by me, escape is impossible. The tentacles binding his legs pulled him to the sides, while those around his neck yanked him forward. A clear intent to dismember him. Fool. Chen Chu's claws, finally put to use, struck out with 3 sharp fingers, piercing through the 2 tentacles. The octopus howled in agony. The Tyrannosaurus Rex's regressed forelimbs still possessed such strength. 2 more tentacles lunged to ensnare Chen Chu's claws, but it was too late. With a fierce grip, he seized them after piercing through. Lowering his head, he swiftly bit down. Your taste is quite foul. The remaining 2 tentacles lashed out, but Chen Chu seized the moment. Clawing wildly, soft-bodied creatures like octopuses and squids are most vulnerable to sharp objects. The octopus's tentacles were now stained with blood. Come here. The tentacles constricting his legs exerted force. Chen Chu's body suddenly leaned back. With a whoosh, he was dragged across the ground toward the octopus. 8-limb strangulation. All tentacles surged forth. This time, it sought to strangle Chen Chu to death. Truly, the strength of a mature stage creature was overwhelming. Each tentacle exerted a pulling force exceeding 10 tons. The maximum strength of the 8-limb strangulation approached 40 tons. If Chen Chu were ensnared, he would have no escape. Desperately, he twisted his body and clamped his jaws around an overturned tank. This heavy tank weighed 30 tons. The octopus encountered formidable resistance. Huh. Do you think this will suffice to evade me? If you won't come to me, then I shall come to you. The tentacle strained, propelling the octopus's bulk through the debris toward Chen Chu. Feeling the immense pull from behind, Chen Chu secretly smiled. Just as I planned. Had this been in the ocean, he would have had no chance against the octopus. Alas, this was land. Even though it had reached the mature stage, strength cannot simply be defined by its evolutionary phase. Species, talents, and environment come into play. The octopus grinned sinisterly, slowly crawling behind Chen Chu. You are doomed. Not necessarily. With a powerful flick of his tail, Chen Chu lashed out. The octopus extended a tentacle to ensnare him, but it froze him in place. The remaining tentacles were more than sufficient to suffocate him. For tentacles gradually climbed up Chen Chu's body, tightening around his chest and abdomen. A tremendous pressure enveloped him. Chen Chu released his breath. It was time. Suddenly, The octopus's eyes widened in shock as a dark mass began to rain down upon its head, face, and even into its mouth. Ah, how revolting. You scoundrel. Chen Chu, feeling light and carefree, expelled the toxins from his body. After a whole day without a proper bowel movement. He had just conceived this plan as the octopus approached after he bit the tank. Chapter 32, Flames of Destruction. The giant octopus could never have anticipated that Chen Chu would resort to such a base tactic. That was over 30 pounds of excrement. The predicament was that, using its tentacles, it had propped up his tail, positioning it directly towards the dinosaur's rear. Under the pressure of its own tentacles, Chen Chu's essence was propelled with greater ferocity, spraying farther afield. Being a great octopus transformed from a human, it found itself splattered with the substance, and thus, was overwhelmed with disgust. Consequently, it resorted to rubbing its body with its tentacles, attempting to wipe away the 30+ pounds of essence. In that fleeting moment, Chen Chu seized the opportunity. Releasing his grip, he turned around and bit down on the tentacles entwined around his legs, severing them with a crunch. The great octopus shuddered in pain, quaking all over. Despite being significantly stronger, it had continually found itself at the mercy of Chen Chu. You shall perish. It bellowed, huh? With 8 tentacles, you've injured 5. What do you have left to contest with me? Chen Chu, adorned in crocodilian armor, charged forth. Then I shall ensnare your mouth. The strength of a single tentacle cannot rival my biting force. One of the tentacles lunged towards Chen Chu's mouth. To him, it was akin to a delivery service. He opened wide, clamping down, and savored its flesh. Crunch. He trampled down on 2 tentacles, reducing them to mere mush. With a splutter, the great octopus expelled a cloud of black mist. Useless. You stand before me. How can you hope to escape? No. Chen Chu opened his mouth wide and bit off half of the great octopus's head. Evolution value, 195, 012, 000. Oh, to slay a late-stage growth creature yields a staggering 400 points of evolution value. Killing an early-stage growth creature grants 100 points, while a mid-stage yields 200. It seems that the higher the creature's level, the greater the evolution value. Watching from a distance, the small dog seethed with rage. Damn it, such a pathetic creature. Yet it's a late-stage growth. It couldn't even contend with an early-stage Tyrannosaurus Rex. Boss dog, perhaps we should submit to the Tyrannosaurus Rex, suggested the small dog. Nonsense. That Tyrannosaurus Rex would relish devouring me. There is no possibility of reconciliation. Let us depart. We have reaped some benefits regardless. The small dog, accompanied by a few animals, made a discreet escape, drawing no attention from Chen Chu. Meanwhile, Chen Chu devoured half of the great octopus's tentacle. Each tentacle measured an impressive 10 meters. So half was a considerable 5 meters. This was already Chen Chu's maximum capacity. After a hearty belch, he noticed an increase in his attributes. Flexibility, 10. Is this a joke? After consuming so much, it only increased from 5 to 10? As he stretched, he discovered he could perform a greater variety of movements. For instance, he could now use the tip of his tail to dislodge morsels from between his teeth. With a mere thought, the crocodilian armor gradually faded, revealing the form of a conventional Tyrannosaurus Rex. Striding purposefully towards the coastline, he spent the next 3 days seeking the essence of the sea. Now, he was the sovereign of Beihai City. No creature dared to act defiantly in his presence. The crows and vultures circling above could only emit reluctant cries upon witnessing his dominance. In total, Chen Chu acquired 20 pieces of the sea's essence. His evolution value soared to 395, 012, 000. He was tantalizingly close to reaching the mid-stage growth threshold. The only regret Chen Chu harbored was that throughout these 3 days, despite consuming the tentacles of the great octopus, his flexibility plateaued at 15 points. What a pity. He had hoped that consuming its entirety would render his body as supple as its own. Now, Chen Chu, empowered by his innate talents, could be both soft and hard. Buzzing. Upon hearing a sound from above, Chen Chu abruptly looked up. He beheld several aircraft overhead, releasing something downwards. Boom. A resounding explosion was followed by a conflagration reaching the sky. Chen Chu was taken aback. Molotov cocktails. Boom. Boom. Flames erupted throughout Beihai City. The tsunami had struck, marking the 4th day of devastation. The suppression forces, along with any remaining citizens who had failed to escape, were now corpses. Beihai City had transformed into a decaying world, rife with foul odors. Once it was confirmed that no one survived in Beihai City, the city was set ablaze, primarily to incinerate the rotting corpses and prevent the outbreak of disease or worse calamities. Beihai City was effectively erased from the map of urban life. A barrage of Molotov cocktails descended from the sky, sealing off the entire northern coast. Chen Chu raced forward, cursing, "Damn it. I haven't finished collecting the essence of the sea, and now you set it ablaze." If only he could fly, he would surely bring down the aircraft above. With the city engulfed in flames, he had no choice but to retreat. The inferno consumed Beihai City for 3 days and nights. When Chen Chu returned to the northern coast, he found not a single piece of the sea's essence. Not even a scrap remained. How infuriating. Chen Chu lay down, closing his eyes to rest. The flames had just extinguished, leaving the ground still warm, akin to underfloor heating. Lying upon it was quite comfortable. Perhaps due to his hybrid nature, possessing the true armor of a crocodile turtle, he also exhibited exceptional buoyancy and resilience against starvation. After 3 days without sustenance, he surprisingly felt no hunger at all. Tears unexpectedly streamed from his tightly shut eyes as he thought of his sister. After the tsunami, she had vanished without a trace. In this vast world, where could he search for her? With a swish of his tail, a deep gash appeared in the ground. All because of you, you foolish dog. When I encounter you again, I shall leave you with nothing. That night, Chen Chu ventured southward. It had been a week since the tsunami. It was time to ascertain the current state of affairs. Entering the southern mountains, he occasionally spotted charred limbs and legs. These were remnants of animals dragged out from Beihai City in their desperate hunger. Yet, not a single creature was in sight. They were likely terrified by his presence. Beyond the mountains lay a quaint little town at the foot of the hills. This town was the most intact place Chen Chu had encountered thus far. Furthermore, many people wandered the streets. The shops were open for business. What was going on? In the midst of such chaos, how could a place like this still exist? Why did the townsfolk not flee to the central city? Hey, have you seen enough? Chen Chu abruptly turned his head to glance at a robust tree. A vividly colored face came into view. A baboon. The baboon, being the largest species of monkey, was stout, measuring between 61 to 76 centimeters in length. This baboon perched upon a branch, clad in a police uniform, donned a cowboy hat, and bore 2 handguns at its waist. Chen Chu chuckled. He did not perceive this baboon as a threat. Chapter 33. Remember, do not consume meat. The baboon stood upright, dwarfed in comparison to even Chen Chu's toe. When did monkeys become law enforcers? The baboon, seemingly incensed by Chen Chu's words, swiftly drew the 2 handguns from its waist, with its diminutive paws gripping the weapons. It resembled a 6-year-old child brandishing firearms, creating a rather comical sight. Ha! Chen Chu laughed heartily. It had been quite some time since he felt such joy. If you keep laughing, I will shoot out your eyes. I am renowned as the sharpshooter of this town. Chen Chu stifled his laughter, not out of fear, but to avoid attracting other animals. Don't be so brash. I am giving you 3 seconds to vanish from my sight. Why should I? Because I uphold the peace of this town. Many animals have perished under my dual guns. It appears that this quaint town is exceptionally well maintained. The surviving inhabitants lead normal lives, aided by animals that help uphold order. Suddenly, it dawned on me. I almost forgot. It has been over a month since the universal beastification began. New decrees have been issued, advocating for harmonious coexistence among all creatures following the first cataclysm. Prior to the second calamity, many regions had implemented this decree with remarkable results. I never anticipated stumbling upon such a well-preserved town. The pleasant interactions between humans and animals post-beastification must be attributed to the new regulations. You seem well informed. Chen Chu reclined on the ground, assuring, do not worry. I mean no harm to this town. I am merely weary from my journey and require a moment's respite. The mountain monkey bared its teeth, contemplating whether to shoot Chen Chu, yet fearing that failing to incapacitate him might incite a frenzy. The devastation wrought by a rampaging creature of such immense size would be catastrophic. Suddenly, a crackle emanated from the walkie-talkie strapped to the mountain monkey's chest. Numerous wild animals surged forth from the forest behind the town. What? How many? A great multitude. Hurry, we need assistance. The mountain monkey glanced at Chen Chu, who had closed his eyes to rest. I am on my way. Chen Chu had overheard the earlier conversation. A multitude of wild animals emerged from the forest. Following the beastification, many humans had transformed into animals. After the cataclysm, numerous wild creatures had the opportunity to acquire evolutionary substances akin to the essence of the ocean. Moreover, peculiar and wondrous places had emerged, where the wild animals experienced accelerated evolution. Before the onset of the second calamity, some wild animals had already attained considerable intelligence, nearly comparable to their human counterparts, save for their inability to speak. The primal instincts and territoriality of these creatures became apparent as they began to attack the surviving humans. The sounds of gunfire echoed even from a distance. The skirmish had commenced. However, this conflict bore no relevance to Chen Chu. After 2 hours, the cacophony gradually subsided, suggesting that the wild creatures had been repelled. Following a brief rest, dawn broke. Oddly enough, since the onset of universal beastification, the air felt remarkably fresher, and the sky assumed a vibrant azure hue. The haze had nearly vanished. Brother, slow down. A small girl's innocent voice rang out. Ahead, a 10-year-old child clambered up like a little bandit, using all fours. Sister, hurry up. After reaching the top, the brother extended a hand to pull his sister up. Brother, when did a wall suddenly appear here? The little girl inquired, gazing at the prone Chen Chu. Is the wall this color? The brother, too, had not noticed Chen Chu's true form. Emotionless, Chen Chu felt his heart melt upon hearing the girl's voice, as it reminded him of his own sister. To avoid frightening her, he remained perfectly still. Brother, look. Grandpa Chen gave me a cream cake. The brother, with a grin, produced a sausage from his pocket. Sister, look at this. Your favorite sausage. Wow, really? The girl's face lit up with excitement, only to quickly falter. But the adults say we must not eat meat. Wouldn't avoiding meat lead to malnutrition? Come, brother, share half with me. Upon hearing this, Chen Chu's heart sank. He anxiously shouted in his mind, don't eat. Please, don't eat. If you do, you will turn into pigs. The adults warned that consuming meat would transform them into animals. Look at Uncle Monkey and Uncle Yellow Cow. They have all become animals. Observe the lion depicted on this sausage. If we eat it, we will become magnificent lions. Then we can protect the town just like Uncle Monkey. Such a naive notion. The sausage, adorned with a lion's image, does not signify that you are eating lion meat. The brother had already twisted the sausage in half. The sister gazed at the exposed pink meat, her mouth watering incessantly. After more than a month without meat, how could a child resist? Thus, she reached out to take it. No, I must stop these children, Chen Chu thought. At that moment, a sudden surge of menace erupted. A black panther leapt from Chen Chu's rear, targeting the little girl. With a fierce roar, its claws gleamed like mercury. The two children were momentarily paralyzed with fear. With a swift flick of its tail, the panther was sent flying to the right at double its speed. It collided with a tree and fell to the ground. Lifeless, struck down by Chen Chu's powerful tail. The brother turned in terror to witness the large tail, resembling a massive python, instilling fear in him. He took several steps back, surveying Chen Chu. What a monstrous creature. As Chen Chu rose, standing at an imposing height of 6 meters, he loomed before the siblings. The sausages they clutched fell to the ground. Good heavens! A Tyrannosaurus Rex. The brother's hair stood on end. He is far larger than Captain Gorilla. The sister's wide eyes reflected astonishment. Come, remember, do not eat meat. Chen Chu's voice resonated, deep and authoritative. The sister did not retreat. Instead, she cradled her cream cake in both hands and gazed up at Chen Chu. The adults say that animals who can save lives are good animals. You and Captain Gorilla, Uncle Monkey, are comrades, right? You are also the guardians of our safe town. The brother's face radiated enthusiasm. What Captain Gorilla said was true. He is not the strongest in the town. The strongest must surely be the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Chapter 34. Brushing the Tyrannosaurus Rex's teeth. The two children, confronted with Chen Chu's formidable and terrifying visage, astonishingly felt no fear. Chen Chu was unaware that they had lived in the town all their lives. Because of that mountain monkey and similar creatures, they had been protected, leading them to believe that any animal that safeguarded them and could speak was a good creature transformed from a human. Chen Chu's swift action in dispatching the wild black panther solidified this belief in their innocent hearts. The brother retrieved the sausage from the ground, relieved it had not been lost. Tyrannosaurus Rex, I offer you a sausage. He extended the other half to his sister. You cannot eat meat. Chen Chu interjected. Why not? She asked. If you eat meat, you will become animals. Then I will become a lion. This sausage is made of pork. Eating it will turn you into a pig. The sister promptly discarded the sausage, exclaiming, I do not want to become a pig. The brother felt a chill run down his spine, realizing that had the panther not appeared, they might have consumed the sausage and transformed into pigs. Tyrannosaurus Rex. Thank you. May I touch you? Chen Chu lay down, recognizing no harm would come to him. The brother was beside himself with excitement. As a dinosaur enthusiast, he had encountered a real dinosaur today, the apex predator, the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The two small hands cautiously stroked Chen Chu's massive form, especially gentle when tracing the scars upon his body, their faces filled with concern. How much you have suffered for us. Chen Chu chuckled inwardly, knowing that his injuries were not solely for their sake. The sister approached Chen Chu, holding her cream cake aloft, her hands trembling with anticipation. Tyrannosaurus Rex, this is my favorite cream cake. You have endured so many injuries for us. So allow me to treat you. A delightful aroma of cream has already infiltrated Chen Chu's nostrils. It has been ages since he last indulged in such a delicacy. He opens his mouth wide, extending his tongue. Upon witnessing Chen Chu's cavernous maw, capable of swallowing a car, his sister instinctively takes a few steps back in fright. With a swift flick of his tongue, the cream cake is devoured. How delectable. It surpasses the taste of raw meat by leaps and bounds. Tyrannosaurus, how do you usually brush your teeth? His sister inquires with great curiosity. He chuckles. Oh, I don't brush my teeth. You have quite a bit of grime on your teeth, she retorts. Just then, a voice calls out from below. Yu, Xiaoshan, where are you? Oh no. The second master is coming. His brother exclaims, grasping his sister's hand. Tyrannosaurus, we must return at once. Otherwise, if the second master discovers we have been wandering about, he will surely spank me. Chen Chu remains unperturbed. He is not afraid that the two children will reveal his activities here to anyone else. As he does not intend to linger for long, he extends his tongue to lick his teeth. Are there truly many stains? Ping'an Town, a quaint settlement that has existed for over a century, has never faced calamity. Even after the universal beastification, it has managed to maintain a harmonious coexistence between humans and animals. At this moment, the town's clinic is bustling with activity. A mandrill lies on a stretcher, blood streaming from one of its arms, evidently bitten by a ferocious beast. A yellow cow has a broken horn on its left side, and a nurse is diligently bandaging its wound. Many other injured animals receive attentive care. Captain Gorilla, you should rest now. You can't be running around. A doctor rushes out of the clinic. A towering 2.5-meter black gorilla emerges, his arm wrapped in bandages, yet he dashes forth. His chest wound remains unbandaged. Enough. Stop bothering me. Tend to the others first. The wild beasts in the forest have gone mad. Last night's attack was merely a probe. They will surely return. And I must increase the patrols. Captain Gorilla, I need to speak with you. The mandrill calls out to him. You look dreadful. Hurry and get treated. Wait. Don't leave. Captain, this is a serious matter. The mandrill is forcibly restrained by 2 individuals and dragged back into the clinic. Captain Gorilla picks up a stack of cigarettes, tightly bundled together. Damn it. Who knows when that pack of wild beasts will launch their full assault. As evening falls, Chen Chu's strength has fully returned, and it is time for him to depart. Yet, he is uncertain which direction to take. Just then, Yu and Xiaoshan arrive. Xiaoshan carries a small bucket filled with water, while Yu holds a toothbrush and a tube of toothpaste. Why are you back again? Tyrannosaurus, we came to brush your teeth. Well, alright then. Let's brush my teeth before we leave. He reclines once more on the ground. For some reason, upon seeing the adorable Yu, memories of his childhood with his sister flood his mind. This toothbrush is clean. Your teeth are too large. A regular toothbrush is too small. Yu squeezes toothpaste onto the brush, dips it in the bucket, and then, standing on tiptoe, begins to brush Chen Chu's teeth. Each of his 60 teeth is meticulously attended to. The long-forgotten taste of toothpaste brings back fond memories. When he was human, he brushed his teeth 3 times a day. After beastification, such luxuries were no longer an option. Today, the town's guard successfully repelled an attack by wild animals. The second master said he would make pancakes for us tonight. Tyrannosaurus, please don't leave. I will sneak you some pancakes later, Yu says earnestly as she brushes his teeth. Xiaoshan, holding the bucket, adds, I will bring you some too. Suddenly, Chen Chu's stomach growls loudly, akin to thunder. Xiaoshan and Yu exchange amused glances and burst into laughter. The Tyrannosaurus is truly hungry. Chen Chu joins in their laughter, and in the process, toothpaste foam sprays onto Yu's face, prompting even more laughter. An hour later, they finally finish brushing Chen Chu's teeth. Observing the darkening sky, he contemplates waiting until after the pancakes before setting off under the cover of night. The sky gradually dims. The townsfolk begin to prepare their evening meals. After the universal beastification, meat has become a scarce commodity. For those who still wish to retain their humanity, all forms of meat are deemed contraband. The guards commence their patrols, and the mandrill emerges from the clinic. His first encounter is with Captain Gorilla, stationed at the rear of the town. What brings you here? You could have taken a 2-day leave. We have enough manpower now. Aren't you also nursing an injured arm? Captain Gorilla flexes his arm, and with a sharp crack, he breaks the bandage. My recovery is superior to yours. Captain, I sought you out because I have something of utmost importance to discuss. Chapter 35. Yu is captured. Boom, boom. Suddenly, a tremendous noise reverberates through the forest. Captain Gorilla swiftly grasps a large knife that is embedded in the ground. His brow furrows, sensing that something significant is about to unfold. A thunderous roar echoes, filled with authority, shaking the mountains and forests. Flocks of birds, countless in number, take flight from the woods, darkening the sky above. If Captain Gorilla had a human face, it would now be pallid with fear. Birds? It seems tonight will not bode well. Everyone, prepare for battle. Within Pingan Town, Yu and Xiaoshan sit at the dining table. An elderly man, slightly hunched, is cooking pancakes. Another steaming pancake emerges from the griddle and is placed on a plate at the table. Come, you two eat first. I will make more. Yu and Xiaoshan exchange glances and smile at each other. They each pull out a plastic bag from their pockets and place the pancakes inside. Wiping their oily hands on their mouths, they declare, we are done. The elderly man turns around, astonished. Did you finish so quickly? There were 4 pancakes on that plate. Yet looking at how the 2 children are covered in oil, they don't seem to be lying. Your pancakes are simply delicious. Delicious, but you ought to eat slowly. If you rush, you might choke. Get up and walk around to aid digestion. The 2 of them swiftly dart outside. Behind them, the elderly man's voice echoes, slow down. Don't run, be careful of your stomach. He continues to make pancakes when suddenly, a walkie-talkie at home crackles to life. Everyone, prepare for battle. The elderly man's face pales, and he drops the spatula, rushing toward the door. I cannot allow those 2 children to come to harm. Yu and Xiaoshan hop along. Let us go, we're delivering pancakes to the Tyrannosaurus. A gust of chilly wind blows, causing Xiaoshan to shiver. He looks up at the sky, puzzled by the sudden chill. To his shock, a vast swarm of dark birds is soaring toward the town. Sister run, countless birds of various types, many larger than humans, fill the air. The 2 children sprint as fast as they can. Among them, a 5-meter wingspan eagle swoops down, gripping Yu's shoulder with its powerful talons and lifting her into the sky. Sister! Xiaoshan clutches the plastic bag filled with pancakes and desperately chases after her. But how could a small child's speed match that of the eagle? Xiaoshan! Yu! The elderly man's voice calls out from behind. But at this moment, Xiaoshan dares not advance an inch. A multitude of birds has plunged downwards, shattering the windows of nearby residences into countless shards. After breaking through the glass, They surged directly into the homes of the inhabitants. Bang, bang. 2 gunshots rang out as a golden monkey brandishing a megaphone shouted, "Everyone, take cover. Do not come out." Bang, bang, bang. Behind the golden monkey stood a cadre of combatants, each armed with distinctive firearms. Some wielded muskets, others flintlocks, and some carried aged hunting rifles. Chen Chu rose to his feet and gazed downwards. What calamity had befallen the town? His vantage point was a kilometer away from the forest behind Peacetown. Fortunately, the animals had not approached his location. Alas, the world was truly unsettled. All I wanted was a pancake and to leave, Chen Chu thought with a wry smile. "Boss Tyrannosaurus." Someone called out to him. Chen Chu spotted Xiao Shan, who quickly dashed towards him. "How did you get here?" he inquired. Xiao Shan produced a pancake from a plastic bag, explaining, "My sister and I were bringing you pancakes when she was suddenly snatched away by an enormous eagle." Steam still wafted from the bag. These 2 children, amidst such peril, had brought him food. "Where was she taken?" he asked urgently. "That way." Xiao Shan pointed south. Chen Chu grinned, revealing 60 sharp teeth that glistened ominously. He scraped his left foot against the ground, creating a large pit. "Stay hidden here and do not move. I will go find her." Xiao Shan placed his unwavering trust in Chen Chu, concealing himself within the pit, which he covered with leaves to obscure his presence. Chen Chu also urinated around the area. The scent would surely deter any wild beasts. He then propelled himself at a speed of 30 kilometers per hour straight towards the town. Meanwhile, at the rear, the gorilla captain swung his knife wildly. Something's amiss. Why are all the animals so feeble? Around the gorilla captain and the mandrill lay countless corpses, no fewer than 100, comprising lynxes, wild rabbits, and at most, a juvenile wild boar. "Hey, what's happening in town?" the mandrill inquired. "It's chaotic over there, filled with bird calls and gunfire. There are too many birds. It's utter mayhem. We can't get through. Captain, it's bad. A multitude of animals is infiltrating from the south, heading towards the farm." "What?" Both the gorilla captain and the mandrill were taken aback. The farm in Peacetown was crucial. Since the population had undergone beastification, meat had become a contraband commodity. All the domesticated animals, chickens, ducks, fish, had been sent to a single location to sustain those who had transformed into animals themselves. Thus, the farm was essentially the food production base for the gorilla captain and his crew. Damn it, when did these wild animals become so astute? The gorilla captain seethed. All combat personnel swiftly head to the farm. Peacetown was a modest settlement, yet it boasted a population of around 10,000. Even after accounting for those who had beastified, 4 to 5,000 remained. Many among them had been involved in animal husbandry. The combined count of chickens, ducks, pigs, and other livestock reached into the hundreds of thousands. While slaying an animal could yield evolutionary value, they merely viewed it as their daily sustenance and had not sought to kill excessively. After several skirmishes with the wild animals in the forest, the adversaries had now set their sights on the farm. If a beast were to charge in and massacre those animals, the consequences would be dire. They could evolve into mature forms. Thud, thud, thud. Chen Chu's towering figure appeared in Peacetown. Upon seeing him, the birds scattered in a flurry. Although Chen Chu could not fly, he was unable to seize any of them to gain evolutionary value. The guards, upon spotting Chen Chu, were taken aback. 8 rifles were already aimed at him. "You are the leader of those wild animals in the forest." The golden monkey, brandishing a hunting rifle, looked somewhat ridiculous. "I am but a passerby. I can speak. Is it any wonder the wild animals in the forest have gone mad? It turns out they are frightened by you. Fool, do not obstruct me. I must find someone. Just a passerby? Who here could you possibly know?" Chen Chu, feeling blocked, regretted not bringing Xiao Shan along. Chapter 36, An Organized Assault. The golden monkey seized the walkie-talkie. "Captain, we have a situation. We cannot reach the farm at the moment." Chen Chu unleashed a tremendous roar, releasing a powerful gust of air that sent the hats flying from the heads of the 2 men behind him. When had people ever witnessed a Tyrannosaurus in a rage? One of them immediately soiled himself. "Do not force me to unleash my fury." On the other end of the walkie-talkie, the gorilla captain felt every hair on his body stand on end upon hearing Chen Chu's roar. "What is happening? Captain, this is exactly what I wanted to tell you. A Tyrannosaurus has appeared in our town," the mandrill exclaimed. "A Tyrannosaurus? Why did you wait until now to mention it?" The mandrill had much to say but found it difficult to convey. He had long wished to speak up, but the captain had not been listening. Is the golden monkey an enemy or a friend? Uncertain. He says he is looking for someone. The gorilla captain pondered for a moment before deciding to hold him back until they resolved the situation at the farm. As Chen Chu attempted to push through, the golden monkey prepared himself. Useless. With his robust legs, he charged forward, and simultaneously, scales emerged from his body. Fire. Bang. 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 Various firearms erupted in a flurry of sparks. Bullets pummeled Chen Chu's form, but were thwarted by his formidable scales. Having entered the early stages of growth, his scales boasted a defense exceeding 15 tons. The energy carried by a bullet from an AK-47 ranged from 1900 to 3300 joules, with 1000 joules equivalent to 0.1 tons. Such feeble firearms could not inflict harm upon Chen Chu. Ouch! A crowd of both men and beasts was swept aside by Chen Chu's charge. The golden monkey, rising from the ground, exclaimed, "Captain, it's bad. He's heading towards the farm." The gorilla captain felt an urgent sense of dread. "Mandrill, drive that pickup truck." A pickup truck was parked nearby. The gorilla captain was too large to fit inside, so the task fell to the mandrill. The gorilla captain climbed into the truck bed, his mind racing. Regardless of whether the Tyrannosaurus was friend or foe, if it reached the farm, it would become an adversary. In the wake of universal beastification, the people of Peacetown had relocated all their domesticated animals to what had become the largest farm in the area. Chickens, ducks, pigs, dogs, sheep, and cattle all were present. Surrounding the farm was a throng of darkened figures, all transformed by the beastification process. Boom. At the southwestern corner of the farm, a watchtower launched an iron barrel filled with gasoline and explosives. With a deafening explosion, many wild beasts let out anguished cries. A wild boar, standing 1.5 meters tall and nearly 4 meters long, rolled on the ground to extinguish the flames engulfing it before bellowing and charging into the farm, followed by several other similarly massive wild boars. "Old bull, it's up to you." "Moo. No problem." The yellow cattle, Spanish meat bulls, dairy cows, and Simmental cows, all loyal fans of beef, had later transformed into cattle. Through collaboration with humans, they donned a layer of steel armor. The horns were neither long enough nor sharp enough, and atop the creature's head rested a specially crafted steel helmet, adorned with 2 curved, ebony, and razor-sharp horns. Like a battalion of iron cavalry, it charged towards a herd of over 20 wild boars. A resounding crash echoed as the two forces collided, sending shivers down the spine. The wild boars roared, their skulls impaled by the bull's horns, while the beastly bulls bellowed, only to find their armor pierced by the boar's sharp tusks, injuring their innards. Suddenly, from behind the wild boars, a commanding roar filled the air. Thud, thud. Pits appeared beneath the hooves of the herd, throwing them off balance as they stumbled and fell. A torrent of rats surged forth from the pits like a black spring, swarming over the fallen bulls. "Heavens! So many rats! Ah, it hurts. I'm being bitten by rats." They cried in despair. "Damn it! They've resorted to using rats to dig. Herd, retreat. Burn these vermin with Molotov cocktails." But it was too late. A vast swarm of birds descended from Peacetown, resembling a dark cloud. A massive red-bellied hawk swooped down, its sharp talons clasping a fallen Simmental bull, lifting it high into the sky. After ascending over 20 meters, it released its grip. The Simmental bull let out a wretched scream as it plummeted to its death. Within mere seconds, the bulls, akin to dumplings in boiling water, began to drop from the sky. "Tiger Squad, what should we do?" A northeast tiger bared its teeth. "All gun towers, open fire. Bring down this flock of birds." Among the birds were many of considerable size. If they breached the airspace above the farm, they would wreak havoc upon the domesticated animals within. Surrounding the farm was a trench resembling an ancient moat, teeming with fish. They were unafraid of the rats, but feared the birds' incursions. Rat-a-tat-tat. Boom, boom, boom. All gun towers commenced firing, countless shells clattering in the air. One by one, the birds fell from the sky. The cacophony of gunfire reached Chen Chu's ears. He followed the trail of birds, but saw no sign of Yu. Could she have already fallen? Chen Chu began to search the taller buildings nearby. After advancing 300 meters, he spotted a group of small sparrow hawks. Each with a wingspan of only half a meter, clustered atop a 2-story restaurant. At this moment, the birds were all flying south. Why were they still huddled together? As he approached, he heard cries for help. "Get away. Don't bite me. I can't give you anything." Snorting. 2 plumes of white vapor erupted from Chen Chu's nostrils. Standing at 6 meters tall, he could easily reach 8 meters fully upright. He clearly saw Yu besieged by the small sparrow hawks. Her clothes were tattered, and her little arms and face bore the marks of claw and beak. Yet, she clutched a red plastic bag tightly to her chest. Chen Chu could detect the faint aroma of pancakes wafting from it. With a roar, he shouted, causing the small sparrow hawks to reluctantly retreat, perching nearby with watchful eyes. "Still not leaving? Do you truly think I cannot handle you?" Upon seeing the wounds on Yu's body, Chen Chu's fury ignited. Chapter 37. The return of the birds to the forest as the swarm of rats retreated into their holes. The murderous aura of the apex predator surged forth, forcing the sparrow hawks to abandon Yu and flee towards the main force. Yu curled up, her hair disheveled, looking pitiful. Chen Chu felt an overwhelming urge to embrace her, but alas, he could not at that moment. "It's all right now." Yu opened her eyes and beheld Chen Chu's enormous head. A smile blossomed on her little face. "Tyrannosaurus, you've come to save me." "Indeed, I have come to rescue you." Yu stood and ran to Chen Chu, retrieving a torn plastic bag from her embrace. "Look, I brought you pancakes." So, what she had been protecting was the pancakes she had brought for herself. A wave of long-lost emotion surged through Chen Chu post-transformation. "Thank you. They're still warm. You should eat them quickly. Then, will you feed me?" Yu showed no fear. Chen Chu opened his mouth, and she placed all the pancakes inside. He swallowed them whole. Though scant, they were truly delicious. "Let us go. I'll take you home." "Okay." Chen Chu extended a claw, allowing Yu to sit upon it. He He cradled her like a precious gem, turning back towards their path. Tyrannosaurus, can you take me to find my brother? Of course. The two children, so earnest in their wishes, deserved to be safely returned home. As for the happenings in the north, he had no concern. Just as he turned back, he encountered the disbanded members of his escort. The golden monkey, upon seeing Yu perched in Chen Chu's claw, erupted with rage. You scoundrel! How dare you abduct a child? After their transformations, many had twisted personalities, with some even resorting to cannibalism, particularly targeting children. Behind the golden monkey stood a throng of people and beasts, all wielding weapons. Yu, the second master, gripped his kitchen knife tighter upon recognizing her. Put her down. Otherwise, we'll fight you. Indeed. Chen Chu scoffed. How noisy. Step aside. The golden monkey brandished a bag of explosives. If you don't release that child, I'll gladly perish alongside you. Uncle Monkey, second master, please don't be alarmed. The Tyrannosaurus is here to save me. He is taking me to find my brother. Yu, the second master's voice trembled. Don't be deceived. Perhaps he has already devoured your brother. That is impossible. The Tyrannosaurus and Uncle Monkey, like Captain Gorilla, are good animals. My brother, and I even brushed his teeth. The crowd was taken aback. You brushed the Tyrannosaurus's teeth? You've known him for a while. You all have your own matters to attend to. I have mine. Please step aside. The golden monkey retracted the explosives. Very well. I hope you ensure the safe return of the two children. They parted to create a path, allowing Chen Chu to escort Yu away. They needed to rush to the farm to thwart the assault of the wild animals. Yu relished the sensation of being cradled in the hands of the Tyrannosaurus. As Chen Chu sprinted, the wind whooshed past her ears, making her forget the pain from her wounds. They found Xiaoshan, who was still hiding in the pit Chen Chu had dug. Come out. Your sister has been found. Xiaoshan, covered in dirt and grime, crawled out of the pit, and, upon seeing Yu's injuries, was overwhelmed with tears. Sister, I was terrified when you were taken. Tell me where your home is. I will take you back. Okay. Xiaoshan nodded vigorously. Yu's wounds needed prompt attention, otherwise, they risked infection. Meanwhile, the situation at the farm escalated. Captain Gorilla had arrived, sitting in the bed of a pickup truck. The golden monkey had brought numerous others along. These filthy birds. Do they think they can do as they please simply because they have wings? Captain Gorilla, wielding a large blade, leaped 3 meters high from the truck bed. With immense force, the pickup overturned. In midair, Captain Gorilla swung his blade. Swoosh. 2 large birds were cleaved in half. Blood and entrails rained down, drenching Captain Gorilla. The mandrill, wielding a gun with precision, took down each bird with a shot to the eye, ensuring their immediate demise. 7 or 8 wild boars, having breached the defenses of the herd of cattle, charged forth. Captain Gorilla brandished his blade with a swift motion, and blood splattered in a vivid arc. A colossal boar's head rolled away, glistening on the ground. A horde of wild boars and a flock of birds dared to invade my breeding farm? To the mightiest among them, do not cower in the shadows. If you possess courage, step forth, Captain Gorilla proclaimed. At this moment, all beings were animals, capable of orchestrating such a meticulously organized assault, indicating that the intellect behind this maneuver was undoubtedly formidable, attuned to his intentions. Captain Gorilla, step aside. Allow us to incinerate this horde of burrowing rodents, roared the deputy northeast tiger. The projectile devices within the farm launched barrels ablaze with gasoline. As they clattered to the ground, flames erupted in a spectacular display, igniting the squealing rodents. After dispatching the remaining wild boars, Captain Gorilla led his comrades to the edge of the ditch. Behind them lay a moat filled with fish serving as a defensive barrier, while before them stretched a sea of flames. The scene resembled a battleground of epic proportions. A commanding roar echoed from behind. The birds retreated to the trees, and the rodents scurried into their burrows. In an instant, the atmosphere became eerily silent. Yet, Captain Gorilla's heart raced with trepidation. This oppressive calm felt foreboding, as if a tempest were imminent. Thud, thud, the heavy footfalls resounded rhythmically, akin to the beating of war drums. Amidst the firelight, a towering black wild boar, standing 2 meters tall and 5 meters long, emerged. Its sharp tusks glinted like 2 gleaming, curved blades. The wild boar king. The mandrill's expression shifted. By the heavens, how could there be such a colossal boar? This imposing presence seems insurmountable, remarked the deputy northeast tiger. Captain Gorilla tightened his grip on the machete. It is but a wild boar. At most, it is merely an early-stage adult, just like me. What I fear is that it is merely here to issue a challenge. A challenge? Indeed. The retreat of the birds and the rodents was merely a test of our farm's defenses. The appearance of this wild boar king is a further probe into our strength. The gathered beasts were astonished. This was merely a trial? The intelligence of that creature in the forest is astonishing. Has it perhaps studied the art of war? Thus, in the face of this wild boar king, we must emerge victorious. Moreover, we must secure a swift victory, ensuring it witnesses our formidable prowess. Chapter 38. I shall become king. Chen Chu cradled Yu and Xiaoshan, returning them to their home. Due to the avian incursion, the glass surrounding them had shattered. Chen Chu lay on the ground, his left eye positioned near a window, observing the two within the room. It seemed that Second Elder had departed with the escort team. Under Chen Chu's guidance, Xiaoshan retrieved the medical kit. He first cleaned and dressed Yuyu's wounds, applying bandages to the more severe injuries while affixing adhesive bandages to the minor ones. Tyrannosaurus Rex, you are truly remarkable. Even possessing the knowledge to save lives, Xiaoshan marveled in awe. When you grow up, you will all learn these skills, Chen Chu replied. Xiaoshan swayed into the kitchen, carrying a bucket of water. Tyrannosaurus, you must be thirsty. Indeed, Chen Chu found himself parched. However, this bucket contained insufficient water for his needs. The clever Xiaoshan devised a solution, connecting a segment of hose to the faucet and placing the other end in Chen Chu's mouth. As the faucet was turned on, Chen Chu gulped down water for 5 continuous minutes. I wonder how Second Elder and the others are faring, he mused, glancing up at the sparse birds in the sky. What could be happening? The wild animals in the forest must be under the dominion of a remarkably powerful creature. Then why are they all rushing in a single direction? Xiaoshan inquired. Southward, Chen Chu responded. Xiaoshan's expression reflected one of smug certainty. Of course, they must be coveting the breeding farm in the town. The breeding farm? Chen Chu was taken aback. Even after the universal transformation into beasts, there were still places with breeding farms? In the wake of this transformation, many regions had undergone a thorough cleansing to prohibit the consumption of domesticated animals. He had not anticipated that Ping'an Town had managed to retain one. Indeed, my Second Elder was once a significant poultry farmer in the town, raising 100,000 chickens. Half of Beihai City's eggs were sourced from my Second Elder. Following the transformation, all domesticated animals in the town were relocated to the land designated for future construction. Chen Chu's eye sparkled. 100,000 chickens raised by just Second Elder. How many poultry farms must exist in Ping'an Town? Not to mention ducks and pigs. If all the animals were consolidated, the sheer number would be staggering. A single slaughter could yield evolution points in the hundreds of thousands, easily facilitating their evolution into mature forms. A flicker of greed ignited within Chen Chu's heart. At the same time, he contemplated the intentions of the most powerful creature in the forest. It surely aimed to exterminate all domesticated animals in one fell swoop to achieve mass evolution. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. A truck rumbled down the road. Not long after, Second Elder, covered in soot, returned home. Upon seeing Xiaoshan and Yuyu, he rushed over to embrace them tightly. Oh dear, where have you two been? I was so worried. Second Elder, we are fine. The Tyrannosaurus protected us, Xiaoshan assured him. Following Xiaoshan's gesture, Second Elder's gaze fell upon Chen Chu, and he nearly collapsed in shock. Chen Chu glanced at him, but remained silent. Second Elder, what is the matter? Why the urgency? Captain Gorilla is gravely wounded and has been taken to the health station. No way. The escort team's Captain Gorilla was once a martial arts instructor. Second Elder sighed heavily. In the breeding farm, the wild boar king dispatched from the forest engaged Captain Gorilla in battle to demonstrate our strength to the most powerful creature lurking in the shadows. Although the wild boar king was slain, Captain Gorilla was pierced through the chest by one of its tusks. It appears he will not survive the night. Yuyu's small face was filled with concern. If Captain Gorilla is gone, who will protect Ping'an Town? Xiaoshan looked at Chen Chu. Do not worry. We still have the Tyrannosaurus. Second Elder felt a twinge of fear. Chen Chu is far more terrifying than Captain Gorilla. Can you truly assist us? I have no interest. A convertible jeep arrived, and the mandrill leaped from the driver's seat onto the hood. Tyrannosaurus, will you accompany me to the health station? It was this mandrill again. Why should I go with you? Captain Gorilla has something to discuss with you. I am afraid I am not interested. You have at least benefited from your time here. Do you not wish to lend a hand? The benefits were not yours to give. True, they were not. However, the most formidable life in the town is in peril, and the wild animals in the forest are poised to strike. If they breach our defenses, everyone will be in grave danger. Chen Chu's gaze instinctively shifted towards Yuyu. Why not contact the suppression forces? The mandrill smiled wryly. Do you think the suppression forces are still the same as before? Why is that? Prior to the great disaster, the suppression forces were indeed united in their efforts to drive away the animals. Yet, after the calamity, many have changed their minds. Although new decrees have been established, few places have effectively implemented them. Some leaders of the suppression forces have begun emulating former warlords, claiming territory as their own. So it is, Chen Chu realized. After the disaster, the nation fell, and power dynamics shifted, giving rise to various factions. The Beastly Hall is likely in its formative stages as well. If you can assist us, you shall become a member of Ping'an Town. Chen Chu stood abruptly. Why would I desire to be a member? I seek to become king. The towering figure of 6 meters rose, casting an immense pressure upon the mountain gorilla. Ultimately, the root of the attraction for wild animals was the breeding farm to the south. By chance, I could pay a visit. The gorilla's heart raced with trepidation. Recalling the words of Captain Gorilla, if Chen Chu lays eyes on hundreds of thousands of creatures, it is inevitable that he will be tempted. If you aspire to be king, you must accomplish deeds that command our respect. The gorilla let out a thunderous roar. As long as I am here, you shall all survive. Chen Chu departed, leaving behind those words. Naturally, Chen Chu harbored his own ambitions to become the ruler of this domain. With the second cataclysmic disaster looming in just over half a month, new upheavals were certain to follow. It was imperative to lay a solid foundation to secure the capital for standing tall amidst a sea of corpses. The breeding farm remained ablaze. The surrounding carcasses not yet cleared. The deputy of the Northeast Tiger paced restlessly at the entrance. A fox's eyes darted back and forth, watching him intently. Tiger Squad. What are you circling about? Damn it. Even a wild boar king cannot be deterred by a gorilla. Who knows what else lurks in the forest? I fear that this breeding farm will inevitably fall. Once it does, the next target will be Peace Town. What of the gorilla? We are still attempting to rescue him. But alas, the Northeast Tiger grinned, seemingly in dark amusement. I have devised a splendid idea. What idea? The Northeast Tiger turned to glance towards the breeding farm. Their goal was the vast reservoir of evolutionary value within. Captain Gorilla was faltering. Tomorrow would likely be the final battle. If they sought to obtain evolutionary value, why could they not seize it as well? The others looked on in astonishment, never having imagined that the deputy of the Northeast Tiger could utter such words. In Peace Town, humans and animals coexisted harmoniously. Humans adhered to a vegetarian diet, and the animals in the breeding farm served as sustenance for their beastly counterparts. It was a means to satiate hunger while also acquiring evolutionary value, ultimately achieving the goal of evolution over time. The Northeast Tiger fixed his piercing gaze upon him. What? Do you not desire this? I believe this matter should be discussed with Captain Gorilla. Humph. Captain Gorilla. He was once merely a martial arts practitioner. By sheer luck, he reached maturity before me. Why must every decision go through him? The fox's eyes darted nervously, its body inching backwards. A cluster of flightless chickens blocked the fox's retreat. What do you mean by that? Cluck. Fox, how many years do you have left to live? 8 years. Indeed. But for us who have been transformed into chickens, we have but 3 years left. A fierce gust of wind suddenly swept by. The fox turned, a tiger paw already poised over its head. With a resounding thud, the force was so great that the fox's skull was shattered, brain matter splattering. The Northeast Tiger extended his tongue to lick the brain matter from his paw. Humph. Anyone who dares to betray us must perish. Lead the way. We shall unleash a slaughter tonight. With a crash, the iron gate of the breeding farm was slammed shut. The animals allied with the Northeast Tiger gathered around him. Those guarding the farm, both animals and humans, were oblivious to the unfolding chaos. The Northeast Tiger's eyes glinted with murderous intent. From this moment forth, alarm. A gigantic creature is approaching. A voice echoed from a watchtower. The Northeast Tiger felt a surge of frustration and indignation. He had been interrupted mid-sentence. What gigantic creature? A dinosaur. Huh. In this day and age, there are still dinosaurs? The Northeast Tiger swiftly leaped onto a wall, peering outside. Chen Chu was sprinting towards the breeding farm at full speed. The gorilla, accompanied by a band of animals, was pursuing in a pickup truck. An ominous thought struck the Northeast Tiger. Could this be the reinforcements summoned by Captain Gorilla? The animals guarding the breeding farm stood frozen, akin to wooden statues, upon seeing Chen Chu. This was an instinctive suppression stemming from their very bloodlines. Chen Chu gazed at the vast breeding farm, elated. Though he had not procured much sea blue essence, he had discovered this treasure trove. With such an expanse, rearing 300,000 to 400,000 animals would pose no issue. Open the gate. The guard turned to the Northeast Tiger. We cannot open it. If he enters to slaughter, it will all be over. You have 3 seconds to decide. If you do not open it, I shall force my way in. The gorilla anxiously scratched his head. Tyrannosaurus, do you intend to massacre us? Chen Chu merely replied with a calm, I am hungry. Kill him. The Northeast Tiger commanded, turning to charge into the chicken farm. The cacophony of terrified clucking erupted as the flock of chickens flapped their wings in disarray. With a single pounce, the Northeast Tiger claimed dozens of chickens as his evolutionary value. Bang, bang. 2 gunshots rang out. Chen Chu was now clad in crocodilian armor. It seemed that he was prepared for a confrontation. Lowering his head, he utilized the strength of his armored head to charge towards the iron gate. Clang. The iron gate was forcefully breached, causing chaos among the animals inside. Tiger Squad, he has barged in. What do we do? Roar. The Northeast Tiger was preoccupied with slaughtering chickens and had no time to spare for them. The Tiger Squad is busy with the chickens. Damn it. He intends to hoard all the evolutionary value for himself. I refuse to stand idly by. I too wish to evolve. I have 2 years left to live. I too shall evolve. Bang, bang, boom. In that moment, every animal abandoned their initial promises and surged towards various feeding areas, unleashing a ferocious slaughter. The gorilla leaped out of the vehicle, stunned by the frenzy unfolding within. The very scenario Captain Gorilla had feared had come to fruition. Humph, moving faster than me. All this evolutionary value is mine. Chen Chu charged in, sweeping a turret aside with his tail. Everyone, cease this madness. His thunderous roar halted many animals in their tracks, with several pigs fainting from fear. The Northeast Tiger, drenched in blood, retorted, Who do you think you are? Once I finish off this flock of chickens, I shall evolve. Under the allure of evolution, no one would heed his words. The gorilla remarked coolly. Thud, thud, thud. Chen Chu took long strides, first making his way towards the chicken farm where the Northeast Tiger was located. With a great leap, his immense form crashed down. The northeast tiger was engulfed in shadow and, upon glancing up, was terrified into a hasty retreat from the chicken farm. Would he not be reduced to a mere puddle of flesh under such weight? Thud! A dull thump echoed. Blood splattered within the chicken farm as Chen Chu's weight crushed hundreds of chickens into mere patties. Chen Chu, who had initially possessed 3,950 evolutionary value, instantly surged to over 4,000, entering the mid-stage of his growth phase. Species, fusion type. Name, armored Tyrannosaurus. Level, mid-stage growth. Strength, 10 tons. Speed, 40 km/h. Lifespan, 150 years. Defense, 18 tons. Flexibility, 15. Evolutionary value, 410, 012, 000. Talent 1, Supreme Bite Force, 18 tons. Talent 2, Derivation. His body underwent an instantaneous transformation. His height surged to 7 meters, length to 14 meters, and weight to 10 tons. Chen Chu was filled with joy, ready to burst into laughter. He had finally evolved once more. Within the chicken farm, another roll occurred. Evolutionary value, 428, 612, 000. Another roll followed. Evolutionary value, 447, 812, 000. This rate of evolutionary value accumulation was far swifter than gathering sea blue essence. The northeast tiger's eyes burned with fury. He had crushed so many chickens with just a few flips. The Tyrannosaurus Rex must be dealt with. Otherwise, the evolution points will never be conferred upon him. Everyone, concentrate your fire on this Tyrannosaurus Rex. Then we shall claim the evolution points. Impossible. It is impervious to bullets. How can we possibly defeat it? Hundreds of thousands of creatures are at stake. It slaughters chickens. Am I to sit idly by while it kills ducks? The northeast tiger roared in fury. The morale of the group waned, and leading them became increasingly difficult. At this juncture, who would heed his words? Chapter 40, Special Species, the Regressive Saber-toothed Tiger. The mandrill, clutching a walkie-talkie, established direct contact with the medical station. The gorilla captain had already been rushed into the operating room, with doctors and nurses attending to him. His presence was of paramount importance in Peacetown. He could not be allowed to perish easily. Mandrill, at such a time, are you still seeking the gorilla captain? The surgery is imminent. The doctor set the walkie-talkie aside. His heartbeat was too weak. Quick, administer adrenaline. A substantial dose of adrenaline surged into the gorilla captain's body. His heart began to beat rapidly. What did the mandrill say? Captain, how are you holding up? There has been a massacre at the breeding farm. What? The gorilla captain's fury instantly transformed into vitality. Blood gushed from his chest like a spring. The doctor panicked. Stop talking. If you continue, he won't survive. The gorilla captain shoved the doctor aside and half sat up on the makeshift operating table. I must go to the breeding farm. You can't. The wild boar king's tusks have pierced your lung. I absolutely must go. Otherwise, Peacetown will be doomed. The doctor found it impossible to dissuade him. Adrenaline and morphine were injected into the gorilla captain's body. His wounds were hastily bandaged, and he bolted from the medical station. At the breeding farm, Chen Chu was reveling in the slaughter of chickens. Evolution points, 467, 012, 000. Evolution points, 482, 112, 000. Moments later, evolution points, 776, 012, 000. The evolution points surged, and he was on the brink of breaking through to the late growth stage. With a snap, Chen Chu bit into a dozen crushed chickens, transforming them into his sustenance. The taste of farmed animals was undeniably superior. Bang, bang. The mandrill fired 2 shots, striking the crocodilian armor atop Chen Chu's head. The resilient armor deflected the bullets. Cease at once. Otherwise, I shall shatter your eyes. Look around you. The duck pens, the goose enclosures, the pigsties, all are drenched in blood. If this continues, Peacetown will be thrown into chaos. But how could they heed my words? The mandrill, resolute, shot a cheetah in the head. Is your might merely for show? Roar. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from behind. It was the northeast tiger's vice captain. His physique had undergone a significant transformation. His fangs protruded from his mouth, measuring half a meter long. His 5-meter-long form appeared somewhat leaner than before, yet more streamlined. His head had flattened slightly. Chen Chu was momentarily taken aback. Others may have been oblivious, but he recognized the truth. This northeast tiger was no ordinary breed. It was a special species. Upon surpassing the evolution threshold, it exhibited the unique regressive phenomenon characteristic of special species, transforming into a saber-toothed tiger. What is happening? The mandrill remained in shock. The earlier roar had made his fur bristle. A saber-toothed tiger, an ancient breed. Only special species possess the right to mutate. The mandrill's expression was complex. The tiger squad had concealed this from us. Chen Chu scoffed. Perhaps he had long harbored the intention of slaughtering the breeding farm. His hesitance had merely been due to suppression. Tyrannosaurus Rex. I too have regressed to become an ancient species. Just like you. I fear you no more. The evolution points from the breeding farm are mine. Amidst the carnage, Chen Chu cast a glance at the saber-toothed tiger before resuming his frenzied slaughter. The saber-toothed tiger propelled itself into the duck pen with powerful strides. The creatures within were swiftly dispatched by its lethal claws. With another pounce, a beefy bovine clad in artificial iron armor was pierced by the saber-tooth's razor-sharp fangs and promptly killed. The transformation into a saber-toothed tiger had significantly augmented its strength. Dare to encroach upon my evolution points, and I shall eradicate you all. Roar. With a single roar, the low-tier animals began to tremble. The initial regressive transformation of the saber-toothed tiger had bestowed upon it a new ability, Tiger Might. Chen Chu stomped his left paw on the ground. Evolution points, 778, 612, 000. Another 20 chickens had perished. Tyrannosaurus Rex. The saber-toothed tiger bared its fangs, glinting ominously. Humph. What a show of might you have. A truck sped towards them. The gorilla captain stood atop the vehicle, wielding a specially crafted 4-meter-long machete. The saber-toothed tiger's expression changed. Didn't you claim to be incapacitated? If I were truly incapacitated, who would halt your rampage? The saber-toothed tiger laughed heartily. No one can stop me now. I have regressed to become an ancient species. These evolution points are all mine. The ferocious tiger rampaged, wreaking havoc, as chickens and ducks fell victim. The truck screeched to a halt, and the gorilla captain leaped from the cab, brandishing his sword and directing a fierce downward strike at the saber-toothed tiger. The saber-toothed tiger dodged just in time. Bang! The massive blade cleaved down, creating a deep gash in the earth. What are you? I have always been under your thumb. Were it not for you, I would have regressed long ago. Humans and animals must coexist peacefully. These farmed creatures are our sustenance. If you slaughter them all, what will you eat next? Humans? I have no time for your drivel. From this moment forth, those who stand in my way shall die. With that, he charged into a panicking flock of ducks. Then I shall stop you. Chen Chu had become a mere spectator. The gorilla captain, upon arrival, didn't even spare him a glance. Chen Chu was perplexed by this behavior. The mandrill, too, was puzzled, his gun still aimed at Chen Chu's eyes. Has the gorilla captain gone blind? Ignoring you to focus on the tiger squad? Bending down, Chen Chu scooped up a pile of dead chickens and tossed them into his mouth, crunching them down. He chuckled. You gorilla captain are rather amusing. What do you mean? You'll understand soon enough. The gorilla captain and the saber-toothed tiger engaged in a fierce battle, while other animals retreated to the sidelines. Clang. The machete struck one of the saber-toothed tiger's fangs. The saber-toothed tiger dug its claws into the ground, refusing to yield an inch. That Tyrannosaurus Rex is an outsider. It too has committed slaughter. Shouldn't we unite to eliminate it, as we are kin? Your ambitions are too grand. I have seen through you. The Tyrannosaurus Rex is merely a transient presence. How can it be compared? Swish. The machete scraped against the thong, sparking flames. Today, I shall slay you before all the guardians. The balance of Peacetown cannot be disrupted by you. Captain, I will assist you. The mandrill was the first to speak up. I shall aid you too. Count me in. Indeed, slaughter can spur rapid evolution. However, for the long-term development of the region, the gorilla captain sought to put a stop to it. Anyone with discernment understood his intentions. The saber-toothed tiger roared. Who would willingly remain a low-tier animal? Those unwilling. Follow me. Chapter 41. The King. Govern wisely. The animals of the Guardian Squad, cowed by the gorilla captain's tyranny, dared not utter a word. This infuriated the saber-toothed tiger. Truly a bunch of inept creatures. One solitary gorilla has rendered you all so terrified? A rooster stepped forward. Gorilla captain, I apologize. I understand your plan. Your ideals are commendable. However, I do not have much time left to live. I find myself in an unfortunate predicament, having transformed into a mere chicken. I am unable to consume meat. My only path to evolution lies in seizing the moment. Likewise, I have now become an elderly bull. To survive, evolution is my sole avenue. In an instant, the air is filled with mournful cries. The captain of the gorillas, with a gaping wound in his lung, spurts forth blood as he steadies his great blade on the ground. Well, you all are commendable. The saber-toothed tiger sneers, knowing he cannot endure much longer. He then turns to Chen Chu. How about we join forces, Tyrannosaurus? I shall grant you half of the breeding grounds. Chen Chu shakes his head, replying no. I want it all. What a bold claim. Captain of the gorillas, do you see? This is what you refer to as a transient. He desires everything. The captain glances at Chen Chu, declaring, he is not that type of person. Chen Chu, upon hearing this, finds amusement within. Person? I have long transcended that. Caw. A few crows suddenly appeared in the sky, cawing loudly. The avian cries echo farther away. The captain of the gorillas pales. Those accursed birds must have alerted the beast of the forest. Seizing the opportunity, the saber-toothed tiger pounces. The captain of the gorillas kicks the blade, gripping it firmly with both hands to deliver a swift slash. As the saber-toothed tiger's claws strike the back of the blade, it swiftly pivots upon landing. Its tail, as rigid as steel, lashes out at the captain's waist, striking the very wound. Blood seeps incessantly from beneath the bandages. How much longer can you endure? At the very least, slaying you, the traitor, will pose no challenge. Humph, we are of different kinds. How can I be labeled a traitor? Ah, Chen Chu raises his tail and strikes down in the poultry yard, reducing yet another group of chickens to mere flesh. Evolution value, 782, 012, 000. You shall not move. The mandrill bellows. Can you truly stop me? As he speaks, his tail continues its assault. Evolution value, 793, 112, 000. Evolution value, 799, 912, 000. Suddenly, without warning, a tree, a meter in diameter and over 10 meters tall, hurtles towards Chen Chu. Roar. Chen Chu whips his tail, striking the tree with great force. Crack. The trunk splinters, veering off course. Yet, at that moment, Chen Chu's tail trembles slightly. What force could launch such a colossal tree? This power surpasses my own. The other creatures are astounded. Could it be that the beast in the forest has made its move? With a brief moment of shock, trees begin to rain down from the sky. These massive trunks wreak havoc upon the breeding grounds. The watchtower is utterly demolished. Several pigs within the pen are crushed to death. The saber-toothed tiger narrowly avoids being struck by a falling tree. The captain of the gorillas seizes the moment, cleaving off one of the saber-toothed tiger's forepaws with a mighty chop. How dare you? The saber-toothed tiger howls in pain. Die. The captain of the gorillas gathers all his strength, preparing to bisect the saber-toothed tiger. Captain, be careful. The mandrill cries out. A tree trunk is already hurtling towards the captain's back. Sensing the fierce wind approaching, it is too late to evade. With both hands clutching the great blade, he plunges it into the ground, bracing himself. A muffled thud resounds. Blood erupts from the captain's mouth. The blade he used for support shatters. Roar. A sound more fearsome than the saber-toothed tiger's roar reverberates through the air. The wild beasts howl, and birds blot out the sky as they launch another assault. The mandrill, armed with a gun, fires into the air while cursing. It must be those birds that reported the situation back. Chen Chu comprehends that even wild beasts can communicate, especially after the Great Catastrophe, where many evolved animals emerged. Tyrannosaurus. The captain of the gorillas bellows, blood spilling from his mouth with each word. The previous impact has already ruptured his internal organs. Now, he is merely a shadow of his former self. Peaceful town. I entrust it to you. Dream on. The saber-toothed tiger limps toward the captain. Slaying him would not only satisfy vengeance, but also yield a vast amount of evolution value. Thud. Two fangs pierce the captain's abdomen. The saber-toothed tiger violently jerks its head, withdrawing its fangs that now glisten with the captain's blood. The captain's intestines spill forth. Just as the saber-toothed tiger thinks to retreat after landing a blow, the captain wraps an arm around its neck. Do you still possess strength? The captain roars as he retrieves the blade from the ground. Thud. The saber-toothed tiger's head rolls from its body, casting aside the saber-toothed tiger's corpse. The captain's own intestines tumble to the ground. Captain! Captain! The captain raises a hand, proclaiming, Tyrannosaurus, I entrust my life to you. Peaceful town, I leave in your care. The mandrill's eyes well with tears. No, it is too late. Chen Chu approaches the captain's side. Such character is rare to find post-catastrophe. I have matters to attend to. I fear I cannot grant your request. Peaceful town, with its 100,000 residents. Half of the animalized creatures, of which 40% can consume meat. Although the breeding grounds are extensive, they merely constitute a medium-sized cafeteria. If destroyed, the balance will be lost. Can you comprehend this? I understand. I have heard you aspire to become the king here. King, I leave that to you. Rule wisely. The captain of the gorillas collapses to his knees. Chen Chu extends a claw, its sharp talons piercing the captain's brain. The captain departs, wearing a faint smile of relief. The animals of his guard, witnessing this moment, are filled with sorrow and rage, tears brimming in their eyes. After laboriously safeguarding peaceful town, this is the fate that befalls them. Chen Chu retracts his claws. Evolution value, 819, 912, 000. So soon, I am on the brink of evolving into the late growth phase. My body begins to swell, and my bones emit a cacophony of cracking sounds. My height increases to 8 meters. My length extends to 17 meters. My weight reaches 12 tons. In the ancient world, this would be considered an enormous Tyrannosaurus. Chapter 42, Higher Primates, the Wild Man. Once again, evolution is complete, and the attribute panel is updated. Species, hybrid. Name, crocodile-armored Tyrannosaurus. Level, late growth phase. Strength, 20 tons. Speed, 50 km/h. Lifespan, 180 years. Defense, 20 tons. Flexibility, 15. Evolution value, 819, 912, 000. Talent 1, Supreme Bite Force, 25 tons. Talent 2, Derivative. In this evolution, my defense has increased, but my bite force has grown considerably. 60 teeth have elongated slightly, curving backward like a mass of barbed hooks. The mandrill, accompanied by numerous members of the guard, approaches Chen Chu's feet. Standing at 8 meters tall, they can only look up in awe. What is your will? Did you not claim you wish to become the king here? You have succeeded. Thus, how shall we act? We seek your command. Achieving kingship was made possible due to the captain's ultimate sacrifice. Chen Chu understands that the captain has placed a heavy burden upon him. Then guard the breeding grounds well. I wish to observe what manner of beast lurks within the forest. In less than 2 months, I have reached the late growth phase. According to the patterns of evolution from my previous life, this stage signifies the emergence of a ruler. Boom, boom, boom. A torrent of wildlife surged forth from the forest, coalescing into a veritable wave of beasts. At the forefront of this chaotic stampede was a band of mindless wild boars. With a thunderous roar, Chen Chu plunged into their midst. As he landed and swept his tail, the wild boars fell one by one. The only creatures fortunate enough to escape his wrath were the birds graced with wings. Among the boars, a few larger specimens had already reached the early stages of maturity. Chen Chu's crocodilian armor glimmered, now enveloping even his legs in a protective layer. With a sharp crack, the tusks of an early-stage boar shattered against Chen Chu's leg. A fearsome roar erupted from his throat, resonating with authority. In response, a similarly commanding roar echoed from behind him. This was precisely what he desired. If he sought a wealth of evolutionary value, they must emerge swiftly. These useless wild creatures were destined to contribute in his presence. Suddenly, 2 tree trunks hurtled toward him. Empowered by an increase in strength, Chen Chu swung his tail with ferocity, sending the trunks flying. The pack of wolves lurking behind the boars dared not approach. The ground trembled as heavy footsteps approached, and a massive, dark-furred hand uprooted trees, hurling them toward Chen Chu. He burst forth from the forest, wielding a smooth branch as his weapon, mercilessly dispatching all wildlife that dared to stand in his way. At last, he beheld the true form of this creature. A mountain gorilla stood against the wall, filled with questions. What manner of beast is this? I cannot say. It resembles a giant cloaked in fur. Chen Chu's mind raced. This was a wild man. Considering the geographical context, it intertwined with memories of his past life. Indeed, he was destined to become the ferocious wild man who would rule this domain. Excitement surged within Chen Chu. In this life, he faced the formidable creatures of his previous existence. Fortunately, the wild man had yet to attain his most powerful form. Tyrannosaurus, be wary. This creature possesses an air of menace. What is there to fear? It is merely a wild man. The animals of the guard exchanged glances. An elder goat suddenly recalled. Ah, the legendary wild man of the forest. I remember the tales my grandfather told me in my youth. Who would have thought I'd witness him in the flesh as a member of my grandfather's generation? The wild man, after all, is not human. Across the globe, particularly in deep, secluded forests, sightings of wild men have been reported. This creature, an unverified species of higher primate, could walk upright and possessed a degree of intelligence. Its formal classification is upright higher primates of unusual species. Towering and agile, it traversed mountains as if walking on level ground. The wild man before him stood over 6 meters tall. With a fearsome roar, the wild man swung the branch toward Chen Chu. Unfazed, Chen Chu met the blow head-on. The branch snapped with a crack, sending a reverberation through his skull. The wild man appeared to be in the mid-stages of maturity, yet his strength was immense. Before Chen Chu could react, the wild man's fists, as solid as boulders, rained down upon him in a flurry of blows, each one landing with a meaty thud. This was the advantage of primates, particularly one of such high order. I shall bite you. Chen Chu opened his jaws, aiming for the wild man's fist. The wild man, however, braced Chen Chu's mouth with his hands and, with a powerful thrust of his legs, delivered a flying kick to Chen Chu's chest. The colossal foot struck him like a small vessel, sending him staggering backward. You have successfully provoked my ire. A chilling killing intent gleamed in Chen Chu's golden eyes. The wild man was indeed intelligent. Had he not been busy slaughtering with the saber-toothed tiger at the breeding ground that night, he would have surely bided his time. With his strength, he had no need to fear the gorilla captain. His concern lay with the firepower within the breeding ground. Now, with the watchtower destroyed and the gorilla captain and saber-toothed tiger gone, the wild man could not allow Chen Chu, a fierce beast, to dominate the breeding ground. With a fierce roar, the wild man communicated with Chen Chu. Surprisingly, Chen Chu began to grasp his meaning. The wild man expressed a desire to forge a legion of fierce beasts, seeking evolution value from within. If Chen Chu was willing, he could join. Chen Chu chuckled, impressed by the wild man's intelligence at such an early stage of evolution. Clearly, in his past life, he must have successfully dominated this place, becoming the ferocious wild man of legend. However, in this life, that was not to be. For Chen Chu was the true king of this realm. With a triumphant roar, he answered the wild man. The wild man bared his sharp fangs, rushing toward Chen Chu like a beast, ready to strike. Chen Chu deftly pivoted, allowing the wild man's fist to crash against the armored scales on his back. In a swift motion, his tail lashed out, ensnaring the wild man's right arm. It turned out that his tail had gained remarkable agility, a trait developed after consuming the giant octopus, granting it newfound flexibility. The wild man was bewildered, unable to comprehend how a tail could possess such dexterity. With a triumphant laugh, Chen Chu swung his tail, sending the wild man tumbling to the ground. The wild man rolled out of the breeding ground and into the nearby ditch with a resounding splash, sending water flying in all directions. After a moment, silence followed. Furrowing his brow, Chen Chu wondered if the wild man had drowned, unable to swim. However, the mountain gorilla suddenly shouted, "No, the ditch is home to fish. He must be hunting for them." Chen Chu's heart raced. The wild man indeed displayed remarkable intelligence, even contemplating acquiring evolutionary value at this moment. Rushing to the ditch, Chen Chu found no trace of the wild man. Although termed a ditch, it was deep and wide enough to accommodate the massive form of the wild man as he submerged. The ditch encircled the entire breeding ground, stretching several kilometers. After running a short distance along the ditch, he discovered that the water had turned crimson, littered with the bodies of floating fish. "Find him!" Chen Chu bellowed. The wild man was currently in the mid-stages of evolution. How much further he could progress remained uncertain. If he were to evolve at this moment, Chen Chu would have inadvertently aided him, and the repercussions would be dire. The mountain gorilla and the guard animals ran along the wall, observing the activity in the ditch. "Tyrannosaurus, follow the ditch for 300 meters. The wild man is there." Understood. Now, it was a contest between two kings. The wild animals, positioned over 500 meters away from the breeding ground, refrained from moving without the wild man's command. Chen Chu began to stride forward in pursuit of the wild man. Upon evolving to the later stages of maturity, his maximum speed had reached 50 kilometers per hour. The 300-meter distance was merely a brief moment. "Come up here." The wild man slammed his fist into the ditch. With a thunderous boom, the water erupted, showering Chen Chu with a deluge of fish and aquatic debris. Seizing the opportunity, the wild man submerged and continued swimming forward. Chen Chu leapt into the water, which rose to his abdomen. Moving through the water presented considerable resistance, hindering his speed compared to solid ground. Moreover, the bottom of the ditch was mired in mud. Not far into his journey, Chen Chu sensed that something was amiss. The sensation underfoot was not the slick mire he had anticipated, but rather akin to treading upon a soft cushion. This was dire. A wild man. Indeed, he had unwittingly stepped upon a savage. This wretch had concealed himself beneath the water, lying in wait for his unsuspecting prey. A beastly human had fallen victim to a wild creature. Chen Chu's ankles were ensnared by the wild man's powerful grip. With a sudden force, Chen Chu's body was yanked backward, crashing into the water with a resounding splash. The immense figure of the wild man rose, seizing Chen Chu's legs with both hands. With a furious roar, he hurled Chen Chu from the trough, turning the tables on him. This time, it was Chen Chu who found himself rolling on the ground. Spitting out a mouthful of mud, his eyes blazed with fury. "You scoundrel! Did you truly believe yourself to be endowed with great wisdom?" With his tail coiling around a tree trunk, he charged once more towards the water trough, pivoting to unleash a barrage of strikes upon it with the trunk. The other animals were gripped with trepidation. Boom! A colossal shadow loomed as the wild man emerged from the trough. Faced with the descending trunk, he retaliated with a punch. Crack! The thick trunk splintered under the force of his blow. Chen Chu's heart raced. The situation had indeed escalated. The wild man had evolved to the later stages of maturity through fish hunting. From the half of his body that emerged from the trough, it was evident that he now stood as tall as Chen Chu, reaching an imposing height of 8 meters. Particularly his fists, which appeared even larger and more powerful. The wild man plunged his hands into the water, letting out a roar as he flipped his body upward. A torrent of water, along with the fish, was sent flying into the air. With a crash, it cascaded down like a torrential rain. Chen Chu dashed through the deluge, lunging at the wild man. His claws sank into the savage's chest, and he opened his mouth wide, aiming for the wild man's neck. Even if the wild man had reached the later stages of maturity, if caught in Chen Chu's exaggerated bite force, he would not escape unscathed. Bang! The wild man struck upward from the water, landing a blow squarely on Chen Chu's forehead. The impact momentarily dazed him. By heavens, had this creature's punch exceeded 20 tons of force? His crocodilian armor boasted a defense of 20 tons, yet this punch nearly left him reeling. With a growl, the wild man wrapped his other arm around Chen Chu's neck, forcefully submerging his head into the water. Was he attempting to drown me? With considerable combat experience, the wild man pressed Chen Chu's head down while relentlessly pummeling him with his other fist. Bang! 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 Each strike landed upon Chen Chu's armor. Crack! Parts of the armor began to fracture under the relentless assault. Bubbles surged from below, and the wild man's lips curled into a smirk, as he sensed the greatest threat was on the verge of being vanquished. Suddenly, Chen Chu's tail emerged, ensnaring the wild man's left arm, preventing him from inflicting further harm. Thus began a stalemate between the two. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes passed. The bubbles ceased to rise from the water. The mountain monkey sat despondently against the wall. Was the Tyrannosaurus Rex drowned? What are we to do now? Had we known, it would have been better to have killed more to gain evolution points. To be on the safe side, the wild man waited another minute, sensing the tail coiling around him growing weaker, before it fell away into the water. Only then did he relent. Chen Chu emerged partially from the water, motionless. The wild man crawled out of the trough, water cascading down his body. He tilted his head back and let out a roar, seemingly proclaiming his victory. The howls of wolves and roars of tigers echoed in response. The birds swirled in the sky above. Meanwhile, a dark cloud loomed over the guards. It was over. Prepare for a desperate fight. The mountain monkey gritted his teeth, ordering all explosives to be brought forth. At worst, we perish together. You. What? Do you wish to become the wild man as evolution points? Or his lackeys? I suppose I am already a dog now. Believe me, I could easily crush you. After the wild man's thunderous roar, he lowered his arms. The beasts of the forest began to draw closer to him. Suddenly, from the depths of the trough, Chen Chu stirred. Boom. The 17-meter-long, 8-meter-tall Tyrannosaurus Rex leapt from the trough. With jaws agape, he lunged at the wild man's shoulder from behind. This unexpected turn left the wild man utterly unprepared. It was only when the searing pain coursed through his body that he realized the truth. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was not dead. Chapter 44. The claws evolve again. Roar. The wild man, in agony, reached back to grasp Chen Chu. Chen Chu, undeterred, seized the rare opportunity to bite down. After his transformation, encountering such agile primates was most vexing. Their limbs were nimble, and their arms powerful, making it difficult to unleash his most formidable bite force. Crunch. Crunch. Under the staggering bite force of 25 tons, the bones in the wild man's shoulder shattered. The wild man, frenzied, swung his fists backward, landing blow after blow upon Chen Chu's head. Yet, all were thwarted by Chen Chu's protruding armor. Chen Chu anchored his feet to the ground and suddenly whipped his head around. The other animals watched in astonishment as he managed to sever the wild man's arm. With one arm broken, how could he still contend with me? Chen Chu's voice was devoid of emotion. The wild man turned, his eyes brimming with rage and hatred. Half kneeling, he clutched his right shoulder, which bore a horrific wound. Roar. The wild man emitted a low growl directed at Chen Chu. Chen Chu opened his mouth to swallow. I have no interest in conversing with you, nor do I wish to decipher your animal tongue. This is my territory. It's either you or me, understood? Thud. The wild man pounded the ground, creating a massive crater. Chen Chu's words infuriated him. So, it's either his death or mine. Does that mean I have no hope of a favorable outcome today? With a whoosh, the wild man scooped up a handful of dirt and hurled it at Chen Chu's eyes. Faced with such childish antics, Chen Chu merely lowered his head. The dirt struck his head, causing no pain or discomfort. At that moment, a warm sensation surged through his front claws. After consuming the wild man's arm, his claws began to grow once more. Following 2 rounds of evolution, his claws had reached 2 meters in length. Now they had grown another meter, transforming 3 fingers into 4. Flexing them made them even more agile. He could almost relive the sensations of his former human days. Reflecting on his transformation, Chen Chu recalled that his claw evolution had begun after consuming the silverback gorilla, and now it was the wild man. Suddenly, a wave of regret washed over him. Perhaps he should have devoured the gorilla captain as well? Who knows? He might have transformed into 5-fingered claws. The wild man, witnessing the transformation of Chen Chu's claws up close, was filled with astonishment. He could evolve on his own body. Ha ha ha. Now, offer me your other arm as well. The wild man's gaze towards Chen Chu was tinged with genuine fear. In the forest, whether it be tigers, bears, or wild boar kings, they all revered him as king and obeyed his command. But now, the look in Chen Chu's eyes conveyed that he was not merely an opponent, but rather prey. With a roar, he turned to flee. The once mighty king of the forest was now in retreat. Where do you think you're going? Chen Chu pursued. The wild man of today has utterly lost his fighting spirit. After sustaining injuries, his strength has diminished significantly. In a swift burst of speed, Chen Chu quickly closed the distance between them. With a merciless snap of his jaws, resembling the cruel hooks of a predator, he clamped down on the wild man's left shoulder. A howl of desperation escaped from the wild man's lips as he called for help, directing his cries towards a gathering of wild animals ahead. A white wolf merely cast a cursory glance at him before leading its pack away. A black bear, pretending not to notice, licked its paw and ambled off. It seems that after evolving to such an extent in the forest, he has not refrained from slaughtering those wild creatures. Now, they have chosen to abandon him. The wild man's voice was laced with despair, and in this moment, he even expressed a willingness to submit to Chen Chu. Futile. Were you whole? I might have considered keeping you by my side, but now you are but a one-armed wild man, utterly worthless. With a crack, Chen Chu tore off the wild man's left arm. Thud. He pressed one clawed foot down on the wild man's back, pinning him to the ground. With a swift flick of his tail, he ensnared the wild man's neck. Die. The grip tightened, and the wild man's neck snapped with a sickening crunch. After laboriously evolving to the late growth stage of a rare species, he met his demise at Chen Chu's feet. Victory. The mandrill sensed that events were progressing too swiftly. Indeed, we have triumphed. The mandrill gazed at Chen Chu, who was feasting on the wild man's arm, his eyes filled with admiration. Had it not been for Chen Chu feigning death in the water and then launching a lethal strike, they could never have won so easily. At that moment, they truly believed Chen Chu had drowned. The wild man had held Chen Chu's head underwater for 6 long minutes. What kind of tyrannosaur is this? After consuming the wild man's left arm, Chen Chu's claws responded once more. Having grown to 3 meters in length with 4 fingers, they ceased to elongate further and instead began to thicken. The muscles swelled, and if one were to overlook his size and focus solely on these two arms, they would exude an aura of strength capable of shattering stone. Chen Chu surveyed his own physique, standing 8 meters tall and measuring 14 meters in length. Even his tail stretched over 5 meters. His legs were nearly comparable in length to his tail. Most striking of all was his massive head. From above, his enormous cranium obscured his claws, rendering them nearly invisible. I wish my hands could extend another 2 meters. Only then could they unleash their fullest potential. The evolution points had reset. After evolving to the late growth stage and slaying several wild animals, alongside a wild man of the same stage, he now had a total of 863,512,000 evolution points. At this moment, the mandrill, accompanied by the guard, rushed over. Captain, the beasts have returned to the mountains. What shall we do now? Captain? Chen Chu was evidently displeased with this title. Yes, you have taken the place of the gorilla captain. Henceforth, you shall be the chief guardian of Peace Town, the highest authority. Chen Chu chuckled. No, I am a king. The mandrill was taken aback. This tyrannosaur does not intend to establish a dictatorship, does he? You all, lead some individuals along with agile animals to repair the watchtowers. Prepare the firepower anew and continue your duties. The watchtowers, gates, and all damaged areas can be restored. However, the firepower is insufficient. A town of such magnitude lacks adequate firepower? In Peace Town, we have no stationed troops, nor any smuggling arms dealers. The confrontations of late have nearly depleted our resources. TSK, it seems this is a poverty-stricken town. Very well, let us begin repairs. There is one more matter. Speak. Peace Town is home to several tens of thousands of humans. If you wish to declare yourself king, I can acquiesce, but they may not be so agreeable. After all, Peace Town is a place where humans and animals coexist harmoniously. When the gorilla captain assumed his responsibilities, it was through a democratic vote. Chen Chu grinned. Do not worry. I will take care of this. Chapter 45, The Tyrant Chu. The animals and humans of the guard began to busily repair the damaged structures. As daylight broke, many residents of Peace Town awaited news from the breeding grounds. Yu Yu and Xiaoshan could hardly contain themselves, had it not been for the second elder's restraint. They would have rushed to the breeding grounds in search of Chen Chu. Suddenly, a somber melody resonated from the corner loudspeaker, followed by a sorrowful announcement. Yesterday, the gorilla captain sacrificed himself to protect Peace Town. How could this be? The gorilla captain was the strongest among us. Indeed, even in human form. He possessed martial skills. What a pity. What will become of Peace Town now? The townsfolk began to murmur amongst themselves. Once their chatter subsided, Chen Chu's commanding voice emanated from the loudspeaker. The strongest creature in the forest has been slain by me. From this day forth, I shall be the king here. Xiaoshan and Yu Yu erupted with excitement, dancing joyfully. The Tyrannosaur is indeed formidable. He is about to become king. A Tyrannosaur is, after all, a king. The second elder frowned deeply. What is he planning? With the gorilla captain dead, does he intend to seize the throne? What if this incites public outrage? All able-bodied individuals, gather at the southern breeding grounds immediately. Chen Chu's voice rang out again. The populace hesitated. In Peace Town, without formidable firepower, they ultimately relied on the strength of the mighty animals for protection. However, such a blatant declaration of kingship seems at odds with democratic principles. Let us go. We must see what audacity dares to claim kingship. For every one that appeared, a second and third followed. Crowds of townsfolk and relatively harmless animals began to converge towards the breeding grounds. Xiaoshan and Yu Yu were no exception, following the second elder. An hour later, the area outside the breeding grounds was teeming with people and animals. Where has the mandrill, the self-proclaimed king, gone? The mandrill chuckled wryly, then gestured towards the waterway. With a splash, Chen Chu rose from the water, droplets cascading from him like a waterfall. He had not been hiding in the water, but rather exploring the depths of his second ability, evolution. He discovered that under the influence of this ability, each dive lasted longer than the last. Truly a prodigious gift, he sought to uncover the limits of his potential. Emerging from the water, he had remained submerged for 2 hours. With thunderous steps, he climbed ashore. Upon seeing the towering figure of Chen Chu, standing 8 meters tall and 14 meters long, the crowd was struck with awe. How tall was the gorilla captain? Merely 3 meters. This tyrannosaur before them was twice his height. Just the sight of Chen Chu's stature was enough to instill a sense of reverence among them. As the gates of the breeding grounds swung open, Chen Chu entered and dragged the wild man's corpse outside. Thud! The dismembered body of the wild man was laid bare before all. Covered in black fur and standing 8 meters tall, even in the absence of his arms, he exuded a primal ferocity. This was the mightiest creature of the forest. Goodness! Such a colossal beast exists in the forest. Indeed, how could the gorilla captain ever have been a match for him? Without the Tyrannosaur, would Peace Town have fallen under his dominion? This wild man, an advanced primate, possessed intelligence comparable to that of humans. He orchestrated a series of invasions by beasts, aiming to seize all the domesticated animals from the breeding grounds. The crowd grasped the situation. Surely you understand that once they transform into beasts, they stand to gain opportunities for evolution. These domesticated animals represent a vast reservoir of evolution points. This wild man sought to forge a legion of ferocious beasts. Hooray, Tyrannosaur! You are the mightiest, Xiaoshan shouted, only to be swiftly silenced by the second elder's hand over his mouth. In Ping'an Town, the desire for continued tranquility necessitates the presence of formidable strength to safeguard it. I aspire to ascend as king, compelling your obedience to my command. Are you willing? The atmosphere fell abruptly into silence. Moments later, an elder, leaning on a cane, stepped forward. This is no longer the old society. Spare me discussions of democracy. I simply ask, are you willing? If so, I shall take the mantle of king. If not, I can easily depart. After all, this shall not be my final refuge. Upon hearing these words, a sense of unease gripped the hearts of the people. The wild men have been slain. Yet what formidable beasts lurk within the forest remains unknown to them. If Chen Chu were to leave and launch further assaults, could they withstand such onslaught? At this juncture, the mountain macaque added fuel to the fire. To be candid, our ammunition has been nearly depleted from the recent incursions. At most, we can endure one more attack. How can we possibly manage that? The elder continued, if you can ensure our safety, we shall honor you as our king. What say you? At last, the old man has uttered these words. Chen Chu had been awaiting this very declaration. Though Ping'an Town is small, it retains basic communication and network capabilities. Following the trajectory of the previous world, many powerful beasts have become the guardians of a select few humans. Provided they heed the news, they will surely be aware. Should I become king, I will undoubtedly safeguard you. However, with all our ammunition expended, what recourse do you propose? Chen Chu stood tall, declaring, I am the mightiest weapon. He then gazed toward the distant forest, envisioning the beast army that the wild men had failed to assemble. I shall accomplish this. I will transform Ping'an Town into the realm of the first ferocious beast legion. The hearts of the people began to shift, starting to believe in Chen Chu's potential. Here, only he possesses the ability to realize such a vision. The elder knelt before him, uncertain of how to address the king. I am Chen Chu. Chen Chu, the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The elder exclaimed. Xiaoshan and Yuyu's youthful voices began to chant, Chu Bawang, Chu Bawang. Chen Chu felt a flush of embarrassment. How had his name become intertwined with that of his species, thus forming the title of Chu Bawang? The mountain macaques shared a rare moment of amusement. Very well. Since you honor me with the title of Chu Bawang, I shall undoubtedly ensure the safety of Ping'an Town. Chen Chu dashed toward the ditch, sinking his teeth into the water, where hundreds of fish had been caught. He then sprinted into the forest. Though his intentions were unclear, there must be a rationale behind them. Chen Chu had laid the groundwork for his plan. Soon, the second great calamity would unfold. Following this calamity, new variables would emerge. Various factions would begin to take shape, and Chen Chu too needed to establish his own dominion. This was an opportunity. By vanquishing the wild men, he would usurp their position and become the sovereign of the land. Chapter 46, The Evolution of Beasts. Within the forest, the beasts returned to their territories. With the death of the wild men, it appeared they had begun to redivide their lands. Chen Chu ventured into the domain of the wolf pack. The wolves instinctively recognized Chen Chu as a being far more formidable than the wild men, lurking within the underbrush, baring their teeth, hesitant to approach. Wow! With a flourish, Chen Chu opened his mouth, and a cascade of fish tumbled to the ground, alive and wriggling. Wolf King stepped forth. I know you understand my intentions. A massive wolf, stretching 3 meters in length and standing 1.5 meters tall, adorned with light-colored fur, emerged. Its eyes glinted with greed as they fixated on the lively fish below. How? The Wolf King seemed to question Chen Chu's purpose. From his elevated position, Chen Chu regarded him, offering a choice, submit or perish. A chilling aura of menace radiated from him. The Wolf King's fur bristled in response. Bowing its noble head, it cautiously approached and consumed a fish. Chen Chu smiled. In the face of absolute power, submission was their only option. With the Wolf King acquiescing, the remaining wolves followed suit, approaching Chen Chu and lowering their heads before partaking in the feast. Although the evolution points received by the pack were minimal, they paled in comparison to the bounty they had lost to the wild men, who had once ruthlessly slaughtered many of their kin. Lead me to gather the remaining ferocious beasts. How? The wolf pack, having feasted upon the fish, began to guide the way. Before long, they encountered a group of wild boars, where a massive Tyrannosaurus Rex appeared, flanked by a cadre of wolves. The new wild boar king, overwhelmed by such imposing might, could only submit. Subsequently, the hawk and the black bear also bowed before Chen Chu. After traversing the forest and gathering every beast of notable strength, Chen Chu returned to the breeding grounds as night began to fall. 200 meters outside the breeding grounds, a new grave was added for the gorilla captain. Upon seeing it, Chen Chu abandoned his initial plan to consume the captain's arm. He would grant him this final respect. The mountain macaque, possessing considerable intellect and exceptional marksmanship, had become Chen Chu's right-hand ally. Chu Bawang has returned. The sentinel beasts called out upon seeing Chen Chu. The heavy gates swung open. As Chen Chu approached, a throng of wolves, wild boars, and a multitude of hawks accompanied him, exuding an aura befitting a king of beasts. Chu Bawang, what is your intent? From this moment forth, they shall form the ferocious beast legion of Ping'an Town. Have you truly subdued them? Chen Chu surveyed the assembly of animals with influence. Come with me. The mountain macaque, puzzled by his intent, led a group of a dozen influential animals to a secluded area. The Wolf King, Wild Boar King, and Hawk King followed suit. Chen Chu remained silent, deliberately cultivating a heavy atmosphere. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. Will you be loyal to me? How? Humph. I hope your answers come from the heart. Chu Wang Yu. The mountain macaque was abruptly cut off. From this moment on, the only guardians of the breeding grounds shall be animals. All humans must vacate, including those without combat capability. Why? If we are to forge a ferocious beast legion, we require formidable strength. Furthermore, in the future, humans cannot be relied upon. They represent an unstable factor. Isn't the goal to coexist peacefully? Chen Chu shot him a fierce glare. What of the wild men's corpses? Still present. What do you see? The mountain macaque was momentarily struck dumb by the query. When the humans had congregated at the breeding grounds, Chen Chu's presence had stifled any thoughts regarding the wild men's corpses. However, after Chen Chu entered the forest, the mountain macaque observed intense greed etched upon the faces of the humans. The wild men were formidable, akin to an advanced growth stage of beasts. Those who had not undergone beastification could become new wild men simply by consuming the flesh of the wild men. A powerful species indeed. The mountain macaque suddenly comprehended. I understand. Remember, in the future, this world belongs to the animals. Humans will ultimately become tools. Those present deeply etched Chen Chu's words into their memories. Upon returning to the breeding grounds, they commenced their plans. Useless chickens and ducks, along with humans, were expelled. Next, a grand feast was to take place. The breeding grounds housed nearly 300,000 animals. If they were to serve as sustenance, 100,000 would suffice. Standing at the center of the breeding grounds, Chen Chu proclaimed, Today, you shall hunt down 200,000 domesticated animals. However, no infighting is permitted. The extent of your evolution depends on you. The beasts erupted in fervent howls. The Wolf King leapt forward, charging into the chicken pens. The remaining beasts, unwilling to yield, commenced their own slaughter. Blood stained the ground crimson. Yet, Chen Chu felt no remorse. After all, these were merely 200,000 domesticated animals. What about during human times? Whenever avian or porcine plagues emerged, were not the mass burials and slaughters executed in the hundreds of thousands? A resounding roar escaped Chen Chu's lips as he joined the fray. This night, he aimed to transcend the late growth stage and attain maturity. Within the confines of Ping'an Town, those expelled, both human and animal, simmered with indignation. A few pigeons flapped their wings and flew over in a frenzy. This is bad. This is terrible. What is happening? The tyrant Chu, leading a pack of ferocious beasts, is wreaking havoc in the breeding grounds. What? Everyone was taken aback. Wasn't the plan to coexist in peace? How could they commence slaughter after driving them out? Scoundrels. They had suspected that once the Tyrannosaurus Rex claimed the throne, he would harbor selfish ambitions. He sought further evolution. Impossible. All the animals in the breeding ground belonged to the townsfolk of Ping'an. Why should they monopolize them? Damn it. I'm just a chicken and have 2 years of life left. I too want to evolve. I refuse to die. Inform everyone. We must return to the breeding grounds. The pigeons, chickens, and ducks scattered instantly, spreading the word to the residents of Ping'an. In the breeding grounds, carcasses lay strewn about, piled high. Awoo. The Wolf King had successfully reached the mid-growth stage. His physique had not augmented much, yet his pale fur had transformed into a shimmering silver, glistening under the moonlight. His claws, emerging like diamonds, were both hard and sharp. Ha! Wolf King, you have evolved into the White Wolf King. Chen Chu welcomed a formidable ally, his heart brimming with joy. The White Wolf King bowed respectfully to Chen Chu, filled with gratitude. This new ruler was not selfish like the wild men. A cry pierced the air. The Eagle King had also succeeded in evolving to the mid-growth stage. His size had doubled, and his wings expanded beyond the limits of an eagle-esque growth, reaching 7 meters. His talons, as dark as iron, evoked a sense of dread. Chapter 47. Maturity. The flying armored Tyrannosaurus Rex continued to roar. Each roar symbolized the evolution of an animal. The Wild Boar King had successfully attained the mid-growth stage. The mandrill had also achieved the same milestone. Behind a pile of carcasses, a faint white smoke began to rise from Chen Chu's body. The animals that had already evolved gazed upon their king. A crackling sound resonated as Chen Chu felt intense pain radiating from his back. The armored scales began to unintentionally protrude, then shattered during the evolution. A long howl erupted, and a pair of wings unfurled, reaching an astonishing 18 meters. To the animals below, these wings were a presence that overshadowed the sun. The Eagle King's wings measured only 7 meters. Chen Chu's wings, however, were a staggering 18 meters. A simple flap conjured gusts of wind. His wings were unlike those of any bird. They were meaty, topped with claws akin to a pterosaur's. Thus, he effectively possessed 4 limbs. My heavens, what breed of Tyrannosaurus Rex is Chu truly? A bull, bursting with muscular vigor and having successfully reached the mid-growth stage. Pondered aloud. The mandrill shook his head, then suddenly recalled something. Recently, experts in the news had been discussing that among beastified animals, aside from the ordinary and mutated types, there existed ancient breeds. Above the ancient breeds, there seemed to be a mysterious category currently referred to as the fusion type. Are you suggesting that our Chu is the strongest type now emerging, the fusion type? It must be. Have you not noticed? His armored scales can be manipulated at will. After growing a pair of wings, Chen Chu's physique remained largely unchanged. His attribute panel underwent an update. Type, fusion type. Name, flying armored Tyrannosaurus Rex. Level, early stage of maturity. Strength, 25 tons. Speed, 60 km/h. Lifespan, 200 years. Defense, 25 tons. Flexibility, 15. Evolution value, 12, 120, 000. Talent 1, Supreme Bite Force 30 tons. Talent 2, Derivation. Talent 3, Flight, Speed, 80 km/h. In just over a month, he had evolved to the early stage of maturity. This speed undoubtedly surpassed 90% of beastified animals. The pot of fossil stew he had consumed had indeed brought him delightful surprises. Talent 3, it turned out, was Flight, granting him a pair of wings. His flying speed surpassed even his running speed. Chen Chu believed that under the influence of his Talent 2, Derivation, by consuming parts of animals stronger than himself, he could achieve further enhancements. Such a talent as derivation was not something just any animal could possess. The flexibility noted in his panel was a product of this derivation. However, the current evolution value posed a challenge. The original value of 12,000 had now surged tenfold to 120,000. This meant that to transition beyond the early stage of maturity, he would need to slay 40,000 animals. In the breeding grounds, Chen Chu unleashed the 200,000 domesticated animals, allowing his beast army to evolve. After a fierce battle, they had nearly exterminated them all. The evolution feast, coinciding with Chen Chu's own evolution, was nearing its conclusion. Mandrill, a colorful, 1.5 meter tall mandrill approached. Chen Chu was taken aback. You have evolved? Indeed. The mandrill's clothing had been torn asunder by his doubled height, his limbs now more robust than before. Tyrant Chu, I am Zheng Tianhe. I can no longer be considered a mere mandrill. Please tally the number of animals that have evolved this time. Identify the strongest among them. Understood. After over an hour of meticulous counting, the list was compiled. Over 1,000 animals had reached the early stage of growth, and more than 200 had attained the mid-growth stage. The White Wolf King, Eagle King, Wild Boar King, and others were all nearing the late growth stage. To Chen Chu's astonishment, a mutated serpent scorpion had reached the late growth stage. Summon him. A creature with the upper body of a serpent and the lower body of a scorpion approached, moving on 6 legs. Its serpent form stood 2 meters tall, while the scorpion's tail bore menacing green barbs. It was unmistakably filled with venom. You are a mutated type. Yes. Tyrant Chu. I am Zheng Li. During my beastification, I consumed a special brew from a friend in Miaojiang. This brew, infused with snake, scorpion, centipede, spider, and toxic toad, transformed me into this unusual being. Previously, my combat prowess was quite weak due to my small size. Before the evolution feast, I had barely surpassed the juvenile stage. However, through the slaughter, I gradually evolved, increasing in size, and most notably, my toxicity has surged. In battle, I have become exponentially more effective. I soared to the late growth stage in no time. Excellent. You are now the sole late growth stage in Ping'an Town. Chen Chu, already in the mature stage, could not be compared. Thank you, Tyrant Chu. Rest assured, as long as you remain loyal to me, I will ensure your swift descent to maturity. Absolute loyalty. Subsequently, Chen Chu began to manage the corpses within the breeding grounds. All those slain by venomous animals were categorized together, while the rest formed another category. These corpses must be temporarily preserved to serve as sustenance for animals in the foreseeable future. The agile primates have acquired a new role, replacing humans in the care of the remaining creatures. Lord Chu, trouble is brewing. A multitude of humans and animals has arrived outside. Chen Chu snorted coldly, already anticipating their return. He had yet to test his flying abilities, only to be interrupted. 2 massive wings retracted, seamlessly merging beneath his ribs as if they had never existed. The gates of the breeding farm swung open. Chen Chu stepped out, confronting a throng of tens of thousands of humans and animals gathered before him. What objections do you have? Lord Chu, I wish to evolve too. If I do not evolve, I am doomed. A large rooster exclaimed. Zheng Shanhe emerged, leading a domestic pig. Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity for evolution. Come. Slay him alone. This posed a significant challenge for the rooster. Flapping its wings, it struggled for 10 minutes to defeat the pig, nearly being gored in the process. You all witnessed. Transforming into a chicken was your misfortune. I have provided you with a chance for evolution, yet you could not seize it. I merely wish to survive. Then allow me to offer you some advice. As weaker animals, if you aspire to evolve, you must not target the creatures within the breeding farm. Insects and ants are your best options. Upon hearing this, numerous chickens and ducks suddenly perceived a glimmer of hope. How did we not think of this before? While insects and ants may be classified as such, they are still animals. Their size rendered them incapable of slaughtering pigs or sheep. And even battling against chickens and ducks of the same level proved arduous. However, taking down an ant would be a simple feat. So this is our path. Thank you, Lord Chu. A frenzied flock of chickens and ducks, along with weaker creatures like wild rabbits, bolted away. The remaining humans were left behind. Chen Chu's voice turned icy. What about you? Any opinions? Chapter 48. The Amphibious Tyrannosaurus. We just wish to coexist peacefully. Chen Chu chuckled darkly, the sound chilling. I hope it remains that way. However, I can also provide you with an opportunity. If anyone wishes to undergo transformation, they may sign up. Many felt a flutter of anxiety within. As the time of universal transformation drew nearer, the evolved creatures grew progressively stronger, while humans stagnated. Particularly after witnessing the prowess of wild beings and Chen Chu, they felt that only by becoming animals could they align with the current trends. Yet, under the proposal Chen Chu presented, no one stepped forward to enlist. This suggestion remains valid for the long term. Once you've made up your minds, seek out Zhengshanha. With that, Chen Chu turned and re-entered the breeding farm. The gathered crowd, aware that no benefits awaited them, could only disperse in disappointment. In the ensuing days, Chen Chu meticulously refined his plans. Zhengshanha, possessing good relations with humans, would serve as the diplomatic envoy. He mobilized the capable residents of Peacetown to begin crafting equipment for the Beast Legion. Even when ordinary animals reached mid to late growth stages, they remained vulnerable against human firearms. At this juncture, human capabilities proved invaluable. Within 5 days, a foundry in Peacetown produced a batch of iron armor. During this same period, Chen Chu tamed the wild animals, ensuring they posed no threat to humans, maintaining the facade of peaceful coexistence. Once clad in iron armor, a wild boar exuded an imposing presence, significantly enhancing its combat prowess. However, Zhengshanha remained troubled. What troubles you? Chen Chu inquired. Lord Chu, while these armored wild boars are formidable, should they encounter a human sniper armed with armor-piercing rounds, it would merely be a single shot. Zhengshanha reached for the dual pistols at his waist, lamenting their inadequacy. I understand that you still favor firearms. Rest assured, the human alliance will ultimately fracture. When that time comes, we shall acquire numerous powerful weapons. If that is the case, it could not be better. Obtain a map for me. Zhengshanha procured a map from Peacetown. Chen Chu had already been calculating the days. Only 10 days remained until the second cataclysm. During this interval, they must reach the nearest site of the impending disaster. As he unfurled the map, Chen Chu lay on the ground to examine it. Unfortunately, the map was somewhat too small. The second cataclysm would manifest in 5 locations across the globe, with the nearest to Peacetown being over 500 kilometers away in Anlin City. Anlin City, situated on a volcanic belt, is home to the largest dormant volcano in the country. In 10 days, this dormant volcano would awaken. Excellent. We shall head there. Zhengshanha expressed confusion. Why? When you arrive, you will understand. But this is Anlin City. And what of it? Anlin City is a meticulously planned central hub. It houses suppression troops. The presence of such forces indicates an abundance of powerful firearms. Anlin City is not comparable to Beihai City, which was established during the initial stages of the Central City Plan when everything was unprepared, only to be struck by a tsunami. Anlin City has since stabilized, becoming a true central city. Do you not desire firearms? This is your golden opportunity. The destination determined, Chen Chu began selecting the animals to accompany him. The Eagle King was essential. His ability to fly and gather intelligence from the skies was invaluable. The Boar King would also accompany them, a great asset in battle. Additionally, he brought along the only late-stage growth serpent scorpion, Zhengli. Zhengshanha and the White Wolf King would remain in Peacetown to guard it. Their goal, Anlin City. The distance was over 500 kilometers. There was no need to rush. They simply needed to arrive within 10 days. Chen Chu chose to commence their journey after nightfall. Yo-Yo and Xiaoshan forcibly brought the old man to the breeding farm. Tyrannosaurus, are you leaving? Xiaoshan's face was filled with reluctance. Do not worry, I shall return. You must come back quickly. Of course. When I return, Peacetown will be even stronger. Yo-Yo held a plastic bag. Tyrannosaurus, this contains the pancakes old man made. Eat them on your journey. Chen Chu extended a claw, yearning to pat Yo-Yo's head, but hesitated, fearing he might hurt her. The sight of her reminded him of his sister. Anlin City, being a central city, made him wonder if his sister would be there. Thank you. Let us set forth. The gathering of animals began their grand march. As they exited Peacetown, with a whoosh, Chen Chu unfurled his massive wings. At last, he could test his flying abilities. As he flapped his wings, debris scattered below, causing the animals behind to shield their eyes. With a powerful surge, Chen Chu ascended, the landscape beneath gradually shrinking. Soon, he soared alongside the Eagle King. Eagle King, let us race and see who is swifter. The Eagle King screeched and suddenly accelerated. Chen Chu matched his speed, climbing higher and further. Their flight reached its peak, achieving a velocity of 60 kilometers per hour, barely keeping pace with the Eagle King. Show me your top speed. Whoosh. The Eagle King took off, leaving Chen Chu trailing behind. Goodness, this bird flies so fast. The Eagle King's speed had likely reached 100 kilometers per hour. Damn it. I wish I could devour those wings of yours. The king of eagles, aware that Chen Chu could not catch up, consequently slowed his pace. Behind him, a flock of birds followed closely. King of eagles, maintain contact with the ground animals to ensure they do not stray, he instructed. The king of eagles nodded in acknowledgement. Very well, I shall soar high into the sky. The sensation of flying through the heavens was utterly exhilarating, a pleasure he had never experienced in his previous life. In that past existence, he had been transformed into a tortoise, forced to crawl at a lethargic pace. Now, he was a unique and formidable Tyrannosaurus, adept in land, sea, and air. Unbeknownst to him, more than half an hour had slipped by, and Chen Chu had already traversed over 40 kilometers. At that moment, above him, a reconnaissance aircraft was in flight. Look, there's a signal on the radar. It must be a bird, one officer remarked. Let us lower our altitude for a closer inspection. We are responsible for reconnaissance, after all. If we happen to encounter a pterosaur, it would be a significant achievement to report. Goodness, have you forgotten that the pterosaur can destroy aircraft? Another replied. And have you also forgotten that our reconnaissance plane is armed? Haha, indeed. Let us take a closer look. Chapter 49. The aircraft is vulnerable. The reconnaissance aircraft descended in altitude and suddenly zipped past Chen Chu from less than 10 meters above, creating a turbulent wind that directly impacted the novice flyer, Chen Chu. His massive body flipped several times in the air before stabilizing. Curse that plane. Chen Chu seethed inwardly. At a speed of 60 kilometers per hour, he seemed utterly insignificant in comparison to the aircraft. Inside the reconnaissance plane, both the pilot and co-pilot had gone pale. Did you just see that? One asked. There were enormous wings, resembling a pterosaur, but it seemed significantly larger. Could it be that the pterosaur has evolved and come here? That would be perilous. What shall we do now? They checked the radar and discovered Chen Chu was in pursuit. His speed is slower than ours. Let us turn around and open fire to bring him down. Agreed. The reconnaissance aircraft executed a turn, now facing Chen Chu. At this point, the distance between them was over 800 meters. Let us close the gap. Chen Chu also noticed the reconnaissance aircraft approaching him head-on. Here I am. Merely experiencing flight, and I've become your target. You wish to take me down? Let us see who brings him down first. With a powerful flap of his wings, he charged forward. The heavy machine guns mounted on the reconnaissance aircraft began to unleash a torrent of bullets. In an instant, countless rounds were fired. Chen Chu's body was enveloped in a hardened, rock-like armor of crocodile scales, shielding all vital areas. Having reached maturity, his defensive capabilities had astonishingly increased to an impressive 25 tons. The impact of the machine gun's fire on him felt akin to mere tickling. As the bullets struck Chen Chu, they ricocheted harmlessly off his armored hide. The reconnaissance aircraft drew closer, and the pilot finally caught sight of Chen Chu. My goodness, what species of dinosaur is this? How can a pterosaur possess such a massive head? The head, over 3 meters long, was unmistakably that of a colossal creature. Entirely unlike the long-beaked pterosaurs. Is this some kind of joke? Can a Tyrannosaurus fly? Watch out. He is charging at us. Just as a collision seemed imminent, the reconnaissance aircraft suddenly ascended sharply. Trying to escape? Have you consulted me first? With a swift motion, Chen Chu's talons pierced through the aircraft's fuselage, then yanked down violently. The aircraft's underbelly was torn open, 2 massive gashes appearing as fierce winds rushed into the cabin. Goodness, we're losing stability. The reconnaissance aircraft swayed precariously as it struggled to regain control. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Chu soared higher and opened his enormous jaws to bite down on one of the aircraft's wings. With a crunch, the steel wing crumbled under the weight of his 30-ton bite force, shattering like paper and erupting in flames. The reconnaissance aircraft was now completely out of control, spiraling downwards. Hovering in the air, Chen Chu gazed at the explosion below. Such arrogance. With a triumphant cry, the king of eagles caught up, observing Chen Chu's situation with concern. Chen Chu felt pleased by his loyalty. No need to worry, continue to communicate with the ground animals. Pondering deeply, Chen Chu wondered how. Having only departed from Pingyang Town 40 kilometers ago, he had encountered a reconnaissance aircraft. The terrain below was desolate and devoid of life. Could it be that the reconnaissance aircraft had been dispatched by Anlin City? If that were the case, he would need to exercise greater caution. Chen Chu lowered his altitude significantly. Meanwhile, at the aerial command center of Anlin City, an urgent report came in. Report. Reconnaissance aircraft number 7 has lost contact. What happened? Staff members hurriedly conducted a series of operations, downloading video footage captured by the aircraft. The footage revealed a creature with an 18-meter wingspan charging directly at them. Bullets fired from the reconnaissance aircraft's heavy machine guns sparked against its body. The video concluded as Chen Chu opened his massive jaws and shattered the wing. Those who witnessed the video were left in utter shock, a heavy silence enveloping the command center. After a long pause, a senior officer finally spoke. Transmit the data upstream. Additionally, determine the coordinates where reconnaissance aircraft number 7 lost contact. Minutes later, a group of high-ranking officials gathered in the headquarters meeting room. Over 400 kilometers away, a monstrous creature has appeared. The projector displayed Chen Chu's image, and the room erupted in chaos. Is this a flying Tyrannosaurus? And it shows no fear of bullets. After the previous pterosaur incident, all aircraft are equipped with heavy machine guns and armor-piercing rounds, capable of penetrating tank armor. Yet this creature remains unscathed. A professor clad in a white lab coat, his hair grizzled and donning gold-rimmed glasses, stood up, resembling a mutant. Professor Wen, does this mutant exist above the ordinary species? Professor Wen nodded. Indeed, 50 days have passed since the beastification process began. Our research team has observed that after beastification, different species emerge. Initially, there are ordinary species, followed by mutants, special species, and then ancient species. So this creature is a Tyrannosaurus, the apex predator of the late Cretaceous. An ancient species that can fly and can withstand armor-piercing rounds. The projector zoomed in on Chen Chu's armored scales, resembling the primordial true crocodile. Professor Wen then pointed to Chen Chu's forelimbs. The Tyrannosaurus has severely degenerated forelimbs with only 2 fingers. However, look, this creature possesses 4 robust digits. Moreover, examining its wings, while they may appear similar to those of a pterosaur, they are more akin to those of a bat. The assembled officials were left befuddled by Professor Wen's exposition. You've said so much. What exactly is its species? The latest research indicates a hybrid species. To confront it, will we need to deploy missiles? The commander of the Aerial Command Center had received the information. Commander, reconnaissance aircraft number 7 lost contact near Haifeng Town. The projector instantly displayed a map. The commander scrutinized the map, noting that Haifeng Town was situated behind Ping'an Town, and further behind it lay suddenly. Several officials' pupils constricted as they exclaimed in unison, Beihai City. Immediately retrieve all data pertaining to Beihai City. Minutes later, a stack of documents was placed on the table. These are the ferocious beasts that once invaded Beihai City. The flying lion-tiger beast, the silverback gorilla, and the slender hounds. And then it froze. It is he, the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Chapter 50, The Grand Showdown. Chu the Overlord versus the Commander-in-Chief of Anlin City. Chen Chu had yet to realize that. In the presence of an information system that had not completely collapsed, his identity had already been revealed. Before the information at hand, countless individuals began to speculate. From the moment the suppression squad encountered a Tyrannosaurus Rex and its subsequent appearance in Beihai City, the trail extended back to Yunhua City. The Commander-in-Chief pointed a finger at Yunhua City on the map. This is the place. The Level 1 Museum of Yunhua City. The museum is renowned, most notably for the complete Tyrannosaurus Rex fossil visible upon entry. Such a fossil is not found in surrounding cities. Even if the Commander-in-Chief knows he originated from Yunhua City, there would be little to uncover. Yunhua City has already become a deserted city. A mysterious smile crossed the commander's face. He would certainly discover who he truly was. So what now? He has already appeared in Haifeng Town. Dispatch 3 armed aircraft first, and I will go talk to him. The surrounding officers were taken aback. What are you joking about? He is the Commander-in-Chief of Anlin City. The highest authority. How could he risk himself? The Air Command Minister was the first to object. Absolutely not. It is far too dangerous. The Commander-in-Chief chuckled, for the beasts had undergone transformation primarily for survival. Secondly, for evolution. Haven't several central cities used sincerity to recruit formidable beasts? You wish to entice this creature? As long as we can provide what it needs, it should not be an issue. Indeed, if we could enlist such a powerful beast into our ranks, our chances of success would greatly increase. Time is of the essence. Let us act. Commander-in-Chief. I am the Commander-in-Chief. I make the decisions. To ensure the Commander-in-Chief's safety, 7 armed helicopters were dispatched, well equipped with firepower. Time flew by, and Chen Chu had left Ping'an Town for over 3 hours. He had now landed in a desolate area outside Haifeng Town. I never expected such a barren place to exist. After more than half an hour, the wild boar king and his entourage of animals finally caught up, panting heavily. As Chen Chu soared above, those unable to fly could only hastily pursue, their stamina nearly depleted. Let us rest here. The wild boar king lay down and began to recuperate. A fly suddenly buzzed in and landed before Chen Chu. Following its lead, Chen Chu glanced up at the sky. There, 7 red dots glimmered ominously. His heart tightened. Could it be the suppression squad's helicopters again? The central city is still several hundred kilometers away. It seems they have come to seek me out. Scatter! Chen Chu bellowed. The flock of birds and beasts instantly dispersed. Hiss! The snake scorpion Zhengli swiftly dug a pit not far from Chen Chu and concealed itself within. Rather than allowing you to search for me, I might as well meet you head on. Roaring upward, a tremendous sound wave rippled outward. The armed helicopters in the sky all heard this commanding and authoritative roar. The Commander-in-Chief's face lit up. They had found him. Descend. The armed helicopter carrying the Commander-in-Chief landed directly, while the remaining 6 lowered their altitude. All weapons primed and aimed at Chen Chu. The rotors kicked up a powerful gust of wind as Chen Chu stood unyielding before the armed helicopter. The Commander-in-Chief, as he descended, scrutinized Chen Chu thoroughly. Simultaneously, the gathered officers at the headquarters in Anlin City also beheld Chen Chu's full form. Professor Wen furrowed his brow. Aside from the abnormal front limbs, the remaining features were undeniably that of a Tyrannosaurus Rex. He took notes immediately. The commander-in-chief was puzzled. This Tyrannosaurus had neither crocodilian armor nor wings. Could it be a case of mistaken identity? You are the Tyrannosaurus that destroyed the reconnaissance aircraft? Indeed. If you do not wish for your helicopters to meet a similar fate, I suggest you leave at once. The commander-in-chief smiled awkwardly, noting the creature's altered demeanor. What I look like has nothing to do with you. There is no need for such hostility. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chen Chu, the level 1 commander of Anlin City. This confirmed Chen Chu's suspicions. The reconnaissance aircraft he had destroyed belonged to Anlin City. You've come seeking revenge for your downed aircraft? No. Your combat prowess has astounded us. Thus, we wish for you to join us. Ha. Chen Chu laughed heartily, exuding an aura of dominance that made the armed personnel in the sky tense. I, the illustrious Chu the Overlord, have no need for your recruitment. Perhaps it is you who should join my ranks. Chen Chiming's mood soured. This Tyrannosaurus was far too arrogant. I speak the truth. Join us, and we can provide you with everything you desire. I too speak the truth. Under my leadership, you will furnish me with all that I require. Chu the Overlord. Do you know how many personnel are in our Anlin City suppression squad? Do you have any idea of our overwhelming firepower? Among the central cities in the world, Anlin City ranks within the top 100. Globally, there are over 13,000 cities. After beast transformation, nearly 1,000 remain as central cities. Chen Chiming dares to claim they rank among the top 100. It seems Anlin City's firepower is indeed formidable. Chen Chu gently waved his claws. Are you threatening me? No. I seek a win-win situation. Thus, I hope you cherish this opportunity. According to memories from my past life, after the first great calamity, forces began to recruit powerful beasts. The frantic recruitment truly surged after the second great calamity. This Chen Chiming possesses some foresight. However, regrettably, he is unaware that Anlin City is one of the locations where the second great calamity will erupt. Chen Chu shook his massive head. I do not require this opportunity. Simultaneously, I extend to you one final chance, the opportunity to join my ranks. The cadre at the Anlin City headquarters were infuriated, slamming tables and cursing. A mere Tyrannosaurus Rex, and yet it dares to demand that Anlin City join its ranks. Arrogant, presumptuous. Commander-in-Chief, order the armed aircraft to eliminate this Tyrannosaurus Rex. Chen Chiming removed his headset. Filled with chaotic noise, frowning deeply. Chu the Overlord, do you speak truthfully? Indeed. Chen Chiming waved his hand, causing the armed aircraft's rotors to whir rapidly as they began to ascend. I hope we shall no longer be enemies. Perhaps not. As the armed aircraft ascended to several dozen meters, Chen Chiming suddenly called out loudly. You dare to call yourself Chu the Overlord? Do not forget his fate. Chen Chu merely smiled. Perhaps you should be more concerned about your own fate. Chapter 51. Confrontation with the armed aircraft. The armed aircraft slowly ascended. Moving out of Chen Chu's sight, Zheng Li, the snake scorpion, emerged from the pit and approached Chen Chu. Chu the Overlord, are you truly considering incorporating them into your ranks? Of course. It is unfortunate that they do not appreciate this opportunity. Chen Chu was not kind enough to inform Chen Chiming of the impending second great calamity. Since he refused to join my ranks, prepare to perish in the disaster. Inside the armed aircraft, chaotic voices filled Chen Chiming's headset again. Commander, this guy is utterly oblivious. He continues to speak boldly. Should we eliminate him? This fellow is too powerful. Even in ancient times, such a colossal form would stand atop the food chain. Professor Wen finally spoke up. I understand. The Tyrannosaurus Rex before us is a hybrid creature, capable of manifesting the characteristics of other animals according to its own needs. Thus, its appearance is profoundly deceptive. One can only wonder what other capabilities it possesses. Before it can grow any stronger, it is best to eliminate it in its infancy. This has evolved into a meeting of sorts, where everyone awaits Chen Chiming's final decision. Chen Chiming reflects on Chen Chu, who stands high and mighty, brimming with absolute arrogance, causing him to clench his fists. The remaining 6 armed aircraft are to return and engage. Excellent. Humph, the arrogant Tyrannosaurus. Does it still dare to call itself the Overlord of Chu? Today, it shall learn the fate of the Overlord of Chu in advance. Buzzing fills the air as the 6 armed machines turn back. This entire scenario has already been noted by the Eagle King, who flies before Chen Chu to deliver the report. Chen Chu exhales 2 puffs of hot air from his nostrils. Humph, human hearts are so fickle. If they cannot possess it, they seek to destroy it. He gazes upward, where flickering red dots draw nearer. Let us give them a warning. With a flourish, a pair of enormous wings unfurls beneath his ribcage, propelling him into the heights of the sky. Beep, beep, beep. The radar reveals a moving point. The Tyrannosaurus has taken to the air. Attack. The 6 armed machines open fire in unison. These are not mere reconnaissance aircraft laden with weaponry. They are genuine, armed helicopters. The firepower they carry can only be described as terrifying. KKD-10 anti-tank missiles, PL-90 air-to-air missiles, a 7-tube 70mm aerial rocket launcher, 70mm aerial rockets, and 23mm aircraft cannon shells. With a whoosh, the rockets are launched, trailing white smoke through the air. Below, the serpentine Zhongli sweats profusely at the sight. Chen Chu, witnessing the incoming rockets, summons his crocodilian armor. In this moment, he embodies the essence of a mature creature. He flaps his wings, deftly evading several rockets that narrowly miss him. Alas, his size is too grand, and he is struck by a few. Boom. The sky erupts in flames, resembling a colossal firework display. Chen Chu is sent reeling through the air. The impact of rockets and bullets is indeed incomparable. Splendid. A hit. Oomph. An animal remains an animal. As the flames dissipate, Chen Chu remains aloft, flapping his wings. What? How is this possible? A single rocket could send a tank skyward. This Tyrannosaurus has withstood several hits, and yet remains standing. The pilots aboard the armed machines are thrown into disarray. Observers at the headquarters of Anlin City, watching the live broadcast, are equally alarmed. Professor Wen scribbles frantically on paper, exclaiming, "My heavens! Such terrifying defensive capabilities. I have never witnessed before. It is likely already at the mature stage. What are you all waiting for? Do you not know how to engage in aerial combat?" The Air Command Minister bellows. The pilots swiftly adjust their mindset, beginning to maneuver their formations in the sky. Chen Chu, with a powerful flap of his wings, ascends while closing in on one of the armed machines. Rat-a-tat-tat. The machine guns of two armed helicopters unleash a torrent of bullets. PL-90 air-to-air missiles. Fire. Hiss. The Eagle King. Chen Chu roars in fury. Behind him, a swarm of birds suddenly appears. Several recently matured eagles collide with the missiles using their bodies, causing them to explode moments after launch. The Eagle King emits a piercing cry as it swoops in to strike the cockpit of one armed machine. Crash. The glass shatters. The Eagle King extends its iron-like talons, seizing a pilot and dragging him out. Then, it releases its grip, sending the pilot plummeting to the ground amidst his screams. Report. There are still numerous birds. Just as the report concludes, a red-bellied hawk flies into the cockpit, piercing the pilot's neck with its sharp beak. The fifth armed machine is now unmanned, plunging from the sky. Ha! Dare to challenge me. Number 3 and 4, take down that flock of birds. Crackle. As the second machine speaks, it suddenly begins to tremble. The underside of the aircraft has already been bitten through by Chen Chu. It's over. Chen Chu bites down on the second machine and violently throws it downwards. The second machine, trailing black smoke, meets the same fate as the fifth. Curse you. The first machine fires 2 missiles. Chen Chu dodges one, but the second strikes his back. An immense force propels him downward. The crocodilian armor on his back is significantly damaged, exposing charred flesh. Infuriated, Chen Chu surges upwards. The first machine suddenly twists, attempting to use its propeller to attack Chen Chu. Die. The propeller nears Chen Chu's neck. The pilot has calculated that bullets cannot harm him, and he has exhausted the missiles. The rapidly spinning propeller is a deadly weapon. With a sinister grin, he envisions Chen Chu's head being severed. Clang, clang, clang. After a series of impacts, the instruments within the cockpit begin to flash red frantically. How can this be? The propeller strikes Chen Chu's neck and shatters upon impact. The aircraft tilts in midair, careening toward Chen Chu. My crocodilian armor is not something a mere propeller can easily penetrate. Die. With a swift flick of his tail, Chen Chu delivers a heavy blow to the aircraft's body. The fuselage is severely deformed, plummeting downward. Climb higher. Quickly ascend. The remaining 3 armed machines begin to accelerate upward. The Eagle King appears beneath the third machine, effortlessly tearing a gaping hole in its underside. Fast-flying birds swarm into the opening, attacking the 2 pilots inside. The third machine sways and also descends. Chapter 52, The City of Pestilence. In the headquarters conference room of Anlin City, all the officials have turned pale. Firstly, they had not anticipated Chen Chu's formidable defensive capabilities. Secondly, the presence of a massive flock of birds. Withdraw. The Air Command Minister orders. This receives the assent of Chen Qiming, who is en route back. In this day and age, possessing armed machines equates to power. But the most crucial factor remains the skill of those piloting them. The remaining 2 armed machines, having lost their will to fight, swiftly begin their retreat upon receiving the command. Did you think you could attack and then flee? Chen Chu spreads his wings in pursuit. However, the armed machines fly at speeds exceeding 300 kilometers per hour, far beyond Chen Chu's capacity to catch up. Even the Eagle King cannot keep pace. So, you are swift runners. Chen Chu descends, instructing the ground animals to search for the 4 downed armed machines. After more than 2 hours, Zhongli arrives to report. The overlord of Chu, all have been found. Everyone inside is dead. Falling from such a height, it would be a miracle if they survived. What can be salvaged? The armed machines are undoubtedly unusable, completely mangled. However, the weapons and ammunition aboard remain intact. Chen Chu smiles. Excellent. Contact Zheng Shanhe and have him come to collect the spoils. A red-bellied hawk is dispatched as the messenger to inform Ping'an Town. Now it's time to rest. A group of animals separates into 5 locations to recuperate. Chen Chu and Zhongli rest upon the desolate plains, while the others scatter to the sites of the fallen armed machines to take their respite. Should other creatures attempt to seize their bounty, it would not bode well. For hours later, as dawn breaks, Chen Chu hears the rumble of trucks approaching. Rising to his feet, he spots 4 large trucks making their way from the distance. The overlord of Chu. As the leading truck came to a halt, Zheng Shanha hurriedly descended from the driver's cabin. What impeccable timing. Is there heavy weaponry? For downed-armed aircraft, you are to dismantle everything aboard. Certainly. Zheng Shanha was brimming with excitement. The disassembly process was devoid of finesse, entirely a brute force operation. Zheng Shanha not only loaded weapons and ammunition onto the trucks, but also spared no usable components from the armed aircraft. After several hours of diligent labor, all 4 trucks were filled to capacity. Splendid. Absolutely marvelous. Once these weapons are installed back home, our defensive capabilities will ascend several tiers. This task is entrusted to you. We must continue our journey. Understood. I shall return promptly to commence work. After Zheng Shanha drove off, Chen Chu and his companions proceeded at a leisurely pace. There were still 9 days until the impending disaster. Time was ample. They traversed the desolate expanse, entering a city long abandoned. Along the way, they observed that the animals they encountered scurried away in a flash, disappearing from sight. Upon entering the city, Chen Chu felt an overwhelming sense of unease. The air was permeated with an odor unlike that of an ordinary forsaken city. It was replete with the stench of decay and filth. How had this city become abandoned? Uncertain. It was exceedingly strange. The animals along their path either darted left or right, with none daring to venture forward. Chen Chu pondered this anomaly. Zhang Li too found it peculiar. In a city devoid of humans, one would expect it to be a veritable paradise for animals. Indeed, your observation is quite astute. They pressed on. Chen Chu noticed that the supermarkets and shops they passed were stripped bare of food, yet items such as knives and vehicles remained intact. Many were in pristine condition. How baffling. We cannot linger in this city. Accelerate our departure. In the headquarters meeting room of Anlin City, Chen Qiming had returned safely, yet his heart seethed with anger. The destruction of 4 armed aircraft represented a significant loss. The room was thick with smoke as everyone sat in contemplative silence. Engrossed in their cigarettes, one officer finally broke the silence, suggesting to the commander, why not assemble a team to eliminate that Tyrannosaurus Rex? Chen Qiming did not respond, but inquired of the command officer about the current location of the dinosaur. It had just entered on his city today. The officer who had initially spoken fell silent upon hearing the name on his city. A smile crept across Chen Qiming's face. Despite its formidable reputation, having entered that city, it was quite possible it would not emerge alive. Indeed, why venture there of all places, but to enter the Plague City? Anha City was dubbed the Plague City by them. It was also a location under stringent surveillance by Anlin City, as it represented the sole significant threat in the vicinity. Surveillance over the Plague City was imperative. Chen Qiming commanded, how is the missile launch system progressing? We have reached the experimental stage. Excellent. A glimmer of satisfaction appeared on Chen Qiming's face. Meanwhile, Chen Chu was hastily navigating through the city. Suddenly, a guttural roar echoed from behind. Chen Chu whipped around, only to witness a wild boar plummeting to the ground. What on earth? Rushing over, he discovered a pit had formed below. That wild boar had fallen directly into it. Zheng Li, take a look. Zheng Li immediately descended into the pit. Within a minute, he resurfaced, exclaiming, good heavens. The entirety below is a labyrinth of passages. It seems boundless. Chen Chu's sense of foreboding intensified. We must disregard the wild boar and hasten our departure. With massive wings unfurled, he soared into the air. The ground felt perilous. Just as he lifted off, a thunderous crash resonated below. The earth within a 10-meter radius collapsed. Ground-dwelling creatures were swallowed up, trapped amidst the rubble. Huh, thinking of escaping? That won't be so simple. Welcome to the Plague City. Who's speaking? Chen Chu glared downward, scanning the area. With a rumble, a rat, measuring 3 meters in length, emerged from the ground. Its body was cloaked in black fur, its limbs robust, with eyes glowing a menacing red, exuding madness. A tail exceeding 3 meters in length lashed behind it like a steel whip. Zhang Li clambered out of the pit, taken aback by the sight of the colossal rat. How can such a large rat exist? Including its tail, its length approaches 7 meters. Are you the one speaking? The rat cackled maniacally. Indeed it is I. Thank you for bringing sustenance to our Plague City. The Plague City. No wonder I felt so uneasy upon entering here, yet saw no living creature. They were all hidden underground. Chapter 53, The Plague Lord, Tuki. From the collapsed pit, an uncountable swarm of rats surged forth like a tide. Rats of all sizes engulfed the fallen animals. The sight from above was utterly horrifying. Rats. The Plague City. Chen Chu jolted in shock, as he recalled the infamous name from his past life. The Plague Lord, Tuki. In his previous life, the Plague Lord was far more formidable than the Wild Man King, expanding his territory with reckless fervor. Unbelievably, he had now trespassed upon Tuki's domain. Get up here, Chen Chu bellowed. Zhang Li struggled to break free from the throng of rats, his neck already festooned with them, all gnawing at him mercilessly. Let go of me, you bastards. Talent, venomous trail. Hiss. Zhang Li opened his mouth, unleashing a cloud of sickly green poison. The rats that came into contact with the toxic mist toppled over, lifeless. Yet, The sheer number of rats was overwhelming. The surviving ones surged forward, burying the dead beneath them. The wild boar king raged, crashing and biting. The rats burrowed into the crevices of its armor, viciously tearing at it. Ha ha ha, they have become the food for our young. Escape? Not a chance. The large rat taunted. A glint of murderous intent ignited in Chen Chu's eyes. Then I shall slay you first. Ha ha, come at me. The giant rat dove into the pit. In a rush, the rats within followed suit, retreating like a receding tide. The animals in the pit were swept away. Chubawang. Save me, Zhongli cried out. The wild boar king could be lost, but Zhongli must not. A mutated being in the late growth stage was still exceedingly rare. Chen Chu dove down, biting onto Zhongli's head, pulling him from the retreating rat horde. Soaring into the sky, Zhongli was still adorned with hundreds of rats. Those rats plummeted from the sky like dumplings. Zhongli climbed onto Chen Chu's back, his heart racing. Damn it, that was too close. Chen Chu glanced down. The pit was now devoid of animals. They had all fled. Damn it, after all the effort to assemble the Beast Legion. And the wild boar kings had yet to showcase their strength, only to be whisked away by a horde of rats. Hold on tight, Chen Chu commanded, flapping his wings and diving toward the ground. With a thunderous crash, his feet struck the earth with tremendous force. The passage within a 20-meter radius collapsed. Amidst the billowing dust, nothing could be seen. They moved so swiftly. Chubawang, what shall we do now? Zheng Li's thoughts revolved around escaping this place as quickly as possible. With so many rats just now, who knows how many more lurk in the plague city? Chen Chu exhaled 2 streams of hot air from his nostrils, determined to find the most formidable of the rodents. Surrender or perish. Chen Chu was acutely aware of the terror that the plague lord, Tuchi, had wrought in his previous life. He summoned legions of rats, seizing nearly 1,000,000 square kilometers of territory. Ultimately, it required a coalition of several overlords to eradicate them completely. Moreover, at the time of his demise, the plague lord had ascended to the terrifying late stage of his ultimate form. The hierarchy of animals begins with the juvenile form, transitioning through the growth stages of early, mid, and late phases, followed by the mature form, and culminating in the ultimate form. At that time, the plague lord Tuchi was indeed in the late stage of his ultimate form. Upon hearing this, Zhongli felt a twinge of anxiety at the prospect of lingering in this place. You need not fear. I shall have the King of Eagles escort you at all times. With this assurance from Chen Chu, Zhongli felt considerably more at ease. As Chen Chu descended to the ground, he pondered, but how shall we locate them? Zhongli smiled. Chu Bawang, many of the rats have succumbed to my poison. Furthermore, my toxin is contagious. I can trace them by following the scent left by the toxic trails. That couldn't be better. In the labyrinthine passages below, hordes of rats surged forward, dragging along numerous half-dead animals. Ultimately, only a few infected rats remained. The large rat sensed something amiss. Infectious toxin. Its eyes glimmered with a sinister red light, revealing sharp rodent fangs. Children, sacrifice yourselves. The obedient rats approached the large rat, allowing themselves to be crushed, pinned down, or bludgeoned to death. The evolution value of the large rat surged uncontrollably. With a shrill cry, another wave of rats surged from the opposite end of the passage, sweeping away the half-dead animals once more. The remains of the thousands of rat corpses were left behind, obstructing the path. The newly arrived horde left a portion to excavate and trample the passage, burying the rat carcasses. After several minutes, Zheng Li, guided by the toxic trail, located the scene. Chu Bawang, these rats are exceedingly clever. Except for that large rat, the rest have perished. The passage has been excavated, and I have no idea where they have gone. The only leads have been severed. Such strategic decision-making could only be attributed to the plague lord Tuchi, yet it was merely a large rat under his command. Very well. We shall remain here. I refuse to believe they will not emerge. The large rat led the way, burrowing into the sewer. Upon entering, they found themselves in an enormous chamber. In the dim light, countless pairs of green and red eyes glimmered ominously. Ah, the drill rat has returned, a languid voice echoed. Upon hearing this voice, the large rat immediately prostrated itself. Lord Tuchi, I have brought many fine specimens today. The lowest are at the early stage of growth. Humph. Merely at the early stage of growth. I have no need for them. You may divide them among yourselves. Thank you, Lord Tuchi. Wait. I did not grant you permission to divide. The drill rat replied. It is so. Among the animals that intruded into the city of plague, there was a mutated serpent scorpion. Its venom is contagious. Many young ones have perished. To prevent the spread of infection, I had no choice but to eliminate the young. Oh, I see. Then you have reaped considerable benefits as well. Let those animals be divided among the golden-furred rat, the flying rat, and the others. Yes, Lord Tuchi. The pairs of glowing eyes flickered, then pounced upon the wild boar king and others. Having been bitten to near death, they possessed no strength to resist, becoming mere evolution fodder for the rats, issuing weak and anguished cries. Lord Tuchi, the leading animal among them, is a flying Tyrannosaurus. It is still within the city. Shall we capture it? A flying Tyrannosaurus? How rare. If you wish to kill it, then go ahead. Strengthen our ranks and expand my territory. Chapter 54, Infinite descendants. The large rats under the Plague Lord began to mobilize the rat horde. Chen Chu's uniqueness was evident, yet he spoke of it so nonchalantly. For Tucci, as the Lord of the Plague, the evolution value gained from slaying Chen Chu was of little concern. As long as he desired, the rats here would gladly sacrifice themselves, enabling his frenzied evolution. All that mattered was the endless lineage of descendants he could amass. Chipmunk, Tucci's languid voice resonated. A vibrantly colored large rat approached, its voice sounding distinctly feminine. Have those individuals consented? Today, nearly 50,000 have perished, but the remaining ones have mostly agreed. Humans are so foolish. Ultimately, they bow before the specter of survival. Let me. Tucci moved his body, following the chipmunk through a long passageway. At the passage's end lay another vast space, but within it lay a throng of emaciated humans. At first glance, there appeared to be as many as 70 or 80,000. All were gaunt and skeletal. In one corner, a mountain of human corpses lay piled high, as the robust rat horde busily transported them. Ah, what enormous rats! Upon seeing Tucci, panic spread across some faces. How dare you? This is the Plague Lord. Lord Tucci. The chipmunk barked. Tucci merely chuckled. No matter. Then, fixing his gaze upon them, he asked, do you all wish to live? Yes, indeed. We do not wish to starve to death. Then, you are aware of the conditions? We understand. Ha ha. The chipmunk nodded and let out a piercing scream. Subsequently, a massive swarm of rats, numbering in the tens of thousands, surged forth from the passage. A terrifying sight, as these were indeed genuine juvenile rats. Feast. After consuming, heed my command. The ravenous humans disregarded the filth of the rats, driven by their instinct to survive. From their emaciated bodies, they summoned the last vestiges of strength to capture the juvenile rats. In a desperate bid for survival, a skeletal man seized a juvenile rat and thrust it directly into his mouth. Slurp. Crunch. Blood trickled from the corners of his mouth. More and more individuals began to partake in the consumption of juvenile rats, followed by cries of despair. The human bodies began to shrink incessantly until they transformed into mere rats. The juvenile rats, devoured to extinction, left the remaining humans to become the new rat horde. Tucci observed with great satisfaction. These individuals had been captured in the city, unable to flee. They had resisted fiercely for their own beliefs. As more and more perished, desperation escalated infinitely. As long as there was a glimmer of hope for survival, they would not relent, even if it meant becoming a rat. Congratulations, Lord Tucci. You have once again acquired a horde of human-beast hybrid rats. Ha ha. Tucci laughed heartily. Ordinary rats could never match the cunning of human-beast hybrid rats. Each of these hybrid rats was capable of leading a legion of their kind. All shall bow to me. Obey my command. From this moment forth, you shall revel in abandon. Give birth to countless descendants. The hybrid rats began to stir restlessly. Several male rats had already mounted the backs of the females. Tucci grinned, revealing his sharp teeth. Marvelous. Simply marvelous. I wonder how intelligent the offspring of these hybrid rats will be. The reproductive capabilities of rats are astonishing. As the saying goes, one male and one female can yield 250 offspring in a year. Rats can conceive 8 times a year, with each litter producing 15 or 16 pups. The rat legion under Tucci's command was growing exponentially every single day. Meanwhile, on the ground, Chen Chu found a vacant space to lie down and rest. The king of eagles, accompanied by a host of aerial creatures, perched upon the surrounding tall buildings and branches. Zhongli, too, followed closely behind the king of eagles, never straying even a step away. Bawang, it has been several hours. Why have those rats shown no signs of movement? The most scarce resource in the entire city is food. With such a vast number of rats, any living creature that appears will surely not be spared. Let us wait, he replied. As dusk gradually fell, the moon in the sky shone large and full. Suddenly, a noise broke the stillness around them. Chen Chu's muscles tensed in response. With a thunderous rumble, the ground beneath him began to collapse. In that very moment, Chen Chu spread his wings and soared into the air. What a bunch of fools. Do they not know I can fly? The drilling rat poked its head out from the pit, taunting, you will tire eventually. I wonder how long you can maintain flight. And what are my subordinates? Have you truly killed those wild boars? They have already become our waste. You lot, did you really kill them? How can one survive without sustenance? Fools. Chen Chu dove down directly. The drilling rat burrowed into the tunnel. With its claws striking down fiercely, the ground caved in considerably. Evolution points, 4331200000. To his surprise, he had crushed over 400 rats in a single blow. Chen Chu's interest was piqued. If he could not tame the Tucci, then slaughtering these wretched rats would also yield a massive amount of evolution points. Nowhere to escape. Chen Chu took great strides, each step causing the ground to collapse further. Evolution points, 6321200000. Evolution points, 7531200000. When the evolution points reached 876120000, they ceased to increase. It seemed the rats had already fled. Suddenly, a shadow shot up from the ground and soared into the air. A mid-growth red-bellied eagle flew past. In an instant, the red-bellied eagle was pierced through its body and fell to the ground. Subsequently, that shadow darted toward Chen Chu. What terrifying penetrating power! Chen Chu's carapace manifested. Bang! A rat, no larger than a palm, burrowed into the carapace atop Chen Chu's head. The carapace's defense was overwhelmingly powerful, yet this rat's strength was not to be underestimated. It managed to penetrate halfway before getting stuck. Let me see what manner of creature you are. Chen Chu lowered his head and extended his claws, prying the rat out from his carapace. The rat was diminutive, merely palm-sized, and Chen Chu pinched it between two fingers. Oh, such a small rat. Yet how can it possess such strength? The little rat, now panicked, exclaimed, "How is this possible? Your defense is so formidable that even I cannot penetrate it." Heh, no matter how strong you are, can you outmatch a rocket? Squeeze. With a firm grip, the little rat was crushed. Evolution points. 107-612-0000. Chapter 55. A bountiful source of evolution points. My goodness, such a tiny rat, yet it is at mid-growth stage. It directly granted Chen Chu 200 evolution points. The rat officers observing in the shadows were utterly astonished. Good heavens, just how immense is that Tyrannosaurus's strength? The drilling rat was instantaneously crushed. The blood-red eyes of the drilling rat glimmered with a hint of fear. The Jinmao rat was also in low spirits. Among their cadre of rats, the drilling rat was undoubtedly ranked within the top 10. Yet, the top 10 had been obliterated in an instant. Is that all? Chen Chu tossed the drilling rat's corpse aside. Such a minuscule creature was inferior in every aspect. Consuming it would likely not lead to any mutation under the talent evolution. Ha ha ha. How absurd. A bunch of tiny rats daring to act brazenly before our Bawang. The blood-red hue in the drilling rat's eyes deepened. It is this serpent scorpion. It possesses potent venom, and it is infectious. Oh, is that so? Then allow me to deal with it. A rat with the front half of a mouse and the back half of a rattlesnake crawled forward on its front paws. Haha, a snake rat. Indeed. To combat poison with poison, you are the only one capable of it. Let us lure that Tyrannosaurus into a trap. Boom. The ground heaved as the drilling rat poked its head out. Tyrannosaurus, for slaying so many of my offspring, you shall pay the price. Price? The price shall be my merciful foot crushing you. Chen Chu flapped his colossal wings and soared away. The drilling rat retreated underground, hastily scurrying away. Zhengli looked down. King Eagle, take me to follow the great king. Puff, puff, puff. Just behind Zheng Li and the king of eagles, a flock of winged rats took to the skies. Are these relatives of the rats? Bats? Haha, they are the children of the flying mouse king. From above the highest flying mouse came a voice. It was the serpent rat that had come to confront Zheng Li. What a peculiar bunch of rats. You can mutate, yet I cannot. Children, kill them, commanded the serpent rat. The airborne flying mice surged like a dark cloud toward Zheng Li and the king of eagles. Retreat. Zheng Li decisively called for a withdrawal. Although they had flying creatures on their side, their numbers were merely in the dozens. The flying mouse horde, however, numbered in the thousands. Haha, are you so cowardly? Upon seeing me, you flee? If you have the guts, come challenge me one-on-one. Hiss. The serpent rat, riding the horde of flying mice, unleashed a spray of venom. The king of eagles instantly veered in the air. However, one of its wings was tainted by a small amount of venom. Hiss. The contaminated feathers began to corrode, emitting puffs of white smoke. Zheng Li recognized it as a highly corrosive toxin. With a flick of its scorpion tail, it swiftly severed a patch of surrounding feathers. Trace of lethal poison. Unwilling to be outdone, Zheng Li twisted his tongue and sprayed a cloud of toxic mist at the swarm of flying mice. Scatter. Do not let yourselves be infected. Thanks to the intelligence of the drilling rats, they were already aware that Zheng Li's toxin was infectious. The surrounding flying mice quickly retreated. Several larger flying mice spread their fleshy wings and began to fan furiously. Whoosh. The toxic mist sprayed by Zheng Li was utterly dispersed. Damn it. After chasing for several hundred meters, Chen Chu realized Zheng Li and the others had not kept pace. Turning around, he saw the sky darkened, realizing he had been ensnared. What a bunch of scoundrels. However, my interest in Tucci has only deepened. Chen Chu ceased his pursuit. The drilling rat emerged from the ground. Foolish dinosaur. Why have you stopped chasing? Come on. Are you trying to lure me into a trap? Of course, but not now. With a flap of its wings, it soared toward Zheng Li's direction. Curse it. Coward. If you have the guts, come chase us. You wretched creatures. Every last one of you is a living source of evolution points. Chen Chu paid them no heed. The wild boar squad that had followed was entirely obliterated. He could not afford to lose his aerial forces. What now, drilling rat? This fellow does not take the bait. The flying mice are doomed. The formation of the flying mice had completely unraveled since Chen Chu charged in. The span of his 18-meter wings was not something the diminutive flying mice could withstand. Slap. Slap. Any flying mouse struck by Chen Chu's wings met instant death, plummeting toward the ground. The serpent mouse was almost sent flying by Chen Chu's powerful tail swipe. Evolution value, 1, 384, 120, 000. Evolution value, 1, 568, 120,000. Ha ha ha. The City of Plague is indeed a splendid place for amassing evolution points. Observing the soaring evolution values, Chen Chu erupted into joyous laughter. How many animals are bred in Peace Town? 300,000. But how many rats inhabit the City of Plague? Countless. These are merely trifles. I will compete with you. With a sudden thrust of its tail, the serpent mouse leapt from the back of the flying mouse and landed squarely on Chen Chu's back. Get off me. Though powerful, Chen Chu could not reach his own back. I will bite. The serpent mouse sank its teeth into the croc armor on Chen Chu's back. With a sharp crack, two pointed rodent fangs shattered, blood gushing forth. Damn, so tough. Then I shall poison you. Hiss hiss. Venom sprayed wildly onto Chen Chu's back, as if it were free. Clouds of white smoke began to rise. The hard croc armor was being corroded. Careful, Lord Chu. His toxin possesses immense corrosive properties. Then why in the world are you not hurrying over to remove him from me? The Eagle King turned, and then Zhongli leapt onto Chen Chu's back. You harm Lord Chu, and you shall perish. The scorpion tail, glowing ominously with green light, lunged straight for the serpent mouse's throat. The serpent mouse was no pushover either. With a flick of its tail, it ensnared Zhong Li's scorpion tail. My tail controls your tail. What can you do now? Hissing, Zhong Li glared at the serpent mouse, his crimson tongue flickering. I can still bite you. When can I? Snap. Both struck simultaneously, biting into each other. It's over. The serpent mouse had forgotten its own toothlessness. When it had bitten the Tyrannosaurus, its fangs had been broken. Zhong Li's venomous fangs pierced through its skin, spreading toxin throughout its body. The serpent mouse, forced to retaliate, sprayed venom at Zhong Li. The contest of strength and weakness was about to be revealed. Chapter 56. The Poisonous Tyrannosaurus. At this moment, Chen Chu was wreaking havoc in the air. After all, with the croc armor shielding him, he felt no pain. The dense army of flying mice was decimated by 90%. Evolution value: 3,746, 120,000. What a pity. Although they were all mutated flying mice, they were merely juveniles, yielding only a meager amount of evolution points. Zhongli, have you finished? Completed. Zhongli mumbled, still clinging to the serpent mouse's neck. The toothless mouth of the serpent mouse gnawed at the upper half of Zhong Li's serpentine body. Venom dripped like saliva onto Zhong Li, rising in billowing white smoke. Zhong Li released his grip, and the serpent mouse collapsed onto Chen Chu's back. It seems my toxin surpasses yours in potency. The serpent mouse was clearly gasping for breath. Surprised that you still possess toxin resistance. Zhong Li, after all, is a mutant scorpion serpent. The gifts of venom and resistance are his inherent talents. However, this Tyrannosaurus was not faring as well. The croc armor on Chen Chu's back continued to be slowly corroded. Numerous small pits had already formed. Chen Chu landed directly from the sky. Hiss hiss. Ah! Chen Chu let out a cry of pain. The serpent mouse's corrosive venom had seeped into his skin. The corrosion of his skin brought forth sensations of agony. Ha ha ha. Soon you shall rot away and perish. Shut your mouth. At this moment, even the scorpion serpent had lost interest in killing him. Having been struck by its own toxin, his demise was inevitable. Lord Chu, I must immediately remove this skin from you. Otherwise, the corrosion will only worsen. No need. Do you think I cannot resist a mere toxin? Chen Chu commanded the croc armor to dissipate, revealing the skin on his back. The potent toxin began to spread. Chen Chu braced himself against the pain. He had already grasped the essence of the evolution. What he lacked would surely manifest. Foolish dinosaur, you chased after us, and now you seek the serpent mouse? Well then, are you poisoned? Roar. The drilling mice were frightened into retreat. I won't fall for that. Let's just forget it, said the spotted mouse, observing from the shadows. The serpent mouse's toxin can corrode even stone into pus. Zhong Li bit the serpent mouse and hurled it off Chen Chu's back. This fellow still clung to life. You shall die too. Zhong Li had already revealed his scorpion tail. Wait. Chen Chu suddenly interjected. Lord, you. Better hold on. Chen Chu cried out in agony. At this moment, not only the flying mice, but also the spotted mice were observing Chen Chu from the shadows. In the high sky, the personnel stationed in Anlin City were likewise observing, capturing the aerial battle against the flying mice on film. After witnessing this, Chen Qiming and the other commanders reevaluated Chen Chu's combat prowess. It seems this Tyrannosaurus cannot resist toxins. Look at him wailing down there. Animals are never perfect. Professor Wen remarked, if he cannot resist toxins, then we can certainly replace the anesthetic in the tranquilizer gun with potent poison. This suggestion is excellent. I like it, Commander. Leave this matter to me. Chen Qiming waved his hand, urging patience. Why, did you not see? This Tyrannosaurus engaged with that cunning swarm of mice in the City of Plague. He is still alive, as the potent toxin gradually corrodes him. The swarm will undoubtedly reveal itself. With such a massive frame, he cannot be dragged into the passage. Thus, he will certainly be dragged along the ground. At that moment, we will uncover the lair of those rodents. Several commanders applauded in agreement. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. Once we discover their lair, a missile can be dropped to eradicate the rodent infestation entirely. A smirk crept across Chen Qiming's face. Lord Chu, there will be no favorable outcome for you. Nightfall descended. Chen Chu lay upon the ground, still battling the potent toxin. At this point, the area of his back that had been corroded extended to 3 square meters. The most severely affected areas were exposing white bone. Pus flowed from above, creating a most unsettling sight. Zhengli could no longer bear to watch. Chen Chu was sweating profusely from the pain. When would the derivative talent trigger? Ha ha ha, you are doomed. Nonsense. Chen Chu opened his mouth and devoured the serpent mouse. Crunch, crunch. The serpent mouse was completely pulverized before being swallowed. Zhengli was left dumbfounded by this scene. Lord Chu, you are foolish. The serpent mouse itself is toxic, and now it is imbued with my poison. The combination of both toxins, how can you consume it? As the saying goes, one must be ruthless to stand firm. I refuse to believe I cannot endure. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through his abdomen, as if his intestines were being severed. Chen Chu, racked with pain, rose to his feet and began to wreak havoc around him. Boom, boom, boom. The ground was instantly pocked with several large craters. The drilling mice observing from the shadows were terrified. My heavens, has he gone mad? Just look at his wretched state. He is surely at his limit. However, his rampage is indeed terrifying. This night was one of excruciating torment and anguish for Chen Chu. Uncertain how long the turmoil lasted, the ground around him was left in ruins before he finally collapsed, gasping for breath. Heaven has granted me a chance at rebirth. I will not perish so swiftly. Chen Chu firmly believed. The first rays of morning sunlight bathed Chen Chu, a warm current enveloping his entire being. The attribute panel updated. Type, fusion species. Name, flying croc armor Tyrannosaurus. Level, early mature stage. Strength, 25 tons. Speed, 60 km/h. Lifespan, 200 years. Defense, 25 tons. Flexibility, 15. Toxin resistance, 10. Toxicity, 27. Evolution value, 1, 768, 120, 000. Talent 1, ultimate bite force of 30 tons. Talent 2, derivation. Talent 3, flight, speed, 80 km/h. Ha! Chen Chu laughed maniacally. I knew it. I knew it. After enduring the ordeal, the derived talent enhanced both his toxicity and toxin resistance. As the snake and mouse were ultimately consumed by Chen Chu, he also gained an additional 200 evolution points. Zhengli was perplexed by Chen Chu's sudden elation. Upon acquiring the other 2 attributes, Chen Chu began to gradually regain his strength, and the decay of his skin ceased. Zhengli, what are your toxin resistance and toxicity levels? Well, generally speaking, the abilities acquired through bestial transformation should remain confidential to prevent adversaries from discovering them. Zhengli thought to himself, since he was already under Chen Chu's command, he might as well disclose them. My toxicity is 25 points, and my toxin resistance is 20 points. Chen Chu was astonished to find that his toxicity exceeded Zhengli's. It was likely a result of consuming the snake and mouse that harbored 2 types of toxins. Wonderful. From this moment forth, I have transformed into a venomous Tyrannosaurus Rex. With immense biting power combined with toxicity, he truly became a terrifying creature. Chapter 57, The Mutant Flying Mouse King. In its juvenile form, the talents displayed were not as formidable. However, upon Chen Chu's evolution beyond the juvenile stage, the derived talents proved to be immensely beneficial. Features such as dual claws, dexterous fingers, and flexibility were all birthed under this talent. Although these characteristics were not explicitly labeled as talents on the attribute panel, Chen Chu could entirely regard them as newly derived abilities. The chaotic stew he had consumed originally amalgamated the fossils of 5 different animals, and he had now manifested 4 of them. The influences of the Tyrannosaurus Rex and the alligator turtle were particularly pronounced. The wings must also belong to one of those fossils, though their exact identity remained a mystery, resembling the wings of a gigantic bat. Regarding the derived talent, Chen Chu had begun to formulate some ideas. It must be the tardigrade. This minuscule creature, which has existed for hundreds of millions of years, possesses an extraordinary vitality, rapidly adapting to any environment, with its most notable trait being derivation. Chen Chu patted his head, realizing he should have deduced it was the tardigrade long ago. Who would have thought the tardigrade fossils in the museum were indeed genuine? Lord Chu, how is your back faring? It's fine, no longer painful. It will heal. The drill mouse and the other rodent officials had gained nothing from their encounter with Chen Chu. Instead, they had lost both the snake mouse and the burrowing mouse. Additionally, Chen Chu had annihilated thousands of flying mice, converting them into his evolution points. Upon returning in disgrace, they dared not speak loudly before the Lord of Plague. The Lord of Plague was in high spirits, having transformed tens of thousands of humans into mice, ensuring their lineage would proliferate and produce greater armies. Back so soon. Who devoured that Tyrannosaurus Rex? The drill mouse hung his head, did not kill it. Is that so? Why haven't the burrowing mouse and the snake mouse returned? When questioned, the drill mouse's fur bristled in fear. They were killed by the Tyrannosaurus Rex. However, they were also poisoned by the snake mouse. They howled all night and are now resting. We returned first. With a flick of his tail, the Lord of Plague launched a stone that pierced the drill mouse's ear. The drill mouse was too pained to utter a sound. You numerous officials, even after deploying the Flying Mouse army from the Flying Mouse King, failed to eliminate it? What use do I have for you now? No, my lord. That Tyrannosaurus Rex has likely reached maturity. Even the fierce attacks of the burrowing mouse could not breach its defenses. Fools, you have ruined my good mood. I will grant you one more day. If you cannot resolve this, do not return to see me. Understood. Now it was the turn of the rodent officials to fret anxiously, with Chen Chu poisoned and resting. It was indeed a prime opportunity, yet they were merely in the growth phase, entirely outmatched. What if we deploy our army and overwhelm him through sheer numbers? Suggested the Jinmao mouse. What nonsense. His alligator-like armor could withstand even the burrowing mice's attacks. More mice would only be crushed, contributing to his evolution points. The Jinmao mouse's eyes twinkled with an idea. What if we seek out the Flying Mouse King? Are you certain? In the eastern district of the City of Plague, a well-preserved wetland park sprawled. A 3-meter-long black mouse writhed atop a smaller mouse, half its size. Nearby, a 1.5-meter mouse birthed a nest of young. Flying Mouse King. The time has come. The Flying Mouse King quickened the pace of mating. How many? A total of 36, of which 11 have wings. Very good. Discard the others to the ordinary mice. Understood. Such occurrences were commonplace. The Lord of Plague, Tu Chi, did not only have the Drill Mouse and Jinmao Mouse as his subordinates. Above them were the 4 Great Mouse Kings. The mutated Flying Mouse King in the east was one of them. During times of need, they would heed the summons of the Lord of Plague. And in times of peace, they would hasten the breeding of all mutated flying mice in their territories to produce even more. The Drill Mouse and Jinmao Mouse emerged from underground, appearing in the wetland park. The Flying Mouse King lounged by the water's edge, stroking its whiskers. What brings you here? Where are the flying mice you borrowed from me? Well, Flying Mouse King, to be candid, a mature Tyrannosaurus Rex has invaded our City of Plague. It can even fly. 90% of the flying mice army we borrowed from you has been slaughtered. What? The Flying Mouse King's fur bristled with fury. Although the number of offspring produced by the mutants increased, not all of them would be flying mice. Some would be ordinary mice. The thousands slaughtered by Chen Chu accounted for 1/10 of the total flying mice. With a furious flap, the Flying Mouse King soared through the air, pinning the Drill Mouse beneath its foot, its tail tip pointed like an arrow at his eyes. Do you think my flying mice army is plentiful? You've decimated so many in one go. It was that Tyrannosaurus Rex. It didn't pursue us, but instead slaughtered the young flying mice. Where is it now? In a clearing in the central south region. It is poisoned and resting. The Flying Mouse King took to the skies. Children, listen up. That Tyrannosaurus Rex has slaughtered your brothers and sisters. We must go and kill it now. A tremendous weight lifted from the Jinmao Mouse's heart. To confront a mature entity, they required mature allies. All 4 of the Lord of Plague's Mouse Kings were mature entities. After causing a ruckus all night, Chen Chu was now resting, having regained 70 to 80% of his strength. Now, he awaited to see what other tricks those rodents would employ. Anlin City was currently engulfed in tension. Under their surveillance, it was discovered that the flying mice from the eastern sector of the City of Plague had mobilized en masse. Tens of thousands of flying mice filled the sky, dense as a dark cloud. Chun Chiming frowned. The tyrant Chu has drawn forth such a multitude of flying mice. Commander, this number appears to be the entirety of them. Most likely. However, it also provides us with valuable information. What information? This group of mice has territorial divisions. Upon hearing this, all the officers sighed. If that were true, then it would be impossible to eliminate them all with a single missile strike. Hope now rested on Chen Chu, to see if he possessed the capability to lure out all the rodent factions for a grand convergence. The Air Command, from this moment forth, shall closely monitor the Tyrannosaurus Rex. If necessary, we shall extend our assistance. Chapter 58, The Poisoning of the Rodent Swarm. Little did Chen Chu know that he had unwittingly become a pawn in the game of Anlin City. At this moment, he was contemplating how many days he could linger in the plague-ridden city. There were still 7 days until the next cataclysm. It was imperative to allocate some time for a journey to Anlin City. Just then, the birds perched high above erupted into a cacophony of cries. Especially the king of eagles, whose call resonated through the skies. Chen Chu suddenly rose to his feet and beheld a swarm of flying rodents emerging from the east. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Could it be that the Lord of the Plague has arrived? Zhang Li trembled at the sight of the overwhelming formation. Yet he wondered why the eyes of the tyrant Chu glimmered with exhilaration. Chen Chu strode forward, using his tail to hoist a toppled sedan and flung it into the air. Upon witnessing this, the king of flying rodents thought, so, war is declared? With a swift flick of its slender tail, the incoming vehicle was cleaved in two. Ah, truly formidable. It must be a mature specimen. Chen Chu bared his 60 chilling fangs. Tyrannosaurus Rex, how dare you slaughter my army of flying rodents? Today, your life shall come to an end. Charge. Thousands of flying rodents surged toward Chen Chu. The king of eagles, unwilling to be outdone, attempted to command the flock to engage. Chen Chu intervened, forbidding any needless sacrifice. Retreat. No one advances without my command. With a flourish, his 18-meter wings unfurled, unleashing a tempest as he ascended. The diminutive flying rodents stood no chance against Chen Chu's charge. With a single collision, The formation of thousands was thrown into disarray. Evolution value 1, 873, 120, 000. Hundreds of tiny flying rodents were instantaneously crushed beneath him. Seeking death, the king of flying rodents executed a nimble turn in the air. Its whip-like tail aimed directly at Chen Chu's face. It is you who seeks death. Chen Chu was no longer the Tyrannosaurus Rex with severely degenerated forelimbs. Now, his forelimbs extended over 4 meters and bore 4 digits. He extended a claw and grasped the tail of the king of flying rodents. With a swift jerk, the rodent king's tail slipped from his grip, leaving only a layer of skin behind. Bite him to death. A multitude of flying rodents surrounded Chen Chu, clinging to his head, back, and tail, gnawing incessantly at him. Many ants can take down an elephant. Today, let the swarm of rodents slay the dinosaur. Ha ha. Just as I desire. Chen Chu laughed maniacally, enveloping the numerous flying rodents in a great embrace to prevent their escape. With a sudden contraction of his wings, he began a rapid descent. The king of flying rodents realized something was amiss. With a thunderous crash, a massive crater formed in the ground. Chen Chu's body was now encased in a mass of flesh, the remains of the pulverized flying rodents. Evolution value 3, 776, 120, 000. This strike had annihilated nearly 2,000 flying rodents. I am infuriated. The king of flying rodents screeched in the air. What are you waiting for? The ground bulged as the burrowing rodents erupted from below, crashing into Chen Chu's head. All he saw was a large black sphere hurtling toward him. What is this? Thud. Before he could utter another word, his head was struck with tremendous force, and he promptly lost consciousness. In that moment, his crocodilian armor vanished. The golden-furred rodent praised. Burrowing rodent, that strike was truly impressive. Of course, it is my innate talent. Curling into a ball and charging with full force can topple even a small building. The king of flying rodents descended, eyeing Chen Chu with skepticism. Is he truly unconscious? I have warned you, he is poisoned. Oh ha ha, now it makes sense. Children, charge. Zhongli could hardly believe that Tyrant Chu had succumbed so easily. The king of eagles yearned to rush to his master's aid, but Zhongli clung to his neck, pleading, do not rush to your demise. Tyrant Chu ordered that no one advance without his command. Thousands of tiny flying rodents first leapt onto Chen Chu's back. This area, having been corroded, had not fully healed, with some spots still oozing blood. Compared to the tougher, more resilient areas, this was the most vulnerable. The first flying rodent to taste Chen Chu's blood fell motionless. Then came the second, the third. The swarm of rodents feasted, oblivious to the danger. It was not until several seconds later that over 200 tiny flying rodents' corpses littered the ground, drawing the attention of the golden-furred rodent. Something is amiss. Why are the flying rodents perishing while attempting to feast upon the Tyrannosaurus Rex? The king of flying rodents realized this was indeed the case. Could he be feigning unconsciousness? With a flick of his tail, he launched a direct strike at Chen Chu's eyes. Ha! A mouthful of saliva splattered onto the king of flying rodents. As Chen Chu's right paw swung to block the tail. He is indeed pretending. I did not expect you to discover it so quickly. The crocodilian armor reappeared. With a powerful flap of his wings, he shook off the swarm of flying rodents clinging to him. Your children have gnawed at my flesh and licked my pus-filled blood. With a great clatter, a multitude of flying rodents fell to the ground, some dying instantly, while others writhed in agony before perishing moments later. The king of flying rodents was suddenly alarmed. There is poison. Chen Chu grinned. Correct. Children, retreat. The surviving flying rodents swiftly ascended into the air. Yet many continued to plummet. Evolution value 3, 998, 120, 000. Evolution value 3, 999, 120, 000. Chen Chu's evolution value continued to rise. The fusion of 2 toxins from the snake and rodent had rendered Chen Chu's venom both contagious and corrosive. Previously, the swarm of rodents had gathered on him, frantically licking and feasting, unknowingly spreading the contagion. A dreadful thought crept into the mind of the king of flying rodents. Suddenly, he felt an insatiable itch spread across his body. As he scratched, patches of fur were torn away, revealing crimson flesh beneath. What is happening? It is poison. Your body is slowly being corroded. The king of flying rodents cast a venomous glare at the burrowing rodent. The burrowing rodent gasped, impossible. You are clearly poisoned. How can you carry poison? There are many things you do not know. Thud, thud. Thousands of flying rodents had already fallen from the swarm. At this moment, Chen Chu's evolution value surged to 9, 120, 120, 000. Chapter 59, Evolution, Mid-Stage Mature Form. Mere rodents dare to challenge me. Chen Chu bit his tongue, then soared into the sky. Reaching his maximum flight speed, he ascended above the rodent horde. A mouthful of blood was brewed within him, and with a forceful spray, it rained down below. In the air, it resembled a light shower. Poison truly is a remarkable catalyst for gaining evolution value. The king of flying rodents was consumed by an unbearable itch. In some areas, the fur fell away without need for scratching. Damn it. Today, I have fallen into your trap. Retreat. The king of flying rodents had initially hoped to victory through sheer numbers. After all, an ant can take down an elephant. Alas, the burrowing rodent had relayed erroneous information. This Tyrannosaurus Rex was indeed toxic. Thud, thud. As the rodent army retreated, the poisoned rodents continued to fall from the sky. The sensation coursing through the body of the flying mouse king had transformed from mere itchiness into unbearable agony. The desire to sever the infected parts of his body was overwhelming. Chen Chu soared upwards in pursuit. As the flying mice continued to succumb to infection, their evolutionary points steadily increased. If he could annihilate this legion of flying mice, he would be able to evolve once more. Block him for me. Let us see who can stand in my way. With his newfound ability to fly, Chen Chu became a harbinger of death in the skies. The flying mice attempting to intercept him were utterly incapable of hindering his advance. Increasing numbers of flying mice met their demise beneath his powerful strikes, crushed, bitten, or obliterated. Thus, Chen Chu relentlessly chased the flying mouse king to the wetland park in the eastern district. In his claws, he grasped a single flying mouse, which was promptly reduced to a mushy paste with a squelching sound. Evolution points: 40, 000, 120, 000. After a relentless spree of slaughter, he finally reached the threshold of evolution. A roar erupted from Chen Chu's mouth, echoing through the air. A throng of rodents below trembled in response, many too fearful to raise their heads. His wings, now spanning 18 meters, unfurled once more, casting a colossal shadow over the rodents. Not merely his wings, but his entire form was undergoing a remarkable transformation. Species: hybrid. Name: Flying Crocodile Armored Tyrannosaurus. Level: Mid-stage mature. Strength: 30 tons. Speed: 70 km/h. Lifespan: 230 years. Defense: 30 tons. Flexibility: 15. Toxicity resistance: 10. Toxicity: 27. Evolution points: 40, 000, 120, 000. Talent 1. Maximum bite force 45 tons. Talent 2. Derivation. Talent 3. Flight speed 100 km/h. The flying mouse king dove to the ground, shedding decayed flesh in its wake. It has actually evolved. Chen Chu followed suit, crashing down with a thunderous impact. The entire wetland park trembled, and a massive pit formed in the ground. Now, Chen Chu stood as a 10-meter tall, 22-meter long, 16-ton amphibious Tyrannosaurus. I never expected there to be so many rodents here. The territory controlled by the flying mouse king in the eastern district was, in fact, the area with the fewest mice. He was meticulous, only requiring mutated flying mice. The remaining population consisted mainly of ordinary mice, defective specimens with only one wing, and numerous female mice. Together, these scraps amounted to nearly 20,000. You've already killed enough. Can you spare a life? A life? You should have been prepared for death when you dared to provoke me. With a roar, he charged into the horde of mice, countless rodents perishing beneath his colossal paws. I'll fight you to the bitter end. The flying mouse king lunged at Chen Chu, targeting his eyes with fervor. However, as it ascended, it was met by a scorpion tail. The sinister barb plunged directly into the flying mouse king's left eye. Squelch. Fluid splattered. With a swift strike, Zhang Li's serpentine form lunged, sinking its fangs into the flying mouse king's throat. Already afflicted by potent toxins, this further fatal blow proved too much for the flying mouse king to withstand. Chu Sovereign, he cannot endure. Very well, it's a reward for you. Thank you. Chu Sovereign. Zhang Li's heart swelled with joy. This was a mature rodent king. With swiftness, the scorpion tail continued to puncture the flying mouse king, rendering it lifeless. How many evolution points did we gain? 800 points. Chen Chu mused, calculating. Killing a beginner stage creature awarded 100 points, mid-stage 200, and 400 for late stage. The initial stage of a mature creature, therefore, granted 800 points. Chen Chu had already slain enough mice to be indifferent to this amount. Come down, let us cleanse this area together. Yes. Zhang Li, brimming with enthusiasm, descended from Chen Chu and unleashed his talent, toxic traces, upon the rodent horde. After more than half an hour, the eastern district was devoid of any living mice. Chen Chu's evolution points surged to 51, 231, 120, 000. Meanwhile, Zhang Li emitted a series of anguished cries. What is wrong? I am about to evolve. Evolve? Why is it so painful? With a crack, a fissure appeared on Zhang Li's serpentine head. Chen Chu understood. As a mutated scorpion snake, he possessed serpentine traits, necessitating shedding skin during evolution. The process of molting was excruciating for Zhang Li. Chen Chu remained vigilant by his side, providing protection. After what felt like an eternity, Zhang Li finally emerged from his former skin. His upper serpentine body spanned over 3 meters, covered in a scaly armor akin to that of a scorpion. The lower scorpion body had also significantly increased in size, particularly the tail, which was now nearly as long as his serpentine form. Your appearance is quite peculiar. Thank you, Chu Sovereign. I have now evolved to the initial stage of maturity. What new talents do you possess? Still the toxic traces. All my attributes have improved, especially my toxicity, which has risen to 40 points. Chen Chu was taken aback. Prior to evolution, his own toxicity was merely 25 points, 2 points less than Zheng Li's. Post-evolution, Zheng Li had increased by a staggering 15 points. The toxicity of snake mice was no match for Zheng Li's original levels, which could corrode his super tough armored exterior and cause him considerable pain. Just how terrifying would this 40 points of toxicity be? A curious thought began to stir within Chen Chu. Come, bite me. Are you jesting? I need you to help enhance my toxicity resistance. Zheng Li opened his serpentine jaws, revealing his venomous fangs glinting menacingly. Suddenly, the Eagle King swooped down, emitting a frantic cry. Rumble. The very earth seemed to shake. Chen Chu was startled. This sensation felt akin to a cataclysm. Chapter 60, The Might of the Superweapon. Chen Chu spread his wings and soared into the air, only to be met with an overwhelming sense of dread. This was not a natural disaster, but rather a mass mobilization of rodents. As he beheld the scene, countless mice surged forth, resembling a colossal wave. How many were there? Tens of millions? Billions? This was the most intense psychological upheaval Chen Chu had experienced since his transformation. The sheer number of mice was staggering. No wonder the plague lord of his previous life had ascended to the ultimate form. Just these rodents alone could provide him with an ocean of evolutionary points. That Tyrannosaurus, the blind diamond mouse, roared. With the defeat of the flying mouse king, this creature and the golden-furred mouse rushed to report to the plague lord. Enraged, the plague lord had gouged out one of its eyes. Rumble, rumble. The plague lord, measuring 5 meters in length and weighing 4 tons, was borne aloft by the countless rodents below. You insolent fool. A deafening roar resonated in Chen Chu's ears. He had trained the 4 great rodent kings with great care, and their utility was immense. Now, one had been slain. If it were a lesser mouse like the golden-furred mouse or the diamond mouse, the plague lord would not have reacted so violently. The issue was that the flying mouse king was of great importance, essential for breeding the aerial combat-capable flying mouse legion. Hearing the news of its demise, the plague lord, in a fit of rage, summoned the remaining 3 rodent kings and led the legion of mice directly into battle. This was the full might of the plague city. Zheng Li was equally aghast at the sight. The sheer tide of rodents was terrifying beyond measure. Let us go. Chen Chu did not linger for a fight. At this moment, even with an abundance of evolutionary value at hand, one must weigh the possibility of acquisition. Zheng Li perched upon the back of the great Eagle King, allowing it to bear her aloft. Where to? Below, billions of rats surged forth like towering waves, stacked upon one another. The altitude ascended rapidly. With the singular aim of ensnaring the airborne Chen Chu, Chen Chu flapped his wings with fervor. Haha, a horde of foul rodents. I can soar to heights of 1,000 meters. Can you stack that high? Nonsense. Stupid dinosaur, do not revel in your arrogance. There will come a day when you must descend. Indeed, alas, you shall not witness it. Simultaneously, the hordes of rats from the city of pestilence erupted from their lairs. Caught unawares. Witnessing such a vast multitude of rats, the hearts of the citizens of Anlin City trembled with dread. So many, beneath the city of pestilence. Such a multitude of rats lay hidden. Commander, this Tyrannosaurus has truly drawn them out. Shall we engage? Chen Qiming's body quivered, uncertain if from fear or exhilaration. His right hand clenched into a fist, knuckles whitening. With a resounding thud, he slammed it upon the table. Engage. Obliterate them. Anlin City sprang into action. An intercontinental missile was already primed for launch. Fire. With a whoosh, the missile ascended, heading towards the swarm of rats in the city of pestilence. Ha ha ha. A horde of filthy rodents. You've thrived so abundantly. Yet beneath the missile, let all be reduced to ashes. Above the city of pestilence, Chen Chu and his companions flew onward, while the Lord of Pestilence refused to yield, directing the rat horde in pursuit. Chu the Overlord, what is that? Zheng Li, atop the great Eagle King, spotted a dark object emerging ahead, rapidly enlarging. Chen Chu's mind raced. Damn, a missile. This is no mere rocket, but a bona fide superweapon. Upon detonation, it would unleash a colossal mushroom cloud, obliterating everything within a 100-mile radius. Chen Chu's armored carapace would not withstand such force. Curse it. Those bastards in Anlin City are truly infuriating. The instant he beheld the missile, Chen Chu's thoughts spiraled. Now, he could only hasten his escape. The missile's speed far outstripped their own. Lord Tookie looked to the sky. A rat king shouted. The Lord of Pestilence's fur bristled with alarm. A shrill cry erupted, scattering in all directions. Enter the tunnels, flee as far and as deep as possible. With a cacophony, billions of rats instantaneously began to disperse. The Lord of Pestilence seethed with fury, its sharp foreclaws swiftly excavating a passage through the ground. Chen Chu and his companions had already flown far at maximum speed. The missile struck at that moment. A thunderous explosion echoed, followed by a wave of searing heat that ravaged the surroundings. Everything in its path was utterly annihilated. The unfortunate rats, unable to escape, were incinerated to nothingness. A massive mushroom cloud billowed forth, dark smoke blotting out the sun. Chen Chu and his companions had flown a considerable distance, yet still felt the repercussions. Turbulence ensued. leaving Chen Chu unsteady as he began to plummet downwards. Half an hour later, Chen Chu stirred. A thick layer of dust cascaded down from him. Rising, he found the great eagle king, Zhongli, and a host of birds beneath him. As he surveyed the scene, astonishment filled his heart. He had never witnessed the might of a superweapon firsthand until now. It was truly terrifying. Such power, even an ultimate being might struggle to endure, he mused. No wonder humanity had persisted even after 3 years of survival in his previous life. They wielded such superweapons. In the worst-case scenario, they would perish together with the beastly creatures. Good heavens, the devastation is immense. How many of those rats must have perished? Zhongli dared not contemplate it. Chen Chu felt a pang of frustration. Those rascals in Anlin City. So much evolutionary value, utterly obliterated by a single missile. This had completely derailed Chen Chu's plans. Killing the Sky Rat King had provoked the wrath of the Lord of Pestilence, making any negotiation impossible. From the moment of retreat, Chen Chu had devised a plan. After the next great calamity, he would unleash his beast army from Ping'an Town, along with the looted firearms, to sweep through the city of Pestilence. Now, that was no longer feasible. The superweapon's might was overwhelming, and the Lord of Pestilence was likely hiding in fear. With its strength severely diminished, it would not resurface in the near term. Buzzing filled the air as several aircraft appeared. Upon reaching the skies above the city of Pestilence, they began to drop their payloads one by one. Chen Chu felt a sense of déjà vu. Damn. Another incendiary petrol bomb. Anlin City's firepower is formidable. Observe their drop zones, all along the perimeter of the city of Pestilence. They likely wish to prevent the rat horde from spreading outward. We cannot linger here. We must depart immediately and make a detour into Anlin City. It is best not to fly along the way. Chapter 61. Outside Anlin City. At the headquarters of Anlin City, jubilation erupted among the populace. Since Anlin City ascended to become a central hub, it had gradually eradicated surrounding threats, providing its residents with a relatively safe environment. The sole remaining threat was the horde of rats lurking underground in the city of Pestilence. At last, thanks to Chen Chu, they had been drawn out. Commander, this time, that horde of rats is surely gravely weakened. It is time to assemble the troops for a thorough sweep. Proposed someone. Chen Qiming pondered for a moment, yet deemed it unwise. The terrain beneath the city of Pestilence is complex, and as of now, we remain unaware of their numbers. And what of that Tyrannosaurus? It vanished post-explosion. We know not where it has hidden. Chen Qiming scrutinized the map. If it continued on its current path, it would undoubtedly traverse through Anlin City. Therefore, we must remain vigilant during this period. The commander is correct. Likewise, we must remain wary of that rat horde. What is there to fear? Anlin City ranks among the most powerful in global central cities, especially since we've established artillery on a volcano. Who dares approach? We shall obliterate them. The rats burrow underground. Can you truly bombard them? Be cautious. They may target your artillery. Nonsense. Our heavy artillery is firmly established atop that colossal dormant volcano. Do they possess the capability to dislodge it? Chen Qiming waved his hand. Enough. Each department must deploy. We must arm ourselves and heighten our vigilance. In a forest outside the city of Pestilence, Chen Chu had healed his wounds. His back bore scars from corrosion. A flock of birds fluttered in, delivering wild fruits gathered from the forest to Chen Chu's mouth. After a prolonged period of consuming meat, today's fruits felt refreshingly delightful. Overlord Chu, we have lingered here for quite some time. When shall we advance further? Chen Chu calculated in his mind. There were 4 days remaining until the next great calamity. There was no need for haste. We could proceed at a measured pace. This forest was expansive. Utilizing the cover of the trees, they remained undetected by Anlin City's surveillance. They gradually traversed the forest for a day. Chen Chu's heart began to race. Such a vast forest should surely have a name on the map. Yet it remained eerily silent. Not even a single wild creature had been sighted. There were, however, plenty of rustling insects. Chen Chu held little interest in these insects, leaving them for the birds and Zhongli. After all, they too required evolution. Zhongli had already dispatched over 10,000 insects. King of Chu, why do I feel as though these insects are tracking us? Could it be that my other half is a scorpion, hence this sensation? If they truly are following us, the situation has become rather precarious. We must vacate this place today. There are merely 3 days left until the second cataclysm. That night, Chen Chu and his companions emerged from the forest. As night fell, a swarm of fireflies inexplicably took flight from the woods, trailing behind them. Zheng Li's intuition proved accurate. Indeed, those insects were, without a doubt, pursuing them. Hiss. Zheng Li opened his mouth and exhaled a cloud of toxic mist, exterminating all the fireflies in an instant. A horde of foul insects dares to set its sights on us. Accelerate. Chen Chu unfurled his wings and began to glide at low altitude. Unbeknownst to them, a fresh swarm of insects had appeared on the ground 200 meters behind them, following in the same direction as Chen Chu. Within the forest, a dog's head suddenly protruded from a clump of grass, followed by its entire body. It was the agile hound that had escaped from Chen Chu's grasp. I hope your words hold true. Otherwise, before the captain can intervene, I shall devour you myself. A thunderous voice resonated from beneath the earth, causing the surrounding leaves and grass to tremble. The hound chuckled softly. Of course, there could be no mistake. Following that Tyrannosaurus Rex, I shall surely discover the next realm of evolution. A stream of insects returned, burrowing into the ground. My insects are still trailing behind. Now, I shall contact the others. Should anything go awry, you are truly doomed. The hound chuckled awkwardly, inwardly cursing. You dare to instruct me. Once I unearth my opportunity for evolution, you and your insects shall be the first to perish. 2 days later, Chen Chu had arrived outside Anlin City. Similarly, he had been placed under surveillance. The headquarters of Anlin City grew apprehensive. Should Chen Chu enter the city, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. What is the current situation? Chen Qiming rushed to the monitoring headquarters, neglecting his meal. Commander, look, he is merely lounging on the ground, doing nothing at all. Chen Qiming furrowed his brow. This is rather unusual. Does he not wish to enter the city? How long has he been lying there? 3 hours. I shall have a word with him. A drone buzzed into Chen Chu's vicinity. The king of eagles spread his wings, eyes filled with wariness. Chen Chu opened one eye and spoke. Do you remember me? I am Chen Qiming, the first officer of Anlin City. Huh, it's good that you remember. If I am not mistaken, you have come from Yanhua City, correct? And then, according to the clues we have gathered, there is a girl named Chen Nua who has been waiting for her brother. Boom. Chen Chu rose, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Chen Qiming's heart nearly ceased when he glimpsed Chen Chu's colossal form. Do you know where she is? Apologies, I do not. You are a first officer. What jest is this? Chen Qiming forced a smile. During the tsunami in Beihai City, everyone left behind perished. It is a stroke of luck that she managed to escape. As your kind continues to grow stronger, humanity becomes increasingly fragmented. Many central cities have succumbed to tyrannical rule, refusing to share information. Few cities as peaceful as Anlin remain. Therefore, I do not know her whereabouts. Can you understand, Chen Chu? Chen Chu grinned. He did not expect his identity to remain concealed indefinitely. His sister was in their hands. Even if pressed, he would not mind disclosing her location. She departed via helicopter. Surely that can be tracked down. You wish for my assistance? You seek to oppose me? The two sides began to confront one another. Ultimately, Chen Qiming retreated. Then you must tell me your purpose for coming to Anlin City. If you all submit to me, I shall reveal it to you. The moment those words left his lips, the entire monitoring headquarters erupted in uproar. This is outrageous. Activate the cannons. Obliterate him. Arrogant. Unaware of the consequences. Chen Qiming clenched his fists. This was the second time Chen Chu had uttered those words. Impossible. Then there is nothing to discuss. Since there is nothing to discuss, I must ask you to leave Anlin City immediately. This is not your home. Why should I depart? Chen Chu reclined once more, disregarding Chen Qiming's attempts at discourse. Chapter 62. Fire. The drones retreated. Chen Qiming sat in his chair, deep in thought. He pondered Chen Chu's repeated declarations. Commander, this ferocious beast should be eliminated as soon as possible. While he is just outside the city, let us mobilize our firepower. We can surely reduce him to ashes. Chen Qiming shook his head. He is just outside the city. Entering the city is merely a step away. If we employ firepower, Anlin City will undoubtedly suffer catastrophic casualties. Although we have not yet engaged our artillery, numerous cannon points remained aimed at Chen Chu outside the city. Should he make any sudden movements, countless missiles would rain down upon him in an instant. Chen Chu needed do nothing at all. He merely had to bide his time. Tomorrow marks the day of the second cataclysm. Time slowly passed. Zheng Li and the King of Eagles, along with a flock of birds, awaited. For the officials of Anlin City, each moment felt like an eternity. The staff in the monitoring room found their eyes strained. Unbelievably, it had already surpassed midnight. Yet he remained utterly motionless. Unusual occurrences often conceal sinister plots. We must remain vigilant. Rustle. 800 meters from Chen Chu, a tide of black insects gradually approached. Following the tide of insects, a horde of ferocious beasts charged forward in a frenzy. Alarms blared throughout the Anlin City monitoring center. Chen Qiming sprang from his bed, hastily throwing on his coat as he rushed over. What is happening? Commander, it's terrible. We have a major crisis. Outside, a multitude of ferocious beasts has suddenly appeared. The beasts advanced at such speed that only vague images could be captured. Is that a mutated vulture? So massive? Is that an ancient mammoth? Good heavens. Are there sharks as well? Chen Qiming's expression shifted erratically. Damn it. A loud curse startled those around him. King of Chu, I have finally grasped why you remain unmoving. You were waiting for reinforcements. Chen Qiming had come to this realization. Chen Chu, a Tyrannosaurus Rex, could not possibly conquer all of Anlin City alone. Remaining still signifies he is awaiting reinforcements. The commander of the operations department, upon hearing this, felt a surge of anger. Commander, should we not act immediately? Chen Qiming clenched his fists and slammed them onto the table. Obliterate them. We cannot allow them to enter the city. Very well. The operations commander was eager for this order. Chen Qiming raised his gaze to the monitoring screen. Thankfully, it was not too late. Humph, King of Chu. If words cannot compel us to submit, do you think you can intimidate us? Let us see who is truly stronger. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless shells and rockets soared through the air. As Chen Chu awaited the second cataclysm, he immediately stood upon seeing the sparks in the sky. What is happening? King of Chu, these scoundrels are intending to bombard us. Scatter! Chen Chu bellowed, then took off running. Boom, boom, boom. Several rockets struck the spot where he had just been, sending flames soaring and heat waves radiating. Many more were fired towards the distant beasts. What on earth is happening? At this moment, Chen Chu felt somewhat bewildered. Why were only a few projectiles aimed at him? The remaining ones could not possibly miss. Boom, boom, boom. In the distance, a series of explosions resounded. The entire Anlin city was thrown into turmoil. For over a month, those seeking refuge within its walls had never witnessed such a cacophony of explosions. This indicated that something monumental was unfolding. 1/3 of the advancing beasts had perished under this wave of assault. Just as the first barrage subsided, a second wave surged forth. Roaring, Chen Chu unleashed a tremendous bellow. His entire body adorned with crocodilian armor. He charged headlong, crashing through a towering wall constructed around Anlin city. Chen Chiming, come out and explain yourself. The Tyrannosaurus is assaulting the city. Attack. The ground forces assembled, an uncountable barrage of bullets erupted from the muzzles of their weapons. Chen Chu, fortified by his formidable armor, withstood the onslaught. Get out of my way, he bellowed, turning to lash his tail, sending debris flying from the fallen wall like cannonballs towards the assembled troops. A drone approached, displaying Chen Chiming's visage on its screen. Chu the Overlord, you've waited outside for so long, hoping for reinforcements to attack the city. Unfortunately, we have discovered your scheme. Reinforcements? Attack? I'll attack your mother. Anlin city shall never fall to you. With a snap, Chen Chu crushed the drone to smithereens. Zhengli, Songying Wang, follow me to the volcano. The second cataclysm is upon us today. Since they have already opened fire, we might as well charge in. Ordinary firepower could not possibly impede Chen Chu. He advanced, braving the artillery like a phantom in an uninhabited realm. Damn, what species of dinosaur is this? So resilient. Reload. Keep firing. Ah, so many insects. Where did all these bugs come from? Help. Rustling. As Chen Chu charged in, a swarm of insects immediately descended upon them. The ground forces, realizing too late, were swiftly overwhelmed, leaving only a stark array of skeletal remains. Boom. Within the walls of Anlin city, the ground suddenly heaved. A gigantic 3-meter-long, 1.6-meter-high mutant insect emerged. This was a steel-armored flying insect. The swarm was summoned by its presence. Hiss, kill them. The smaller dogs darted forth behind him. Insect King, let your minions erode those artillery points. The pressure on the beast from behind is overwhelming. Humph. How I conduct my affairs is none of your concern. Hiss. The steel-armored flying insect emitted a piercing shriek, its antennae swaying ominously. The swarm obediently surged towards the artillery positions. 3 kilometers outside Anlin city, numerous beasts revealed themselves. A missile whistled through the air. A fluffy, snow-white rabbit let out a shriek. Snap. A large hand, covered in brown fur, caught the missile mid-flight, mere centimeters from the rabbit. With a flick of his wrist, the missile soared into the sky and detonated. Nothing to worry about, just a little missile. The rabbit nestled close. You're so powerful, master. Please protect me well. Rest assured, I shan't let you come to harm. The rabbit gently licked the fingers of the great hand. Brothers, hold the line. Spread out, charge. At the command, the remaining animals scattered, rushing towards Anlin city. Despite the ferocity of the enemy's firepower, once inside the city, they could not recklessly open fire amidst the towering structures, disregarding the safety of the inhabitants. Chapter 63, Breaching Anlin city. Buzzing. A cloud of black mist materialized in the air. This was a swarm of killer bees dispatched by the Insect King. A single sting would ensure death within 2 minutes. Chaos enveloped Anlin city. Those without combat capability hid away, too fearful to venture outside. The steel-armored flying insect commanded the entire swarm, initiating widespread destruction. In the command center, Chen Chiming beheld a scene that left him perplexed. Chen Chu, accompanied by his subordinates, was maneuvering through a detour while the swarm rampaged behind them, followed by the advancing beasts. Could it be that they were not allied? Commander, this is dire. These insects are exceedingly troublesome. Professor Wen analyzed the situation. The airborne killer bees are highly venomous. The ground insects are numerous and varied. They must be under the control of a higher-level insect. What are merely insects? Ground forces. Bring out the flamethrowers. Buzzing. Dozens of open-top jeeps roared to life, their occupants armed with flamethrowers. As the vehicles sped along, they unleashed torrents of fire upon the encroaching swarm. Sizzle. Like dozens of fire dragons, the flames crackled as they engulfed the insects. Dare to burn my insects? You seek death. The steel-armored flying insect spread its wings, emitting a high-frequency sound as it ascended. Then, in a dive, it contracted its body, resembling a massive steel sphere. With a thunderous crash, it obliterated a jeep. What a massive insect. Burn it down. 2 streams of fire surged towards the steel-armored flying insect. Clang. Ah! The enormous pincers of the steel-armored flying insect clamped down on a man wielding a flamethrower, severing him in 2. Fool, what are you doing? The steel-armored flying insect roared. The smaller dogs kept their heads down, traversing over the insects. Squish, squish. Uncertain of how many insects they crushed, they pressed on. I'm coming. Arg. The smaller dogs began to swell, ultimately transforming into a 2-meter-tall, tailless behemoth. Despite its increased size, its speed remained unaffected. Like a black bolt of lightning, it wove through the convoy of jeeps. Squelch, squelch. Blood sprayed wherever it passed. The occupants of the vehicles were bitten and clawed to death. At this moment, Chen Chu stood atop a skyscraper. Overlord, what on earth is happening? I'm uncertain, but now is not the time for our slaughter. Look at the sky. It should be soon. Outside Anlin City, a multitude of beasts had arrived. Fire. Boom. A prehistoric mammoth charged in, swiping aside artillery with its long trunk. A mutant flying vulture swooped down, its powerful claws seizing a tank-S cannon and ripping it off with brute force. Swish. A 30-meter-long ancient titan python slithered in. With a sweep of its tail, it sent all weapons and humans flying. Finally, a 3-meter-tall mutant brown bear, standing upright like a human, emerged, cradling a snow-white rabbit. He was the leader of the beasts. Without utilizing superweapons, they cannot harm us. Captain, the Tyrannosaurus fled towards the south. Understood, summon the smaller dog back. After the firepower in this area was obliterated, the flying vulture returned with the smaller dog. Captain, upon seeing the others, the smaller dog's demeanor shifted from that towards the insect king to one of respect. The brown bear gently stroked the rabbit in his arms. Smaller dog, we came believing in you. Along the way, we lost 43 mid-growth and 11 late-growth individuals. I understand. The Tyrannosaurus went south. What do you think? The south. The smaller dog had thoroughly studied Anlin City. What lies to the south? A volcanic range, and the largest dormant volcano in the country. Connecting this with the tsunami that struck Beihai City, the smaller dog had a foreboding sense of what was to come. The volcanic range to the south. The Tyrannosaurus must be there for some evolutionary substance. Much like the sea blue essence from Beihai City? Indeed. Excellent. Let us set forth. To the volcanic range. At this moment, the Minister of Operations found himself in a state of distress. The ferocious beasts have breached the gates of Anlin City. Although their incursion has inflicted significant losses, we cannot afford to open fire indiscriminately. Upon entering the city, the ground forces found themselves utterly ineffective against the formidable ancient species and mutated beasts. Their artillery was swiftly decimated. The commanding officer must consider sacrificing minimal interests to secure maximal gains. You wish to bombard Anlin City? That is simply untenable. Hold on, commanding officer. One officer interjected, gesturing towards the surveillance feed. Look, their trajectory aligns perfectly with that of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Moreover, we have not deployed any troops to intercept them. And they do not seem to be engaging us either. Chen Chu felt overwhelmed. Prior to the calamity, he was a seasoned commander with ample combat experience. Adept at analysis and strategy. Yet, he had never encountered a conundrum as perplexing as this. Could it be that these invading beasts are enemies of the Tyrannosaurus Rex? The officers exchanged bewildered glances. If they weren't enemies, why would they follow in the wake of the Tyrannosaurus? Where's the Tyrannosaurus now? In the southern volcanic belt. The operations chief narrowed his eyes. Our heavy artillery emplacements are stationed there. They surely do not intend to annihilate them. No. They halted as soon as they entered the volcanic belt. Chen Chu rubbed his temples, a foreboding sense of dread escalating within him. Commanding officer and officer raised a hand. Shu, the commanding officer is deep in thought. Chen Chu's mind raced through the data on Chen Chu, finally fixating on the tsunami in Beihai City. With a sudden jolt, he shouted, initiate monitoring. Assess the volcanoes in the belt. That's quite normal. Our Anlin City's volcanoes are dormant. They haven't erupted in centuries. Chen Chu gritted his teeth. Continue the assessment. Beihai City hasn't experienced a tsunami in hundreds of years either. At the edge of the volcanic belt, Chen Chu unfurled his wings, poised to take flight at any moment. Zheng Li gazed into the distance. Boss, they are drawing nearer. Chen Chu smirked. Regardless of their motives, those who wish to hitch a ride on my coattails for their gain are merely dreaming. A shadow approached rapidly. Tyrannosaurus. Do you remember me? You filthy mutt. Huh. You've evolved too. The slender canine bared its teeth. You're finished. Behind the slender canine, a mammoth emerged. A 30-meter-long titanoboa slithered forward, rising up on a portion of its massive body. Ah, a mutated Tyrannosaurus? Quite impressive. Would you care to join our wild beast hall? Chapter 64, The Second Cataclysm. Wild Beast Hall. Upon hearing those 3 words, Chen Chu's pupils constricted in shock. In his previous life, following the universal beastification, it was one of the most powerful factions. Moreover, the brown bear speaking to him was the very same creature that had coerced him into an ancient ruin in his previous life, only to be crushed into a pulp by his foot. Exploding bear, Billy. Indeed, he was a foreigner. Darling, he is quite thick-skinned. The rabbit cradled in exploding bear Billy's arms spoke. Chen Chu's teeth clenched in fury. This rabbit, who was it if not his girlfriend, Lu Mingran? After his rebirth, the trajectory of events remained unchanged. After devouring the braised rabbit head, Lu Mingran ultimately became nothing more than a plaything in the arms of exploding bear Billy. Disgusting. After speaking, She began to lick Billy's fingers again, completely unbothered by the filth. Rage surged within Chen Chu. In his past life, he had survived in such a scenario. You shameless wild beast hall. If you want me to join, dream on. If you wish to submit to me, I'll need to think about it. Presumptuous. How dare you speak to Captain Exploding Bear like that? The Tyrannosaurus flicked its long tongue in disdain. Among these beasts, aside from the mammoth, which was of a similar size to him, the Tyrannosaurus was the largest. It was evidently a mature specimen, showing no respect to Chen Chu. Chen Chu scrutinized them. The current appearance of Exploding Bear Billy was markedly different from that of his previous life. He had clearly not yet reached the pinnacle stage he had attained before. With his massive head held high, they were all mature forms. Who was to fear whom? Humph. Do not presume that your numbers grant you any advantage. Exploding Bear Billy gently stroked Lu Mingran. In our wild beast hall, we have a rule. If you do not join, you die. Very well. Let us see who meets their demise first. Chen Chu proclaimed, sprinting towards the base of the largest dormant volcano. Seize him. We cannot allow the evolved being to escape. A throng of beasts gave chase. Within the artillery emplacements atop the volcano, the operations personnel were quaking as they beheld the colossal beasts racing toward them. Sir, they're charging at us. Should we open fire? Fire. Full barrage. The operations chief issued the command without consulting Chen Qiming. At that moment, Chen Qiming was intently monitoring the volcanic clusters. Everything appeared as usual, with no signs of an impending eruption. Prepare to fire. Boom. A tremendous tremor resonated through the volcanic belt. Just as he was about to utter the final word, fire, Chen Qiming's expression shifted dramatically. In one moment, the volcanic readings were stable. In the next, an immense fluctuation erupted. Such a monumental disturbance could only signify a once-in-a-century super eruption. Everyone, retreat immediately. Chen Qiming roared, his voice hoarse. Boom. The volcano emitted a deafening roar, akin to the earth splitting asunder. In the next instant, magma surged forth, and burning rock fragments soared like cannonballs into the sky, only to crash down violently. Boom. Numerous buildings within Anlin City were obliterated in an instant, igniting fierce conflagrations. The citizens panicked, shouting in terror as they frantically fled, resembling a swarm of headless flies. Scenes of chaos ensued, with bodies colliding and trampling one another. Dark red magma spewed from the volcano, engulfing the land below. Thick black smoke choked the sky, rendering everything murky. It seemed that no one could escape this calamity, all succumbing to the dreadful disaster. Exploding Bear Billy's pupils dilated in terror. Who would have imagined that Anlin City's dormant volcano would erupt? Captain, run. The Tyrannosaurus dashed frantically backward. The mammoth and four-legged sharks also fled in desperation. Exploding Bear Billy glanced at Chen Chu in the distance, finding him smiling. You scoundrel. Plotting against us. I hope you can run faster. With a flourish, Chen Chu spread his wings and soared into the sky, leading the flock of birds to evade the falling fireballs. The volcanic eruption had a defined height. As long as they ascended to that altitude, they would be safe. Boom. Boom. The largest dormant volcano had awakened, triggering the smaller surrounding volcanoes to erupt simultaneously. Torrents of molten rock gushed forth violently, engulfing the entire volcanic belt. A late-stage dual-tailed wolf, having stumbled while running, found it too late to escape as the magma consumed it, leaving behind not even a cry, just a wisp of black smoke. Exploding Bear Billy, clutching Lu Mingran, began to flee on all fours. Though he was powerful, he felt as fragile as a newborn in the face of this cataclysm. Buzzing, Chen Qiming and several officers had already boarded the plane in advance. Quick! Save as many civilians as we can. Boom. Several fireballs hurtled toward them. The headquarters was instantly punctured by several massive holes, igniting into flames. Many pieces of equipment were destroyed in the wake of such overwhelming devastation. The magma had already flowed into Anlin City, consuming everything in its path. Chen Chu had already soared to a height of 1,000 meters. Below him, billowing black smoke obscured all visibility. The duration of this terrifying eruption remained uncertain. Simultaneously, chaos reigned across the globe once more. It was not only Anlin City that suffered. Multiple locations were ravaged by mudslides and ferocious typhoons. The distances were too great for any rescue efforts to be executed. Those who caught wind of the news could only silently pray in their hearts, hoping to escape the calamity. Within Anlin City, a man whose leg had been charred black by a fiery projectile was crying out for help. Yet no one ventured forth to assist him. Behind him surged a torrent of lava, akin to a tidal wave. Amidst the cacophony of roars, the desperate man was consumed. Ahead of him, a group of dozens congregated, retrieving meat from plastic bags stashed in their pockets. In a central city like Anlin, meat had long been deemed contraband. However, they possessed it. Heaven has transformed us into beasts to ensure our survival, they proclaimed. Indeed, disasters will perpetually arise. Only by forsaking our human forms can we endure. Eat. Cast off your humanity. One individual metamorphosed into a sparrow, taking flight into the sky, while another transformed into a magpie, following suit. Oh heavens! Do you truly wish to annihilate humanity? An elderly man lamented as he witnessed the transformation of his companions into birds. He cast aside his cane and willingly approached the encroaching lava. Time ticked away, and the sounds of earth-shattering chaos gradually faded. Numerous minor volcanoes had ceased their eruptions. For hours later, this cataclysmic disaster finally came to an end. Chapter 65, Panel Update, Fire Resistance. A significant portion of Anlin City had been engulfed by lava. Thick smoke enveloped the entire city. The survivors had retreated outside the city limits, still frantically fleeing. Explosive Bear Billy panted heavily, a patch of his back charred. Damn it. This Tyrannosaurus is ruthless, luring us to the volcano, hoping for the lava to consume us. The Titan Python glared fiercely, determined to find him. I shall devour him. Where's the little dog? Explosive Bear Billy pondered, realizing something was amiss as he fled the volcano. Upon reflection, he recalled that the little dog had not followed him when he ran towards the volcano. Where's the little dog? He bellowed. I don't know. Where could that dead dog have gone? I feel like he hasn't been around at all. Damn it. At that moment, hoping to use the little dog's nose to track Chen Chu's whereabouts seemed futile. The armored iron bug slowly approached, landing directly in front of Explosive Bear Billy. Upon seeing him, Billy noticed that half of the iron bug's wings had been gnawed away. What happened to you? That dead dog. The iron bug replied. After the volcano erupted, I led the swarm of insects to retreat, but that little dog charged in for a slaughter. Half my wing was devoured by him. Explosive Bear Billy snorted, his nostrils flaring with anger. The armored iron bug was a crucial member of the Mad Beast Hall. Through the swarms he controlled, he provided a continuous stream of evolutionary value to many members of the Hall. Moreover, his innate talent allowed him to command the insects in battle. How dare that little dog act in such a manner? Captain, that little dog has been hiding its strength. It must have evolved after slaughtering the entire swarm. We just don't know where it is now. The iron bug had reached the mid-stage of maturity, capable of withstanding rocket fire. Yet now, it had lost half a wing to the little dog. I never expected this dog to be so cunning. Explosive Bear Billy yearned to tear the little dog apart right then and there. Since chasing Chen Chu to Anlin City, the little dog had anticipated the volcanic eruption but had failed to inform them. Taking a deep breath, he declared, our target now is not him, but the Tyrannosaurus. The volcano has erupted, akin to the tsunami in Beihai City. Evolutionary beings will surely emerge. Captain, the path ahead is blocked by molten lava. We cannot pass. The Titan Python exclaimed. I can. The Sky Vulture spread its 7-meter wings. Explosive Bear Billy nodded. You go ahead to scout the volcanic area. We will find a way to follow. Understood. The Sky Vulture soared into the air, heading towards the volcanic region. Anlin City remained shrouded in darkness. The ash from the volcanic eruption hung suspended in the air, yet to settle. At a height of 1,000 meters, Chen Chu retracted his wings and allowed his body to free fall. He pondered what evolutionary beings might emerge from this cataclysm. The further he descended, the more an intense heat enveloped him. The scalding lava lay hidden beneath a layer of dark volcanic ash. With a thud, Chen Chu landed, his feet striking the ground. Splashes of dark red lava erupted around him. Ouch! Chen Chu cried out in pain, quickly spreading his wings to take flight once more. Damn it! That almost burned me alive. Be cautious, my lord. The lava is still active. I know. Begin searching for anything unusual. Report back to me at once upon discovery. Yes. Zheng Li, perched on the back of the Falcon King, began to search in a specific direction. Chen Chu cautiously descended. As his feet touched the ground, a hissing sound emerged. The crocodile armor enveloping his feet had been charred. Derivation, your moment has arrived. As the layer of crocodile armor was scorched away, Chen Chu's attribute panel updated. Fire resistance, 5. Chen Chu was overjoyed. Under the derivation talent, fire resistance had manifested. The astonishing survival talent of the tardigrade was now evident. Stepping once more into the lava, the sensation of burning was not as intense as before. Fire resistance, 6. Fire resistance, 7. When fire resistance reached 15, it finally ceased growing. At this point, Chen Chu was moving through the lava as if it were nothing. The lava's maximum temperature could reach 1,400 degrees. Though the lava covering him was not that hot, it still ranged between 900 and 1,200 degrees. With 15 points of fire resistance, he could withstand temperatures up to 1,200 degrees. Chen Chu's eyes gleamed with excitement. If he were to reach 100 points, what temperatures could he endure? Before he could locate any evolutionary beings, Chen Chu had already reaped tremendous benefits. He had acquired flexibility, toxicity, anti-toxicity, and fire resistance. He could hardly fathom what kind of monster he would become upon reaching his peak. With a shriek, a red-bellied hawk swooped down, clutching an object in its talons. An evolutionary being has been found. Chen Chu awaited eagerly when suddenly, a shadow descended. A claw snatched the red-bellied hawk. With a sharp snap, its beak pierced the hawk's body, and then it lifted its long neck to swallow the object whole. Sky Vulture. Wow. Fantastic. I've just gained 2,200 points of evolutionary value. Chen Chu marveled, wishing he had taken a closer look at what had been consumed. 2,200 points of evolutionary value. After the tsunami in Beihai City, A single piece of the sea blue essence yielded only 100 points of evolutionary value. Yet this volcanic eruption had produced an evolutionary being that could provide a staggering 2,000 points of value. The Sky Vulture's 2,200 points included the value gained from slaying the mid-stage red-bellied hawk. Damn it! How dare you consume my prize? Chen Chu roared, charging forward, his feet pounding the ground and stirring up waves of lava. The Sky Vulture immediately took flight. Its feathers would suffer greatly if they came into contact with the molten rock. Caw, that dead dog was right. Following you truly leads to finding evolutionary beings. This sovereign shall no longer indulge you. I shall inform the captain. You wish to depart? Is it truly that simple? With a thunderous flap, the colossal wings, spanning 18 meters, surged forth, directly pursuing the skyward vulture. My goodness! The vulture, upon glancing back, was struck with sheer terror. While chasing Chen Chu, it was preoccupied with dismantling the stronghold and remained blissfully unaware that Chen Chu could soar through the skies. How could a terrestrial creature possess the ability to fly? Even if it could it surpass my speed? My aerial prowess allows me to traverse at an astonishing 90 kilometers per hour. The vulture was still reveling in its own superiority. Yet, a massive shadow loomed above. Chen Chu had caught up with it. What? Chen Chu opened his maw, revealing 60 chilling teeth. My apologies, but my flight capability allows me to reach 100 kilometers per hour. No. With a resounding snap, the vulture met its end within Chen Chu's jaws. Upon landing, Chen Chu audibly devoured it. Evolution value, 5203-112-0000. Still merely a mature specimen in its early stage. Quite impressive. Chapter 66. The Evolutionary Substance, Fiery Crystal. Tyrant. Zheng Li rode upon the back of the Azure Eagle King, arriving swiftly. Have you found it? Is it this peculiar substance? Zheng Li gestured for Chen Chu to observe the back of the Azure Eagle King. Chen Chu's eyes lit up. Fiery crystal. Ha. I knew the evolution value would increase so significantly. Increase in evolution value? Chen Chu regarded Zheng Li, perceiving his loyalty through the reddened scorpion tail stinger he bore. Indeed. After every cataclysmic event, evolutionary substances emerge. The tsunami in Beihai City brought forth ocean blue essence, while the volcanic eruption in Anlin City yielded fiery crystal. Consuming it will enhance evolution value without the need for bloodshed. Such substances exist in this world. Tyrant, what else is there? There are many mysteries yet unknown to you. Yes, I spoke out of turn. At this moment, Zheng Li held Chen Chu in the highest esteem. From the onset of securing Anlin City, it became apparent that the tyrant had foreseen these events and the emergence of evolutionary substances. Following the tyrant would undoubtedly yield personal benefits. Tyrant, since it enhances evolution value. Please, partake first. Chen Chu opened his mouth, and with a flick of Zheng Li's scorpion tail, a piece of fiery crystal flew directly into his mouth. Evolution value, 5318-112-0000. Wasn't the vulture's evolution value increased by 2,000 points after consumption? Why do I only receive 1,500 points? Noticing Chen Chu's altered expression, Zheng Li inquired, Tyrant, what troubles you? It's nothing. You should gather fiery crystals first and refrain from consuming them for now. Understood. Chen Chu rummaged through the magma and soon discovered another fiery crystal. This one was larger than the previous, roughly the size of an adult's fist. With a swift motion, he consumed it. Evolution value, 5618-112-0000. An increase of a full 3,000 evolution points. Chen Chu comprehended that the enhancement of evolution value from fiery crystals was contingent upon their size. Time was of the essence. He hastened his search. Outside Anlin City, the explosive bear Billy awaited the return of the skyward vulture. Over an hour had passed, and still, the creature had not returned. Captain, could it be that the vulture has found the evolutionary substance and intends to hoard it for itself? Queried the Titan Python. Billy shook his head. No. The vulture is a veteran member, not like that dog. Its prolonged absence likely indicates it has met its demise. The mammoth stepped forward. Captain, the temperature of the magma has significantly decreased. I can endure it. Let us go. Billy leaped into the air and settled atop the mammoth's back. The Titan Python slithered across the surface of the magma effortlessly. Hiss. Though the magma retained heat, its surface had solidified. The other beasts followed closely behind. Entering the city of Anlin, nothing could impede their advance. The entire city had suffered tremendously. 1/3 of its populace had perished in the volcanic eruption. Fortifications, war machines, and weaponry were obliterated by 90%. At this moment, Chen Qiming was still aboard a plane, fleeing to the next central city. Just hours prior, he had commanded a suppressive force, yet now he found himself a mere figurehead. Seated on the aircraft, his eyes were devoid of life, and those beside him dared not disturb him. The cabin was enveloped in a haunting silence. Suddenly, Chen Qiming erupted in a furious roar. Why? The sudden outburst startled everyone. Chu Tyrant, I understand now. I comprehend everything. You had foreseen the eruption of the Anlin City volcano. That is why you waited outside the city. Thus, during our 2 conversations, you spoke of our allegiance to you. His words resonated within the aircraft. revealing the truth behind Chen Chu's intentions for coming to Anlin City. Those who had once deemed Chen Chu arrogant and oblivious now wore expressions of deep embarrassment. Bang! Tears flowed down Chen Chiming's face as he pounded his fists against the cabin door. Tens of thousands of lives. Chu tyrant, you were once human. Had you merely warned us sooner, they would not have perished. They would not have died. Where has your humanity gone? Commander, let it go. They have already transformed. What humanity is left to discuss? We established the central city to provide a safe haven for the surviving humans. If given a chance to start anew, I would lead the entirety of Anlin City to submit to him. Those present clenched their fists in solidarity. Chen Chiming wiped away his tears, yet the events had transpired, leaving no room for reversal. Descend. What? Descend. Commander, we have yet to reach our destination. No more. Chen Chiming's eyes were resolute. Why? Many have escaped Anlin City. My decisions have deprived them of a sanctuary. Therefore, I bear the responsibility to rebuild their home. This is exceedingly difficult. Difficult? Even if it is difficult, we must pursue it. The aircraft found a clear area to land. The fleeing troops followed closely behind, soon followed by countless refugees. It is Commander Chen Chiming. He has not forsaken us. Commander, what shall we do now? All eyes turned towards Chen Chiming. He understood that this gaze was filled with hope. Gazing up at the overcast sky, he finally grasped the meaning of being entrusted with great responsibility. We shall head south and rebuild a city. A fortress of steel that cannot be breached by beasts nor ravaged by natural disasters. We shall sustain human civilization, propagate, and thrive. Do you possess the confidence? Yes. We shall follow your lead. However, the path ahead is fraught with challenges. We may need to contend with beasts daily. We may witness the deaths of our comrades. We may need to raid and kill to strengthen ourselves. Yet we have no other choice. Are you willing? To die as humans or as beasts? I would rather perish with the dignity of humanity. I am willing. I am too. United, their voices resonated like thunder. Chen Chiming's face radiated determination. Very well. Let us depart. Within the volcanic region of Anlin City, as the magma cooled and solidified, the search for fiery crystals grew increasingly arduous. The Azure Eagle King fared somewhat better, its claws being robust and powerful. However, the mid-tier avian creatures struggled. Either they could not break through the solidified rock, or they suffered burns upon unearthing it. Zhengli, how many fiery crystals have you collected? All are here, totaling only 16 pieces. Excellent. Let these birds consume them. Zhengli questioned whether he had misheard. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up, since you have chosen to follow me. I shall ensure that each of you has the opportunity to evolve. It seems I have not chosen the wrong person. Come, feast quickly. Chapter 67, Evolution, Late Growth Stage. 16 pieces of varying sizes of fiery molten crystals enabled 13 birds to evolve directly into the late growth stage. The King of Eagles consumed the largest piece, breaking through to the early mature stage. Its size expanded once again, and when it spread its wings, it resembled a small aircraft. Its robust claws became even sharper. Zhengli had already reached the early mature stage. Consuming a few pieces would not lead to further evolution. After the flock evolved, they began to work diligently. They started to dig through the thick magma. Splash, splash. Chen Chu's long tail swept across the area, clearing a space. Glimmering, 2 warm pieces of fiery molten crystals appeared. 2 birds flew over and seized them in their beaks, wary of consuming them without Chen Chu's command. The speed of locating the fiery molten crystals increased. 2 pieces, 3 pieces, 10 pieces. Within less than an hour, they had collected another 22 pieces. Chen Chu felt elated. The volcanic region was so vast, and they had only searched a small area to find so many. Compared to the quantity of the ocean blue essence that emerged during the tsunami in Beihai City, the fiery molten crystals were far more abundant. Unbeknownst to Chen Chu, on the other side of the dormant volcano, the small canines were also frantically searching for fiery molten crystals. Upon finding them, they would consume them immediately. The explosive bear Billy, leading a pack of fierce beasts, finally arrived. The Tyrannosaurus Rex. What a troublesome creature has come. Zhengli, observing the imposing presence, hurriedly asked, what should we do about the tyrant? Bring me all the fiery molten crystals. The sharp-eyed explosive bear Billy spotted the shimmering red crystals. Those are the objects of evolution. Seize them. With a thrust of his legs, the mammoth beneath him charged towards Chen Chu. Chen Chu opened his mouth and swallowed all 22 pieces of fiery molten crystals. Evolution value, 58, 181, 120, 000. Evolution value, 59, 132, 120, 000. Evolution value, 96, 670, 120, 000. The consumption of 22 fiery molten crystals caused Chen Chu's evolution value to surge by over 40,000 points. Within him, a surge of fiery energy seemed to fill his being. Roar! Chen Chu threw back his head and let out a roar, scattering the volcanic ash in the air. He had evolved once more. Type, fusion species. Name, sky-soaring crocodile armor Tyrannosaurus. Level, late mature stage. Strength, 40 tons. Speed, 80 km/h. Lifespan, 250 years. Defense, 40 tons. Flexibility, 15. Toxic resistance, 10. Fire resistance, 15. Toxicity, 27. Evolution value, 96, 670, 120, 000. Talent 1. Maximum bite force 60 tons. Talent 2. Derivation. Talent 3. Flight, speed, 150 km/h. After a resounding roar, his size instantly completed its growth. Standing 12 meters tall, stretching 25 meters long, and weighing an astonishing 20 tons. The mammoth, which had previously been of similar size to Chen Chu, now seemed diminutive by comparison. Yet, the mammoth did not retreat. With tusks as sturdy as steel, it lunged directly at Chen Chu's chest. Billy the explosive bear sat atop the mammoth, his fists clenched tight. Crack! Chen Chu bent down, seizing the mammoth's tusks with his powerful claws, and opened his mouth to bite down on Billy. The maximum bite force had reached 60 tons. Even a fully mature creature would not withstand it, let alone Billy, who had yet to reach full maturity. Get lost! Billy roared, his fist striking toward Chen Chu's jaw. From the moment the volcano erupted until now, he had been simmering with fury. Now, all of that fury coalesced in his fists. Bang! Chen Chu's jaw was struck hard, causing his head to jerk upward. A ringing echoed in his mind. This creature possesses formidable strength. It must also be at the late mature stage. The mammoth pressed forward, forcing Chen Chu to gradually retreat. Catch! Billy hurled Lu Min Gran, who had been perched on the mammoth's back, backward, then stood upright on the mammoth's back, swinging his fists to attack Chen Chu's head. Die! Chen Chu lowered his head. Bang! Crack! A punch landed, and the hard crocodile armor on Chen Chu's head cracked. I can't continue like this. I must first shake off one of them. These fierce beasts are all in the mature stage. If they all attack at once, it will be dire. Roar! With an angry roar, he exerted force with his claws. The mammoth's eyes widened in surprise as its sturdy legs appeared to lift off the ground. Astonished, it thought, this Tyrannosaurus intends to throw me off. I cannot allow that to happen. The mammoth's trunk swung, wrapping around Chen Chu's neck. At that moment, under Chen Chu's tremendous strength of 40 tons, the mammoth's body was lifted. However, because the mammoth's trunk was entangled around Chen Chu's neck, it could not be thrown off. Thud! The mammoth briefly lifted into the air before landing back on the ground. Billy steadied himself, proclaiming, "You're finished. It's you who is finished." With the trunk constricting his neck, Chen Chu bit down on his own tongue, gathering a mouthful of blood. He unleashed a torrent of blood onto Billy, who was caught off guard. Chen Chu was, after all, a Tyrannosaurus imbued with deadly poison. To make matters worse, some of the blood had entered Billy's left eye. Sizzle! The corrosive blood caused white smoke to rise from Billy's body, accompanied by a burnt odor. Ah, my eye! Billy's left eye was blinded by the excruciating pain. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Chu lowered his head and clamped down on Billy's left arm. Splat! Blood splattered. Billy howled in agony. You bastard! In a fit of rage, his right fist crashed into Chen Chu's mouth. Crunch! 3 hard teeth were shattered. Sizzle! Chen Chu whipped his neck, tearing Billy's left arm clean off. Ah! Billy let out a wretched cry and fell from the mammoth's back. You dare to harm the captain! The mammoth roared in fury. I've tolerated you for long enough, Chen Chu declared after swallowing the severed arm. The titan python slithered to Chen Chu's left side, swinging its tail toward his abdomen. Chen Chu spread his wings to defend. Billy, writhing in pain on the ground, roared, Kill him! Kill him! The 4-legged shark, the chameleon giant lizard, and the multi-horned bull all launched their attacks simultaneously. In an instant, Chen Chu found himself besieged from all sides. However, now entangled by the mammoth, he had no choice but to wrap himself in his 20-meter-long flesh wings. Splatter! Splatter! Under the onslaught of the ferocious beasts, several transparent holes appeared in Chen Chu's wings, blood flowing continuously. Fierce beast Hall, you have truly provoked my wrath. Chen Chu's anger surged, especially in his claws, where he felt a rush of heat. Is the derivation talent about to manifest its effects once again? Chapter 68, Counterattack. The mammoth, noticing something extraordinarily exaggerated, widened its eyes in disbelief. It saw the dinosaur's claws gripping its tusks transforming from 4 fingers to 5. Both arms visibly swelled. Hee hee. Billy, your arms are truly impressive, Chen Chu taunted, roaring with vigor. With a surge of strength, he exerted force with his arms. A sound of cracking echoed twice. In an astonishing display of strength, the ancient mammoth's proud and formidable tusks were brutally snapped. How could this be possible? The tusks of a mammoth are remarkably resilient, capable of withstanding even the mightiest of armored vehicles. Yet, at this moment, they had been severed. I've endured your arrogance for far too long. Chen Chu erupted in fury. With both claws gripping the shattered tusks, he raised them high before bringing them down with tremendous force. The mammoth emitted a heart-wrenching roar as the very tusks that once adorned its visage pierced its own eyes, plunging deep into its brain. Die! Chen Chu commanded, plunging the tusks to their roots. In an instant, the mammoth fell lifeless to the ground with a thunderous thud. Evolution value, 98, 270, 120, 000. With the demise of the mammoth, its trunk, which had been coiled around Chen Chu's neck, slackened. With a powerful flap of his wings, Chen Chu soared into the air, stirring up clouds of volcanic ash. Those who dare oppose me shall perish, and it is you who shall meet your end. The Titan python slithered forth, attempting to ensnare Chen Chu with its colossal form. Chen Chu bent his legs and leapt into the sky. Foolish serpent, you've missed your prime opportunity. The Titan python cursed inwardly. Indeed, had it acted swiftly to entangle Chen Chu during the skirmish with the mammoth and the explosive bear, Billy, he would not have escaped. Come down and face me, don't flee. Chen Chu laughed. Flee? When did I ever suggest such a thing? With that, he dove down, targeting a peculiar four-legged shark. This creature possessed a shark's head and 4 reptilian legs. I shall bite. The four-legged shark, a hybrid of shark and lizard, had a formidable bite force. With a crunch, the shark's jaws clamped onto Chen Chu's left foot. Chen Chu snorted disdainfully, seeking death. He descended directly onto the shark. The creature's mouth shattered beneath his weight, rendering it incapable of speech, only able to emit pained grunts. Is the strength of a shark truly that formidable? It couldn't even break through the armor on my foot. The four-legged shark gazed in despair as Chen Chu's other foot descended, emitting a final, desperate wail. With a sickening crunch, the shark's head exploded, resulting in its immediate demise. Evolution value, 99, 070, 120, 000. 800 points of evolution value. How amusing. An early-stage mature creature dared to challenge me with its bite force? I've got you now. The Titan python lunged from the side, swiftly constricting Chen Chu in its massive coils. The two-headed bull and the color-changing giant lizard prepared to attack once more. Chen Chu spread his wings and ascended. Hiss. The Titan python flicked its long tongue, confident it had ensnared him. I can still fly. Tyrannosaurus Rex, do you know? My strength surpasses even that of the explosive bear, Billy. He may lead, but merely due to his seniority. My innate constriction power has reached 60 tons. Such power is characteristic of a late-stage mature creature. Chen Chu scrutinized the Titan python. In his previous life, this immense serpent had not been alongside Billy. Perhaps it was due to its superior strength that it had become a key member of the wild beast hall. The Titan python began to tighten its coils. With ominous cracks, the armor on Chen Chu's body began to splinter, making it difficult for him to breathe. Zhongli felt a chill of anxiety for Chen Chu. Yet he could offer no assistance. Billy, the explosive bear, struggled to rise, glaring fiercely at the airborne figure. Titan python, crush him. I owe you my gratitude. You have indeed weakened Billy by severing his arm. Once I eliminate you, I shall ascend to replace him as the captain and a core member of the wild beast hall. Chen Chu's flying speed began to diminish. Is that so? Then I must thank you as well. If it weren't for your constriction, I wouldn't be soaring so high. And if I weren't so high, I wouldn't have noticed the lava within the volcano. The Titan python felt a knot of dread forming in its stomach. What do you mean? Chen Chu halted his flight and began to plummet. Tell me, does your attribute panel include fire resistance? Fire resistance? What fire resistance? Below, a sudden wave of heat surged. The Titan python looked down in shock. To its horror, it realized they were directly above the caldera of the largest dormant volcano in Anlin City. This infamous volcano had transformed into an active one, with molten lava bubbling within. Are you insane? Do you wish for us to perish together? Incorrect. It is you who shall be slain. No. Falling into the volcano means certain death. The molten rock shimmered ominously, its intense heat capable of incinerating flesh and bone. The Titan python released Chen Chu, attempting to flee. Where do you think you're going? Chen Chu seized the serpent's body with his claws, his sharp nails piercing its flesh. Ah, let me go? I was wrong. I submit to you. Too late. With a resounding splash, they plunged into the volcano, molten rock erupting from the caldera. Everyone was left dumbfounded. Had the Tyrannosaurus Rex truly lost its sanity by choosing to perish alongside the Titan python? Zhongli stood frozen, as if his soul had been stolen, muttering, Lord Chu, haha, what a fool. But it's for the best. Billy the explosive bear laughed maniacally. Men, kill the Tyrannosaurus Rex's minions. The multi-horned bull bellowed and charged at the dazed Zhongli. The king of eagles cried out, soaring into the air, using its talons to grasp the bull's horns and shield Zhongli. In his stupor, Zhongli was oblivious. The color-changing giant lizard flicked out its tongue like a spring, striking the king of eagles' head. Though it did not penetrate, it left the eagle disoriented and momentarily incapacitated. The multi-horned bull tossed its head, sending the king of eagles flying. 2 eagles swooped down to carry Zhongli away. How dare you? Zhongli's slit-like pupils ignited with fury. You have doomed Lord Chu. I shall slay you. A plume of green poison mist erupted, mingling with the volcanic ash in the air. Chapter 69, The Savage Lord Chu. Roar. Billy the explosive bear bellowed, unleashing a powerful gust of wind. Zhongli's toxic mist was dispersed. Cough, cough. Eliminate them all. The armored iron insect charged forward, curling into a massive iron ball. With a resounding crash, it knocked Zhongli back several meters. The color-changing giant lizard's tongue shot forth repeatedly, extending over 10 meters, ensnaring the flying birds before devouring them whole. The king of eagles flapped its wings, barely managing to ascend, still reeling from the blow to its head. Iron insect, Bring that bird down, Billy commanded. The armored insect, having suffered damage to its wing from a small dog, flew erratically, equally matched with the king of eagles. The multi-horned bull, with a furious cry, charged at Zheng Li. The upper half of Zheng Li's serpentine body writhed, his scorpion tail retreating. Soon, he found himself with no escape. With a resounding crash, the bull's horns ensnared Zheng Li's neck, pinning him against the volcanic wall. Die! Zheng Li lashed out with his scorpion tail, aiming for the bull's forelimbs. The multi-horned bull was not to be trifled with. It had long been prepared for his scorpion tail. Raising its hooves, it came crashing down, pinning the scorpion tail firmly beneath its feet. Zheng Li found his neck forcibly thrust, making it exceedingly difficult to extricate himself. The multi-horned bull continued to apply pressure, rendering Zheng Li's breathing labored. Chuba Wang, I regret to inform you that I can no longer avenge you. Boom. A tremendous plume of volcanic ash erupted from the crater. The air currents became increasingly chaotic. The crowd gasped, fearing yet another volcanic eruption. Upon looking up, their astonishment intensified. For what emerged from the volcano was far more terrifying than the eruption itself. Chen Chu, with wings spanning 20 meters, soared into the air, clutching the severed remains of a titan python in his mouth. The remaining serpent's body had already been reduced to ashes in the seething magma. Crunch, crunch. Chen Chu devoured the titan python's remains as if gnawing on bone and flesh. Then came a voice, immense and commanding. Humph. Taking advantage of my absence to bully my subordinates. Exploding Bear Billy, holding Lu Mingran with one hand, retreated in disbelief. How can this be? You should be dead. Dead is that long serpent. Billy's worldview was utterly shattered. What kind of Tyrannosaurus Rex was this? With boundless strength, 5 claws, wings, and even venom. It had plunged into a volcano and emerged unscathed from the magma. Could it possibly possess formidable fire resistance? At that moment, the multi-horned bull forgot to maintain its pressure. The armored iron insect turned and flew towards exploding Bear Billy. Chen Chu stretched his body, shedding numerous charred and cracked remnants of crocodile armor. Evolution value, 102, 270, 120. 000. Flexibility, 20. You shall pay with your lives. Having slain the Titan Python, not only had his evolution value increased by 3,200 points, but consuming its remains also granted him an additional 5 points in flexibility due to his derived talent. With a dive, he descended, carrying a tremendous gale. Boom. The first to suffer was the multi-horned bull, which had pinned Zheng Li against the volcanic wall. Chen Chu crashed directly into its spine. Crunch, crunch. The multi-horned bull's vertebrae shattered instantly, and with Chen Chu's immense force, it perished on the spot. Evolution value, 103, 870, 120, 000. Whoosh. The chameleon lizard flicked its tongue, aiming for Chen Chu's eyes. Slap. Chen Chu raised a claw and grasped it. You think you can challenge me? Die. With a powerful tug, the chameleon's forelegs clung desperately to the ground, yet were dragged forward. Humph. Still daring to resist. With 40 tons of force unleashed. Splat. Ah. The chameleon's tongue was ripped out, blood gushing from its mouth. Witnessing this, exploding Bear Billy lost all will to fight. Run, run. Without a second thought, he turned and fled with Lu Mingran. The armored iron insect followed closely. He had no intention of losing his life here. The chameleon lizard, having lost its tongue, was not yet dead, and in a desperate bid for survival, it rolled away and vanished. Chen Chu's gaze sharpened. There was nowhere to hide. How had this creature disappeared? He moved toward the direction of the chameleon lizard and suddenly noticed a piece of black stone that seemed to be moving. Ha ha ha. So that was it. The reason the chameleon lizard was called a chameleon lizard was that it could change colors. To save its life, its cells mimicked the surrounding environment, rendering it as a black stone. As Chen Chu approached, the creature trembled in fear, revealing its position. Chen Chu raised a claw and pressed down upon it. Awoo-woo. The chameleon's colors shifted back to its original form. However, without its tongue, it could neither speak nor plead for mercy. Chen Chu looked down and tore off a large patch of its skin. Ah, this is truly unpalatable. If not for the derived talent, I wouldn't bother eating your skin. You are of no further use. You can die. Thud. A powerful stomp sent its internal organs spewing forth. Evolution value, 105 for 170. 120, 000. Talent 4, color change. Upon seeing the fourth talent emerge on his attribute panel, Chen Chu's heart soared with joy. His guess had proven correct. The derived talent must indeed yield new abilities. Color change was entirely different from his previous flexibility and fire resistance. There were no numerical indicators, just color change. Ha ha ha. Billy. Chen Chu raised his head and roared, shaking the swirling volcanic ash around him. Although exploding Bear Billy had rolled far away, he could still vaguely see the towering figure of Chen Chu. Chen Chu's skin began to shift, transforming into a fiery red hue, as striking as flames. Damn. How can it change colors too? Run. My lord, I have brought shame upon you. No matter. Your strength lies in venom, not in direct confrontation. We must pursue and eliminate them. Chen Chu shook his head. What was urgent now was to locate all the fiery molten crystals. The flock of birds had dwindled to just 15 after the earlier massacre, along with the Eagle King. Now, they could thoroughly scour the volcanic belt for fiery molten crystals without fear of interruption. Chapter 70. The Hidden Strength of the Little Dog. On the opposite side of the volcano, the little dog, through sheer effort, had discovered a considerable number of fiery molten crystals. At this moment, its body had elongated further, its black fur glistening. Haha, that roar just now must mean the Tyrannosaurus has triumphed. Haha, Billy, you truly are overestimating your capabilities. That Tyrannosaurus is enigmatic. Without absolute strength, it cannot confront him head-on. Whoosh, the wind stirred. The little dog twitched its elongated ears, sniffed the air, and then dashed away. Amidst the settling volcanic ash, Chen Chu flew over. The fiery molten crystals had been nearly exhausted on that side. It was time to search here. Zhengli jumped down from his back. All right. However, what followed left Chen Chu astonished. The ground was riddled with small pits, and after more than half an hour, not a single fiery molten crystal had been found. Chen Chu gritted his teeth. Damn it. Someone got here first. The beasts of the wild beast hall had not come this way. No, there was also a dog. The volcanic ash gradually settled. The sky began to brighten. A night had passed just like that. At the foot of the volcano, Chen Chu and his companions gathered. All the fiery molten crystals that could be found had been collected, over 60 in total. Each fiery molten crystal was worth 2,000 points of evolution value. These 60 would be sufficient to evolve an animal just entering the early stages of maturity to its complete form. At this moment, Chen Chu was already in the late stages of maturity, with just over 10,000 points needed to reach complete form. Once he achieved complete form, the evolution points required would surely increase exponentially. The transition from growth to maturity required an evolution value of 12,000 points to 120,000 points. So the complete form would demand 1,200,000 points, 120,000 points. Even consuming all these fiery molten crystals would yield minimal effect. Hence, he hadn't eaten a single one. Upon entering the ruins of Amlin City, he found a bag to store the fiery molten crystals. Once back in Peace Town, they would be distributed according to need. After all, he was destined to evolve into a complete form. Let's head back. We still need to pass through that forest. And then there's the Plague City, right? Zhengli inquired. Chen Chu smiled ominously. We may not know what lurks in the forest, but we must certainly visit the Plague City, just not now. In his heart, Chen Chu had already devised a new plan. Meanwhile, in the depths of the forest, where not a single creature had crossed Chen Chu's path, the formidable Bear Billy and the armored ironworm found themselves. Bear Billy, now gravely weakened, bore the bloodstained fur of Lu Mingran's once pristine white rabbit. Ironworm, summon your insects. I am on the brink of evolution. Upon hearing this, the armored ironworm was taken aback. Such a request seemed to defy the established rules. Bear Billy, discarding Lu Mingran, seized one of his tentacles with a single hand, growling, "And you dare speak of rules at this moment?" The armored ironworm trembled, fearful of having his appendage torn asunder. The losses sustained upon entering Amlin City were substantial, and the newly hatched insects were meant for this month as tribute. Wait, Bear Billy's grip tightened. Very well, I shall summon. Relieved, the armored ironworm felt the tension ease as the grip on his tentacle was finally released. A peculiar hissing sound emanated from the armored ironworm as his tentacles quivered in anticipation. Surrounding them, several mounds of earth began to swell. Soon, a multitude of insects emerged from these mounds, flowing forth like black streams. A smile crept across Bear Billy's face, severely injured and imbued with deadly toxins. His only chance of survival lay in further evolution, and these countless insects represented his evolution value. With a resounding crack, he crushed countless insects beneath his foot. Oh, the wonders of this world. To gain a mere 0.01 evolution points from the death of a single insect. If Chen Chu were here, he would surely be astonished. In his eyes, even the most ordinary creature is worth at least 1 evolution point. He has never tasted an insect, thus remains unaware of the truth. Insects are deemed inferior, beneath even rodents and fowl, yielding a paltry 0.01 points for each death. Yet their numbers are vast. Ah, how enthusiastic our captain is. Unable to slay a Tyrannosaurus Rex, he resorts to exterminating insects instead. A voice that could infuriate Bear Billy to the core rang out. Xiao Quan, you scoundrel. How dare you show your face here? Knowing the volcano was about to erupt, you chose not to inform us. Did you wish for our demise? The armored ironworm, too, was ablaze with fury. In Amlin City, it was one thing for humans to hunt his insects, but for Xiao Quan to partake in the slaughter was unforgivable. How else can I evolve? A fly, no matter how insignificant, is still flesh. He retorted, casting a mocking glance at Bear Billy. And here I stand before you. What can you do, you wretch? Bear Billy bellowed, uprooting a tree and hurling it at Xiao Quan. With agility akin to a shadow, Xiao Quan evaded the projectile and appeared before Bear Billy in an instant. Merely a dog. I could crush you with a single step. After all, Bear Billy towered at over 5 meters tall, while Xiao Quan stood but 1 meter. Is that so? Xiao Quan's voice resonated with a chilling undertone. as a palpable aura of menace enveloped him. Before Bear Billy's astonished gaze, Xiao Quan's form began to swell. 2 meters, 3, 4, 7. Bear Billy was left in utter disbelief. How can this be? You appear as a dog, yet you are more than an ordinary canine. In that moment, Xiao Quan's maw gaped wide. The word ordinary echoed ominously. Bear Billy's headless body collapsed, blood gushing from his neck like a fountain. Lu Mingran screamed in terror. Ugh! The head of Bear Billy rolled on the ground, his singular eye filled with defiance. Insect King, these insects are mine. Do you have any objections? The armored iron worm, aware of Xiao Quan's concealed strength, was taken aback by the depth of his power. No objections. We can always shift the blame onto the Tyrannosaurus Rex later, can't we? Indeed. The Tyrannosaurus Rex is utterly vile, having slaughtered so many of our members, including our captain. Xiao Quan turned his gaze to the trembling Lu Mingran. The fewer who know about this matter, the better. The armored iron worm's tentacles quivered as the insects slowly advanced towards Lu Mingran. Chapter 71. The Mysterious Beast Hall. Brother Xiao Quan, I am yours too, Lu Mingran exclaimed. Haha, you are but a rabbit. What can you possibly do? I can groom your fur. I can tell you jokes. I can fulfill your desires. Xiao Quan's laughter rang out, relishing the sense of dominion. The Beast Hall. No, the entire world shall bow before me. The freshly hatched insects had all been reduced to Xiao Quan's evolution points. Time passed, and the ground was littered with insect carcasses. Is this truly all there is? Far too little. The armored iron worm lamented. Every month he was required to provide tributes, and he hardly retained any for himself. So, you are the insect king of this breeding ground, yet you lack evolution points? The armored iron worm alighted on the ground. Do you think the Beast Hall is a benevolent establishment? As a caretaker, I have micro-explosives implanted in my brain, along with monitoring devices. If I evolve too quickly, the bomb will detonate, leaving me with nothing. Xiao Quan sighed, realizing the gravity of the situation. He had recently joined the Beast Hall and had often been curious about the armored iron worm. After all, he was the insect king. The entire forest was a breeding ground, with insects hatching by the billions. How had he only reached mid-stage maturity? The revelation struck him. This place was merely a breeding facility for the Beast Hall. To call oneself an insect king was merely to be a caretaker, required to supply numerous insects for the higher-ups' evolution. How many such facilities did the Beast Hall possess? I do not know. I am merely stationed here. The armored ironworm sighed. It is arduous. The demands from the higher-ups are overwhelming. All the animals in the forest have fled, save those devoured by insects. Oh, I apologize, I cannot assist you. If only I had dexterous hands. Xiao Quan suddenly recalled something. Are the micro-explosives in your brain installed by humans? Yes, and there are precise instruments as well. Xiao Quan began to rethink his understanding of the Beast Hall. The Beast Hall was not merely a gathering of fierce beasts. It also housed individuals wielding advanced technology. Having once been human, Xiao Quan had only encountered such devices in films. Perhaps I must continue to bide my time. The following day, Chen Chu had returned to Peace Town. Upon witnessing the colossal figures soaring above, the residents were filled with awe. For he was none other than the mighty Chu Ba Wang of Peace Town. He flew straight to the breeding facility, where security measures had been significantly enhanced. Zheng Shana had repurposed weaponry from the armed machines for the facility's defense. Upon seeing Chen Chu's return, the Wolf King led his pack in a respectful bow. My lord, you have finally returned. Is there a matter of concern? Of course not. I was merely growing impatient awaiting your arrival. Chen Chu gestured, and the Eagle King dropped a bag onto the ground, clawing it open. Over 60 fiery crystals sparkled like radiant rubies. What on earth is this? Fiery crystals. They can rapidly enhance an animal's evolution points. Is that true? Try a large piece. Zheng Shanha selected the largest crystal, one the size of a child's head. How can one consume something so hard? He grimaced, then forcefully opened his mouth to cram it inside. To his astonishment, the crystal melted in his mouth, gliding down his throat with ease. After swallowing, Zheng Shanha's eyes widened in astonishment. My goodness, with just this single piece, I have acquired over 6,000 points of evolutionary value. Continue to consume it. I wish to observe the changes that transpire after your evolution. Very well. Upon encountering such an extraordinary item, Zheng Shanha could not restrain himself from indulging. With a mighty roar, Zheng Shanha's physique surged once more. The vibrant patterns adorning his face faded, rendering him remarkably distinct from his original form as a mountain demon. Notably, a pair of ears sprouted on either side of his head. A monkey with 4 ears. I have evolved to the initial stage of maturity. You are a variant species. No, I am merely an ordinary type. Chen Chu regarded his emaciated form, still resembling a monkey. The initial stage of maturity merely grants an additional pair of ears. It seems the use of this blazing crystal has not been entirely advantageous. Alas, it appears you are not suited for combat. Zheng Shanha's face flushed with embarrassment. After all, the intricacies of evolution among species elude even the most astute. Some creatures evolve to immense sizes, while others diminish. Zheng Shanha's ears twitched as he directed his attention toward the eastern wall, calling out, Hey, check the heavy machine gun. Are the screws loose? The golden-haired monkey stationed at the eastern wall did not hear Zhengshanha's words at all. Chen Chu found this peculiar, questioning his sanity. Given the distance of 200 meters, Zhengshanha's expression transformed with realization. So that's it. I was just feeling guilty for not having checked my attribute panel sooner. Upon reaching maturity, my new talent is the ability to hear from afar. Just now, I detected the sound of loose screws. A flicker of delight finally appeared in Chen Chu's eyes. The ability to hear from afar. This talent is quite remarkable. In a post-apocalyptic world, Zhengshanha's skills would make him an excellent intelligence officer. The blazing crystal was indeed worth the investment. Upon inspecting the eastern wall, it turned out the screws were indeed loose. Chen Chu began to scrutinize all the creatures within the vicinity. Unfortunately, aside from Zhongli, not a single other variant species was present. Even the White Wolf King and the Azure Eagle King were merely ordinary types. It seemed that the caliber of his ferocious beast legion was sorely lacking, especially after encountering a small squad from the frenzied beast hall. He felt even less inclined to regard his own forces highly. In the brief span of 2 months, the frenzied beast hall had reemerged, showcasing a late-stage titan python of ancient species, a mid-stage mammoth, and a variant four-legged shark. Clearly, these blazing crystals should not be squandered lightly. Ultimately, he opted to evolve the White Wolf King to the mid-stage of maturity. Following its evolution, the White Wolf King's length increased to 4 meters, excluding its tail. Its once pure white fur began to shimmer with silver hues, exuding an air of extraordinary handsomeness. If only the White Wolf King could speak. Chen Chu was eager to ascertain its lineage. The remaining blazing crystals were temporarily stored away. The journey back from Anlin City to Pingan Town left Chen Chu utterly exhausted, especially with numerous injuries weighing him down. He found a spot to rest before considering his own evolution. Upon learning of Chen Chu's return, Xiaoshan and Yu excitedly rushed to the breeding grounds. Uncle Monkey, you've changed again. Zhengshanha chuckled. I have told you countless times. Call me Uncle Zheng. Uncle Zheng, we want to see the Tyrannosaurus. Zhengshanha's expression darkened. That is our Chu Bawang. He is currently resting. It's all right. We'll sneak over and wait for him to wake up. Understanding Chen Chu's fondness for the two children, Zhengshanha permitted them entry. Chapter 72. The body of the wild man has gone missing. Xiaoshan and Yu entered the breeding grounds, but at first, they could not locate Chen Chu. Their pleading eyes searched Zhengshanha's face. Amused, Zhengshanha replied, Chu Bawang is right here. Look closely. Oh, I know. Xiaoshan exclaimed, slapping his forehead. The Tyrannosaurus must have known we were coming and is playing hide and seek with us. No way, he's so large. How could he possibly hide? Yu chimed in, gesturing with her hands to illustrate Chen Chu's size. Uncle Zheng said we should look for him. Like a game, the two children began to search throughout the breeding grounds. They passed by Chen Chu without noticing him. Due to his new talent, Chen Chu's skin blended seamlessly with the surrounding environment as he slept, akin to a chameleon, creating a visual illusion. Oh dear, I'm so tired. Yu plopped down on Chen Chu's claw. Thanks to the camouflage ability, Chen Chu's claw appeared as if it had risen from the ground like a tree root. Xiaoshan was about to pull Yu along when he witnessed an astonishing sight. What on earth is that? A rock or a crumbling wall? How can it be moving? Yu turned to look and confirmed his observation. A wall was swelling and contracting rhythmically. Doubt crept into Xiaoshan's mind. Recalling the last incident when he mistook the resting Chen Chu for a large rock, he began to scrutinize the area around Chen Chu. Haha, I found it. Yu exclaimed. Look, this is the Tyrannosaurus. He is indeed playing hide and seek with us. No way. You're sitting on his claw. Yu jumped up, examining closely. And indeed, the roots resembled claws. Tyrannosaurus, I found you. Oh, Chen Chu opened one eye, emitting a low sound from his throat. Quite right. You've managed to find me. In truth, Chen Chu had awakened the moment they entered the breeding grounds, but he feigned ignorance, curious to see if they could locate him while he was camouflaged. Tyrannosaurus, did you get splattered with paint? Why do you look like this? Chen Chu chuckled at the children's innocence. He retracted his camouflage ability, revealing his original appearance. This is my new ability. Xiaoshan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow. A chameleon. Please, do not compare me to such a primitive creature. Yu spread her arms wide and pressed her entire body against Chen Chu's jaw. You're finally back. I missed you so much. A warm sensation flowed through Chen Chu's heart. It reminded him of the times he returned home from work, and his sister would leap into his arms, exclaiming the same words, I missed you. Hey, Tyrannosaurus, how come your teeth are broken? Xiaoshan pointed at the 3 fractured teeth on Chen Chu's left side. Those 3 teeth had been shattered when he bit Bear Billy and received a punch in return. No worries, I have 60 teeth. Yu gently caressed Chen Chu's broken teeth. So pitiful. Does it hurt? Not at all. Yu, have you forgotten why we came here? Xiaoshan retrieved the red plastic bucket and a brush he had brought along. It's because you don't brush your teeth often that they've become weak and broken. From today onward, you must brush daily, and your teeth will be strong enough not to break. Chen Chu chuckled at the two children. He closed his eyes and lay on the ground, allowing them to fuss over him. The siblings had already brushed Chen Chu's teeth once before, so they were quite adept at it this time. Scrub, 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 scrub. Chen Chu's mouth was covered in frothy toothpaste. The warm sunlight bathed him, filling him with a sense of comfort. To his surprise, Chen Chu fell asleep once more. 57 teeth was quite an undertaking for the two children. It was already evening by the time they finished. Once Chen Chu had rested enough, he gently opened his eyes. The minty scent of toothpaste filled his mouth. Why does it feel a bit odd? When he touched his broken teeth with his claws, he discovered that the two children had managed to fix them, although the materials they used were rather rudimentary. With immense white foam sculpted into the shape of teeth and affixed with adhesive tape, Chen Chu found himself amused. It was likely only innocent children who would concoct such whimsical creations. Exhausted, the two children leaned against Chen Chu's tail and drifted off to sleep. Just then, the formidable Zheng Shanhe approached. Hush, let us discuss this later. By 6 in the evening, Xiao Shan and Yu Yu finally awoke, the sun nearly setting. Oh dear Yu, we must hurry back. Second Grandpa is preparing dinner. Second Grandpa cooked daily. The Tyrannosaurus is back. Quickly tell Second Grandpa to make pancakes. Indeed. Tyrannosaurus, wait for us. We'll bring you pancakes. A hint of indulgence flickered in Chen Chu's eyes as he watched them scamper away before calling Zheng Shanhe over. You were looking for me. What is it? A portion of the wild man's corpse has gone missing. Chen Chu instantly sprang to his feet, exuding a powerful aura. What did you say? The wild man is a unique species with considerable rank. Since it is a wild animal, consuming its flesh transforms one into a wild man. After I killed the wild man king, his body was dismembered and placed in several refrigerated storage units. This is of great importance to me. I subsequently led a team to Anlin City, and this matter has always been under your management, Zheng Shanhe. Now you say a part of the wild man king's body is missing. Lord Shu, I understand the significance of the wild man king's corpse, which is why I personally check it every day. Today, at the appointed time, I went to inspect and discovered a portion was missing. How much of it is missing? A small portion, approximately 10 kilograms. 10 kilograms, while indeed minimal compared to the massive wild man king, could still yield enough flesh to assemble a wild man army for those yet to undergo beast transformation. Gather the guards of the cold storage and the gatekeepers. We must investigate thoroughly. Yes. Zheng Shanhe recognized the gravity of the situation and hurried off. Soon, the relevant animals were assembled before Chen Chu. According to Zheng Shanhe, he inspected the storage daily at 5 in the afternoon. Thus, from 5 yesterday afternoon to before 5 today, a span of 24 hours had elapsed. The animals on duty were present. Speak up, what transpired? Chapter 73. The fiery crystal has also disappeared. One by one, the guards spoke. Chen Chu's icy gaze swept over them, and they appeared genuinely sincere. Astonishingly, they seemed unaware. Lord Chu, we were vigilant during our watch, not a single moment of drowsiness. We dutifully stood guard outside the warehouse. While you were away, all human entries and exits were logged, aside from a few regular vegetable deliveries. Only Yu Yu and Xiao Shan were present. Chen Chu, feeling exasperated, replied, take me to the cold storage. In an open area of the breeding facility stood an enormous shelter housing rows of cold storage units. Chen Chu, being of considerable size, could not enter. So he circled around the perimeter. Then, he spread his wings and took flight to survey from above. I see now. Have you discovered something? Zheng Shanhe inquired. There are footprints above. Human footprints. Chen Chu chuckled. How amusing. I never expected such a formidable figure to lurk within Ping and Town. A formidable figure? Zheng Shanhe's mind raced. Anyone skilled within Ping and Town flashed through his thoughts. The one who infiltrated the breeding facility to steal the wild man king's flesh must be a thief of considerable caliber. It seemed no such individual existed in Ping and Town. I truly did not foresee this. The theft of the wild man king's corpse likely aims at beast transformation. Immediately issue orders to monitor those departing Ping and Town. Chen Chu found himself puzzled. If one sought beast transformation, they ought to approach him directly. He would be more than willing to possess a legion of wild men. Bring me the fiery crystal. I am ready for my next evolution. Understood. Zheng Shanhe entered the storage unit. Chen Chu's eyes widened. He entered the storage. An ominous premonition surged within him. Sure enough, Zheng Shanhe rushed out in a panic, exclaiming that the fiery crystal in the safe was missing. Roar. Chen Chu's rage ignited, his roar stunning countless chickens and ducks. The safe had been opened. It could only be the work of an extraordinary thief. What a pity. Why hadn't he consumed the fiery crystal sooner to evolve into his complete form? White Wolf King. The White Wolf King dashed over. Do you remember the scent of the fiery crystal? The White Wolf King nodded. Find it for me. Zheng Shanhe. You assist. If you cannot locate it, do not return to see me. Yes. Chen Chu was genuinely furious. The wild man king's corpse was merely 10 kilograms of flesh. That was inconsequential. However, the fiery crystal could not be lost. It represented a vast reservoir of evolution value. Chen Chu soared into the sky, cursing, a momentary lapse. A momentary lapse. White Wolf King, to the roof of the warehouse. The White Wolf King leaped onto the roof, sniffing the footprints. In that instant, he retained the scent of the thief as well as that of the fiery crystal. Oh well. The White Wolf King howled, and one by one, the pack of wolves followed suit, sniffing the remnants of the scent before charging out of the breeding facility like a tempest. The Eagle King screeched. leading the flock of birds in pursuit. The entire Pingan town was in disarray. What is happening today? Animals ran amok throughout the town. Chen Chu had reached the center of Pingan town, bellowing, "Who stole my belongings? You best return them, or do not blame me for my wrath." People emerged from their homes one by one, whispering among themselves upon encountering each other. What is going on? Lord Chu has lost something? Who is so bold? By the way, didn't Lord Chu just return today? What was lost? From a residential building. A man in his 30s peeked out of the window and spotted the pack of wolves charging in the distance, along with the birds circling above. Particularly the colossal figure of Chen Chu in the sky, so quickly discovered. He sat back in his chair, the computer screen displaying a chat box. He swiftly typed in a few words. "I hope you do not go back on your word." Immediate transaction. Closing the chat box, a web page appeared, offering high prices for high-grade beast meat and various crystals. With a snap, he turned off the power, donned his coat, quickly tidied himself up, and rushed down the stairs. In the air, Chen Chu kept a keen eye on the movements of the wolf pack. Their sense of smell was acute, more so than that of dogs. They were bound to uncover something. 3 minutes later, the White Wolf King howled, as if summoning Chen Chu, and then darted into a nearby residential building. Zheng Shanhe hurried to follow. Chen Chu slowed his pace and edged closer to the window. "Lord, no one is here. White Wolf King. Are you certain this is the place?" The White Wolf King nodded. "Why not continue searching?" Zheng Shanhe sniffed the air, detecting a peculiar scent. Suspecting the individual had realized they were being tracked and masked their scent, eluding the White Wolf King's detection. "You have 1 minute to ascertain this person's identity. Eagle King. Locate any vehicles or people fleeing." Indeed, they displayed a notable awareness, managing to mask their scent at such a time to evade the wolf pack's keen sense of smell. In the sky, a chorus of cries erupted as various birds split into 5 groups, pursuing 5 different directions. This individual is indeed extraordinary. At a critical juncture, he audaciously employed a strategy of duplication. 5 vehicles dispersed in 5 distinct directions, creating a diversion. Among them, only one was authentic. After all, under the sweeping manhunt throughout the town, he dared not linger here. Along, find out more. This person is named Zhao Cheng. With a crunch, the White Wolf King bit through the bedroom's bed, dragging out a wooden chest from within. Zheng Shanhe opened it, revealing an array of burglary tools including grappling hooks, ropes, and stealth clothing. There was also a blue ledger, filled with clippings of newspaper articles. Zheng Shanhe perused through them, noting the grand heist at the Dingsheng jewelry store. The theft of Dunhuang artifacts. This man is the king of thieves. What of kings? Offending me, Wang, leads to only one fate, death. Surround him. All 5 vehicles became targets. The birds in the sky served as signal lights for the animals below. 3 minutes later, with a thud, a vehicle heading southeast was overturned by a yak. 3 seconds later, the birds in that direction scattered. Not this one. With a swoosh, a car traveling northwest was directly upended by the talons of the Eagle King. Still not the right one. In the northeast, a road was blocked by wild boars. Zheng Li smashed the windshield with his scorpion tail, and the occupants immediately begged for mercy. Zheng Li shook his head, still not the one. Chapter 74, Pursuit. In the end, only 2 vehicles remained. One in the southwest ran out of fuel and came to a halt on its own. No need to look closely, it must be the wrong one. Thus, only the last vehicle remained. Chen Chu's eyes were filled with murderous intent. "He took my belongings, and they shall be returned to me." After a well-rested Chen Chu launched into action, he reached a top speed of 150 kilometers per hour. Yet, that blue BMW Z4 sped away, its speed likely around 180. Even at his maximum velocity, Chen Chu could not catch up. Behind him, the Eagle King had already closed the gap. This fellow, after evolving, had significantly increased his flying speed. Chen Chu, despite being 2 levels above him, could not match his swiftness. Truly, he was a creature of the skies. Leave it to you. Do not let him escape. The Eagle King understood and suddenly accelerated. According to Chen Chu's estimations, the Eagle King's speed post-evolution had reached an astonishing 200 kilometers per hour, a new pinnacle for avian creatures. Zhao Cheng drove at high speed, gradually increasing his pace. Glancing through the sunroof, he noticed the Eagle King had locked onto him. Damn, what kind of bird flies so swiftly? He decelerated, executing hair-raising drifts through each intersection. At that moment, the advantage of aerial superiority became apparent. The Eagle King, with his 200 kilometers per hour speed, caught up to Zhao Cheng. After all, there were no traffic jams or curves in the sky. Hold on. We are about to exit Pingan Town. Virum. The BMW roared down a straight thoroughfare, its speed climbing to 220. Damn bird. I'm exhausting fuel while you expend energy. Let us see how long you can keep this up. Zhao Cheng ultimately had underestimated the Eagle King. 10 minutes had elapsed, yet he could still maintain maximum speed. Behind him, Chen Chu had become merely a shadow. Exhaust yourself. Zhao Cheng cursed, then pulled out his phone, opened a web page, and tapped on the chat box. Have you set out yet? Suddenly, the phone screen vibrated. In just a second, it returned to normal. What a piece of junk. Your movement speed is quite impressive. Zhao Cheng was startled. He hadn't made a call. So how did his phone emit a sound? Drive carefully. We have merely connected to your phone. Damn, you're hacking my phone. Heh, King of Thieves Zhao Cheng. This is no longer the society you once knew. Rest assured, no one will hunt you down. Your identity no longer matters. Continue driving in this direction. We will contact you later. Zhao Cheng slammed the steering wheel. You bastard. In the air, Chen Chu felt a strange familiarity with this direction. Looking down at the winding road, it was the very route he had taken to Anlin City. Below, a large jeep was also in pursuit. Bawang, I'm right here. Zheng Li's scorpion tail clung tightly to the roof, yelling at Chen Chu. Chen Chu descended. You're just in time. Bawang, have no fear. My vehicle is fully fueled. I don't believe that brat can run for long, Zheng Shan had declared. I need you all to return and bring out our beast legion. And as many weapons as you can carry. Go. With a whoosh, Zheng Shanhe turned sharply, nearly flinging Zheng Li off the roof. All beasts mobilize. Are we preparing for something monumental? Chen Chu soared back into the sky. The Eagle King had already become a small black, lost far behind him. Does heaven intend for me to accomplish all my ambitions in one go? Chen Chu chuckled as he uttered these words. Half an hour later, Zhao Qing looked up at the sky again. The Eagle King had finally exhausted his strength and fallen behind. Glancing at the fuel gauge, he burst into triumphant laughter. Ha! Animals are ultimately just animals. How could they surpass humans? My status, my glory, is finally within reach. Zhao Qing's eyes brimmed with fervor. A lifelong thief, he had always sought a position above others, one that garnered admiration rather than being a common criminal vilified in the news. This time, success was imminent. While online at home, he had inadvertently clicked on a web page that offered high prices for beast meat. After perusing it, he found the value astonishing. Thus, he conceived the idea of stealing the wild man king's corpse. Just as Chen Chu returned, he used a drone he had purchased to scout the area, and upon Chen Chu's return, he had rested due to exhaustion. Seizing this opportunity, he infiltrated the breeding farm. A skilled thief knows that any moment can be a time for thievery. After successfully obtaining 10 pounds of the wild man king's meat, he discovered a safe. Driven by curiosity, he opened it. Initially, he believed it contained red diamonds. However, with his years of experience as a thief, he discerned that it was not diamonds at all, but a crystalline stone of an unknown material. Suddenly, he recalled the webpage he had browsed, which also dealt in various crystals. Among them was a picture identical to the one in the safe. After successfully pilfering it, he planned to return home for negotiations. To his surprise, the value of this red crystal far exceeded that of the wild man king's corpse. The other party not only promised him the wealth he desired, but also assured him that upon obtaining the crystal, he would be granted a position just beneath the highest command in the central city. Zhao Cheng was genuinely tempted. He did not wish to live as an animal. Subsisting on raw flesh, what joy was there in that? With a status and wealth beyond measure, he would be a lord in the human-centric central city. Thus, winding his way along the road, Zhao Cheng drove for nearly 2 more hours. The Eagle King was nowhere to be seen in the rearview mirror. Zhao Cheng slowed down as he encountered patches of charred earth, with numerous rat carcasses lining the roadside. What in the world is this place? At that moment, his phone emitted a sound again. Have you arrived? Where to? You haven't given me precise directions. Typically cautious, Zhao Qing temporarily halted. Right in front of you is a dead city. It is the perfect place for a transaction. A dead city. Zhao Qing's heart tightened. Could it be that he would meet his demise within this desolate place? The other party seemed to have anticipated his thoughts. Rest assured, you have bestowed upon us something invaluable, our friend. We shall not be deemed treacherous. The final word, human, was uttered with great emphasis, as if to remind Zhao Cheng that we are indeed human, not beasts. Very well. I shall soon enter this forsaken city. We shall arrive shortly. Suddenly, a navigation map appeared on his phone, pinpointing the final destination. Fortunately, after the calamity struck, the network still existed. Otherwise, he would have been unable to embrace his anticipated fortune. Chapter 75. My possessions shall not be taken. Upon reaching the destination, the atmosphere grew increasingly eerie. The corpses of rats were strewn everywhere. Why had the other party not yet arrived? Zhao Cheng found himself consumed by anxious anticipation. In the distance, high above, Chen Chu had not anticipated being able to catch up with the King of the Eagles. The king was currently soaring through the sky, gliding effortlessly for an extended period before flapping his wings. Chen Chu could discern the profound fatigue etched upon him. While the King of Eagles possessed remarkable speed, his endurance was evidently lacking. Chen Chu, however, felt no fatigue himself, maintaining a flying speed of 130 kilometers per hour. If you're tired, you can rest on my back, he offered. The King of Eagles was immensely grateful. This king was far gentler than the wild man king he had previously encountered. Perching on Chen Chu's back felt as though he bore no weight at all. Chen Chu then set his course towards the city of plague. Half an hour later, darkness enveloped the sky. The buyer Zhao Cheng had been eagerly anticipating finally arrived. A red dot appeared in the sky, drawing ever closer, followed by a hissing sound. A gust of wind whipped through, startling Zhao Cheng. They had come in an armed aircraft. As the aircraft's exterior lights illuminated the surroundings like daylight, the bandit king, Zhao Cheng, witnessed 6 figures emerge from the craft in succession. I just like that title, he chuckled. Have you brought what we requested? Zhao Cheng first tossed them 10 pounds of wild man meat, which was that of a superior beast, before producing a blazing crystal. This is the crystal you sought. The recipient examined it, excitement gleaming in their eyes. It's real. We want it all. Where's the promised payment? Come with us, and you'll receive it upon arrival. Acquiescing to walk directly with them, he knew nothing of their backgrounds. Suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed from the sky. Where do you think you're going? With a whoosh. Chen Chu folded his wings and descended. Thud. His massive form landed, causing the armed aircraft to tremble. The 6 individuals raised their weapons in alarm. A T-Rex. An ancient species, quite impressive. Realizing the peril, Zhao Cheng dove into the vehicle. Chen Chu unfurled a wing and pressed down. With a crack, the BMW Z4's roof was crushed and the glass shattered. Zhao Cheng was trapped inside, unable to move. Though he was the bandit king, he had no chance of escape before Chen Chu. How dare you steal from me? You truly seek death. Open fire. The 6 guns erupted in a cacophony of gunfire. Pop, pop, pop. To Zhao Cheng's shock, they were firing tranquilizer darts, tipped with sharp, hardened needles. Chen Chu had no time to reveal his armored scales, and the darts embedded themselves into him. What a fruitful endeavor. I can collect some flesh for research, he mused, disregarding them as his claws seized the vehicle. Lifting it before him to behold Zhao Cheng, pinned inside. Hand over the goods. I've already given them to you. Help me. Zhao Cheng shouted in desperation. Fear not. This T-Rex has been injected with a high-potency tranquilizer. It won't last long, one of them remarked, counting down the seconds. 1, 2, 3, fall. Why isn't it falling? Chen Chu let out a low growl. The King of Eagles used his sharp claws to shred the vehicle, revealing a black backpack inside. He grasped it with his beak and pulled it out. Inside were the remaining blazing crystals. One is missing. Upon returning from Anlin City, there had originally been 65 crystals. After accounting for those used by Zheng Shanhe and the White Wolf King, only 41 remained, yet now there were but 40. Why isn't it down yet? Silence. Do you not see that I am inquiring? One claw lifted and stomped down, crushing the talkative individual into a pulp. The remaining 5 were taken aback. Humph. Do you think a mere tranquilizer can subdue me? Chen Chu was a T-Rex with resistance to toxins. Tranquilizers were beneath him. Zhao Cheng was genuinely petrified. If he were facing humans, he might have had a chance to flee, but before Chen Chu, he found himself utterly powerless. Chu the tyrant, I was wrong. I shall amend my ways. Dare you steal from me upon my return? King of Eagles, keep a close watch on him. With a thud, he discarded the vehicle onto the ground. The King of Eagles descended and pressed a claw down on Zhao Cheng. Chen Chu regarded the 5 pale-faced individuals with cold disdain. Humph, and you bring an armed aircraft. Which central city do you hail from? Return my possessions. Dream on. The leader suddenly hurled 2 flashbangs. The devices exploded in midair. Blinding light flooding the area. The armed aircraft had already powered up. Retreat. Chen Chu's eyes widened. No one who had taken his possessions would escape. As the aircraft barely ascended, Chen Chu lunged forward, opening his massive jaws. Crunch. The tail of the aircraft was shattered into pieces. Support. Ancient mighty species have appeared in the 4 cities. Urgently request assistance. If you don't speak, then perish. The aircraft crashed to the ground, and Chen Chu stomped down. The 4 individuals acted swiftly, scrambling from within. With a thud, his foot crushed the cockpit. Oh, ah. One individual contorted in agony, tearing his shirt from his chest. Suddenly, his body began to transform. Bones cracked as he grew taller, thick fur sprouting and enveloping him. A wild man nearly 3 meters tall emerged. The remaining 3 also howled, their clothes shredding. 3 more wild men appeared. Knowing they were doomed, they seized their final opportunity when Chen Chu shattered the aircraft's tail, devouring the wild man's flesh. One individual was crushed beneath the cockpit, but the remaining 4 successfully transformed into wild men. Roar! Roar! The 4 wild men bellowed at Chen Chu. He merely smirked. The wild men, under 3 meters in height, appeared as mere chicks beneath his towering 12-meter frame. After their transformation, they remained juvenile. With a casual sweep of his tail, he knocked the 4 wild men to the ground. Lying upon them, he pressed down with his heavy tail, rendering them utterly immobile. I shall gradually apply pressure, and you will hear your bones slowly shatter, savoring the agony until death. T-Rex, do you know the cost of inciting our wrath? Very well, enlighten me. You will die? Crack. Chen Chu exerted force with his tail, fracturing their ribcages, eliciting howls of anguish from each of them. Chapter 76. The Lord of Plague arrives to deliver something. King of Eagles, this bit of evolutionary value is for you. The King of Eagles was more than willing to accept. In his mid-mature form, he faced the 4 juvenile wild men without a hint of concern. With a flap of his wings, he soared like a gust of wind over the 4 wild men and then descended once more, still pinning Zhao Cheng with one claw. However, a trace of blood stained the claws, for wild men had their throats severed in unison. Zhao Cheng was left dumbfounded. This exemplifies the stark distinction between beasts and humans. The superiority of strength was utterly overwhelming. They are deceased. It is your turn to speak. Lord Chu, I was mistaken. I merely glimpsed a web page offering exorbitant prices for high-grade animal meat and various crystals, which stirred my greed. Exorbitant prices? Such a thing exists? Is money still required now? Certainly. Even in Peacetown, certain essentials must still be procured with currency. However, the most valuable remains silver and gold, especially in a city centered on humanity. Wealth holds dominion. I see. As Chen Chu transforms into a beast, he naturally requires no currency. It is indeed ironic that amid such a great calamity, one still harbors thoughts of wealth. After posing his question, Chen Chu fell silent, reclining on the ground as if indulging in a brief respite. Zhao Cheng felt a surge of anxiety, too apprehensive to inquire or speak, left with no choice but to obediently submit to the grip of the King of Eagles. Time passed slowly. Surrounding them, a rustling sound began to emerge. Goosebumps prickled across Zhao Cheng's skin. He had long sensed the eerie atmosphere of this city, and now it was positively terrifying. A piercing roar shattered the night sky. Tyrannosaurus, do you dare return? Chen Chu chuckled. What was meant to arrive had finally come. The King of Eagles picked up a fire-melting crystal, one that Zhao Cheng had relinquished, still clutched in the hand of a wild man who had perished before he could consume it. With a whoosh, Chen Chu and the King of Eagles soared high into the sky. The surrounding sounds transformed from mere rustling to a resounding thunder. It was akin to a great wave crashing upon the shore. Zhao Cheng was released, standing up with a newfound lightness. Then he beheld a surging tide of darkness rushing towards him. What on earth is this? Before he could finish his thought, chaos erupted. It was a tsunami of rats. How could there be so many rats in this place? He immediately took flight. Countless rats surged forth, engulfing the four wild men, leaving not a single bone behind. Lord Chu, help me. I promise to serve you faithfully from now on. Even if you turn me into an animal, I beg you to save me. Chen Chu sneered. If you manage to survive, I might consider it. Tyrannosaurus. Above the tide of rats, the Lord of Pestilence, Tuki, roared, declaring that even if you fled to the ends of the earth, I will pursue you to the death. Tuki, I offer you a chance to submit to me. Otherwise, the only path that lies ahead is death. You speak nonsense. I am the Lord of Pestilence. My lineage is endless. Why should I submit to you? Before the second great catastrophe, a missile launched from Anlin City had cost the Lord of Pestilence a fraction of his progeny. His hatred for Chen Chu ran deep. Today, encountering him again, he would not let it pass. Yet, he was unaware that Chen Chu had intended to seek him out. This was precisely why. As he soared towards this place, he remarked that it seemed heaven wished for him to achieve all he desired in one go. Even if Zhao Cheng had not stolen the fire-melting crystal, Chen Chu would still return to confront Tuki after recuperating. Such a vast reservoir of evolutionary value awaited him. The tide of rats continued to surge upward, elevating the Lord of Pestilence closer to Chen Chu. Alas, these rats could not fly. With each inch they ascended, Chen Chu matched their rise, forever remaining just out of their reach. The Lord of Pestilence, infuriated, tugged at his ears in frustration. Mighty Rat King, whoosh. The remnants of a war machine suddenly hurtled towards Chen Chu. With a flick of his tail, he caught it. Goodness, the wreckage must weigh several tons. Yet a mere rat managed to launch it. Looking down, he saw a large rat standing upright, its forepaws resembling robust arms. Another mutated breed. Swish, swish, swish. The mighty Rat King scavenged everything within reach and hurled it at the airborne Chen Chu. Chen Chu simply used the wreckage as a small shield. Huh. I wonder how long you can keep this up. This was clearly a playful display. After several minutes, the mighty Rat King was thoroughly exhausted. Here I come. From a swarm of rats emerged a mouse with a vibrant red coat. Another mutated breed. Moreover, Chen Chu noted that a vast number of rats surrounding this red-haired mouse had perished. Could it be that it had just undergone an evolution? Ha ha, Tyrannosaurus. Prepare to meet your doom. The Lord of Pestilence cackled madly. The mighty Rat King hurled the red-haired mouse into the air. Due to its smaller size, it soared beyond Chen Chu's height. Chen Chu looked up, pondering, what is this? Only the size of an ordinary hunting dog. The red-haired mouse's belly suddenly swelled like a bull. Then it opened its mouth wide, emitting a supremely piercing scream. Huh. Chen Chu felt blood trickle from his eardrums. This red-haired mouse's shriek must be its unique ability. It was indeed a formidable sonic weapon. The shrieking persisted. Chen Chu felt his blood surge, his mind beginning to spiral into confusion. The King of Eagles could no longer endure, plummeting from the sky. Chen Chu flung the war machine debris aside and ensnared the King of Eagles with his tail. Should they fall, they would be devoured by the rats below, leaving not a shred behind. You can screech, but so can I. A roar erupted from Chen Chu, akin to thunder in the sky. However, the red-haired mouse remained unscathed. Unable to fly, it plummeted after its lengthy scream. Chen Chu's head spun, his vision blurred with double images. Can you withstand this? The Sonic Rat King's Soundwave Assault gives me a headache, let alone that it has now evolved to the late maturity stage. A Sonic Assault? What a rare talent indeed. Moreover, it shares the same late maturity stage as me. No wonder it could inflict damage upon me. As the Sonic Rat King descended, the mighty Rat King caught it and prepared to launch it high once more for a second scream. Chen Chu felt as if he were on the verge of deafness. His head grew heavier, feeling nauseous and uncomfortable. The king of eagles, ensnared by his tail, was nearly losing consciousness. "You must not perish." Chen Chu waved his tail, tossing him into the sky. The Sonic Rat King's third scream began. Chen Chu braced himself and endured once more, and this time, it was not as unbearable as the previous two. The Sonic Rat King was caught by the mighty Rat King, and the king of eagles plummeted, only to be caught by Chen Chu. "Ha ha, come on. Today I shall let you scream until your throat is raw, and yet you shall not harm me. Even if you cannot kill him, you must bring him down." The Lord of Pestilence bellowed in fury. "Come forth." Chen Chu's spirit surged as he boldly charged forward. Chapter 77, Complete Form, the Brutal Tyrannosaurus. The Sonic Rat King continued to unleash its talent attacks, believing that as long as it screamed, Chen Chu would inevitably fall. Yet, it was oblivious to the fact that Chen Chu's attribute panel had once again undergone an update. Noise resistance. 3. The sonic damage Chen Chu sustained was gradually diminishing. This was entirely thanks to his extraordinary talent, derivation. Noise resistance. 4. Noise resistance. 5. Once the noise resistance reached 10 points, the Sonic Rat King's attacks posed no threat to Chen Chu any longer. His hearing was steadily recovering. At this moment, the Sonic Rat King's assaults were nothing more than impotent howls in his ears. For the nth time, the Sonic Rat King was hurled high by the mighty Rat King. Taking a deep breath, its belly swollen like a bull, Chen Chu charged forward. The Sonic Rat King was astounded by the sight, its voice faltering. It could not comprehend why Chen Chu had suddenly charged at it. Thud. Before any clarity could be attained, Chen Chu had already been consumed whole. Evolution value, 107070120000. The entire Plague City was enveloped in an eerie silence. The remaining two Rat Kings and the Lord of the Plague were equally perplexed. Was the blood oozing from the T-Rex's ear fake? How could it be that, while enduring relentless attacks, it suddenly devoured the noisy Sky Rat King? What manner of rodent was this, with flesh so tender? Tyrannosaurus Rex. I hold a grudge against you for eternity. The tide of rats surged frantically, each large rodent leaping towards the sky, eager to sink their teeth into Chen Chu. "Children, allow me to evolve," roared a rat larger than the Lord of the Plague, gathering an innumerable throng around it. This was the last of the 4 Rat Kings, the giant Spirit Rat King. Its evolutionary path was one of relentless growth in size. Chen Chu snorted. "Tucci, I offered you the chance to submit to me, yet you squandered it. To use your progeny for evolution? Such a pitiful endeavor. Today, let me show you what true evolution entails." Skyhawk King. The revived Skyhawk King grasped a backpack with one claw, using its sharp beak to hurl blazing fire crystals into Chen Chu's gaping maw. 1, 2, 3. Evolution value, 1-100-3112-0000. Evolution value, 1-1-2-5-6-6-1-2-0-0-0-0. After consuming 5 fire crystals, a remarkable breakthrough in evolution value was achieved. A roar erupted, more thunderous than the previous clash with the noisy Sky Rat King, shaking the very clouds from the sky. Size increased to an imposing 15 meters in height, 30 meters in length, and weighing 30 tons. Particularly, the wings, now covered in a layer of hardened croc armor, boasted elongated claws that had grown by a meter, the dark, slender talons curving like 2 black iron scimitars. The attribute panel updated once more. Type, fusion species. Name, Brutal Tyrannosaurus Rex. Level, initial complete form. Strength, 60 tons. Speed, 150 km/h. Lifespan, 300 years. Defense, 60 tons. Flexibility, 20. Toxic resistance, 15. Fire resistance, 20. Noise resistance, 15. Toxicity, 30. Evolution value, 1321-120-0000. Talent 1, Supreme Bite, Force 80 tons. Talent 2, Derivation. Talent 3, Flight, Speed, 220 km/h. Talent 4, Color Change. Talent 5, Tyrant-S Roar, Level 1. Complete Form. At last, the evolution into a complete form had been realized. This evolution was monumental. Alongside the increase in size, strength surged dramatically, and the resultant resistances grew accordingly. The noise resistance derived from the recently matured late stage also increased by 5 points. Most crucially, Talent 5. Tyrant-S Roar. Chen Chu could not discern whether this Tyrant-S Roar was a product of consuming the noisy Sky Rat King or an inherent aspect of his evolution. The 2 remaining Rat Kings and the Lord of the Plague were utterly dumbfounded. Merely by consuming a few stones, he had achieved such evolution. Tyrant-S Roar. Roar. Chen Chu felt an exhilarating urge, opening his mouth wide to unleash a test upon the giant Spirit Rat King, who was preparing to evolve. The roar resonated with powerful sound waves. Puff, puff, puff. The multitude of small rats surrounding the giant Spirit Rat King were obliterated into mere fragments. In an instant, tens of thousands of rats were reduced to nothingness. No wonder, upon reaching the complete form, his designation had transformed from Flying Croc Armor Tyrannosaurus Rex to Brutal Tyrannosaurus Rex. This terrifying talent truly warranted the moniker of brutality. Evolution value 124451200000. Even the mid-stage giant spirit rat king, despite its strength, was left bleeding from every orifice. Its skin ruptured from the shockwave, oozing crimson. The power was so overwhelming that it could not rise. It collapsed, rendered unconscious amidst the carnage of its kin. Chen Chu was elated. Such an attack, if unleashed against the noisy Sky Rat King earlier, would have likely caused its immediate demise. Only at level 1. And already so formidable. With one shout, a multitude of rats perished. The Lord of the Plague was utterly devoid of confidence. Withdraw. Chen Chu dove headlong into the tide of rats, crushing countless beneath him. Evolution value 137451200000. Withdraw? Did he think he could escape? The Lord of the Plague's eyes burned with fury. Tyrannosaurus Rex, do not overstep your bounds. I revel in bullying you. What can you do about it? Do you truly believe your legion of rats can harm me? Chen Chu stood amid the swarming rodents, the frenzied rats gnawing at him. Chomp, chomp, chomp. The rodent teeth clashed against his hardened croc armor, barely making an impression. I am now in my complete form. The Lord of the Plague was furious, his lungs nearly bursting. What does it matter if you are in your complete form? I can evolve to that state in an instant. Surpassing complete form is not beyond my reach. I simply wish to spare my children from harm. Chen Chu laughed coldly. You wish to retain your army of rats, do you? You still desire to have them expand your territory? His words struck true. Indeed, with the rodent's remarkable reproductive capabilities, given time, what did complete form matter? The Lord of the Plague could potentially command an entire legion of complete form rats. With such levels and numbers, where could he not crush his foes? And yet, what of it? The Lord of the Plague gritted his teeth, prepared to unleash his most formidable talent. Follow me, conquer the world, expand our territory. Beneath me, you shall be kings. Ha ha ha. The Lord of the Plague laughed until tears streamed down his face. Kings, there can only be one. Chen Chu sighed. Truly, how fitting for a being once defeated by the combined might of several ultimate forms. Proud and grand, unwilling to submit to another. What a pity. Chapter 78, Talent. Royal Command. What is there to lament? Do you truly believe you can kill me? I will not rest until you are dead. If you submit to me, I could offer you a chance for rapid evolution. The Lord of the Plague's aura surged, a tidal wave of rats instantly engulfing Chen Chu. Do you truly believe that only you can evolve swiftly? At that moment, the Lord of the Plague stood like a sovereign in his high castle. Talent, Royal Command. Chen Chu was submerged in the tide of rats, unaware of the Lord's intentions. Two massive wings unfurled, sending countless rodents flying with a surge of power. Chen Chu witnessed something exceedingly bizarre. The mid-stage mighty rat king had punched through its own skull. Numerous ordinary large rats, not yet bestowed with the title of rat king, but also in mid to early maturity, began to take their own lives. Amidst the tide of rats, entire throngs self-harmed, resulting in staggering casualties. Chen Chu was astounded. What have you done? My talent, Royal Command. What ability is this? Do you not know the saying? When the sovereign commands, the subjects must perish. I am their king. When Royal Command is invoked, they will heed my call, obediently embracing death. And in their demise, I shall reap an abundance of evolution value. The Lord of the Plague possessed such a formidable talent. No wonder he could command the swarm of rats in his previous life. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. In mere moments, over 10,000 rats had perished at their own hands. And this number continued to escalate. I cannot allow them to die further. These rats still hold great value. Then I shall eliminate you first. The Lord of the Plague cannot be spared. Chen Chu had entirely cast aside any thoughts of subjugating him, leaving only the remaining fire crystals. Talent, Tyrant's Roar. A formidable roar erupted, accompanied by a powerful sound wave, surging forth towards the Plague Lord. The tide of rats instantly coalesced into a formidable wall before the Plague Lord. With a series of explosive sounds, the rat wall was violently breached, leaving a gaping hole. And the unfortunate rodents caught in the onslaught were reduced to mere fragments. Evolution value, 146, 521, 200, 000. Get away from me. Chen Chu charged forward with ferocity, trampling and colliding with countless rats, claiming their lives in gruesome fashion. Evolution value, 157, 721, 200, 000. The rat wall crumbled in an instant. At this moment, the Plague Lord had achieved evolution. Shedding its tail, its length had reached 10 meters. Each of its 4 limbs bore razor-sharp claws, extending to an impressive 1.5 meters. Scatter. With a commanding voice, the remaining tide of rats dispersed, taking with them the already deceased rodents and the remnants of flesh, clearing the ground in the center. Had it reached its complete form? Indeed, it had. With a resounding clatter, the Plague Lord stood upright. Its powerful hind limbs resembled those of a gorilla. In a swift motion, its 4 claws, once at 1.5 meters, surged to an astonishing 4 meters. It was as if it wielded a collection of long blades. Talent. Cutting. With a swift motion, the Plague Lord lunged towards Chen Chu. Lowering his head, Chen Chu braced himself against the assault with the hard shell of his crocodilian armor. Unexpectedly, the The Plague Lord's claws proved to be exceptionally sharp, slicing through his armor effortlessly. Another claw darted towards Chen Chu's chest. You have claws, but so do I. Chen Chu thrust out his left claw. The two claws collided with a sound reminiscent of metal clashing. Remarkably, the Plague Lord's claws managed to penetrate Chen Chu's claw halfway. So sharp. However, your strength pales in comparison to mine. Chen Chu's tail, infused with immense power, swung towards the Plague Lord's exposed abdomen. With a thud, the Plague Lord leapt back, propelled over 5 meters. Talent. Cutting. The Plague Lord twisted its robust hind limbs, causing its entire body to begin spinning rapidly. Whoosh. The rotation intensified. Its sharp foreclaws, now extended, transformed into a deadly weapon, akin to a meat grinder. With a swift motion, as the speed reached its zenith, it charged towards Chen Chu like a tornado. Chen Chu smirked. Realizing that injury was now inevitable, with a mighty roar, he barreled forward at full speed. The sound of his scales being shredded echoed as he collided with the Plague Lord. Thud. Chen Chu crashed into the Plague Lord, sending it flying over 20 meters. The disparity between species could not be bridged so easily. Chen Chu spread his wings and soared at maximum velocity. Suddenly, the tide of rats surged forth, akin to a tidal wave, obstructing Chen Chu's path. Talent. Overlord's roar. Awoo. Evolution value. 236, 521, 200, 000. Blood and flesh splattered. But the tide of rats did not waver. The rodents at the back simply filled the gaps left by their fallen brethren. Thud. After his roar, Chen Chu plunged into the mass of rats. Evolution value. 309, 871, 200, 000. Thousands of rats perished, yet they still held their ground against Chen Chu. Over 1 billion rats withstood his 60-ton force. The Plague Lord staggered to its feet from behind, thinking, to kill me is no easy feat. Raising its trembling claws, the Plague Lord recognized the immense gap between species. Indeed, facing you in the early stages of complete form was insufficient. Talent. King's command. The Plague Lord was determined. It sought to sacrifice more rats to achieve its evolutionary goal. Evolving from the early to mid-stage of complete form required 400,000 evolution points, translating to the lives of 400,000 rats. For billions of them, it was merely a drop in the ocean. Yet at that moment, aircraft suddenly appeared in the sky. Upon reaching their destination, they detected a multitude of life signs. Identify the entities. Report. Countless rats and a colossal beast. We only need its DNA and the molten crystal of fiery essence. The rest is inconsequential. Understood. Dozens of bombs rained down from a bomber. Behind, several fighter jets continuously unleashed missiles and bullets. Boom, boom, boom. Under the overwhelming firepower, countless rats perished. The Plague Lord's command was abruptly interrupted. How did aircraft appear? It was stunned. Wasn't Anlin City already destroyed? Who could possibly know of my existence? Zhao Cheng, hidden among the rubble, thought he was safe. Now, he found himself caught in indiscriminate bombardment. Fighter jets, bombers. Was this the power behind the buyers? Chen Chu spread his wings, shielding himself from the descending bombs. Who dares impede me? Chapter 79. The tyrannical Tyrannosaurus Rex's personal showcase. No one answered Chen Chu. They simply unleashed a torrent of firepower. Under this relentless assault, the tide of rats was forcibly scattered by the Plague Lord. Gathering together would only result in greater losses. Touch. Are you a lapdog of humanity? Why is there always human intervention? Chen Chu pondered. The last time, missiles from Anlin City had struck the rat horde. This time, several bombers and fighter jets had come to bombard. Could it be that the support called after he had slain those wild men had arrived? This military might was far superior to that of Anlin City. At the very least, no fighter jets had been present in Anlin City. It must have originated from a more powerful central city. The King of Eagles, clutching a backpack in its talons, flitted through the hail of gunfire. Calling out to Chen Chu. Chen Chu smiled. At last, they have arrived. Chu Overlord, we are here. A truck armed with a heavy machine gun sped towards him. With Zheng Shanhe at the helm, firing bursts into the sky. Behind, a multitude of animals appeared, including armored North African bulls, blood-sweating horses, and wild boars. The White Wolf King led a pack of wolves. Among the wolves, several monkeys perched, with a golden monkey even managing to sit atop the White Wolf King. Wielding a machine gun. What is happening? Zhao Cheng wished he could pick up a piece of rat meat from the ground and burrow into a hole as a rat. The Plague Lord was equally bewildered. Where did all these animals suddenly come from? Report. A group of animals armed with firepower is appearing below. I said, we only need the DNA of the strongest one and the molten crystal of fiery essence. Open fire. Awoo. Chen Chu spread his wings and soared towards Zheng Shanhe. In the truck bed, alongside the mounted heavy machine gun, there were rocket launchers and C4 explosives. Zheng Shanhe had truly followed orders, bringing out all the resources from Ping'an Town. Have you all seen those rats? This is your opportunity for evolution. Moo. Awoo. The beastly horde roared in excitement. The Plague Lord seethed with rage. It turned out that these creatures were all under Chen Chu's command. intending to utilize its rat army for their own evolution. Damn it! My children shall only die for me. What are you to me? King's command. To hell with your command. Chen Chu charged towards the Plague Lord, bearing down upon it with the falling bombs. This creature had already become capable of inflicting harm upon him. He could not allow it to evolve further. The White Wolf King, like a flash of white lightning, plunged into the scattered tide of rats. The wild boars, North African bulls, and others followed suit. A chaotic melee ensued. Why must you disturb me again? The Lord of Plague was consumed by a deep-seated hatred. His dreams of expanding his dominion had been utterly shattered by Chen Chu. The army of rodents he commanded was now likely beyond salvation. Gifted. Severing. He spun his body at high velocity, charging towards Chen Chu like a whirlwind. Chen Chu abruptly halted, and as the Lord of Plague lunged at him, he extended his claws to intercept. Clang, clang, clang. The long claws on his 10 fingers were swiftly severed. Where do you think you're going? Chen Chu seized the Lord of Plague in a fierce embrace. Gifted. Iron Tail. Despite being captured, the Lord of Plague did not capitulate. His tail lashed out, taut as a steel spear. With a swift motion, the tip of his tail pierced nearly 20 centimeters into Chen Chu's armored chest, burrowing into his flesh. A howl escaped Chen Chu's lips as he unleashed his gift, the Tyrant's Roar, directly at the Lord of Plague's head. Caught in the massive sonic assault, the Lord of Plague let out a roar. Moments later, his eardrums burst, his eyes shattered, and blood gushed forth like a fountain. One must sacrifice something to truly vanquish you. The Lord of Plague's head tilted, gasping for breath. At such close range, the Tyrant's Roar had turned his brain to mush. Chen Chu had sacrificed the claws on his fingers for this victory. Now, his fingers were bare and unsightly. I refuse to accept this. If you were to submit to me, you would not meet your demise. Hee hee. Chen Chu opened his mouth and took a bite out of the Lord of Plague's head. Evolution points, 373, 871, 200, 000. By slaying a fully evolved creature in its early stage, Chen Chu garnered 6,400 evolution points. Spitting out the Lord of Plague's rodent head, he devoured the pair of front claws. Anything that could inflict harm upon oneself is a treasure. Crunch, crunch. Chen Chu swore that this was the hardest thing he had ever consumed. With their king gone, the rodent horde became akin to headless flies, scurrying about in a frenzy. The creatures under Chen Chu's command went on a rampage, hunting and accumulating evolution points. Gazing at the corpse of the Lord of Plague, Chen Chu felt a twinge of melancholy. Had the Lord of Plague been solely focused on becoming stronger, he would have undoubtedly been the first to evolve into a supreme being. His downfall lay in his grand ambitions, seeking to forge a legion to carve out his empire, which ultimately hindered his evolution. Boom. A rocket exploded directly behind Chen Chu. He turned, infuriated. With a powerful flap of his wings, he soared into the sky. At that moment, he felt a surge of warmth in his claws. From his bare fingers, dark, curved nails sprouted. Were these newly derived claws? With a flick of his arms, they instantly elongated by 2 meters, resembling 10 sharp, curved blades. Ha ha ha. All of you get down. Chen Chu flew beneath a bomber. With a sweep of his arms, he slashed through the underside of the aircraft, as if slicing through tofu. How effective! Chen Chu charged through the gaping hole, wildly swinging his claws. Boom, boom, boom. The bomber exploded in the sky. Damn, it can fly. Concentrate fire. The firepower from the fighter jets and bombers struck Chen Chu midair. A flurry of flames erupted around him. Such an assault. I was unafraid of even in my mature form. Now that I am complete, this is utterly inconsequential. Boom. The wing of a fighter jet was cleanly severed. Bang. Another fighter jet's cockpit was obliterated by Chen Chu's tail. The sky had transformed into Chen Chu's personal stage. Report. The enemy is too powerful. Unfazed by the firepower, Chen Chu coiled his tail around a wingless fighter jet and hurled it towards a bomber. The bomber failed to evade, struck directly. Another cataclysmic explosion erupted in the sky. Flames roared, and Chen Chu's formidable silhouette was etched into the eyes of everyone present. I care not from whence you come. Should you dare to lay a hand upon me, no matter how far you flee, I shall pursue you to the ends of the earth. Chapter 80. The Tyrant Legion begins to take shape. Retreat. Chen Chu was excessively domineering, and the aircraft's firepower no longer posed any threat. After dropping all its bombs, the bomber, accompanied by the remaining fighter jets, hastily retreated. There was no hope of victory, but escaping was an endeavor Chen Chu could not pursue. The fighter jets could reach speeds of up to 2,000 kilometers per hour, far exceeding Chen Chu's maximum flight speed. Chen Chu looked down to see a series of explosions on the ground, littered with charred corpses. His beasts continued their relentless hunt, slaughtering the panicked rodents. Slowly descending, he unleashed his gift, the Tyrant's Roar. Evolution points, 394, 201, 200, 000. Evolution points, 439, 281, 200, 000. The entire city of Plague had become a hunting ground. Zhao Cheng, even as the king of thieves in human civilization, having faced numerous brushes with death, had never before witnessed such a hellish scene. His body trembled in fear. Should I quietly escape now? Suddenly, he caught the cold, piercing gaze of the Eagle King, who was mercilessly hunting. He shrank back in terror. The banquet of evolution in the City of Plague persisted until dawn. The remaining rodents had likely retreated underground, too frightened to emerge. The slaughter by the beasts, combined with the relentless bombardment from fighter jets and bombers, had inflicted catastrophic losses upon the rodent population of the city. A ray of golden light suddenly illuminated Chen Chu's eyes. What on earth? Chu Tyrant, it's me, the golden monkey, Ling Ming. The golden monkey had undoubtedly evolved. And not just once. Its fur, once yellow, now shimmered with a radiant gold. Its stature had also increased significantly, resembling a normal human. It looked quite like the Monkey King from the television series. What level have you evolved to? Mid-stage of the mature form. I am now the evolved form of the golden monkey, the golden-haired monkey. Not bad. These rodents seem to have vanished, nowhere to be found. Rodents also wish to survive. This feast must come to an end. Let us take stock and see what levels have been attained. This time, all the creatures have evolved. The Eagle King has evolved to the late stage of the mature form, its size breaking new barriers, approaching that of a Boeing 747. The White Wolf King has evolved to the early stage of the complete form. Its fur now shone with a brilliant silver hue, though its size had not increased significantly. A crescent-shaped dark silver mark had even appeared on its forehead. It is truly regrettable that the White Wolf King cannot speak, otherwise one could inquire about its breed and abilities. From this day forth, you shall be known as the Silver Wolf King. The pack of wolves led by the Silver Wolf King also evolved to the mature stage, with the least among them being at the mid-stage of maturity. As each animal's evolution diverged, several towering wolves, reaching heights of 5 meters and lengths of 8 meters, emerged from the pack. A North African bull had evolved to the late stage of the mature form, its iron skin bursting with explosive power. The North African bull was originally bred for bullfighting in Spanish arenas. After this evolution, its pitch-black muscles exuded tremendous strength. Among the wild boars, a new wild boar king had also emerged, reaching the late stage of maturity. The greatest surprise for Chen Chu was the serpent scorpion Zhongli. This creature had evolved to the early stage of the complete form. Its upper serpent body stretched an impressive 6 meters, while its lower scorpion body also reached 6 meters. The chilling segments of its scorpion tail measured 6 meters as well. Notably, 2 claws had sprouted from its upper serpent body. Its upper half had transformed into a flood dragon. Overlord, I am now in the initial stage of my complete form, the poisonous mantis scorpion. Quite impressive. Chen Chu seemed to have had an epiphany. Zheng Shanhe, come here. Zheng Shanhe approached with his head hung low. What level have you evolved to? Late stage of the mature form. Zheng Shanhe lamented. Alas, I'm so close. If only I could evolve to my complete form. Eat a few pieces of fire-melting crystal. Zheng Shanhe was taken aback. Such a precious item, and it was being offered to him? After his evolution, he possessed no combat capability at all. Eat it because I said so. No more nonsense. Zheng Shanhe felt overwhelmed with gratitude. Thank you, Overlord Chu. After consuming 2 pieces of fire-melting crystal, only 34 remained from the original 36. Zheng Shanhe, evolution successful. His physique remained unchanged, but his fur turned a golden hue. What astonished Chen Chu was that 2 more ears sprouted beside the 4 already existing on his head. 6 ears. A tempest of excitement surged within Chen Chu. He had harbored doubts when he witnessed Zheng Shanhe's 4 ears during their time at the breeding ground. Now, having evolved to the initial stage of his complete form, his suspicions were confirmed. The 6-eared macaque. In a previous life, within a formidable power, there existed a strategist known as the 6-eared macaque, who could discern events from miles away. Who would have thought that this time, the 6-eared macaque would be under his command? 6-eared macaque. Heaven is aiding me. Chen Chu laughed maniacally. Overlord, I am merely a 6-eared monkey, an ordinary breed. You are just an ordinary breed for now. Fear not. Once your 6 ears fully develop, your extraordinary destiny will be sealed. Zheng Shanhe's eyes sparkled with surprise. Could I truly change my breed? He yearned to follow Chen Chu into battle. Initially, he had a passion for firearms, but after witnessing Chen Chu's might and the power of the Plague Lord, he realized that firearms were merely ineffective in the later stages. Despite having evolved to his complete form, he was still outmatched by a mere mature wild boar. Chen Chu nodded. Of course it is possible. It simply has not manifested yet. Thank you, Overlord Chu, for your nurturing. Chen Chu glanced at his evolution points, which had soared to 2, 0, 45, 611, 200, 000 after a spree of slaughter. Primarily, he had allowed more opportunities for his subordinates. It is time to return. The Eagle King descended beside Chen Chu like an aircraft, hinting that he had forgotten someone. Zhao Cheng, come out. Zhao Cheng trembled in fear and crawled out from a pile of rubble, kneeling before Chen Chu. Overlord Chu, I was wrong. Please spare my life. Chen Chu surveyed the plague city, littered with the corpses of rats. This place would henceforth become a ground for evolution. The rats would continue to breed, but they lacked a new king. Zhao Cheng's heart plummeted. The implication of those words was that he was to become a rat to govern the rats. Please, I beg you, do not turn me into a rat. I possess skills. Chapter 81, Future Lord of Plague City. At this point, Zhao Cheng felt his face flush with embarrassment. His so-called skills were utterly insignificant before them. I can access the internet. I'm a hacker. This statement shifted Chen Chu's perspective. Is that so? Then I shall spare your life for now. After the beastification, some central cities had refused to share data, resulting in a lack of clarity regarding many events. This fellow had some abilities after all. He could be utilized to uncover the current happenings in the world. Take him back. Just as Chen Chu and his entourage were leaving, a rat boldly ran towards them without fear. Zheng Shanhe drew his pistol, aiming at the approaching rodent. Do not shoot, Chen Chu instructed. It is just a rat. Haha. I told you, rats value their lives. Wouldn't you like to know why it dares approach us? Thank you, Overlord, for your mercy. The rat squeaked in a high-pitched voice. Chen Chu gestured, and a mid-stage mature red-bellied eagle swiftly captured the rat, given its diminutive size before Chen Chu. You do not fear death? I wish to follow the Overlord. Ha! Zheng Shanhe, Zheng Li, and the others all laughed. What qualifies a rat to follow Overlord Chu? What gives you the right? I just heard you speak. This area's remaining rats lack a leader. I am willing to take on that role. This rat knew how to seize an opportunity. Very well. Indeed, I do not wish to relinquish this territory. Chen Chu signaled for Zheng Shanhe to retrieve a piece of fire-melting crystal from his bag. Here is your chance. Whether you can become their king depends on you. If you succeed, I require at least 10 million evolution points from you each month. Can you achieve that? The rat was instantly captivated by the glimmer of the fire-melting crystal. I can. I will surely become their king. Then remember, each month, at least 10 million evolution points. The location is Ping'an Town. He discarded the rat alongside a piece of fire-melting crystal and departed with his entourage. If it truly succeeded, then Plague City would become the evolution repository for Chen Chu's Overlord Legion. The rat gazed at Chen Chu's colossal silhouette and shouted, Overlord. My name is Shook. Li Shook. 2 hours later, the fleeing fighter jets and bombers had landed on the tarmac. The pilots disembarked, their faces still marked by trepidation. They were immediately summoned. In the 200-square-meter conference room, all the city's upper echelons were present. The pilots recounted their experiences truthfully. Ha! A disheveled man with round glasses erupted into wild laughter. A hybrid species. It must be a mysterious hybrid species. Its level has undoubtedly surpassed the mature form. It is precisely the subject we need to study. Mad Doctor, surpassing the mature form means it is in the complete form. Unless we have super weapons, we won't be able to capture it. City Lord, I need you to track their direction immediately. We must at least ascertain where this dinosaur will settle. Ping'an Town. The City Lord replied nonchalantly. Zhao Cheng had already identified its location while selling Wildman King meat and fire-melting crystals online. The Mad Doctor wrote the words Ping'an Town in his notebook. This page contained not only Ping'an Town, but also many other locations. Yaodai City, Beixin Bay. Mad Doctor, how are your research results coming along? The City Lord inquired. The Mad Doctor chuckled maniacally. Excellent. It will be ready to unveil in a few days. Very well. I shall await your results. In the afternoon, Chen Chu led the Overlord Legion back to Ping'an Town. The townspeople stood in astonishment, mouths agape. The Eagle King, comparable to a Boeing 747. The resplendent golden-haired monkey, Ling Ming. The dazzling silver wolf king. The new wild boar king, even more imposing than the pig from the movies. Yu Yu and Xiaoshan waved spinning paper windmills in welcome as Chen Chu returned. Overlord, Overlord, I saved some pancakes for you. A wave of warmth surged through Chen Chu's heart. Bring them to me later. Overlord, the teeth I painstakingly made for you have fallen out. Once I find the big bubble, I will continue making them. He chuckled. 3 bubble teeth had been blown away by the wind during his flight. Yes, I will wait for you at the breeding ground. Upon returning, there was another crucial task at hand. Dozens of high-spec computers had been moved into the breeding ground. A large projection screen was installed on one wall. Zhao Cheng was utterly swamped with work. After all, failure meant only one fate awaited him, death. 2 hours later, everything was prepared. The Overlord is ready. I need the address of those selling the Wildman King's flesh and the fire crystal. Understood. Zhao Cheng began to furiously type on the keyboard. 10 minutes passed, and beads of sweat formed on Zhao Cheng's forehead. Their firewall was far too robust. I cannot breach it. Chen Chu extended a finger, and his 2-meter-long fingernail protruded like a curved blade. I will surely penetrate their defenses. During Zhao Cheng's desperate struggle, Xiaoshan and Yu Yu arrived to deliver pancakes and brush their teeth. After 20 minutes, Zhao Cheng finally sighed in relief. He had preserved his life. Due to the overwhelming strength of the enemy's firewall, he had only managed to infiltrate for a mere second. Yet that second was sufficient. Fengdu City. Chen Chu lay on the ground, allowing the 2 children to brush his teeth, but his heart was in turmoil. Fengdu City. In his previous life, there existed a formidable power in Fengdu City. This faction had once clashed with the crazed Beast Hall, resulting in the loss of 3 captain-level beasts in that confrontation. Splendid. I initially intended to wait for the next cataclysmic evolution, but it seems I must advance my plans. Next, Chen Chu required external information. Zhao Cheng complied, hacking into one network after another. A drone video appeared on the wall screen. A colossal pterosaur effortlessly obliterated hundreds of fighter jets in the sky. Yu Yu and Xiao Shan gaped in astonishment as if watching a film. Chen Chu was transfixed. An ancient species, in its complete form. Subsequently, more videos emerged. In the South China Sea, an entire fleet was annihilated by a gigantic beast. In a certain city, thousands worshipped a massive shark-toothed dragon. In the Amazon River, an ancient crocodile surfaced. Following the second cataclysm, the relationship between humans and animals had begun to transform. Before the two calamities, humanity had maintained a semblance of control through weaponry. However, the rise of the beasts was imminent. More and more places would witness humans serving the powerful animals, reverently calling them totems. Chapter 82. The Overlord Legion in the Wildman Camp. After a dozen videos played, Zhao Cheng wished to continue, but was halted by Chen Chu. Where did you acquire these videos? From a website called Crazy Animal City. It contains videos and information about powerful beasts from around the globe, along with forums discussing the emergence of these formidable creatures. Crazy Animal City. Chen Chu had heard of this name in his previous life. After Yu Yu and Xiao Shan finished brushing his teeth, he sent them away. The matters to be discussed next were unsuitable for children. We shall take our leave. We will make your dentures tomorrow. As he watched them exit the breeding farm, a hint of darkness colored Chen Chu's voice. Are there videos of beasts killing and devouring humans, destroying cities? Indeed, far too many. Can you connect to the outside world? No problem. I want you to broadcast those videos. In Ping'an Town, on the plaza's large screen and the shopping mall's upper display, the screen flickered, and the video commenced. A fearsome roar echoed, startling the townsfolk. Look, a video is playing in the plaza. What is being shown on the big screen? Is there internet? Why can't I connect? A horde of beasts, utilizing their sharp teeth and claws, and their formidable defenses, utterly annihilated a squad of suppression forces. A gigantic beast crashed through a building, sending numerous individuals plummeting to their demise. In desperation, an area deployed superweapons. The people and animals there were reduced to ashes. The residents of Ping'an Town witnessed firsthand the formidable strength of animals post-beastification. Humanity appeared so fragile before them. Ordinary weapons were unworthy of even a scratch. I never expected the outside world to be so grim. So many lives lost. Indeed, it's much better here in Ping'an Town, under the protection of the Overlord. Look, thousands are worshipping a giant beast. What is it called? A totem. Don't speak foolishly. If that were the case, then the Overlord protecting us is indeed the totem of Ping'an Town. The series of videos began to reshape the thoughts of the residents of Ping'an Town. Ultimately, all large screens displayed the enormous head of Chen Chu. Esteemed residents, I am the Overlord. Many young individuals began to feel excitement. Overlord, what a commanding presence. Yes, even through the screen, I can sense his terrifying authority. The external world, as you have witnessed, is rapidly strengthening the beasts, while humanity has made foolish decisions by deploying superweapons. Here, for the time being, we remain safe, but to preserve this safety, I, along with the Overlord Legion that protects you, must become even more formidable. Therefore, I need you. However, I shall not coerce you. As soon as Chen Chu finished speaking, he played videos from the aftermath of the two cataclysms. Tsunamis, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions. The desperate wails of humanity filled the ears of everyone present. In a humble dwelling, a young man with yellow hair downed the last sip of Laoshan beer and smashed the bottle vehemently. Damn it, I've been looked down upon my entire life. If this man won't act, then I shall. Overlord, I am coming. A person in a wheelchair gazed out the window at the large screen displaying the tsunami engulfing cities and drowning people, then lowered his gaze to his crippled legs. If the next disaster strikes here, can I escape? Can my mother escape? Mom, please let me out. In the breeding farm, Chen Chu stood at the center, seemingly awaiting something. Zheng Li and Zheng Shanhe were utterly in awe of Chen Chu. The Overlord truly had a knack for strategy. Would anyone come? Certainly. I can already hear them. No sooner had he spoken than the gates of the breeding farm swung open. The young man with yellow hair entered, and upon seeing Chen Chu up close, his eyes widened in astonishment. Overlord, I believe you need me. Chen Chu smiled. What is your name? Zhou Tianlei. Good. Zhou Tianlei. I need you. Overlord, my name is Xiao Chenfeng, said the man in the wheelchair, wheeling himself forward. I am Wu Chong. I am Lin Ran. One by one, names echoed, filling the breeding farm with a fervent energy. 100 individuals, exactly 100, had arrived. The golden-haired monkey Ling Ming excitedly embraced the silver wolf king's neck. Soon, we will have a new batch of little brothers. Chen Chu was quite satisfied with this number. After all, the remaining people in Ping'an Town wished to live their lives as humans. Bang! The Eagle King swooped in from the warehouse, clutching a large piece of the Wild Man King's flesh and casting it before the 100 individuals. Consume this and become a guardian of Ping'an Town. Is this really the flesh of the Wild Man King? Indeed. Zhou Tianlei was the first to rush forward and gnaw at it. The long-frozen meat was hard and unyielding, but he persisted in his efforts. Thus, the first individual to undergo beastification in the breeding farm emerged. A higher primate, the Wild Man. Zhou Tianlei transformed into a 3-meter-tall figure, howling towards the sky, embarking on his new life. Xiao Chenfeng leaped from his wheelchair, and after consuming the flesh, He too morphed into a wild man, roaring even louder than Zhou Tianlei. After 25 years, I have risen. The third, the fourth. Chen Chu beamed. 100 wild men had been born. The Overlord Legion was set to grow even stronger. Zhou Tianlei, present. From this moment forth, you shall be the leader of my barbarian legion's wildman camp. A life that has never been regarded with favor, after the transformation into beasts, has finally garnered attention. Zhou Tianlei's tears of excitement flowed forth as he roared, yes. Do any of you have objections? None. Came the unified shout from the remaining 99 wild men. Good. Perhaps at the outset of your beastly transformation, you may not feel entirely accustomed. I will grant you time. The tranquility of Pingan Town rests upon your shoulders. We vow to follow Lord Chu to the death. We vow to protect Pingan Town. Just as the 100 wild men underwent their transformation, a new wave of individuals surged in. Ah, is it over? Do you wish to transform into beasts as well? Yes. I do not wish to wait for death after the calamity unfolds. So do we. Zhengshana, record them all. 100 wild men are already sufficient. Allowing their evolution is already a considerable burden. There are more than 20 others arriving. We can only note them down for now, and once I procure more formidable beasts, I shall enable their transformation. Wait for me. I will ensure that you metamorphose into a species that rivals, or even surpasses, the wild men. Thank you, Lord Chu. Chapter 83. The Emergence of the Colossal Beast, the Six-Armed Demon Ape. The Barbarian Legion has begun to take shape. In the Wildman Camp, Zhou Tianlei has assumed the role of leader. In the Sky Camp, the helm is naturally held by the Eagle King. The Assault Camp is led by the Silver Wolf King. The patrol team is commanded by the golden-haired monkey, Ling Ming. The Heavy Infantry Squad is entrusted to the muscular North African bull, Li Heikawei, who leads a motley crew of bulls, horses, and wild boars. The remaining individuals, lacking in combat strength, are collectively designated as the Reserve Camp, overseen by the six-eared monkey, Zhengshanha. Each has been assigned a position, except for the poisonous scorpion. Zheng Li, Lord Chu, what about me? Am I unworthy? Hee, your status lies just beneath mine. Zheng Li's heart surged with excitement. This signified something. In all of Pingan Town, Chen Chu reigns supreme. He, Zheng Li, is the second in command. The Wildman Camp, the Assault Camp, and others must heed his commands. Thank you, Lord Chu. The remaining 25 individuals desiring transformation into beasts cannot currently be provided with suitable animals. There is still plenty of meat from the Wildman King, but that is sufficient for him. It seems necessary to venture deep into the mountains and forests to seek out some powerful, purely wild animals to facilitate the transformation of those 25. Suddenly, Chen Chu seemed to have an epiphany. Zhao Cheng, find me the route to Fengdu City. Instantly, a map appeared, detailing the path from Pingan Town to Fengdu City. The total distance is 1,200 kilometers. Chen Chu's keen gaze fixated on the cities along the way. And then he pinpointed Luohua Town, located over 300 kilometers from Fengdu City. This place will be a site of the third great calamity. Mark Luohua Town. The route is recalibrated, as Luohua Town lies to the south of Fengdu City, making the optimal distance from Pingan Town over 850 kilometers. This is it. This shall be our next destination. With time before the third great calamity, Chen Chu remains unhurried. He intends to allow the Beast Legion a few days to stabilize before proceeding. 3 days later, Fengdu City, clad in a black cloak. The Lord of Fengdu City arrived at an open-air parking lot, led by the Mad Doctor. This place had transformed into the Mad Doctor's research base. Within numerous cultivation chambers, large and small, grotesque creatures floated in green liquid. At the center stood a towering cultivation chamber, covered by a massive white cloth, reaching 20 meters high. Is today the day he makes his debut? The Mad Doctor chuckled. Indeed. The high-priced fiery molten crystal, the essence of the sea blue, and the DNA of high-level beasts have all been integrated. This will be Fengdu City's most formidable weapon. With a sudden flourish, the white cloth was yanked away. The Lord of Fengdu City was taken aback upon seeing the beast within the chamber. What on earth is that? Ha ha, my lord. I call it the six-armed demon ape. Excellent. With it, we can create even more mutated beasts for our use. Soon, we shall assemble a grand army, and the entire world will lie at your feet. Let me witness its combat prowess. The Mad Doctor pressed a red button. The enormous chamber opened. 1 day later, in Pingan Town, at the breeding grounds, a startling scene unfolded. 100 wild men appeared outside the town, either shouldering immense tree trunks or carrying massive stone blocks, while some busied themselves with cement. This was a strategy devised to stabilize the anxious hearts of Pingan Town's residents, constructing a formidable wall around the town. Chen Chu said little and allowed them to proceed. Lord, there is a new video update. Oh, let us see. In Yaodai City, a colossal beast descended from the sky, mercilessly tearing apart a fully formed mutated unicorn tiger. What is that? The creature's immense size instilled a sense of trepidation in Chen Chu. The second video, timestamped 3 hours after the first, showcased a fully formed, 100-meter-long giant python being ripped to shreds by the descending beast. Retreat. Zhao Qing edged back, and Chen Chu spotted armed aircraft in the sky. Each aircraft bore a common insignia, a sword entwined by 9 dragons. Was this not one of the superpowers from the previous life, the Nine Dragon Hall? The Nine Dragon Hall, that hidden superpower residing in Fengdu City, was known for purchasing high-grade animal meat and fiery molten crystals. What were their intentions? Suddenly, both the Eagle King and Zheng Shanhe appeared before Chen Chu. Lord, I hear a sound. Numerous aircraft are approaching. Aircraft? The Eagle King nodded, having observed them as well. It seems trouble has come knocking. To the outskirts of the town, buzzing filled the air as over 20 armed aircraft appeared, 10 of which were suspending a colossal beast by steel cables. At the Fengdu City Command Center, the Mad Doctor had already acquired a view of Ping'an Town through the armed aircraft, initiating direct communication. Lower my treasure and seize that dinosaur's DNA. With a sharp snap, the cables broke. A massive shadow plummeted from the sky. With a thunderous crash, it landed just outside Ping'an Town, creating a deep crater in the ground. The residents of Ping'an Town thought an earthquake had struck. What just fell from the sky? Look, there are still many aircraft above. Could this be the so-called totem war discussed in the forums? What totem war? From now on, more and more regions will serve powerful beasts, referring to them as totems. To acquire more resources, they will attack other regions under the guidance of their totem, which the forums term the totem war. Heavens! Which region seeks to seize our Ping'an Town? We have Lord Chu. Let's cheer for Lord Chu. As the colossal hand struck the ground, dust billowed into the air. Chen Chu spread his wings and flapped them vigorously. The enormous figure emerged. Zheng Li and the others gasped in astonishment. What in the world is that? Standing 17 meters tall, it boasted 6 robust arms. Its body encased in irregular bone armor, as if its bones had grown outward. Curved horns adorned its head, and a tail covered in black scales trailed behind, culminating in a snake's head the size of a car, hissing and flicking its tongue. This form was even more terrifying than Chen Chu himself. This was the beast that emerged from Fengdu City today, the 6-armed demon ape. From where do you hail, to appear before me? Chen Chu straightened slightly to match its height. This is the dinosaur. Truly magnificent. The 6-armed demon ape. I desire to claim its head. The Mad Doctor has already issued his decree. In response to Chen Chu, a thunderous roar erupted, akin to that of a silverback gorilla. The 6-armed demon ape lunged towards Chen Chu. Chapter 84. Only I may bite, none shall bite me. Even before the 6-armed demon ape arrived, a frenzied gale heralded its approach. Such overwhelming might compelled lesser creatures to retreat from its path. Roar, howl. The two formidable beasts, of comparable size, collided instantaneously. Bam, bam, bam. The 6-armed demon ape unleashed a flurry of strikes upon Chen Chu, its 6 fists raining down mercilessly. Chen Chu braced himself against the formidable armor of crocodilian scales that enveloped his body. Do you possess many arms? Allow me to reduce your number. With a swift swipe of his claws, 5 razor-sharp talons erupted, akin to black blades. Slish, slish. The bone armor upon the demon ape's arms was marred with deep gashes. Roar. The 6-armed demon ape opened its 6 arms wide, preparing to envelop Chen Chu in a massive embrace. Not on my watch. Chen Chu unfurled his enormous wings, shielding his body to evade the impending grasp. The force he had felt earlier from the demon ape's strike hinted that this abominable creature had reached its full potential. If ensnared by its 6 arms, escape would be nigh impossible. Thud, thud, thud. Several holes were punched through his flesh wings in an instant. Chen Chu yanked with his arms, and with a surge of strength from his robust hind limbs, propelled himself forward. He opened his maw and clamped down on one of the demon ape's arms. The sheer force sent the 6-armed demon ape staggering backward. Crack, crack. The bone armor on the demon ape's arm shattered within Chen Chu's jaws. Roar. 4 of the demon ape's arms constricted around Chen Chu's neck, while the remaining one coiled into a fist, aiming for Chen Chu's eye socket. Slish. Another roar erupted from the 6-armed demon ape. Before it could strike Chen Chu's eye, its arm was pierced by the talons upon Chen Chu's wing. Hiss. The demon ape's serpentine head darted forward like a bolt of lightning, sinking its fangs into one of Chen Chu's claws. The venomous fangs punctured deeply, injecting a lethal toxin. With a snap, Chen Chu bit off the arm, swallowing it whole. He then unleashed his innate ability, the tyrant's roar. Howl. Crack, crack. The bone armor on the 6-armed demon ape splintered under the force. The 4 arms tightened their grip, making it difficult for Chen Chu to breathe, thereby interrupting his tyrant's roar. My 6-armed demon ape. You dare to bite off one of its arms, you scoundrel. The Mad Doctor watched the battle unfold, descending into a frenzy. But you are doomed. You have been poisoned. Cursed be it. Chen Chu found his neck ensnared by 4 arms, limiting his movement, while the crocodilian armor around his neck began to crack ominously. Slish. The claw on his other wing pierced through the serpent head that had bitten down on his claw. The 6-armed demon ape howled, its serpent head vanquished, yet its tail remained under its control. The 2 claws became entwined. The 6-armed demon ape opened its maw wide, preparing to bite down on Chen Chu's neck. You wretched beast. Chen Chu roared with fury. Only he may bite, none shall bite him. With a twist of his body, leveraging his flexibility of 20 points, his tail lashed out, wrapping around the six-armed demon ape's neck. Both combatants locked in a stalemate. The Mad Doctor had not anticipated that this dinosaur would prove so formidable. In Yaodai City, the mightiest beast of the North New Bay could not withstand even a minute under the six-armed demon ape's might. Are you all mere decorations? Let me hear your roars. The aircraft in the sky finally sprang into action. Want to fire? Did you seek our consent? Shoot them down, Zhongli bellowed. Hundreds of wild men hoisted stones, hurling them into the air with a force rivaling that of cannonballs. The Eagle King led a cadre of mature giant birds, commencing their assault. Boom, boom. One aircraft after another lost control, plummeting from the sky. At this moment, a surge of heat coursed through Chen Chu's claws. The effects of his derived innate ability manifested. After consuming a limb of the six-armed demon ape, his claws grew even more robust, extending nearly an additional meter. I grow stronger with each battle. Can you? The six-armed demon ape bared its teeth, ensnared at the neck, struggling to breathe. Its large eyes were filled with disbelief. Why did its potent venom have no effect on this dinosaur? Instead, a hissing sound emanated from its wounds, as a significant portion of flesh was being eroded away. It had been poisoned. The demon ape's toxin had been resisted by Chen Chu's immunity. Its venom was no match for Zhang Li's strength, and its resistance had not increased. Meanwhile, the demon ape's own toxin wreaked havoc within its body. Time passed slowly. Of the 20 or so aircraft in the sky, only 3 remained. The six-armed demon ape's strength began to wane. Howl! Chen Chu unleashed a furious roar, power surging forth. Crack! The serpent head's tail was severed, flesh and blood splattering everywhere. At this moment, Chen Chu's claws, now over 5 meters long, pierced through the demon ape's 2 arms. Roar! The six-armed demon ape cried out in pain, relinquishing its grip. Blood gushed from the perforated arms like a stream. Enraged, the six-armed demon ape unleashed a tempest of punches towards Chen Chu. Get away from me! Chen Chu felt his neck loosen, inhaled deeply, and with a mighty roar, swung his tail. The massive form of the six-armed demon ape was sent tumbling. Thud! Boom! It rolled twice upon the ground, propping itself up with its 4 arms. Chen Chu, with his gaping jaws, charged forward. This bite was aimed squarely at the six-armed demon ape's head. The demon ape's 4 arms seized Chen Chu's upper and lower jaws. Flish! Roar! The six-armed demon ape's voice was laced with profound agony. A significant portion of its fingers was bitten off by Chen Chu. With a snap, Chen Chu swallowed them whole, then launched his massive head forward, delivering a formidable headbutt to the six-armed demon ape's skull. Crack! The demon ape's head was instantly fractured, blood gushing forth, revealing a mass of brain resembling a walnut. At this point, the six-armed demon ape was left disoriented, its head spinning. Chen Chu twisted his body, employing his tail to execute a sweeping kick that struck the demon ape's legs, causing it to crash to the ground. In a swift motion, he stepped forward, his colossal claws pressing down upon its chest. The sharp talons pierced through its bone armor, delving deep into its flesh. The six-armed demon ape was rendered incapable of resistance. Words failed it. It was time to die. Chen Chu leaned down to bite. With a flick, the six-armed demon ape's head rolled away. Simultaneously, the last aircraft in the sky was obliterated by the Eagle King. One claw still grasped the pilot. Upon landing, the pilot was unceremoniously tossed aside. The Silver Wolf King, the venomous scorpion Zheng Li, and the North African bullfighter Li Heikue all closed in. The pilot, terrified, lost control of his bowels, screaming, "Don't eat me. Please. Don't eat me." The beasts parted, granting Chen Chu space. Speak. The pilot grasped at the last shred of hope. We were sent by the city lord and the doctor from Fengdu City. We intended to use the six-armed demon ape to kill you and seize your genes. Genes. Indeed. This six-armed demon ape is no ordinary mutant. It has been artificially cultivated through advanced technology. Chapter 85, The Tyrant Legion. March with me to flatten Fengdu City. Artificial cultivation. No wonder, during my previous life, the Nine-Dragon Palace boasted so many ferocious mutant beasts. It turns out they were all artificially bred through technological means. This six-armed demon ape is infused with the genes of countless animals. After slaying him, his evolution value surged to an astounding 109, 611, 200, 000. Undoubtedly, this marks the inception of his complete form. This revelation elucidates why Fengdu City eagerly acquires high-grade animal meat, blazing fire crystals, and the essence of the Azure Sea. The creation of monsters, followed by the utilization of evolutionary substances to foster their advancement. What other monstrous entities does Fengdu City harbor? I am uncertain. All I know is that the doctor possesses several research bases. Chen Chu snorted coldly. Zheng Li's scorpion tail had already materialized above the pilot's head. Spare me. I am aware that the doctor has breeding facilities in Fengdu City. They are repositories of evolution values. I can lead you there. Breeding facilities. Chen Chu chuckled. This was indeed a splendid prospect and entirely within reason. Since they are artificially cultivated, it stands to reason that there are not merely six-armed demon apes. The evolutionary entities birthed after the great calamity of heaven and earth are limited. There must be alternative methods to facilitate their evolution. Breeding facilities are, in essence, repositories of evolutionary values. Chen Chu lamented his 100 wild men lacking evolution values. He turned to leave. With a crack, the pilot's head was obliterated by Zhang Li's scorpion tail. Dare to trouble me? Prepare yourselves. We shall march forth to flatten Fengdu City. Wild men, your opportunity for evolution lies therein. In the command center of Fengdu City, the Mad Doctor was in a frenzy, smashing everything within reach. The first ferocious beast he had painstakingly cultivated over a long period had been slaughtered. He could not accept this failure. The Lord of Fengdu City stormed in, seething with rage, pointing an accusatory finger at the Mad Doctor. Is this the supreme beast you expended so much manpower and resources to create? If it were truly formidable, would the beasts of Yaotai City and Beixin Bay be so easily vanquished? Why was it incapable against that dinosaur? It only indicates that the dinosaur was too powerful. Because of you, Fengdu City has also lost 26 aircraft. The Mad Doctor clenched a syringe filled with green liquid behind his back, trembling in rage. He thought to himself, if you dare to insult me again, I shall beastify and crush you. Once the Lord had vented his ire, he took a deep breath and resolved not to act recklessly without first ascertaining the adversary's strength. The Mad Doctor concealed the syringe within his sleeve and smiled. Rest assured, my lord, it shall not happen again. The Lord turned to depart. The Mad Doctor returned to his research center. In the secret compartment of his drawer, the satellite phone rang. The six-armed demon ape was finished. No way. I have experimented. The beastified animals have human genes intertwined within their DNA. To achieve beastification, one must undergo purification. However, it is exceedingly difficult. Thus far, I have only refined a single human's worth. Fear not, the 9-dragon palace shall remain undisclosed. In Pingan Town, the corpse of the six-armed demon ape had been transported to the breeding farm. The artificially cultivated beings lacked a strong bestial essence and exhibited no humanity. My lord, you have been watching for half an hour. Is it edible? Chen Chu shook his head. I cannot ascertain whether this creature is wild or beastified. You are unaware whether the genes fused within it bear those of beastified animals, correct? Indeed. It was precisely due to this uncertainty that Chen Chu hesitated to act rashly. If it were purely wild, then those 25 individuals could become new six-armed demon apes. However, if the genes contained those of beastified animals, it would be lethal. For the six-armed demon ape harbored toxins. I believe it is best not to consume it. The beasts slain in Yaodai City and Beixin Bay were all beastified. Now, if they seek the genes of the Overlord here, it undoubtedly indicates the presence of beastified genes. Consuming it would only result in poisoning, not beastification, Zhang Shanha analyzed. Among the 25 prospective members, one stepped forward. My lord, may I give it a try? Are you certain? If you are wrong, you will perish. Zheng Li, huddled in the corner, dared not speak, regretting having killed that pilot earlier. How beneficial it would have been to let him be the test subject. I am certain. Chen Chu admired his audacity. Shanha, summon the medical team from the town. Should anything go awry, let them provide treatment. The individual felt deeply moved. The Overlord truly cared for his well-being. Once the medical team arrived, Chen Chu directly severed a piece of flesh from the six-armed demon ape's arm. He swallowed it whole, collapsing to the ground 3 seconds later, his face turning purple. Chen Chu sighed. Alas, it appears that artificially cultivated beings are ineffective. The medical team sprang into action, their efforts frantic. Chen Chu then bit off another arm and a segment of the serpent's tail, swallowing them as well, but after a prolonged wait, no changes occurred. It seemed that what could be extracted from the six-armed demon ape had been exhausted. As for the corpse, it was discarded and set ablaze, the flames roaring persistently due to its massive size. Preparations were underway to head towards Fengdu City. Dare to covet my domain. Let the chaos of the third great calamity arrive sooner. Before departing, he reminded Zhao Chong, I hope you can bring me news of her upon my return. Zhao Qing nodded vigorously. I will exert every effort. Chen Chu and his entourage exited Pingan Town, where many residents stood on the streets to bid them farewell. A woman with frosted hair gazed at one of the wild men. My son, you must return safely. The wild man, Xiao Chenfeng, nodded solemnly. Overlord, upon your return, could you bring us some seeds? Our vegetables are insufficient. Overlord, my ironworks have run dry. I can no longer forge armored gear. Overlord, my brother just said to bring him a bottle of Coca-Cola. Little Yu Yu shouted energetically. Chen Chu chuckled. These residents had come to regard him as the totem of Pingan Town. Time's trajectory has unfolded thusly. Yu Yu, what would you like? Mango juice, orange juice, strawberry juice, so many fruit juices. Second uncle says he cannot drink milk. Received, Overlord. As they left Pingan Town, the makeshift iron gate closed behind them. Chen Chu shouted into the distance. Overlord Legion. March 4th. The King of Eagles let out a piercing cry, soaring through the skies. The Silver Wolf King howled, leading a pack of wolves in a furious sprint. 100 wild men marched in perfect formation, trailing behind Chen Chu, a magnificent and formidable sight. Chapter 86, The Battle of the Totems. In Pingan Town, Zheng Li remained, having evolved into a preliminary complete form, the poisonous serpent scorpion. Armed with remnants of the assault troops and heavy infantry, he was fully capable of safeguarding the city. Chen Chu's objective was to solidify the wild men's camp. Having taken away the key asset of this operation, the six-eared monkey, Zhang Shanha, with a grand procession. This time their direction no longer pointed towards the pestilent city or Anlin city, but rather northward. Chen Chu soared into the skies. King of Eagles, race ahead. The King of Eagles readily complied. With a whoosh, the King of Eagles flapped its wings, reaching its maximum speed. Chen Chu's own flesh wings surged into motion. Due to 2 battles, his wings had been punctured with several transparent holes. Flying amidst the wind, they produced a sound akin to a breaking windbox. In his preliminary complete form, Chen Chu's maximum flying speed had reached 220 kilometers per hour. This velocity surpassed that of many avian species. Even a human in a racing car might not escape Chen Chu's pursuit. However, within a minute, the King of Eagles had left Chen Chu far behind. Damn. The disparity between species is indeed stark. This fellow truly lacks conversational skills. His speed must have reached 300 kilometers per hour. Chen Chu contemplated devouring the King of Eagles' wings to enhance his own flying speed. The two soared through the skies, while a group below pursued them relentlessly. Remarkably, the Silver Wolf King matched their speed. Yet, it was a struggle for the young wildlings, who were still in their juvenile forms. After sprinting at breakneck speed for over 10 minutes, they had reached their limit. Chen Chu activated his overlord's roar midair, urging them to follow at a more measured pace. He then adjusted his head, allowing his entire form to undergo a gradual transformation, blending seamlessly with the azure sky and white clouds. To an observer from afar, he appeared to be an invisible aircraft. As they traversed the landscape, they passed by desolate villages and towns, devoid of any human presence. The animals had seemingly vanished without a trace. Half an hour later, the King of Eagles, having distanced himself significantly from Chen Chu, returned. It seemed he had encountered something noteworthy. Chen Chu followed closely behind, reaching the site of commotion within mere 10 minutes. There, a fierce battle unfolded. Chen Chu promptly instructed the King of Eagles to withdraw, lest his large stature draw unwanted attention. He descended slowly, his colors shifting continuously to deceive all eyes around him. Outside the quaint town, a throng of over 1,000 had gathered, facing a gigantic turtle measuring 5 meters in length, which had retreated into its shell, resembling a colossal boulder. This instantly reminded Chen Chu of his previous life as a beastified alligator turtle. Opposing them was an 8-meter-long mutated gecko, its appearance astonishingly peculiar. Its head and body bore resemblance to a gecko, yet its limbs were armed with sharp claws, and its tail resembled that of a rattlesnake. Most strikingly, its back was raised high, resembling an enormous starfish. Chen Chu pondered, could this creature have consumed some concoction infused with animal essence, akin to the 5 poisons wine? Behind the mutated gecko stood hundreds of individuals, some atop tricycles, others in pickup trucks. In the village of Waterfall, your totem is a turtle? Today our totem, the rattlesnake tiger, shall vanquish you. Nonsense. Our totem is the armored alligator turtle. Its defenses are formidable, not even a cannonball can harm it. It has now reached mid-stage maturity. The mutated rattlesnake tiger cackled ominously. Mid-stage maturity, you say? If I slay it, I shall evolve to late-stage maturity. Any turtle before our totem is merely a larger version of a common turtle. Those who wish to survive had best surrender your resources. If you desire to join us, we shall not reject you. We could use some help with farming. Laughter erupted from the throng behind the rattlesnake tiger. With a resounding thud, the 4 yellow-furred claws of the armored alligator turtle burst forth from its shell, crashing onto the ground. Chen Chu sighed in disbelief. This turtle possessed 4 tiger-like claws. What had it consumed in its previous life? Tiger bone stew? A super potent tonic? It must have been incredibly weak. A deep voice resonated. Transforming into a turtle does not mean I lack combat prowess. As the totem of Waterfall Village, I cannot allow you to act with impunity here. The rattlesnake tiger darted forward with swift agility, aiming its claws at the turtle's head. The armored alligator turtle may not have moved quickly, but its retraction speed was astonishing. The rattlesnake tiger missed its strike completely, its tail slapping against the turtle's shell, inflicting no damage and causing itself considerable pain instead. The battle between the 2 mutated creatures had escalated into a war of totems between their respective regions. Chen Chu sighed inwardly. Such conflicts would only multiply in the future. Too many had beastified into animals, and countless regions had been ravaged by artillery and natural disasters, leaving no time for cultivation. Food supplies had become scarce. The residents of Peace Town, too, had revered him as a totem, pleading for him to return with seeds and other essentials. Come out, you stinking turtle. The rattlesnake tiger bellowed in frustration, positioning itself before the armored alligator turtle. Suddenly, the turtle thrust its head forward, opening its massive jaws to sink its teeth into the raised starfish on the tiger's back. It's over. Chen Chu thought he had already witnessed the conclusion. Having beastified into an alligator turtle, he understood that these creatures possessed formidable bite strength alongside their hard shells. With a squelching sound, the alligator turtle bit down, tearing away a substantial chunk of flesh. The rattlesnake tiger immediately darted aside, Stinking turtle. A sneak attack. The starfish on its back had already lost 2 of its limbs. Blame yourself for being too careless. The rattlesnake tiger laughed heartily, and the crowd behind it joined in, much to the confusion of the armored alligator turtle and the villagers of Waterfall. Their totem had just lost a significant portion of its flesh, yet they could still laugh. To their astonishment, the starfish on the rattlesnake tiger's back began regenerating. In a short span, it had completely restored itself. Oh, foolish turtle. The one who was careless is you. Did you truly believe I would recklessly lie before you, waiting for you to bite? Are you feeling dizzy now? The armored alligator turtle extended its head. It's poisonous. Chapter 87. Sixth Talent, Regeneration. Huh. Too late. I shall kill you. The 4 tiger claws emerged, appearing formidable like land tanks, yet their movement was painfully slow. The rattlesnake tiger darted about, mocking the armored alligator turtle, as black blood began to seep from its nostrils, mouth and eyes. The poison had penetrated too deeply. There was no remedy. Chen Chu, observing from above while utilizing his color-changing talent, felt a surge of joy. This mutated creature could be of great use to him. With a thud, the armored alligator turtle came to a halt, overwhelmed by the toxic affliction. Lacking the strength to mobilize its hefty body, the rattlesnake tiger exulted. The evolution value is mine. Everything from Waterfall Village shall be mine. Before it could finish its declaration, a fierce gust of wind whipped by. Alarmed, it lifted its head. Was the sky collapsing? With a resounding thud, Chen Chu's claw descended upon its head, crushing it to a pulp. Evolution value, 212, 561, 1, 200, 000. No one understood what had transpired. The onlookers behind the rattlesnake tiger gaped in disbelief, their jaws agape as if their eyes might fall from their sockets. What was happening? Had a piece of the heavens truly descended? As Chen Chu retracted his color-changing ability, his true form was revealed. The frantic heartbeat of those present resonated like war drums within their chests. He was a Tyrannosaurus Rex, standing over 10 meters tall and 30 meters long. The rattlesnake tiger's demise was utterly unjust, as it had perished without even knowing its opponent. Do not let your evolution value go to waste, Chen Chu declared, raising another claw to stomp down upon the armored alligator turtle. How hard? Chen Chu exclaimed, exerting force with a powerful stomp. With a crack, the supposedly indestructible shell of the armored alligator turtle shattered under his 60-ton might, its tender body reduced to a pulpy mess. Evolution value, 214, 161, 1, 200, 000. Run. We must flee. A stronger totem has appeared. The rattlesnake tiger's followers promptly fled in terror. Chen Chu looked down him. Where did the starfish on the rattlesnake tiger go? Turning his head, he found it lying on the ground. What is this? Dear Mr. Dinosaur, if you wish to eat me, just take a little, but please, do not consume me entirely. Otherwise, I shall truly become excrement. Curse it. The starfish can talk. Patrick Star, are you not one with this giant gecko? No, we have always been partners. My mobility is rather feeble. By attaching myself to him, I can acquire evolutionary points. He is a remarkable actor, and together we have deceived numerous creatures with this ruse. By the heavens, Chen Chu has certainly broadened his horizons, discovering such a mode of collaboration. This starfish, endowed with potent toxins, clings to the back of the rattlesnake, leading all creatures to believe they are one entity. Through the deliberate revealing of vulnerabilities, it entices opponents to bite, only to fall prey to their cunning scheme. Once ingested, they succumb to the lethal poison. Thanks to its regenerative prowess, the starfish can restore itself. The poisoned creatures will have their evolutionary points divided between the starfish and the rattlesnake. For instance, if one is killed by poison, the rattlesnake will eliminate the second. Quite ingenious indeed. Come, let me have a taste. Chen Chu took a sizable bite of the starfish, feeling unsatisfied, and then devoured a substantial piece of the gecko's flesh. Both of these creatures possess regenerative abilities. After swallowing, he beheld the shattered shell of the alligator turtle. What a pity. The defensive strength of this alligator turtle has already reached 40 to 50 tons. In its complete form, it would ascend to an even higher level. Only then would consuming it yield true effectiveness. The remnants of the starfish, under its regenerative talent, began to heal anew. A feeble voice erupted into a maniacal laugh. Foolish dinosaur, you have let your guard down. My name, Zhang Depai, is not one to be trifled with. I possess potent toxins. Even a blue whale cannot withstand my venom. Chen Chu regarded him as if watching a farce, slightly bending forward, and with claws as sharp as blades. He cleaved him into several pieces. Ouch! At this level, he should have perished. Yet, in mere moments, each fragment began to writhe, transforming into new starfish. 5 starfish. Why have you not perished yet? Die from the poison already. The 5 starfish spoke in unison. Chen Chu's eyes widened with delight. The gecko, the salamander, the earthworm, and the starfish. All these species possess regenerative capabilities. However, the starfish's abilities are truly formidable. For, as Chen Chu observed, when its body is severed, each part grows into a new starfish. This starfish, named Zhang Depai, has likely reached the mid-stage of maturity through its collaboration with the rattlesnake, significantly enhancing its talents. Thus, its recovery is remarkably swift. While Chen Chu scrutinized Zhang Depai, the villagers of Luoshui had already returned to their hamlet. Their protective totem lay dead, filling their hearts with dread. Just as he spoke, Chen Chu suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. It appears the toxins are taking effect. Nevertheless, Chen Chu was unconcerned about Zhang Depai's escape. This fellow's mobility is inferior even to that of the armored alligator turtle. With his eyes closed, enduring the dizziness, he quietly awaited for several minutes. Attribute panel updated. Poison resistance, 20. Talent 6. Regeneration, level 1. His poison resistance increased by 5 points, and the sensation of dizziness dissipated. What filled Chen Chu with ecstasy was the emergence of a 6th talent under his derivative skills, regeneration. Ha ha ha. Zhang Depai, I must express my gratitude to you. The area of his back that had once been corroded now felt a gentle warmth, a sign of recovery. With a flourish, he unfurled his wings. The transparent holes that had been punctured began to mend slowly. The alligator shell manifested once more. Crackle, crackle. Ha ha ha. Even the alligator shell is healing. Zhang Depai was utterly astounded. What on earth is this creature? One moment it sprouts wings, and the next, it regrows its shell. Not only has it withstood my poison, but it is also gradually recovering. With a sudden stomp, Chen Chu crushed the 4 starfish into a mushy pulp. Such a viscous state surely cannot be restored. Zhang Depai was too frightened to utter a word. You are called Zhang Depai? Do you wish to perish? Upon hearing this, Zhang Depai burst into tears, lamenting. I was wrong. Please spare my life. Allow me to perish on my own. Then, would you be willing to follow me? Dear Dinosaur Patriarch, do not jest. I possess no offensive capabilities. I will enable your evolution. I shall grant you boundless evolutionary points. You shall live comfortably and for long. Zhang Depai's heart stirred. He had thought his fate was already dire, but unexpectedly, a turn of fortune had appeared. Dear Patriarch Dinosaur, do you speak the truth? Truly. Excellent. From this day forth, you shall be my esteemed Dinosaur Patriarch. I, Zhang Depai, vow to follow you unto death. Chapter 88. Collective Evolution of the Wild Men. The 6th talent derived, like the 5th, is at level 1, indicating there is still room for advancement. As long as Zhang Depai continues to evolve, his talent will also upgrade, and eventually, consuming him will enhance Chen Chu's regeneration talent as well. Zhang Depai slowly wriggled to Chen Chu's feet, attaching himself to his toes. Dear Dinosaur Patriarch, which totem do you represent? Everything in Luoshui village now belongs to us. Chen Chu surveyed the dilapidated village with disdain. What treasures could such a small settlement possibly hold? Even the smallest fly is still meat. Our destination is Fengdu City. Zhang Depai nearly fell from Chen Chu's toes in fright. Fengdu City, the world's central city. Ranked among the top 20. Patriarch, we cannot go there. That place is too terrifying. The totem of Yaotai City and Beixing Bay was slaughtered by a ferocious beast from Fengdu City. You are speaking of that 6-armed demon ape, aren't you? Ah, the Patriarch knows. Yes, I devoured it. With a squish, Zhang Depai expelled a mass of yellow, viscous substance, resembling excrement, to Fengdu City. The Dinosaur Patriarch will assist your evolution. Chen Chu let out a roar towards the sky, and then laid down at the entrance of Luoshui village. After more than 30 minutes, Silver Wolf King and the others finally arrived. 100 wild men, all panting heavily. Chen Chu felt a sense of disappointment. They were ultimately still too weak. Zhang Shanha, riding on Silver Wolf King, had not expended much energy, only feeling slightly uncomfortable from the jolts. Upon seeing the corpses of the armored alligator turtle and the rattlesnake, his expression darkened, and he turned to look at Luoshui village. Tyrant, shall I go and slaughter them? It has nothing to do with them. However, you may take the wild men's camp to see if there are any opportunities for evolution. Time limit, 1 hour. Go. In an instant, Luoshui village was thrown into chaos. The villagers were all crying out in terror. It took no more than 30 minutes for them to regroup. The village was small, with hardly any wild animals, and the beastified ones numbered only a few hundred. Not enough for even one wild man to evolve. Chen Chu, lying on the ground, opened one eye to observe the 100 wild men. Zhou Tianlei, with blood splattered on his mouth, feet, and hands, stood out among them. The other dozens of wild men were also stained with blood. Only one wild man remained exceptionally clean, Xiao Chenfeng. Did you not obtain any evolutionary points? Xiao Chenfeng nodded. Why? Xiao Chenfeng lowered his head in silence. Chen Chu suddenly roared. Tell me. Why? Xiao Chenfeng trembled in fear. Because those animals were transformed from the villagers' relatives. By killing them, I effectively slaughtered their kin. Huh. Are you speaking of humanity at this moment? Although we have beastified into animals, we still possess human thoughts. Very well. Let me ask you, if it were Pingan Town that had been invaded, do you think all animals would, like you, abandon their chance for evolution simply because they were beastified from villagers' kin? Xiao Chenfeng was rendered speechless. Chen Chu's words were indeed accurate. If Luoshui village were Pingan Town, and ferocious beasts invaded, there would be no means to retaliate. If one is not strong enough, how can one protect their silver-haired mother? In the face of calamity. Without strength, all is mere empty talk. Zhou Tianlei stepped forward, addressing one of the individuals, along with the few creatures you had quietly released. The mighty Chu overlord grants you this opportunity once more, but it remains to be seen whether you will cherish it. Xiao Chenfeng clenched his fists tightly. It seems you lack the qualifications to be a guardian of Pingan Town. I, in my capacity as the chief of the Wild Man Camp, hereby expel you from our ranks. Chen Chu remarked calmly, in poverty, one cultivates oneself. In prosperity, one benefits the world. With a furious roar, Xiao Chenfeng charged into the village of Luoshui. Minutes later, he returned, his hands stained with blood. Chen Chu, even without looking, could detect the fresh scent of blood. Do you understand? I understand. Chen Chu rose and set forth. The horde of beasts followed, exuding an aura of dominance. Zhang Depai was left utterly astonished. What an overwhelming presence. This is nothing short of a super army. Xianwei Hu, fortunate for you that you met your end early. Otherwise, my future would have been jeopardized by you. Stop your incessant muttering. Get lost. Thud. Zheng Shanha, mounted on the Silver Wolf King, was suddenly knocked off when a great starfish landed squarely on his face. What the hell? It's a starfish, Zhang Depai. A gift for you. He'll teach you the art of strategy. Patrick Star? Zhang Depai squirmed before sticking to Zheng Shanha's back. I am Zhang Depai, a mutated, highly toxic starfish. At the mature stage, in mere minutes, the two were engaged in lively conversation. Leaving Luoshui village behind, the path stretched desolate. As night fell, they arrived at the foot of the sprawling Great Xing Mountain. We shall rest here tonight. The 100 wild men are utterly exhausted. Today alone, they have traversed 700 kilometers. Zheng Shanha gestured for silence to the ferocious beasts and then closed his eyes, utilizing his 6 ears to listen intently. Chen Chu controlled his breathing, making every effort not to disturb him. After evolving into a 6-eared monkey, Zheng Shanha had developed a unique talent, listening within 100 miles. With his talent activated, he could perceive the sounds within a 100-mile radius. The heavy breaths of wild boars and wolves reached his ears, followed by the rhythmic pounding of Chen Chu's heartbeat, akin to war drums. The rustling of small creatures in the Great Xing Mountain also fell within his auditory range, gradually fading into the distance. Suddenly, Zheng Shanha opened his eyes. There are numerous animals within the Great Xing Mountain. Most of them are weaker species. Tomorrow, I intend for all of you in the Wild Man Camp to break through to the juvenile stage. Otherwise, you shall be expelled from the Overlord's Legion. Yes. After a night passed, as the sun timidly peeked over the horizon, the King of Eagles let out a piercing cry. The 100 wild men opened their eyes in unison and darted into the Great Xing Mountain with fervor. Above them, birds circled, monitoring their progress. Should any of them encounter peril, Chen Chu would promptly come to their aid. Overlord, do you believe they can all evolve to the initial growth stage within a day? To achieve that, nearly 100,000 evolution points are required. The Great Xing Mountain spans thousands of miles, and there are certainly 100,000 creatures, albeit widely dispersed. Chen Chu rose and strode forward, stating, if they cannot even accomplish this, do they deserve to be part of my Overlord's Legion? Within the Great Xing Mountain, the beasts roared, shaking the very forest. Chapter 89, The Nine Dragon Hall. Despite being in their juvenile stage, the 100 wild men made quite a commotion as they entered the Great Xing Mountain. Soon, every creature within a few hundred meters had been slaughtered, leaving only those that had fled far away. Chen Chu walked alongside Zheng Shanha, who occasionally activated his talent, listening for sounds within 100 miles. Are 100 wild men unable to deal with even the growth stage? Chen Chu scoffed. 100 wild men function as a collective, not as individual soldiers. It would indeed be peculiar if there weren't any growth stage animals in such a vast expanse as the Great Xing Mountain. To the east of the central region of the Taiying Mountains lies Fengdu City. Chen Chu and Zheng Shanha proceeded with ease, as the creatures had already been frightened away by the 100 wild men. Thud, thud, thud. A dozen wild men sprinted, pursuing the fleeing animals ahead. Zhou Tianlei leaped into the air, seizing a branch and swiftly stripping it of leaves, transforming it into a makeshift spear. This evolution point is mine. Whoosh. He hurled it with force, piercing a fleeing deer. Clang. However, before Zhou Tianlei could claim his evolution point, a stone flew through the air, smashing the deer's head into a pulp. Xiao Chenfeng, you, who told you not to deliver a fatal blow? Zhou Tianlei's anger flickered and then morphed into a grin. It seemed that Xiao Chenfeng, having tasted blood for the first time, was now even more invigorated. Suddenly, a voice filled with authority erupted from ahead. A fully grown, ferocious tiger appeared. Is this a growth stage beast? One wild man inquired. Xiao Chenfeng narrowed his eyes. The wild man camp operates as one. With that, he charged ahead, pulling the spear from the dead deer's body and brandishing it towards the tiger. The wild tiger, with a tail like a steel whip, swung it, instantly snapping the spear in two. Crack! The tail struck Xiao Chenfeng's arm, leaving a deep gash. That hurts. If we cannot even contend with a wild tiger, what will the Overlord think of us? Charge! A dozen wild men surged forward. One beast alone was not terrifying, but when a dozen charged at once, even the wild tiger felt immense pressure. Yet, the The pride of being the king of beasts compelled it not to retreat, otherwise, it would be no different from the fleeing hares and bobcats. It lunged, tackling Xiao Chunfeng to the ground with its over 5-meter-long, 3-ton body. Xiao Chunfeng gritted his teeth. Grasping one of the tiger's paws, hurry. Zheng Shanha opened his eyes just in time to see Zhou Tianlei slay the tiger. Chen Chu smiled, finding Zhou Tianlei rather intriguing. And Xiao Chunfeng is not half bad either. As time passed, more growth-stage beasts were hunted down by the united wild men. Chen Chu observed numerous animal carcasses along the way, but none held value for him. Ultimately, he consumed the growth-stage wild tiger to satiate his hunger. Zhou Tianlei and Xiao Chunfeng were the first to break through to the growth stage, followed by Wu Chong and Lin Ran. The wild men who first reached the growth stage assisted the remaining members in their evolution. As they delved deeper, the hidden mature beasts of the Great Xing Mountain began to reveal themselves. Under the bright moonlight, silvery beams cascaded through the gaps in the trees. A mature black bear, in its initial growth stage, was pinned down by 10 wild men, allowing the last remaining wild man yet to evolve into the growth stage to deliver the fatal blow. With a deafening roar, the final wild man completed his evolution. Thud, thud. Exhausted, all the wild men collapsed onto the ground. They had completed their evolution ahead of the deadline set by Chen Chu. Ha ha. Zhou Tianlei laughed heartily. Xiao Chunfeng and the other wild men joined in the merriment. Zhou Tianlei extended a fist toward the moon. We did it. Xiao Chunfeng brought his fist to meet Zhou Tianlei's. We did it. Soon, a third fist, a fourth. And all 100 fists converged, forming an enormous super fist. We did it. Congratulations to you all. Chen Chu approached with measured steps. Instantly, the 100 wild men fell into formation. 100 towering figures, each standing 4 meters tall, emanated a fierce aura, completely masking any signs of fatigue. Are you tired? The Overlord is even more fatigued. Is it hard? The Overlord endures even greater hardship. Chen Chu chuckled, recognizing the military training routine at play. All right, rest. Tomorrow, more significant matters await your attention. Within mere minutes, the cavernous echoes of thunderous snores filled the air. Chen Chu leaned in to quietly inquire of Zheng Shanha. Are you certain? Zheng Shanha gingerly touched his ear, affirming, indeed. A multitude of creatures congregates within a cave 100 miles away, and there's something exceptionally formidable. Had it been a mature entity, Zheng Shanha would have articulated it directly. However, he simply uttered 2 words, very strong. After a day's relentless pursuit, they were now not far from the heart of Dashing Mountain. To the east of the central region lay Fengdu City. The thought of the artificially cultivated 6-armed demon ape made Chen Chu sense that the beast concealed within the cave was no ordinary creature. It was likely akin to that 6-armed demon ape, originating from Fengdu City, or perhaps from the 9-Dragon Palace. After a night's rest, as dawn broke, the cry of the Eagle King resonated like a military trumpet. The Beast Legion sprang into action. Locate that cave. 100 miles, merely 50 kilometers. Within half an hour, they had found it. Concealed beneath 2 towering trees was a massive steel door, standing 10 meters tall. Chen Chu's head crest emerged, and he surged forward. Crashing into the door. Boom. The tremendous impact deformed and toppled the door, sending surrounding debris cascading down in a clamor. Open fire. The sound of gunfire erupted as countless bullets were unleashed from within the cave. A woo. The Silver Wolf King let out a roar, leading a pack of 30 wolves into the fray. Ah, wow. The cacophony of roars echoed, and within 30 seconds, all inside had been annihilated. Chen Chu crouched and slipped inside. The cave was vast, reaching nearly 30 meters in height at its apex. A massive cultivation chamber stood against the rock wall, connected by cables and pipes. Inside the chamber was a beast strikingly similar to the 6-armed demon ape. Huh. It appears there is not just one cultivated 6-armed demon ape. Bawang, observe these individuals. The corpses on the ground bear a distinct emblem on their chest, an unsheathed sword entwined by 9 dragons. The 9-Dragon Palace. Chapter 90. The 6-armed bone ape. Zheng Shanha's mention of numerous creatures referred to the domesticated chickens surrounding the area. Their numbers were staggering. At least around 300,000. Furthermore, they were being artificially bred. Chen Chu sensed that this was no ordinary situation. The beast within the cultivation chamber had likely reached its complete form, and with so many chickens present. These are white feather chickens, Zheng Shanha informed. White feather chickens. Anyone who has dined at KFC knows these are their signature birds. They grow rapidly, maturing in less than a month. Damn it. Could the 9-Dragon Palace be associated with KFC? Bawang, what should we do about this creature? Zheng Shanha pointed to the beast in the chamber. If it's still in the chamber, it hasn't reached the time for release. Let South destroy this place, cut off its power, and allow it to perish within the chamber. Act. Zhou Tianlei's fist slammed down onto the surrounding equipment. The other wildlings joined in, and soon all the devices lay in ruins. The power to the chamber was severed. Just as Chen Chu contemplated dividing the 300,000 white feather chickens, a red light suddenly illuminated the lower part of the chamber. A deafening alarm filled the cave. Even after destruction, there's an alarm? Buzz. The beast within the chamber abruptly opened its eyes. Gurgle, gurgle. A multitude of bubbles erupted from its mouth and nostrils. 6 arms pounded against the chamber's walls. You all step back. Bam! The glass of the cultivation chamber shattered under the immense force of its 6 arms, sending green liquid and shards flying in all directions. Roar! The beast stepped forth, standing 12 meters tall, with 6 powerful arms, its body encased in bone armor. The most significant difference from the 6-armed demon ape was that instead of a serpent tail, it bore a tail composed entirely of segmented bones. In a subterranean research facility in Fengdu City, the Mad Doctor's computer blared an alarm. What? One of my secret outposts has been discovered. The equipment is destroyed. His hands danced over the keyboard, silencing the alarm signal. A sinister smile crept onto his lips. Heh. The 6-armed bone ape is not the same as the 6-armed demon ape. It has been imbued with even greater ferocity. Undying, unyielding. Whoever it is, you are in for misfortune. Go, find out who has provoked the 9-Dragon Palace. A drone ascended, soaring towards Dashing Mountain. Inside the cave, the 6-armed bone ape let out an enraged roar directed at Chen Chu, then charged at him. With a swift motion, Chen Chu's entire body was cloaked in crocodilian armor, claws emerging like daggers. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The 6-armed bone ape affectionately nuzzled against Chen Chu's neck. The transformation rendered everyone speechless, including Zheng Shanha, who was at a loss for words. Sizzle, sizzle. The 6-armed bone ape extended a long tongue, licking Chen Chu's head. Get off. Chen Chu shook his neck, causing the beast to stagger back a few steps. Roar, roar. The 6-armed bone ape continued to cling to Chen Chu, nuzzling him affectionately. Its thunderous roars resembled a child's playful antics. Chen Chu was at a loss, bewildered. What on earth is happening? Zheng Shanha clapped his hands in realization. Belong. I understand. It must think you are its mother. Mother? It had been artificially cultivated, spending its entire existence in the chamber before awakening, having never encountered other life forms. In other words, it was akin to a chick hatching from an egg, mistaking the first creature it saw for its mother. His reasoning was so sound that Chen Chu found himself speechless. Many animals exhibit this behavior, identifying the first being they see as their biological mother. Chen Chu was torn between laughter and tears. As the 6-armed bone ape emerged from the chamber, its considerable size meant that it naturally saw him first. Thus, he unwittingly became a mother, gaining an additional son. Congratulations, Dinosaur Dad. I have gained a little brother. Zhang Depai was the first to send his congratulations. Chen Chu retracted his claw-like nails and gently patted the 6-armed bone ape's head. The creature squinted in delight. Then, Chen Chu pointed. You, go stand outside. The 6-armed bone ape obediently made its way to the cave entrance. Its intelligence was akin to that of a newly hatched chick, but its future remained uncertain. Now, to divide these 300,000 white feather chickens. Roar, roar. Suddenly, the 6-armed bone ape outside the cave began to bellow. Thud, thud, thud. The entire cave trembled violently, and numerous stones tumbled from above. What is happening? Chen Chu exclaimed in alarm. Could that creature be pretending to be innocent? Crash. Balong, the cave is collapsing. We must escape. The pack of wolves and wildlings hastily rushed outside. Chen Chu truly could not bear to part with the 300,000 white feather chickens. He let out a mighty roar. Evolution value, 2, 345, 461, 200, 000. With a single bellow, over 20,000 white feather chickens transformed into evolution value. However, this very roar hastened the cave's collapse. Damn it. Even if he was reluctant, he could not allow himself to be buried alive here, no matter how large the beast. It could not outweigh a mountain. Thud, thud. He dashed out, and upon emerging, a deafening cacophony erupted, sending clouds of dust soaring as the cave crumbled. The Dashing Mountain's summit caved in dramatically. With a powerful flap of his wings, he beheld the 6-armed bone ape still rampaging. Its 6 fists pounded against the mountain, hurling massive boulders skyward. For in the air, a drone had appeared. The Mad Doctor, observing through his drone, beheld his 6-armed skeletal ape thriving with vigor and untamed ferocity. Mistakenly believing he had eradicated all intruders, he maneuvered the drone in the air, teasing the 6-armed skeletal ape as one might play with a cat. However, his countenance darkened when a pack of wolves and wild men emerged, particularly when Chen Chu appeared, his face ashen with fury. Chen Chu, equally enraged, lamented that not a single drone had struck its target, instead causing the cave to collapse. Unfilial wretch, you have squandered 300,000 evolution points. He roared. Come over here. The massive form of the 6-armed skeletal ape trembled and obediently approached Chen Chu, avoiding his gaze like a child caught in wrongdoing. A gasp escaped the Mad Doctor as he witnessed this scene, blood spurting from his mouth onto the screen. Where was the supposed beastly ferocity? Where was the vow of relentless vengeance? Chen Chu, with an alluring flick of his tail, struck the enormous backside of the 6-armed skeletal ape. Do you grasp what you have destroyed? 300,000 evolution points. How can you be so mischievous? Another spurt of blood erupted from the Mad Doctor. Chapter 91. I will make you aware of who you have provoked. A thunderous roar erupted from the drone. Stinky dinosaur. What have you done to my six-armed skeletal ape? Chen Chu retracted his tail, having merely performed for the mad doctor's benefit. I am disciplining my son. The mad doctor froze, suddenly struck by a realization. A wave of regret washed over him. My six-armed skeletal ape has mistaken a thief for a father. The six-armed demon ape had been slaughtered by Chen Chu, while the six-armed skeletal ape had come to regard Chen Chu as its progenitor. Another spurt of blood escaped him. Tyrannosaurus, do you even comprehend whom you are provoking? Chen Chu emanated an aura of dominance. You will soon know the gravity of your error. You are doomed. Once I have dispatched you, I shall raze Ping'an Town to the ground. With a fearsome roar, the drone shattered in midair, plummeting to the earth. Chen Chu smirked. You wish to kill me? Zheng Shana, find every one of his research facilities and breeding bases. Understood. The mad doctor wiped the blood from his lips and drove off to locate the town's lord. The Dihao building, once a renowned edifice in Fengdu City, had now become the stronghold of the town's lord. On the top floor, flowers bloomed, and plates of delectable vegetables were laid out. Hundreds of women clad in alluring bikinis frolicked in the rooftop pool. The lord, donned in large sunglasses, lounged in the embrace of a voluptuous woman, indulging in black grapes she fed him. Ding! The elevator doors opened, and the mad doctor rushed in. 2 towering bodyguards swiftly intercepted him. Dare you obstruct me? Do you seek death? Upon seeing the mad doctor, the lord sighed. Let him through. Once granted passage. The mad doctor seized a chair and hurled it at the music-playing speaker. Bam! The speaker shattered, and the music ceased abruptly. The lord, infuriated, sat up. What are you doing? There is an intruder. Huh. Many have attempted to invade Fengdu City, and they have all become souls of the departed. After all this time, I finally get a day of rest, and you come to disturb me? Resume the music. Let the festivities continue. The mad doctor trembled with rage. The intruder was the very Tyrannosaurus that had slain the 6-armed demon ape. Everyone leave. If it were merely a totem from ordinary regions attempting to invade, the lord wouldn't have batted an eye. But Chen Chu is a different matter entirely. He has annihilated the complete 6-armed demon ape. Where is he now? In the Daxing Mountains to the west. Is this invasion representative of Ping'an Town? Huh. Has he also been elevated to totem status? Now is not the time for idle chatter. We must deploy our most formidable forces to obliterate him. If I acquire his genes, I can cultivate even mightier beasts. Can conventional firepower suffice? Given the proximity, I cannot resort to nuclear strikes. It is time to unleash hot weaponry and utilize those volunteers. A first-level alarm echoed throughout Fengdu City. All combat personnel readied themselves for battle. Tanks rolled out, and aircraft from the airbase took to the skies, fully armed. Tension enveloped Fengdu City. The lord, accompanied by the mad doctor, arrived at a stadium designated as a research base. Within the stadium stood 10 burly men alongside 7 or 8 research personnel. Are the beasts you have cultivated ready to emerge? The lord inquired, eyeing the cultivation chambers within the stadium. Though it is premature for them to exit their chambers, we can only expedite their release to confront that Tyrannosaurus. The mad doctor gestured, and a research scientist clad in a white lab coat approached with a silver box. Upon opening it, 10 slender syringes lay within. It may sting a bit, but this will be your moment to shine in Fengdu City. Are you prepared? Always ready. In the Daxing Mountains, Zheng Shanha discovered a breeding facility for insects. 2 massive glass chambers teemed with an overwhelming swarm of cockroaches. Chen Chu soared upward, and then came crashing down. The glass chambers shattered, and the insects were crushed into a pulpy mess. Evolution points: 2, 362, 331, 200, 000. Chen Chu was momentarily taken aback. How many cockroaches had perished beneath his weight? How had he only gained a little over 1,000 evolution points? As the glass chambers shattered, an avalanche of cockroaches scurried in every direction. Zheng Shanha swiftly stomped on one. Tyrant. A single insect yielded 0.01 evolution points. Damn it. Chen Chu, having never killed insects before, was unaware of the meager reward. Only 0.01. That's pitiful. Buzzing sounds filled the air as bombers approached, unleashing their payload. Boom, boom. A series of explosions erupted, sending plumes of smoke skyward. Chen Chu rose. So they've come already? Wildmen's camp. You shall reap the benefits of these evolution points. Those who can fly, bring down those aircraft. Fengdu City unleashed its full might, both on land and in the sky. Clatter. Over 200 tanks advanced, their cannons trained on Chen Chu, ready to bombard. More than 500 armored vehicles unleashed a frenzy of firepower. The Silver Wolf King and Li Heikui could no longer remain idle. Humph. Unleashing the entire city, yes might? Good son, strike with all your might. The 6-armed skeletal ape pounded its bony arms against its chest, letting out a mighty roar before charging into the enemy fire. Boom, boom. Dozens of shells struck the 6-armed skeletal ape, yet it displayed only ferocity, unyielding to pain. Thud, thud. With a flurry of punches, 2 tanks were flattened beneath its might. With a swift lash of its skeletal tail, a tank was cleaved in 2, its occupants spilling their innards. Zheng Shanha was taken aback by its overwhelming power. Heavy Armored Division. Advance. The heavy armored captain, Li Heikui, bellowed. His iron armor shattered under the bombardment, revealing muscles as dense as dark iron. Bull's kick. Bam! A tank was upended by a powerful kick. Get out of the way. The newly appointed Wild Boar King promptly retreated. The Eagle King seized a derelict aircraft with its talons and hurled it towards an armored vehicle. Boom, boom. Explosions erupted in rapid succession, resulting in a scene of carnage. Chen Chu charged through the air, obliterating 3 aircraft, either by savage bites or slashing claws, sending them plummeting. I shall perish with you. In one fighter jet, a pilot, witnessing his comrades fall one by one, screamed with bloodshot eyes. Ability activated, Tyrant's Roar. A deafening sonic wave shattered the cockpit's glass, causing blood to gush from the pilot's orifices, bringing him to a swift demise. However, the fighter jet charged relentlessly towards Chen Chu. Its dual claws erupted forth, striking with frenzied intensity. With a series of sharp sounds, the aircraft was sliced into fragments, exploding before plummeting to the ground. Chapter 92, The Mad Doctor's Frantic Acts. A mid-stage mature red-bellied hawk, under the fierce onslaught of the fighter jet, bore a multitude of bloody wounds. In its final moments, it lunged forward, seizing the aircraft as they both descended together. Below, a dozen tanks concentrated their firepower, mercilessly annihilating a mid-stage mature giant wolf. The remnants of flesh splattered with a thunderous crash. A wild boar attempted to overturn a tank, but found its tusks ensnared in the treads, only to be subsequently crushed by an approaching tank. Not only were the human forces suffering casualties, but Chen Chu's side was enduring losses as well. Damn it. This was a painstakingly established tyrant legion, and each casualty caused Chen Chu's heart to bleed. In a surge of rage, his hue transformed into a vivid crimson. Blood red. It resembled flames igniting, as if drenched in scalding blood. Kill. A fighter jet circled from behind and unleashed a barrage of gunfire at Chen Chu's back. With a roar, Chen Chu flapped his wings, pivoted, and severed the aircraft's wings with his claws. The jet spiraled out of control, its weapon systems malfunctioning, unleashing chaotic fire. Chen Chu spread his arms wide, clutching the remnants of the aircraft, and unleashed a hail of fire upon the aerial foes. Damn, even the Tyrannosaurus Rex could wield weapons. It was already a beast-human hybrid. Kill. With a cry, Chen Chu embraced the fighter jet, his wings beating as he spun in midair. 7 or 8 aircraft were engulfed in smoke before plummeting to the ground. The 6-armed skeletal ape observed Chen Chu's valiant display in the sky, its juvenile intellect igniting a desire to learn. After demolishing the tanks ahead, it charged forward, seizing the cannons of 2 tanks with 3 arms on either side. With a furious roar, the tanks, weighing tens of tons, were effortlessly lifted. Li Heikue gazed in astonishment, his bovine eyes wide with disbelief. My goodness. It's fortunate to be the son of the tyrant Chu with such combat prowess. Boom, boom. In the chaos of battle, the primal instincts of the 6-armed skeletal ape erupted. Grasping the tanks like colossal hammers wielded by Li Yuanba, it smashed them down upon the tanks ahead. Not a single tank survived the onslaught of these massive blows. The tank battalion was utterly decimated by the 6-armed skeletal ape. Rat-tat-tat. On an armored vehicle, heavy machine guns fired armor-piercing rounds, injuring numerous wolves. Suddenly, the Silver Wolf King threw back its head and let out a mighty roar, its dark silver crescent on its forehead shimmering ominously. Oh whoa! The soldiers atop the 20 armored vehicles, upon hearing the Silver Wolf King's roar, widened their eyes in shock, abruptly redirecting their weapons to unleash a barrage upon their own armored vehicles. What are you doing? Have you lost your minds? Zheng Shanha captured this scene. So, the Silver Wolf King possesses such an extraordinary talent. Wow. The Tyrannosaurus Rex indeed commands formidable subordinates. Those individuals must be under the Silver Wolf King's control. Zhang Depai was equally astonished. Li Heikue bellowed, heavy infantry. The opportunity has arrived. He surged forward, his robust physique resembling forged black iron. Talent. Rampaging bull charge. An armored vehicle was effortlessly lifted into the air and spun by Li Heikue's immense strength. Boom. After spinning twice, it crashed heavily onto another armored vehicle behind it. The command center of Fengdu City was in turmoil. These ferocious beasts are too powerful. Mayor, our firepower is insufficient to withstand them. Detonate the remaining nuclear bombs. We might as well perish together. What are you all shouting about when the mayor is absent? Indeed, with such a colossal crisis, where is the mayor? Find him. At the stadium, 10 syringes had injected their contents into 10 individuals. The corners of the Mad Doctor's eyes twitched. These were merely refined experimental subjects. He pondered whether they could endure. He fervently hoped for success. One individual suddenly emitted a shriek. With a crack, irregular bones erupted from his body. With another loud pop, he shattered into pieces. It hurts. Another person began to wail, all of their blood vessels bursting, gushing blood. Soon after, he too disintegrated into a mist of blood. The mayor's pupils narrowed to pinpricks. Mad Doctor, what exactly have you injected them with? These 10 individuals are the strongest humans in Fengdu City. Beastification agents. If you want them to undergo beastification, wouldn't it suffice to feed them meat? Why resort to injections? You know nothing. This is genetic material I extracted and purified from mature and even growing specimens. If they can endure, they can directly transform into mature or growing forms, completely bypassing previous evolutionary stages. The mayor could hardly fathom the mad doctor's audacity. If his experiment succeeded, wouldn't it mean that with a mere injection, one could summon as many mature and growing beasts as desired? Pop pop. Thus, for individuals' bodies exploded into blood mist. With a thunderous roar, a massive tiger, measuring 10 meters long with a horn resembling a mountain peak, emerged. The mad doctor cackled with delight. My efforts have not been in vain. He can withstand it. He succeeded. He transformed into a primal form of the unicorn tiger. Truly remarkable. The mayor was left dumbfounded. Hiss. A colossal forest python, stretching 100 meters, raised its massive head, exuding an aura that left the mayor gasping for breath. Roar. The remaining two individuals also successfully underwent beastification. The mad doctor, ecstatic, danced his way to the control console. My darlings, your time to unleash chaos has come. With a clap, he pressed a button. All 20 incubation chambers opened simultaneously. Green liquid gushed forth, and bizarre creatures roared as they leapt from their chambers. On the large screen above the stadium, the insane battle in the Daxing Mountains unfolded. The mad doctor commanded them to watch, especially giving Chen Chu soaring through the air a close-up. Go. Eliminate them all. 24 ferocious beasts charged forth from the stadium. They had arrived. The mayor and the mad doctor were right here. 3 elongated Bentleys rolled up to the stadium entrance. Inside sat the prominent figures of Changfeng City. Let us go. Seek the mayor's counsel. Suddenly, a series of roars echoed. The occupants of the vehicles turned pale, the timid even losing control of their bowels. Drive. Hurry. Crash. Bang. Alas, they had barely begun to speak. The 3 elongated Bentleys were crushed into metallic shards, their occupants reduced to pulp, blood spraying from the crevices. Chapter 93, The Savage Rampage. The mayor gazed at the carnage strewn about, unable to regain his composure. Officers Liao and Li. The mad doctor merely scoffed. They are dead. Doesn't he that make Fengdu City a realm of one? Upon reflection, the mayor realized, yes. And your research achievements. Soon, the entire world will be mine. What are mature forms and primal forms? I will have as many as I desire. The mad doctor nodded in agreement, but seethed internally. Fool, do you have any idea how difficult it is to extract genes from a mature specimen? Even if successful, the world will not belong to you. It will belong to the 9 Dragons Hall. The mayor assumed a superior demeanor, patting the mad doctor on the shoulder. Doctor, it's fortunate to have you. Having weathered this crisis, you may summon as many individuals as you wish for experimentation. Such is the liberty granted. However, let us first observe the unfolding battlefield. Beneath the towering Daixing Mountain, humanity's firepower has utterly collapsed. The few who remain are those who abandoned their weapons and fled. Boom. Chen Chu descended from the sky, standing before the horde of beasts. Do not let your guard down. The true enemy has only just arrived. Roars echoed. The pitiful survivors, still attempting to retreat, encountered the ferocious beasts charging towards them. Consequently, the ground was soon littered with fresh carcasses. Thud, thud, thud. Strange and grotesque creatures came into view, startling Chen Chu and his companions. Zheng Shanha's eyes widened. Was that not the perfected form of the unicorn tiger from Yaodai City? And lo, the 100-meter-long Amazonian anaconda from Beijing Bay was present as well. Chen Chu scoffed. The 9-Dragon Palace truly possesses remarkable means. Beasts that have been slain can re-emerge. Roar. Tyrant Legion. Attack. With a flourish, the Eagle King spread its wings, creating a tempest as it charged towards an approaching beast with twin wings and a serpent's tail. Li Heikuei, wielding 4 bull hooves, charged at a white elephant adorned with sharp tusks and twin horns. Zhang Depai, come here. It's time for your evolution. Zheng Shanha yanked Zhang Depai from his back and hurled him towards Chen Chu's neck. Thank you, great dinosaur. With colossal wings unfurled, he soared directly into the throng of beasts, gripping a 3-headed lion with his talons, ascending into the sky. The lion roared in a frenzy, its 2 heads gnashing at Chen Chu's toes. With a swift motion, Chen Chu's claws tore the 3-headed lion asunder, its steaming entrails plummeting from the heavens. Evolution value, 2. 394, 331, 200, 000. Great dinosaur. Where's the promised evolution value? I shall be more attentive next time. Folding his wings, he allowed his body to plummet. Splash. The upper half of a crocodile bear was crushed beneath his weight. Evolution value, 2, 426, 331, 200, 000. Great one, come down. Chen Chu waved his wings, driving his talons into a white feathered vulture's chest, dragging it down. This is for you. The vulture screeched in pain. Zhang Depai held his breath. Uffed. A yellow substance, reminiscent of excrement, was expelled directly into the vulture's mouth. Chen Chu discarded it to the ground, waiting for it to succumb to the poison. The Amazonian anaconda whipped its tail, crushing a mid-stage mature wolf, its vertical pupils locking onto Chen Chu. The massive serpent surged towards him. Snake gall, how delightful. It hissed. Chen Chu unfurled his wings and charged forward. In an instant, the battle came to a standstill. He landed behind the Amazonian anaconda, blood dripping from his razor-sharp claws. The serpent maintained its forward momentum. Great one. Zhang Depai began to speak. Crack, crack. The upper body of the Amazonian anaconda had already severed into several segments. Evolution value, 2, 490, 331, 200, 000. Like a stealthy assassin, Chen Chu retracted his claws and turned back. What gives the six-armed demon ape the audacity to challenge me? He extracted the snake gall and devoured a segment of the serpent's body raw. The inherent talent manifested once more. Flexibility, 25. His flexibility increased by 5 points. And he felt capable of curling into a ball. Father, Zhang Depai lamented. That iron-toothed crocodile. Come here. He charged forward, crushing the iron-toothed crocodile's tail beneath his foot. Zhang Depai expelled another yellow substance, awaiting his demise from the poison. Roar. Suddenly, a shriek echoed from the six-armed skeletal ape. Its thigh had been pierced by the unicorn tiger's horn. It was not that the six-armed skeletal ape was incapable of overpowering the unicorn tiger, but rather, its arms were ensnared by an initial stage fully evolved colossal squid. Great one. My brother is in danger. Silence. Chen Chu was reluctant to acknowledge the paternal role, yet he charged in. He bit down on the unicorn tiger's hindquarters. Crack. Under tremendous pressure, the rear half of the unicorn tiger became paralyzed. With a sudden contraction, whoosh. The horn of the unicorn tiger was wrenched from the six-armed skeletal ape's thigh, soaring high into the air. Aru. The unicorn tiger's head plummeted downward. Chen Chu raised his claws and plunged them into the tiger's head, shattering its brain. Coincidentally, the peak-like horn of the unicorn tiger was aimed directly at Chen Chu's head. Without hesitation, he bit down, savoring the horn as if it were a delectable snack. The six-armed skeletal ape's eyes brimmed with gratitude towards its mother. With a roar, it hurled its six arms forward. Thud! The colossal squid soared over the six-armed skeletal ape's head, crashing to the ground before him. Uft! The skeletal tail emerged from between its legs, impaling the colossal squid's head. A torrent of black ink sprayed forth. Roar! The six-armed skeletal ape frantically lashed with its skeletal tail, the squid's brain reduced to mush, its tentacles drooping limply. My son, toss a tentacle this way. Chen Chu mused. Being a mother is far less appealing than being a father. The six-armed skeletal ape severed a tentacle and hurled it at Chen Chu. He opened his mouth and swallowed it. The taste was overwhelmingly fishy. Chen Chu felt a warm current surge within him. Flexibility, 30. After another 5-point increase in flexibility, the warmth concentrated in his head. The armored plates on either side of his head began to protrude slightly, resembling two diminutive horns. Upon closer inspection, one would hardly discern them as horns. The most formidable beasts had been vanquished by Chen Chu. The remaining creatures were of no concern to him. The Tyrant Legion required growth as well. Moreover, a new force had emerged. Chapter 94, The Giant Winged Dragon Protects. 100 wild men, each at mid-stage maturity, appeared. The roaches bred by the Mad Doctor were swiftly exterminated. Tyrant, we have arrived. Kill. A single mid-stage mature creature poses little threat. But 100 gathered together, highly agile primates, are a different matter entirely. The remaining dozen beasts were swiftly obliterated under the Tyrant Legion's onslaught. Assessing the casualties, in the assault unit, 7 wolves perished, 5 at mid-stage maturity, and 2 at late-stage maturity. In the flying unit, 17 birds fell, 11 at mid-stage maturity, and 6 at late-stage maturity. In the heavy armor division, 19 were lost. Those who survived ought to express their gratitude to the flying unit. They spread their wings and shielded you from much aerial firepower. Except for Chen Chu and the six-armed skeletal ape. All the animals bowed their heads to the Eagle King and the other birds. The firepower of Fengdu City has now been shattered. Let us breach the city. At the Fengdu City Command Center, the city lord slumped in his chair. By now, aside from a few automatic rifles and sniper rifles, there was no remaining firepower in the entire Fengdu City. Even a single grenade was non-existent. Doctor, where are you going? Doctor. The city lord saw the Mad Doctor suddenly emerge from a wall, carrying an iron box, and immediately gave chase. Fengdu City is on the verge of being trampled by those beasts. There is no reason to remain here. Are there any planes? Take me with you. The Mad Doctor collided with the city lord's legs. Oh, you. How dare you strike me? Uft. The Mad Doctor spat a thick glob of phlegm onto his face, deeming him utterly worthless. Had I known, I would have supported a more suitable candidate for the position of city lord. With that, he strode towards the exit. The city lord clutched at his legs, pleading, please, take me with you. A low hum filled the air. A helicopter hovered outside, lowering a soft ladder. The Mad Doctor crouched down, stroking the city lord's head. Do you truly wish to leave? Yes. The city lord fervently nodded. A sinister smile crept across the Mad Doctor's lips as a slender syringe emerged from his sleeve. With a swift motion, he plunged it into the nape of the city lord's neck. Ah, I have granted you the opportunity to escape. Let us see if you can seize it. A pain scream erupted from the city lord as his muscles began to swell uncontrollably. Suddenly, a bloody bone pierced through his side. Thud, thud, thud. The Tyrant Legion had already appeared outside Fengdu City. The towering 10-meter-high city walls proved no match for Chen Chu, whose colossal head loomed above them. The inhabitants of the city, upon seeing his gigantic visage, erupted into frantic cries. Boom! A massive breach was blasted into the city walls. Beneath Chen Chu, 105-meter-tall giant stood alongside other ferocious beasts. Go! Seek out your evolution points. The beasts enter the city. Run! The Tyrannosaurus has breached the city. We are doomed. It's like Attack on Titan, but with animals. Under Zheng Shan's talent, and by Li's keen listening, 2 hidden breeding grounds within the city were uncovered, brimming with vast amounts of evolution points. Suddenly, a half-bus plummeted from the sky. Chen Chu turned and swatted it aside, demolishing a small building in the process. Those running ahead were screaming in a frenzy. Another beast. A creature towering 17 meters tall, with 6 arms and a serpent-like head has emerged. Chen Chu was baffled. Wasn't he this the 6-armed demon ape he had slain? And now, another identical one? The Tyrannosaurus can speak. Chen Chu was taken aback. You have destroyed everything I had. The 6-armed demon ape charged at Chen Chu, disregarding the 6-armed skeletal ape standing beside him, his beloved son. With a furious roar, the 6-armed skeletal ape lunged forward. With him around, nothing could harm his father. Boom, boom, boom. 12 fists collided, the sound akin to a bomb exploding. Thud. The 6-armed skeletal ape's thigh, already injured, was kicked down by the city lord's transformed 6-armed demon ape, sending him crashing to the ground. Die. 3 fists descended upon the 6-armed skeletal ape's head. Roar. The 6-armed skeletal ape raised his fists in defense, while his uninjured leg struck the 6-armed demon ape's abdomen. The bone armor on the demon ape's belly shattered instantly. Big brother. Aren't you going to help your little brother? Don't be deceived by his size. He is quite strong. Chen Chu moved toward another direction, the location of a second breeding base. There were a total of 2 breeding grounds, one reserved for the Wildman camp and one solely for himself. This allocation was quite reasonable. Tyrannosaurus. A voice boomed through a loudspeaker from above. Chen Chu looked up to see a helicopter suspended high in the air, carrying a person. Until we meet again. City Lord, this is my final gift to you. I shall obtain your genes. From the Hall of 9 Dragons. Eagle King. Bring him down. Unable to catch up with his own speed, the only option was the Eagle King. He needed to ascertain what means the Hall of 9 Dragons possessed to create such bizarre beasts. The Eagle King let out a cry and soared into the sky, closing the distance to the helicopter rapidly. Suddenly, a larger shadow loomed above him. The Eagle King looked up, his gigantic wings obscuring the sun. Chen Chu's pupils contracted. A colossal pterosaur. Return. The Eagle King obediently complied, returning swiftly. Chen Chu had not anticipated the presence of a giant pterosaur escort. Farewell. Or rather, until we meet again. When that time comes, I shall flatten the Hall of 9 Dragons. Chaos engulfed Fengdu City. Those who once believed it to be the last paradise on earth began to flee in panic. Some audacious individuals even dared to propose that Chen Chu become the totem of their Fengdu City. Chen Chu approached the breeding ground's perimeter, where a dozen well-dressed individuals had gathered, blocking his path. Tyrannosaurus, we are well aware of your formidable strength. From this day forth, you shall become the totem of Fengdu City. We can provide you with everything you desire. With a swift step, Chen Chu crushed down, fresh meat paste oozing forth. Big brother, you just stepped on someone. Oh, did I? I didn't notice. Boom. His tail swept through, demolishing the wall of a swimming pool. This was the largest swimming pool in Fengdu City, which would later become the Mad Doctor's secret breeding ground. The pool was teeming with thrashing fish, shrimp, and eels. Chapter 95, The Plan to Destroy the Beast Hall. With such an abundance of evolution points, reaching the mid-stage of complete form was inevitable. Zhang Depai was even more elated, as he too would soon reach the early stage of complete form. Plop! Chen Chu leaped into the pool, fish splashing everywhere, the water turning crimson in an instant. Evolution points, 2, 510, 341, 200, 000. Zhang Depai, that small pool over there is yours. Thank you, big brother. Zhang Depai slid off Chen Chu's neck and gradually made his way into the small pool. On one of the peaks of Daxing Mountain, 3 animals gathered. At the forefront was a special species in the early stage of complete form, a griffin. This creature, upon awakening its bloodline, evolved into a gigantic griffin after reaching complete form. Without a tail, it stood at a length of 10 meters. Fengdu City, what a commotion. Beside it stood a dark figure, an old friend of Chen Chu, the sleek hound. Captain, it seems our plan has been more successful than anticipated. A swarm of insects buzzed in from the rear, heading straight for Fengdu City. The earth trembled as large field mice began to emerge, each strapped with C4 explosives. The griffin sneered, such a small Fengdu City. How dare you reject the invitation of the Beast Hall? Do you truly believe that possessing super weapons grants you any authority? The sleek hound sniffed the air. Captain, Fengdu City is under attack by a horde of ferocious beasts. It appears there are powerful animals. Do you not wish to acquire some evolution points? With a flap of its massive wings, the griffin took to the sky. as the insects and mice sought out the super weapons of Fengdu City, giving him ample time to gain some evolution points. Just as it finished speaking, it soared upwards. Dog brother, are you not going? The third animal, a rabbit, lay atop the sleek hound's back. Lu Mingran. The sleek hound bared its teeth. Me? Haha. Why would I go? That fool will not return. Why not? At least you've evolved with my help. Can't you move your ears a bit? Lu Mingran finally perked up her long ears. With the sleek hound's assistance, she had evolved to the mid-stage of maturity and unexpectedly gained a new talent: wind listening. Her ears had grown significantly longer, resembling radar. A woo, a woo. Upon hearing such a tearing sound, Lu Mingran trembled in fear. The Tyrannosaurus. Dog brother, did you know all along? The sleek hound grinned slyly indeed. My talent, long-distance tracking, has long caught the scent of that dinosaur. Truly, an enemy's path is narrow. The master intended for us to obliterate the superweapon of Fengdu City, yet this fellow has audaciously preempted us in its destruction. It is likely that he has now become a totem of a certain region, commencing his plunder of everything in sight. But that is of little consequence. The meticulous hound squinted, his canine visage darkened with foreboding. After the Battle of Anlin City, the formidable bear Billy has perished. The master did not even grant me the position of captain to toy with. Instead, he appointed this imbecile as leader. Lu Mingran was acutely aware that the meticulous hound had been stirred to murderous intent. Haha, I must extend my gratitude to the master. Otherwise, I would have never encountered this behemoth. In the aftermath of the cataclysm, forces have splintered. The beastly hall possesses formidable power. Yet it trembles before the superweapons wielded by humanity. Thus, a scheme to dismantle these superweapons has emerged. Any faction in possession of such weaponry, unwilling to submit to the beastly hall, must face annihilation. Fengdu City, ranked among the top 20 central cities, has become the inaugural target. Ha ha ha, new captain, foul dinosaur. May you all meet your demise. The meticulous hound stood atop the mountain, laughing maniacally. The griffin soared above Fengdu City. Gazing downward, it was indeed a startling sight. Mature wild boars, bullfighting, a valiant pack of wolves, and a throng of savages engaged in frenzied slaughter to accumulate evolution points. Which faction possesses such strength? They can rival the 3 teams of the beastly hall. A cry interrupted the griffin's thoughts. The wild eagle king had arrived, eyes brimming with hostility. Oh, a wild eagle king. So immense. Ha ha ha, I shall make you my first target. Instantly, the 2 sides clashed in the skies. Crack. Boom. Feathers scattered in the tumultuous air. The griffin lashed its tail, striking one of the eagle king's wings with a resounding crack. Feathers flew away in droves, leaving behind a trail of blood. Observing this, the resting birds ascended into the heavens, intent on aiding the eagle king. With their numbers swelled, the griffin became exhilarated. Indeed, the evolution points are multiplying. Roar. The 6-armed white-boned ape vanquished the city lord's 6-armed demon ape, tearing off one of its arms and hurling it skyward. This obstructed the griffin's assault on the eagle king. The griffin deftly dodged, the severed arm soaring into the air. Goodness, what kind of beast possesses such tremendous strength? In a moment of distraction, the eagle king lunged forward. Seeking death, the griffin raked its claws furiously upon the eagle king's body. Blood and feathers rained down. The eagle king emitted a cry, seizing the griffin and diving downward. Their trajectory led directly to the swimming pool where Chen Chu was in the midst of evolving. Boom. Upon impact, they smashed through the wall of another level of the pool. Dust and debris erupted. Chen Chu and Zhang Depai were momentarily startled. As the dust began to settle, the eagle king lay supine, its wings drooping helplessly at its sides, its chest marred with claw marks, blood oozing profusely. The griffin stood upon its chest, one claw raised, aimed at its neck. Are you courting death? A voice like thunder suddenly reverberated. The griffin looked up, eyes widening in alarm. Could this be the Tyrannosaurus Rex that defeated Bear Billy's team in Anlin City? Roar. With a booming roar, the massive soundwave attack erupted. The griffin shielded itself with its wings, but was nonetheless sent flying several meters away. Tyrannosaurus Rex. Ha ha ha, heaven has favored me. You are on the hit list of the beastly hall. Meticulous hound. Come to my aid. Come to my aid. Aid me. The voice echoed across the skies of Fengdu City. The meticulous hound atop the mountain scoffed, muttering to himself that it would be best not to involve him in such matters of death. Upon hearing this, Chen Chu felt a rush of crimson engulf him. That foolish dog is also present. From this day forth, all creatures of the beastly hall are on my kill list. With wings unfurled, countless dead fish splashed along with the blood-red pool water. The griffin soared into the sky at once. I have long known you are a flying Tyrannosaurus Rex. But can your speed match mine? I am invincible in aerial combat. The griffin flapped its wings furiously, whipping up a chaotic wind around it. Talent. Wind strike. Whoosh. A fierce gust surged downward, akin to a razor-sharp wind blade. Chen Chu unleashed a roar. The sound wave shattered the wind blade. Chen Chu lifted his foot, proclaiming, "You are fortunate to be my first sacrifice after evolving." Chapter 96. Mid-stage complete form. Brutal celestial horned dragon. After evolving? The griffin sensed something amiss as it beheld the dead fish and shrimp. according to the intelligence it had received. Chen Chu had only reached the early stage of the complete form. If he were to evolve again, would that not mean he had attained the mid-stage of the complete form? Boom. A single stomp generated a massive shockwave, sending torrents of blood-red pool water flying. The pool itself fractured under the force. The last requisite evolution points had been achieved. Roar. The tremendous roar shook the very foundations of Fengdu City. Stretching its neck, its form had now reached a terrifying 20 meters in height, a length of 32 meters, weighing 40 tons. Its forelimbs extended, now should be referred to as forearms. Especially notable were the two 5-meter-long, slightly curved horns sprouting from its head. The attribute panel updated. Type, fusion species. Name, brutal celestial horned dragon. Level, mid-stage complete form. Strength, 80 tons. Speed, 200 km/h. Lifespan, 350 years. Defense, 80 tons. Flexibility, 40. Toxic resistance, 30. Fire resistance, 30. Noise resistance, 25. Toxicity, 40. Evolution points, 400-121, 120-0000. Talent 1, Supreme Bite Force 100 tons. Talent 2, Derivative. Talent 3, Flight, Speed, 260 km/h. Talent 4, Color Change. Talent 5, Tyrannical Roar, Level 2. Talent 6, Regeneration, Level 2. Wow, Big Daddy, absolutely magnificent. Zhang Depai was filled with admiration. Chen Chu was astonished by his own evolution. The brutal Tyrannosaurus Rex had evolved into the brutal celestial horned dragon. Particularly, his size had expanded, with his wings growing from 30 meters to 35 meters. His height increased by 5 meters, yet his length only by 2 meters. Now, he resembled a more upright stance, reaching out to feel the two horns atop his head. This was the first time post-beastification he could touch his own head. Is this the celestial horn? Talent, Wind Strike. 2 gusts of wind surged forth, and the griffin turned to flee. Meticulous hound, have you found it? Find it and destroy it immediately. Chen Chu gazed at the griffin in the sky, then spread his wings and ascended. His flying speed had surged to 260 kilometers per hour, swifter than before. The griffin glanced back, nearly soiling itself in fear. How could this creature fly so swiftly? Talent, Gentle Wind. Beneath his wings appeared a current of air, propelling him, enhancing his flight speed further. In the blink of an eye, he had distanced himself from Chen Chu by over 400 meters. Chen Chu grasped one of his horns, grateful for this evolution that had granted him a new weapon. With a resounding crack, Chen Chu forcibly broke off his own horn. Die! With a mighty shout. The long horn flew towards the griffin like a massive curved blade. The speed was astonishing. Just as the griffin was reveling in its superiority, it suddenly heard a whistling sound from behind. Before it could turn to look, it felt a sharp pain as the massive horn pierced through its abdomen. Oh! The agony from its rear made it howl in distress. The pain of its innards being impaled rendered it incapable of sustaining its flight, and it began to plummet downward. The meticulous hound atop the mountain cursed under his breath. A new captain? Is this it? Truly a waste. Bang! The griffin crashed heavily to the ground, blood oozing from its mouth and nose, its consciousness fading into a haze. Thud! Chen Chu landed, the tremendous shockwave reverberating through the griffin's body. Please, spare me. Chen Chu slightly lifted an arm, and with a swift motion, sharp, blade-like nails protruded from his fingertips. Absolutely impossible. The griffin gazed at the broken horn atop Chen Chu's head, which astonishingly was rapidly regenerating. Truly, the expedition had begun poorly. Just as he had ascended to the role of captain, he was confronted by this tyrannical beast. He had assumed that, armed with the advantage of his unique awakening, he could vanquish it, yet it coincidentally was during its evolutionary phase. There is no greater anguish in life than this. Go ahead and kill me. Regardless, you shall perish too. With a swift slice of his arm, the griffin's head rolled away, thudding to the side. Evolution points, 406-521-1200000. With another 2 swift motions, the griffin's wings were severed and impaled upon his claws, resembling superlative roasted chicken wings, and were devoured whole. The derivative abilities manifested. Talent 3, Flight, Speed 300 km/h. Thank you for your evolution points and your wings. Chen Chu then raised his head and bellowed, Little Hound, come forth. Woof. On the mountaintop, Little Hound responded immediately to Chen Chu's call. Its body expanded dramatically, transforming into a colossal black dog, 8 meters tall and 15 meters long. Over there. Chen Chu unfurled his wings and surged forth at maximum speed. Haha, foolish dinosaur. You should worry about your own survival first. Boom. A massive stone, 7 meters in diameter, hurtled toward Chen Chu. His claws sliced through it with reckless abandon, shattering it as easily as cutting tofu. Little Hound had vanished from sight. Tyrant. Trouble is brewing. Bullfighter Li Heikue frantically shouted at Chen Chu from below. What could be more important than my slaying of this dog? A horde of bomb-laden rats has infiltrated the city. Chen Chu sensed something amiss and immediately descended. Boom. Boom. Explosions resounded from behind Fengdu City. What is happening? I'm not sure. Alongside the rats, A swarm of insects has also appeared. Monkey Brother has already gone to deal with them. Take me there. Behind Fengdu City, the weapons depot was situated. Zheng Shanhe led a pack of wolves, battling the rats. Each rat was strapped with explosives, specially configured so that killing them could not be overly violent, lest they detonate. A throng of insects congregated above a large warehouse behind Zheng Shanhe. What is going on? Tyrant. I sense their target is right behind us. Li Heikue charged forward and smashed open the warehouse door. In the center stood a large metal frame, upon which rested a nuclear bomb. Upon seeing the bomb, Chen Chu's heart sank. Memories of his past life surged back, recalling why the heavily fortified central city had repeatedly exploded, reducing it to ruins. It turned out that at this stage, the Beastly Society had already concocted a plan to unleash a devastating superweapon. They must not succeed. Flying Corps, gather around. This is a nuclear bomb. Should it explode, all of Fengdu City will be obliterated. Although he had reached the mid-stage of his complete form, whether he could withstand a nuclear explosion remained uncertain, and the odds were against him. After all, just 300 of these devices could annihilate the Earth. The birds of the Flying Corps lamented near the King of Eagles. Hearing Chen Chu's roar, they swiftly soared towards the scene. Observing the rats below, they grasped Chen Chu's intent. One by one, the birds dove, either grasping or carrying the rats into the sky. Chapter 97. The Great Terror Beneath the Sea. Boom, boom. Rats were hurled into the air by the birds, colliding and exploding, leaving not a single hair behind. Tyrant. There are too many rats. More are coming from behind. What should we do? Chen Chu suddenly chuckled. Leave it to me. Boom. Chen Chu charged and shattered the warehouse, wrapping his arms around the nuclear bomb. Heavens. Zheng Shanhe's legs turned to jelly. Tyrant, please be gentle. Don't crush it. Chen Chu's heart raced. This was his first encounter with such a device. Surely it wouldn't explode from mere crushing. In movies, such bombs required multiple layers of unlocking to detonate. Clutching the bomb, Chen Chu pondered where to dispose of it, ultimately deciding to fly towards the Great Qing Mountain. 50 kilometers from Fengdu City, atop a mountain, Little Hound had shrunk in size, with Lu Mingran perched on its back. What is going on? The old relic in Fengdu City should have detonated by now. Little Hound had run so far to witness the grand fireworks. After a lengthy wait, nothing happened. Instead, a dark shape appeared in the sky, growing ever larger. Damn it. Foolish dinosaur. Damn it. Dead dog. Little Hound spotted Chen Chu. And Chen Chu saw Little Hound. The mountaintop where Little Hound stood was barren, making it impossible to avoid detection. Truly relentless in pursuit. Then let us bring this to a conclusion. Little Hound, I shall not evade this time. With no outsiders around, he chose not to hide his strength any longer. Today, his true power would erupt. Woof. His form expanded, ferocious and imposing. Foolish dinosaur. Today, we will settle this. For those of the hot dog gang who perished as cannon fodder in Beihai City, I shall exact vengeance. Come on. Chen Chu, unyielding, soared toward him. Little Hound's muscles bulged as he prepared to pounce. The battle seemed imminent. However, as Chen Chu drew nearer, he sensed something was amiss. What was that object in Chen Chu's arms? It seemed oddly familiar. Crap. A nuclear bomb. The earlier bravado evaporated in an instant, and he turned tail to flee. Dead dog, weren't you seeking a decisive end? Come on. You're holding a nuclear bomb. Do you intend to die together with me? Ha. You recognize this thing, do you? I'll blow you to smithereens. Don't come any closer. I'll throw it. Should it explode, we'll both be obliterated. Chen Chu grinned wickedly. Both he and Little Hound had a naive understanding of the nuclear bomb. Who knew if it would explode when thrown? Their mutual fear of the device rendered them hesitant to risk it. Where was the headquarters of the Beastly Society? What are you plotting? If you threaten me, I'll take down the Beastly Society. They want to target Fengdu City. You being here is merely a coincidence. Aren't you the one tracking me? Am I a lovesick fool following you? Don't flatter yourself. As they flew over the Great Qing Mountain, there was a stretch of sea. You can toss the nuclear bomb into the ocean. Stop pointing fingers at me. With a furious gesture, Chen Chu's nails erupted, sparking fiercely against the surface of the bomb. The sight terrified him. If he pierced it, wouldn't that cause a nuclear leak? Lu Mingran clung tightly to Little Hound, biting its fur to avoid falling. Little Hound shrank further into the forest. Foolish dinosaur, how long will you chase me? Tell me the location of the Beastly Society's headquarters, or I'll pursue you to the ends of the earth. Continuing like this was untenable. Naturally, Little Hound could not disclose the location of the Beastly Society as headquarters. He hoped to extract more resources from them to grow stronger. Thus, he simply traversed the Great Qing Mountain, heading towards the sea. Chen Chu pursued in the sky and soon arrived. You returned first. Little Hound shook off Lu Mingran and dove head first into the ocean. Still daring to enter the sea? Chen Chu surged upward, soaring to 800 meters in the sky, then hurled the nuclear bomb downwards with great force. Whoosh. Boom. The bomb plunged into the sea, creating a massive splash. At the very moment of entering the sea, the timid hound was so frightened that it urinated in the water. Turning around, it chuckled. Haha. I knew it wouldn't explode. It actually didn't blow up? Haha. I was merely scaring myself. It seems that Chen Chu's attempt to trigger an explosion through external forces has failed. The beast hall does not operate in such a manner. The swarm of insects dispatched are meticulously cultivated iron-eating worms. After they have gnawed through the outer shell, they would make alterations to the warhead, for which a group of field mice, equipped with explosives, was trained. Had Chen Chu not intervened, this plan would undoubtedly have succeeded, and you would not have survived. With his entire body aflame, Chen Chu descended like a meteor. The timid hound had killed Chen Chiming, severing the lead to his sister. Who could understand the anguish of missing a sister, if not Chen Chu? The hound plunged into the depths of the sea. Boom! Chen Chu, resembling a colossal bomb, struck the water, creating a tumultuous wave. Merging with the crocodile tortoise, he was unmatched in the water. The hound was already contemplating its escape. Indeed, its combat prowess was significantly diminished beneath the surface. In the dim blue depths, Chen Chu caught sight of the hound's slick form. However, at that moment, powerful currents began to surge. The force of the currents was immense, pushing the 40-ton Chen Chu backwards. Damn it! The hound noticed a massive shadow looming overhead. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be merely a fin. Chen Chu, positioned above, recognized the enormous creature approaching with alarming clarity. A profound sense of crisis gripped him for the first time. This body of water harbored a blue whale. A fully grown specimen measures nearly 27 or 28 meters in length and weighs over 150 tons. Moreover, this particular whale may have evolved to an unknown level. Before it, he felt as insignificant as a child. What a grave oversight. Even in his previous life, formidable factions refrained from encroaching upon marine territories with abandon. The ocean teems with life, and giant creatures are plentiful. Today, he had encountered one ahead of time. The blue whale had likely been drawn by the commotion caused by Chen Chu's entry into the water. The hound, having shrunk in size, had become too small and was beneath the whale's notice. Thus, it had fixated on Chen Chu, who still appeared substantial in comparison. With a roar, the blue whale opened its massive mouth, causing the currents to surge violently. Subsequently, a powerful draw began to pull everything towards its cavernous maw. Chen Chu felt an overwhelming suction. Damn it! At that moment, he ceased to contemplate slaying the hound and instead focused on fleeing from the blue whale. That enormous mouth resembled an unfathomable abyss. His 20-meter-tall physique could be swallowed whole with ease. Chapter 98. Today, I shall slay you. With limbs and wings thrashing wildly, he fought against the tremendous force of the suction. The hound, witnessing this, reveled in delight. Thankfully, it had reduced its size, allowing it to seize the opportunity to escape. Chen Chu roared in fury, releasing a torrent of bubbles. Just a single intake of breath was so formidable. No wonder they say that the king of the land is merely a younger sibling in the ocean. With all his might, Chen Chu finally broke free from the overwhelming pull. Without a moment's hesitation, he surged towards the surface. Boom! Water splashed everywhere as Chen Chu shot into the sky. The great blue whale, seemingly unwilling to let him go, emerged from the depths. Heavens! Chen Chu's dark golden pupils constricted in shock. Its length alone approached 200 meters. It was over 6 times his own size. With a great splash, the massive head of the blue whale breached the surface, causing waves to crash violently. A thick column of water erupted from its mouth. Puff! Chen Chu evaded. That tremendous jet of water shot up several hundred meters high, and it did not cease, following Chen Chu's trajectory like a high-pressure water cannon. With a surge of speed, Chen Chu fled without looking back. Thankfully, he could fly. Otherwise, he would have become the other's evolutionary point today. A wave of rage surged within him. You scoundrel! Come out! The hound, employing its swift dog paddle, had already reached the shore, nearly 100 kilometers from the massive mountain peak they had just encountered. The giant blue whale could no longer consume Chen Chu, submerging its immense body back into the sea. Chen Chu unfurled his wings and scanned the surroundings. A swiftly running silhouette on the shore caught his attention. Hound, today, I shall slay you. Haunt me no longer. If you wish to kill me, then come. The hound sprinted at breakneck speed. The blue whale still lingered in the sea. And who knew if it might charge ashore? If it did, the proximity was too dangerous. Better to put some distance between them. Sniffing the air, the hound activated its innate tracking ability. A plethora of scents flooded its nostrils. Among them, the most prominent was that of humans. After the disaster, wherever there were humans, cities would arise. A wicked grin spread across the hound's face. Moving in such a large body within the city would be cumbersome, while it excelled at ambush. To kill me? Foolish dragon, you shall perish today. Whoosh! Chen Chu flew swiftly, the wind howling around him. In the chase, he caught up with the hound near the city of Fengdu. Yaodai City. Chen Chu shouted from above, Hound, come out. The inhabitants of Yaodai City were taken aback. Just recently, their totem had been slain, and now here came a flying dinosaur. Heavens! Lord Totem, we have already pledged allegiance to Fengdu City. We are constructing as per your instructions. The people below pleaded. Chen Chu paid them no heed, colliding directly into a leaning residential building, which collapsed in a heap. The hound burst forth, laughing, haha. In fighting here, you will kill many. 1,000 innocent lives lost, yet I shall not spare you. Thud! Chen Chu landed, causing the earth to crack. My goodness! Run! The beast is about to fight. The busy people in the vicinity abandoned their tasks and fled in haste. Woof. The hound's form suddenly expanded, pouncing towards Chen Chu. Seeking death, Chen Chu swung his arms, his claws sharpening like blades, slicing towards the hound. Having no room to evade in midair, the hound was predictably cleaved into several pieces. Yet, to Chen Chu's astonishment, something unexpected occurred. The hound rapidly shrank, transforming into a small dog measuring only 1 meter in length and 40 centimeters in height. This diminutive form slipped through the gaps between Chen Chu's claws. Then, in an instant, its size surged again. With a thud, it collided with Chen Chu, its paws furiously raking at him. Sizzle, sizzle. The protective crocodile armor was gouged with deep furrows. How can it be so tough? I'll bite you to death. With his other claw, Chen Chu swiped at the hound's chest. The hound shrank once more, darting to the side. You wretched dog. In its wake, the surrounding buildings crumbled into ruins, preventing the hound from hiding there. Clatter, clatter. Several cameras toppled to the ground around them. Run. It's come here. One person urged, dragging a young man seated at a control panel. Run? Aren't we supposed to follow Fengdu City's directives to create an information city akin to Zootopia? Have you lost your mind? Can't you see what time it is? What a perfect time. I've just connected to the satellite signal. Film it. In the vast expanse of the city, images began to appear on the large screens. Among them, several were the formidable physique of Chen Chu. Moreover, a few even exhibited the figure of a slender canine. Such advantages exist. Chen Chu opened his mouth wide and unleashed a resounding roar directed at the hidden direction of the slender canine. The roar had already ascended to level 2. Its might considerably enhanced. The walls crumbled to dust under the sonic assault. The slender canine was nearly incapacitated by the shock. There is nowhere for you to hide. You wretched creature. The slender canine initially intended to utilize the terrain to contend with Chen Chu, but unexpectedly found itself being outmaneuvered by him. When the 6-armed demon ape made its entrance and obliterated the totem of Yaotai City, the inhabitants of Yaotai City instantly submitted. They commenced the construction of a technologically advanced city, adhering to the demands of Fengdu City. Every remaining camera, controllable drone, and large screen in the city was put to use. A bespectacled young man pressed the enter key, laughing heartily. Any city capable of receiving the signal would be able to witness it. Yaotai City would gain fame. It would become a technologically advanced city akin to Zootopia. In Ping'an Town, Zhaocheng opened a video. In a certain city, a gigantic screen displayed the scenes of Yaotai City. Suddenly, a stone flew in and smashed his head. The slender canine roared in fury, "You fools!" Chen Chu, with a single claw, thrust downward. The slender canine's head instantly enlarged, its sharp fangs sinking into Chen Chu's claw. Crack! It was not the fangs of the slender canine that shattered, but rather Chen Chu's claw. Chen Chu was somewhat speechless. This claw had emerged after vanquishing the Lord of Plague. How could those dog fangs be so tough? Oh! The slender canine's physique gradually increased. Initially, it had feared you, but you cannot always treat me like a soft persimmon. With that, the slender canine's size became even more colossal, transforming into a super giant dog standing 10 meters tall and 21 meters long. Chapter 99, The Bloodline of Mythical Beasts. Upon receiving the signal and witnessing the giant dog in the video, everyone and every creature was astounded. What kind of dog could evolve to such a size? At a certain center, a middle-aged man with snow-white hair chuckled. Hee. This dog must be a member of the Beast Hall. Do you wish to obtain its genes? Of course. In a certain city, a mutated creature gloomily remarked, Hall Master. This dog indeed concealed its strength. It must have taken down the explosive bear, Billy. A low, rumbling voice responded. Chen Chu grinned widely. It seems you have reached your complete form, but I didn't expect you to be a mutation. Woof. The slender canine darted like a black lightning bolt, lunging at Chen Chu's right side. In an instant, it was already behind him. Upon closer inspection, a chunk of the crocodile armor on Chen Chu's shoulder, along with flesh, had been bitten away. Under level 2 regeneration, it was already healing. Spit. The slender canine spat out Chen Chu's flesh. A mutation? Ha ha ha. Who are you underestimating? I have evolved the bloodline of a mythical beast. Howling celestial dog. The world is astonished. The classification of animal species has included ordinary, special, mutated, ancient, and fused types. The mythical type has merely been a conjecture, never substantiated. Now, a dog has actually evolved to possess the bloodline of a mythical beast. If this continues, it could truly become a mythical being. Howling celestial dog? Goodness. The dog beside Erling Shun in the myths. According to records, the howling celestial dog is indeed a slender canine. If it truly becomes the mythical howling celestial dog, it could eclipse the sun. In a certain city, bang. A grand hall collapsed into ruins. Foolish dog. With a mythical bloodline, yet you fail to report it truthfully. Send someone to bring it back. It must not perish at the hands of that dinosaur. At the center, the man with snow-white hair laughed heartily. The bloodline of a mythical beast. It truly is the bloodline of a mythical beast. Our 9 Dragons Hall must acquire it. In Yaotai City, Chen Chu was also laughing maniacally. This wretched dog has actually evolved the bloodline of a mythical beast. It can no longer be treated as mere fodder. Talent. The Overlord's roar. Howl. The sonic wave surged towards the slender canine. The slender canine leapt into the air, descending with its claws aimed directly at Chen Chu's head. Bang! The ground was blasted into a large crater by the Overlord's roar. The slender canine grasped the two horns atop Chen Chu's head, its tail swinging directly towards his eyes. Get down. Chen Chu suddenly jerked his head down. The slender canine's body was abruptly halted. He clawed towards the slender canine's body. Whoosh! The slender canine's form shrank once more. The diminutive canine landed in Chen Chu's grasp, but before he could secure it, it rapidly expanded. Chen Chu's claws were forced open. Uffed! The dog's mouth bit through Chen Chu's arm. Damn it! Chen Chu, enduring the pain, swung his mouth wide to attempt to seize the slender canine. However, the slender canine's form shifted effortlessly. The moment Chen Chu exerted force, it had already shrunk and soared backward, crashing towards his chest. Just as it made contact with Chen Chu's chest, its size ballooned again. Bang! Chen Chu was propelled back a step by his own force. Truly worthy of having evolved the bloodline of a mythical beast, this talent, enabling it to change its size at will, was utterly vexing. Hee, foolish dinosaur. Do you still think you can kill me? I am the first mythical being in the world. The slender canine was quite pleased. Too bad. You are still not a true mythical being. Chen Chu spread his wings and flapped them fiercely. Utilizing the power of his wings, combined with his own strength, his speed reached its zenith. The slender canine's limbs bent as it lunged forward, then shrank in size. Chen Chu puffed out his chest, spreading his wings, allowing it to collide with him. With a muffled thud, the slender canine's enlarged form struck, tearing a chunk of crocodile armor along with flesh from Chen Chu's chest, before swiftly shrinking. With a flourish, his 35-meter wings converged, forming a massive cage that enveloped the space completely. I shall see where you can escape. The space was engulfed in darkness, the slender canine's eyes glowing green. Then I shall tear your wings apart. Overlord's roar. Howl. A tremendous roar erupted within the confines of the cage. The slender canine had nowhere to evade. Under the explosive bellow, the slender canine's skin began to rupture, blood gushing forth. After expanding its size, it carved a massive gash into one of Chen Chu's wings. Howl. With a second bellow, another gash appeared on the wing, blood spraying forth. Howl. With a third roar, the slender canine fell silent. Chen Chu retracted his wings, and everyone beheld the slender canine, bloodied and sprawled on the ground. Its eyes had exploded in the wake of the Overlord's roar, leaving behind two gaping black voids, a sight most horrifying. Woof! The slender canine's voice was weak. The talent it had so proudly possessed had been vanquished by this method. Yet, the will to survive remained unbroken. Even amidst the silence, unseen and unheard, it continued to crawl forward. With a swift motion, Chen Chu's left claw pierced downwards, impaling the slender canine's abdomen and pinning it to the ground. With the bloodline of a mythical beast, are you not still just a dog? With a swift swipe of his claw, the slender canine's innards spilled forth, a gruesome sight. In the wake of the Overlord's roar, its insides had been shattered. You cannot kill me. I will become a mythical being. With another swipe, Chen Chu severed its hind legs. Let me live. I will be your dog. Chen Chu seized the slender canine by the neck, lifting it up, while his other claw rested firmly against its throat. It is too late. The slender hound, akin to a flicker of the dying light, erupted with a final spark in its eyes. Do you yearn for the next evolutionary marvel? Then venture to the vicinity of Fengdu City. With a sudden, violent spray, blood gushed forth, drenching Chen Chu. The massive head of the hound rolled to the ground, and the entire world seemed to fall into a hushed stillness. The Hall of Beasts shall not spare you. The hound's head let out its last anguished roar. With a decisive stomp, Chen Chu obliterated the hound's head into a pulp. Evolution value, 419321120000. I must extend my gratitude to you. Luring those creatures here has conveniently afforded me an opportunity to eliminate them. This is precisely why Chen Chu savored the torment of the slender hound in front of the camera. When the formidable beasts converge around Fengdu City, that will translate to a wealth of evolution value. He and the Tyrant Legion shall be graced with a chance for ascension. You, dead dog, aspire to be my companion? You are unworthy. Instead, be my refuse. Chen Chu seized the hound's carcass, devouring it raw. Aside from the pulverized head, he salvaged the hind legs, wasting not a morsel. After all, he has evolved to possess a mythical bloodline. Having consumed the slender hound, Chen Chu took flight, soaring into the heavens. The world, ablaze with fervor. Will true evolutionary entities manifest around Fengdu City? If so, could it be that the epicenter of the third cataclysm lies within the vicinity of Fengdu City? Such entities can only emerge after a disaster. According to the timeline, the impending event is merely 20 days away.